In the boundless darkness, scenes flared to life one after another, the light they shed illuminating this otherwise empty world. A young man stared blankly at it, all his heart filled with confusion and bewilderment. The scenes before him were all too familiar. On the verge of collapse, planet Namek shook as Son Goku, transforming for the first time into a Super Saiyan, crushed the galactic tyrant Frieza beneath the fury of losing his dearest friend. On a doomed Earth, Son Gohan, who had surpassed the Super Saiyan state, poured the remorse of his father's death into the Kamehameha, surging from his hands, hurling it toward Cell under his father's unseen encouragement. In the sacred world of the Kai, which was welcoming a visitor from the lower realm for the first time, Super Saiyan 3, whose appearance shook the entire universe, was locked in a world-shattering duel with the ancient remnant Majin Buu. Every single one of these scenes was a classic moment from Dragon Ball, the anime the young man had loved most since childhood. Just as he was wondering where he was and why countless classic Dragon Ball moments were being replayed again and again, a mature female voice rich with seductive allure echoed around him. You're about to enter the world of Dragon Ball and become the Saiyan you've always dreamed of being. Well, isn't that quite the surprise? The young man's eyelids twitched slightly. He did not answer her directly. Instead, he exhaled a long breath, found what seemed to be a corner of a wall, and sat down on the ground. Setting aside whether this is real or not, even if what you say is true, what benefit do you get from sending me to the Dragon Ball world as a Saiyan? That's none of your concern. I naturally have my own reasons for doing this. Now then, prepare to embark on your adventure. I'm very much looking forward to it. As the enchanting voice faded, the young man's consciousness grew hazy. The countless classic scenes dimmed one by one, and the space once more sank back into darkness. Universe 7, on a ravaged planet that had been laid waste until not a trace of life seemed to remain. Amid the ruins of a shattered structure, Bardock stood before a middle-aged Saiyan woman on the verge of death, and the child in her arms, words caught in his throat. The middle-aged Saiyan woman met Bardock's gaze, then abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Trembling, she extended the child toward him, revealing the bloody hole in her chest. Silence reigned over the ruins that day. Only after a long while, when the woman's hands could no longer support the child, did Bardock snap out of his daze and take the baby from her arms. Have you decided on this child's name? Let him be called Sarodis. Bardock nodded slightly, then left the ruins with the child in his arms. Outside the ruins, the members of Bardock's squad surged forward. Before anyone could speak, Bardock shook his head. There's no saving her. Only this child survived. Humph. To think there were still living creatures on this planet able to ambush someone who stayed behind to give birth. You're responsible for this. Even if you have to plow this planet over again, you will drag out the ambusher and kill them. I'm leaving it to you. I'll take this child back to Planet Vegeta to be raised. I'm heading off first. After assigning this compensatory task to his team, Bardock climbed into his own spacecraft. The face that had always been stern and cold finally revealed a trace of grief and desolation. This nameless female Saiyan had been the true maternal aunt of his wife Gine. Before meeting Gine, even the death of someone so closely related would never have stirred such emotions in Bardock. As an excellent Saiyan warrior, he had once lacked any true sense of family friendship or love. Apart from feeling little interest in tormenting the weak and preferring to cross fists with opponents equal to or stronger than himself, he had been no different from most of his kin. But after meeting Gine, building a family, and spending years together, he was startled to discover that he had changed. He had begun to feel a desire to protect Gine for the rest of her life, and to feel sorrow when those connected to him were injured or died. In the end, is this a blessing or a curse? Bardock murmured, looking out at the boundless, star-studded cosmos beyond the cockpit window. The journey from this ravaged world back to Planet Vegeta was not overly long, yet it would still take some time. Bardock was thankful that the infant named Sarodis in his arms was not as noisy as his long-haired son had been as a baby, but instead slept quietly with steady breathing. It gave him the perfect environment to snatch a brief rest. Once Bardock fell asleep, however, the infant's tightly shut eyes loosened a fraction. Gazing at the strangely familiar, yet unfamiliar face of the man holding him, his thoughts churned. That voice actually sent me into the Dragon Ball world as a Saiyan, and made me Bardock's relative. Thinking back now, that voice sounded strangely familiar. Was it a character from Dragon Ball? Or did I hear it somewhere else? Sarodis pondered endlessly. Thanks to the Saiyan physique, even with an adult soul residing in an infant body and constantly turning matters over in his mind, he felt no splitting headache or strain. Yet, even before crossing over, Sarodis had never been someone who enjoyed thinking too much. He preferred to act on instinct and feeling. The only reason he had managed to keep pondering for so long was that what he was experiencing now was strange enough to justify it. Forget it, no point dwelling on it. What's done is done. Rather than overthinking, I might as well live well as a Saiyan. If real trouble comes, I'll figure out what to do then. Abandoning his tangled thoughts, Sarodis once more closed his eyes. Though this was the body of a newborn child, even his complete and uninjured former body could not compare to the sheer toughness of this infant frame, much less the scarred, ailing one he had left behind. The power surging ceaselessly from every cell allowed Sarodis to truly feel the foundation on which the Saiyan race dared to call itself a warrior people. In order to adapt to this entirely new body, once Sarodis gave up thinking he had no choice but to sink into sleep. Thus, with nothing else amiss along the way, the spacecraft finally descended smoothly into a berth at Planet Vegeta spaceport. As the pod settled and its hatch opened, Bardock's eyes snapped open. White ki flared around his body like flames, and he traced a glowing arc through the air as he sped toward the infant's nursery. Hey, follow standard procedure with this one. Test his battle power and put him into an incubation pod. His brief flight ended quickly. Paying almost no heed to the port staff and ignoring the guards at the nursery entrance, he barged straight inside, grabbed a nearby attendant, and pushed Sarodis into his arms. As a well-known warrior on Planet Vegeta, recognizable at a glance by his distinctive hairstyle, Bardock was immediately identified by the attendant. Swallowing his anger at being manhandled, the man cautiously inquired, "Lord Bardock, this child is Gine's newly born cousin Sarodis. His parents are already dead." Though he understood that such a question was his duty, Bardock was still faintly impatient. Seeing Bardock's expression, the attendant's heart clenched. In his eyes, Saiyans were a race that barely regarded them as people at all. If he angered one, right or wrong would not matter. Being beaten bloody would already count as getting off lightly. Fortunately, Bardock had no such intention this time. The attendant let out a quiet sigh of relief, hastily grabbed an old-style handheld scouter from beside him, pointed it at Sarodis, and pressed the switch. Numbers flickered across the scouter's screen before finally settling at 1437, a result that surprised both the attendant and Bardock, whose gaze had shifted toward the device. A battle power of 1437 would not be particularly rare among adult Saiyan fighters, but appearing in a newborn was another matter entirely. Already fearful of Bardock, the attendant dared not slack off. He quickly opened an empty incubation pod on a high platform, gently placed Sarodis inside, and began operating the adjacent instruments. Seeing that Sarodis had been properly arranged, Bardock exhaled softly. Without another word, he turned and left with heavy steps. After he had left the nursery and walked for some time, a caped Saiyan with a dark, stern expression came into Bardock's view. "King Vegeta." Bardock stepped aside and bowed slightly in greeting. King Vegeta paused, glanced at Bardock, and gave a low acknowledging grunt before continuing toward the nursery. As the king of the Saiyans, he had no need to pay any mind to a low-class warrior. Yet Bardock was different. Even among noble elite warriors, none had surpassed him in battle power, and since he was always respectful toward his king and never hesitated to accept the most perilous missions, King Vegeta deemed him worthy of a response. Whatever thoughts were turning in King Vegeta's mind, when he reached the nursery door, he did not reach out to open it, but simply kept walking. The guard behind him stepped forward, at once opening the door for his king and sparing him the embarrassment of walking straight into it. Stepping into the nursery, to the chorus of attendants putting down their work to greet him, King Vegeta finally came back to himself. He waved his hand for them to continue their tasks and began inspecting each incubation pod from the outer ring inward. The Saiyan population was not large, so King Vegeta did not need much time to complete his inspection of the outer pods. He ascended the high platform with a distinctly dark expression. Most Saiyans cared little for the state of their race. Even if they had initially resented being forced to serve under King Cold as part of his army, after a long period of adjustment, they realized their duties had barely changed. They still invaded and ravaged other planets, their battle lust fully satisfied, and their complaints faded. But as king, how could King Vegeta willingly bow to another? He had long nursed the ambition to eliminate King Cold and reclaim his supreme position, but his own battle power was far beneath King Cold's. With no alternative, he could only pin his hopes on some of these children possessing overwhelming power, so that together with his current forces, and using a coordinated great ape transformation, they might one day launch a surprise attack on King Cold. Yet, for so long, most newborn Saiyans had shown only mediocre potential. At the same time, whether by design or coincidence, many powerful noble elite warriors were frequently dispatched to seize particularly dangerous worlds, leading to heavy casualties. As a result, the number of fighters King Vegeta considered qualified to join him in a mass sneak attack on King Cold never reached what he deemed sufficient. How could his face not darken at such a reality? Scowling, King Vegeta turned his gaze toward the incubation pods on the high platform, hoping that among these infants deemed worthy of noble elite status, there might be one who met his expectations. But as he examined pod after pod, the gloom on his face barely lifted. Most of the infants' battle power hovered in the low hundreds. Even as adults, unless they experienced as many near-death recoveries as Bardock had, their lifetime achievements would likely stall in the mere low thousands. With such battle power, even after a tenfold boost from Great Ape transformation, many would struggle against the mid-level officers of King Cold's army, let alone join an assault on King Cold himself. HM 1437. Whose child is this? King Vegeta's gaze fell upon the last incubation pod, Sarodis' pod. At his question, the nearby attendant immediately set down his work, bowed to King Vegeta, and replied, "This is the child Lord Bardock just brought back. His parents were cousins of Lord Bardock's wife Gine. They have already passed away." Hearing this, King Vegeta was genuinely surprised. The cousin of that Gine who refuses to go to the battlefield and not Bardock's own cousin. Yes, Lord Bardock personally said so just now. Nodding, King Vegeta drew in a slow, deep breath. With a battle power of 1437 at birth, this child might well reach 10,000 as an adult, perhaps attaining a level just beneath Bardock's, second only to King Vegeta himself. With 10,000 in base form, his power after a tenfold Great Ape transformation would reach 100,000. Excellent. This child is to be raised according to the standards for noble offspring, no higher than that according to royal standards. There must be absolutely no negligence. Understood? Yes, King Vegeta. As if glimpsing a sliver of hope, King Vegeta's dark expression eased noticeably. With his guards in tow, he left the nursery and headed toward the royal palace. High above Planet Vegeta, space warped, and a blue-skinned voluptuous woman in a red bodysuit appeared, staff in hand. Oh, looks like this child has quite a promising start, being raised at royal level no less. Though the words themselves sounded like praise, her tone dripped with mockery. Allow me to add a little something extra for you. This is assistance from the highest scientific power of the demon realm you know. With a light flourish of her staff, a faint stream of black-violet radiance shot toward the nursery, flowing into Sarodis' incubation pod and blending with the nutrient fluid inside. Her gaze seemed to pierce walls and ceilings alike. Only when the radiance had fully merged with the fluid did she smile in satisfaction. With a gentle tap of her staff upon the empty air, the warped space behind her widened, swallowed her entire figure, and vanished from this time and space. Time flowed past like running water, and several years slipped by in the blink of an eye. After leaving the incubation pod because of King Vegeta's arrangement, Sarodis was not dispatched to conquer planets after only some basic training like other Saiyans. Instead, he was kept on Planet Vegeta to continue his cultivation. Although Sarodis greatly disdained the Saiyan style of training, once he left the incubation pod, he underwent a battle power test. His combat strength had already reached the level of 3845. In the original story, when Nappa attacked Earth, his base battle power, without erupting, was only around 4000. With such battle power, the training he received was actually just real combat drills against a dozen Cybermen whose power levels barely reached around 1000 each. What use is this kind of training really? After swiftly ending the lives of the dozen Cybermen before him, once again Sarodis let out a long sigh. In the beginning, sparring against Cybermen had indeed produced some results, but not in terms of increasing his battle power. It merely allowed him to reacquire the martial skills he had possessed before his transmigration. Once his body had relearned and memorized those combat techniques, sparring with Cybermen no longer yielded any effect. Helplessly rinsing off the sticky fluids splattered on him from the Cybermen's explosions, Sarodis walked out of the training room. Lord Sarodis, King Vegeta is looking for you. The moment he stepped out of the training room, the first thing that entered his sight was a Saiyan clad in battle armor. Sarodis recognized him as one of King Vegeta's personal guards. Sarodis said nothing more, he merely nodded and followed in the guard's footsteps. Because he had been using a training room reserved for the royal family, the distance to the royal palace was not far. Even at a normal walking pace, they spent less than 5 minutes on the way. After Sarodis bowed toward King Vegeta, seated upon the throne, the guard did not remain. He stepped out of the main hall and closed the great palace doors behind him. Sunlight was blocked by the closing doors, leaving Sarodis slightly confused in the sudden dimness. Sarodis, I believe sparring with Cybermen no longer has much effect on you, does it? King Vegeta paused only briefly before continuing, clearly not intending to give Sarodis a chance to respond. No need to answer. I am already well aware of your battle power. The reason I summoned you this time is that I have a mission I wish to entrust to you. 2 or 3 years ago, a low-class warrior lost contact. We originally assumed he had fallen in battle during a planetary conquest. However, recently a group calling itself the Dale's Corps has appeared in the universe. Its leader is a Saiyan. Many resource-rich planets have been reduced to barren dead stars after this corps attacked them. King Kurd is greatly displeased and wants us to dispose of this Saiyan traitor. But our warriors are all carrying out conquest missions on various planets. We originally intended to postpone this matter, yet you suddenly came to mind. I'll leave this to you. Deal with that piece of trash as quickly as possible. Having assigned the mission entirely on his own terms, King Vegeta simply waved his hand, indicating that Sarodis could leave. Dales. Strolling beneath the sunlight, Sarodis' heart was filled with doubt. Before transmigrating, he had watched the Dragon Ball TV series and movies over and over, studying all kinds of settings in Dragon Ball. Thus, the name Dales was not unfamiliar to him. Although the movies never mentioned how Dales defected from the Saiyans, now that he had lived in the Dragon Ball world for over a decade, he understood clearly that nothing had to unfold exactly like the anime's plot. Differences were not surprising at all, especially regarding events from an era never depicted in the story. What truly puzzled him was why King Vegeta valued him so highly. Ever since leaving the incubation pod, Sarodis had enjoyed royal treatment, no missions, the finest food, the best training environment. He did not need to go on campaigns at all, and even noble upper-class warriors had to salute and address him respectfully as Lord Sarodis when they met him. As for King Vegeta, he frequently monitored Sarodis' battle power and would even occasionally spar with him personally. This time he had gone so far as to assign a mission to him in person. In the original movies, for the monstrously gifted Broly, whose combat power far surpassed the norm, King Vegeta had directly exiled him to a dangerous and barren planet, planning to kill him that way. It was that very act that later sparked the great battle between Broly and Gogeta. Though his own innate battle power was not as terrifying as Broly's, it was still one of the rare highest levels in Saiyan history. Given King Vegeta's suspicious nature, could his existence really pose no threat to the future rule of the king's son? Yet strangely enough, King Vegeta's treatment of him could hardly be any more favorable. What exactly is King Vegeta planning? Sarodis' mind spun at high speed for a while until it felt almost overloaded, and then once more he gave up on thinking. Forget it, no point dwelling on it. I'll just go and try first. Lost in thought, Sarodis arrived at the meat distribution center. Sister Gine, a little Sarodis, what brings you here? During these years living on Planet Vegeta, Sarodis had spent almost all his time with Bardock's family. Though Gine was nominally his older sister, she cared for him like a mother, while Bardock naturally played the role of a quiet father. Before transmigrating, Sarodis had grown up without parents in a Taoist temple. In his heart, he had given these two an extremely important place. Since he was about to leave Planet Vegeta on a mission, it was only right to bid Gine farewell. King Vegeta has given me a mission. I came to say goodbye, Sister Gine. Gine was a little surprised, then slowly nodded. It may be a bit late, but Saiyan warriors must eventually go conquer planets. Gine's tone was somewhat strained. As an oddball among Saiyans, she disliked killing, and a faint sadness crept into her voice. Sarodis chuckled softly. This mission isn't about attacking some planet. It's to deal with a traitor among us Saiyans. You should know him, Sister Gine. The low-class warrior named Dales, the one who looks a lot like Bardock. Gine certainly knew of Dales. Bardock's hairstyle was extremely distinctive among Saiyans. Before Kakarot was born, throughout the entire Saiyan race apart from Bardock, there was not a second person with that same crab-like hair. Dales, huh? That fellow who's much darker than Bardock. He doesn't look like a warrior at all, more like a schemer. You must be careful, all right. I'll be careful. Then Sister Gine, I'm off. After bidding Gine farewell, Sarodis soared into the sky and flew toward the spaceport. Although this was his first mission and he had no battle merits at all, as someone enjoying royal treatment, Sarodis naturally did not need to cram himself into a cramped single-person spherical pod. Instead, he was allowed to use a two-person disc-shaped ship complete with an assigned pilot. However, Sarodis refused the pilot's company and operated the ship himself as he departed. Clearly, this vessel had been arranged by King Vegeta. The main computer already contained the latest information on Dales. Clicking his tongue, Sarodis began to read through the data. From the early paragraphs, full of useless verbiage, he could tell at a glance that 8 or 9 parts out of 10 of this report came from King Kurd's forces. Thus, he ignored the verbose front portion and turned his attention to the final section, which concerned the Dales Corps' movement patterns. From observation of the Dales Corps' previous actions, it can be confirmed that their target is any inhabited planet rather than the mineral-rich worlds prioritized by our forces. The earlier conflicts with our army should be considered accidental. Given our current shortage of troops, the entire staff believes negotiations are possible. At present, we judge that the next target of the Dales Corps is Planet Might at coordinates 324-6512. This planet is not rich in mineral resources. We do not recommend deploying forces and provoking another conflict there. Sarodis rubbed his chin and let out a soft chuckle. The Kurd army staff recommend avoiding conflict, so it seems King Kurd did not heed their advice. Even though Sarodis disliked thinking too much in this matter, any fool could see that King Kurd's true intent was to disgust and trouble the Saiyans. Even if he had never watched Dragon Ball before transmigrating, just living on Planet Vegeta this long was enough for Sarodis to sense Kurd's overflowing malice toward the Saiyan race. Sarodis raised his head and looked into the endless void of space. A massive Imperial mothership was racing toward Planet Vegeta, brushing past his ship at high speed. At the moment they passed, Sarodis could clearly see that inside the ship besides King Kurd there stood a short, diminutive figure. With just a glance, Sarodis recognized him as the most iconic boss of the original Dragon Ball, the evil Emperor Frieza, who had driven the emergence of the Super Saiyan, and after only 4 months of training, could fight Son Goku and Vegeta in their divine realms on equal footing. As though sensing Sarodis' gaze, Frieza inside the Imperial ship turned his own eyes towards Sarodis' vessel. For some unknown reason, the image of this young Saiyan, who would normally be as insignificant as an ant or a toy in his eyes, etched itself deeply into Frieza's memory. Among the Saiyans whose appearances were mostly crooked and coarse, this boy's features were relatively regular. Unlike most Saiyans who stayed in a child's form and then abruptly shot up to adult size at a certain age, he was currently in a human-like adolescent form, something extremely rare among Saiyans. Use a scouter to measure the battle power of the Saiyan in that ship. Yes, one of his subordinates answered and activated a new type scouter, aiming it at Sarodis' vessel, reporting Lord Frieza, the Saiyan on that ship has a battle power of only 500. Oh my, only 500. So he's just an ordinary fighter, even among the lower-class warriors. What is it, Frieza? Why are you taking such special notice of a Saiyan? Aside from Vegeta 3 and that one fellow. I think his name was Bardock. Oh ho ho, father, it's nothing, just a very curious feeling, that's all. Though I imagine it must be a mere illusion. After all, he is just a low-class warrior with pitifully weak battle power. Hey, even the strongest King Vegeta's battle power barely scrapes past 10,000. If he doesn't transform into a giant ape, even your subordinate Sabo and Dodoria would be enough to take him down. That's true. Warrior race, legendary Super Saiyan. All nothing but ridiculous tales. The warning our clan's ancestor left us about a Saiyan with golden hair and green eyes must have been because his own battle power was far too weak. Frieza, remember this, you are the strongest of our race. Even if the Saiyans truly produced the legendary Super Saiyan, even that so-called legendary Super Saiyan would still be defeated by my hand. Looking in the direction of Sarodis' ship, Frieza's words carried a hint of wavering. A strange unease which he dismissed as an illusion stirred in his heart, a flaw in his conviction that he was invincible across the entire universe. At this moment, the storm stirred by a butterfly's wings had truly risen into a towering wave. From this brief exchange of glances, the progression of the Dragon Ball world began to diverge drastically. And that butterfly was of course not Sarodis, but the peculiar woman who had brought him into this world. That strange woman was at this very moment in her laboratory within the demon realm of a certain timeline conducting dangerous research. To her, Sarodis was merely a chess piece born of a sudden whim. The true assistant she relied upon was the mass of blue writhing slime within the incubation tank in her laboratory. In her design, that being would with overwhelming strength help her throw countless timelines into chaos, thereby obtaining the immense energy needed to restore the demon realm. Mira, my dear, you must grow quickly. Once you mature, we will have the power to disrupt infinite timelines and harvest that immense energy to revive the demon realm. By then my brother Dapula will also be resurrected. We shall reign over these endless timelines as supreme rulers. As for that Saiyan pawn I placed, his status will never surpass yours, rest assured. You are my greatest trump card. Inside the tank, the mass of slime called Mira seemed to understand and stopped writhing. If Sarodis had seen this scene, he would certainly have lost his composure for once and shown a rare look of shock. Before transmigrating into the Dragon Ball world, he had been at his own computer attempting from the very beginning to play Dragon Ball Xenoverse purely by skill, without using Fongling Yueing, without pirated software. He would have instantly recognized this scene. The woman who had brought him into the Dragon Ball world was none other than Tawa, the front stage boss of Xenoverse. But at this time, Sarodis was still adrift in the boundless void of space, heading toward the probable destination listed in Dales' file. Naturally, he knew nothing of any of this. What kind of future awaited Sarodis? No one could say for now. Although the speed of the two-person spaceship is extremely fast, the distance from Vegeta Star to MIT Star is still quite far. Once the novelty of traveling through the universe wears off, all that remains is monotony. Clearly, Sarodis has not yet adapted to this sensation, appearing somewhat restless as he sat in the control room. By the way, I remember the spaceship can be switched to autopilot mode. Right. Although he was trained as a warrior on Vegeta Star, he had still learned to operate some technological devices. Scratching his head, Sarodis frowned, carefully tapping on the control panel to avoid accidentally triggering any emergency escape or self-destruct programs. Saiyans cannot survive in a vacuum, at least not before acquiring divine powers. Great, the target has been set. Switching to autopilot mode. Okay, then next, use meditation to pass the time. Relaxing his body, Sarodis closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Having grown up on Vegeta Star after arriving in the Dragon Ball world, Sarodis had not learned the meditation techniques of the Z Warriors in the original storyline. However, relying on the fragmented knowledge gained from watching Dragon Ball before his journey and his own exploration, Sarodis developed his own method of meditation. Following the teachings of Gohan from the Majin Buu saga, he also experimented with manipulating chi. Although based on the original storyline, he could only suppress and explode his own combat power. His ability to sense others' chi remained vague, at best merely scratching the surface of mastery. Don't even mention delving deeply into the manipulation of chi like the Ardratans, or surpassing the knowledge of Namekians or Earth martial artists. Being able to reach this level was already sufficient for Sarodis. Although he didn't understand why he enjoyed royal treatment, even King Vegeta occasionally took time to train with him. Yet Sarodis would not forget that both the new Broly capable of fighting Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and the old version were envied by King Vegeta due to their overwhelming talent, feared as threats to the future status of Vegeta, who was still in the womb of King Vegeta's wife at that time. Although Sarodis did not possess a combat power exceeding 10,000 at birth like Broly at the age of 11, after more than a decade of growth his combat power was nearing that threshold. Compared to the unfathomable combat powers of the Z warriors and villains decades later, surpassing 10,000 wouldn't even count as cannon fodder. Not to mention now, even among Frieza's army 30 or 40 years later, how many would possess a combat power exceeding 10,000? Moreover, even now the strongest Saiyan King Vegeta barely exceeded 10,000. Based on what Vegeta said in the original story about surpassing his father in childhood and his own vague perceptions, Sarodis estimated that King Vegeta's level was around that mark. Even without training, Sarodis could completely surpass King Vegeta before reaching adulthood, once King Vegeta realizes the speed of his growth. Of course, aside from these considerations, Sarodis' preemptive mindset led to the fact that he had avoided Frieza's attention by reducing his combat power when being scanned by Frieza's subordinates using detection devices, a benefit he was unaware of. Sarodis fully entered a meditative state, focusing his mind on every cell in his body while the chaotic thoughts in his mind dissipated. As his concentration deepened, every cell in Sarodis' body began to operate, guiding the chi outward. Sarodis' method of meditation was not about simulating battles with formidable enemies in his mind, but rather a practice to enhance his own chi. Combining the technique taught by Gohan to Videl on guiding chi, the breathing techniques learned from martial arts before his journey, along with a creative mindset and countless practices, he only finalized a rough draft of this method half a month before embarking on his mission. After privately measuring his training results over the past half-month, Sarodis was quite satisfied considering his still young body and the need to conceal his abilities. His daily meditation lasted only half an hour to an hour before sleeping, yet even this modest effort increased his combat power by 1,000 points. Now that he was far from Vegeta, Sarodis decided to extend his training time. Even if he didn't regard the upcoming opponent Dallas with disdain, he had no intention of competing with future strong foes. However, in the coming years, there was a crisis of extermination to face. Unlike those who traveled to the world of Naruto and became part of the Uchiha clan, his peers could avoid extermination crises in 10 years, even without any power, using their modern knowledge and logical thinking to devise strategies. Sarodis had to confront a crisis where an entire clan was obliterated along with their planet, unlike Itachi Uchiha, whose motives for destroying the Saiyans were not complex. Frieza simply harbored a disdain for Saiyans. In the face of such a crisis, lacking sufficient power would be futile. Even if he could flee Vegeta beforehand, he couldn't ensure that Frieza would spare him. He wouldn't be the child like Kakarot, but a grown Saiyan warrior years down the line. Moreover, during his more than 10 years of life on Vegeta, the careful nurturing from Gine and the occasional combat guidance from Bardock had taken on an important place in his heart. He certainly did not want to watch his loved ones become fuel for fireworks while being powerless. However, Sarodis was unaware, or rather temporarily overlooked, the immense power hidden within his body. If Sarodis could recall the prerequisites for transforming into a Super Saiyan, perhaps he wouldn't worry so much about the Damocles sword hanging above him. MIT star. On Sarodis' electronic map, it was merely a flickering point of light, but upon arrival one would discover it was an incredibly beautiful planet. The martial arts level of the inhabitants on this planet is comparable to that of Earthlings, and throughout its history its leaders have been wise and numerous. Due to a sudden whim of one of these leaders, the planet's scientists have utilized chi as a clean energy source. Thanks to this leader, and since this planet lacked the resources coveted by the cooled army, it was not regarded as important. Only Earth in this universe could be compared to its ecological environment. However, this proud natural environment of the MIT people has attracted the attention of the Dallas army. At this time, Dallas had unexpectedly obtained seeds of the spirit tree fruits, which were said to be only fit for consumption by deities. This led to a swelling of his ambitions, and he defected from the Saiyans to establish the Dallas army, seeking to dominate the universe. Due to his low strength, Dallas was initially very cautious, only searching for unremarkable barren planets to slowly cultivate the spirit tree. But after consuming several spirit tree fruits and feeling a significant boost in his power, Dallas no longer feared that his goals would overlap with those of the cooled army and began seeking planets that were less barren. After defeating the cooled army in several confrontations, Dallas' inflated ego turned his gaze toward the life-filled MIT star. Though the number of life forms on MIT star may be inferior to that on Earth, Earth is situated in a remote corner of the galaxy, and Dallas was still unaware of its prosperity. Thus, Dallas' gaze naturally settled here. Indeed, it is a beautiful planet filled with rich life energy. Compared to the previous planets, the spirit tree fruits cultivated here must be even healthier, right? Stepping out from the stolen spaceship, Dallas, who bore a striking resemblance to Bardock, revealed an evil smile, praising the beauty of this planet. You are right. This planet will surely produce high-quality spirit tree fruits, and at that time Lord Dallas' power will increase even further. Following Dallas out of the spaceship were his diminutive subordinates Rez and Lacasse, then the stoic Device. As for Armando and Cacao, who appeared in the anime movie, they had not yet joined the Dallas army. Not just me, your strengths will also see a tremendous boost once we plant several spirit trees. What can the cooled army possibly do? Dallas laughed casually, unleashing a ki blast that created a small crater, pulling out a seed of the spirit tree from his battle suit and tossing it in. Next, we just need to wait for the spirit tree to mature. You must keep those lowly minions in check and prevent them from clashing with the humans on this planet. I detected beforehand that the fighting power of the people on this planet is much stronger than those on Dai's planet. I don't want any conflicts just yet. Yes. The three subordinates replied in unison, returning to the spaceship to warn the numerous lowly minions who needed equipment to unleash even a ki blast. Watching the ground where the spirit tree was planted, Dallas' smile became increasingly arrogant, eventually erupting into loud laughter. The spaceship is about to reach the destination. Please prepare yourselves. The announcement repeated, awakening Sarodis from his meditation today. Have we arrived at MIT star? Sarodis muttered to himself as he stood up, gazing at the massive planet before him, momentarily taken aback. Throughout the journey, Sarodis had reviewed some materials on MIT star, but the current MIT star was vastly different from the descriptions in those materials. Even from space, one could see that a significant portion of this planet had turned into desert. As Sarodis scanned the yellow areas of the planet, he keenly discovered a green dot among the vast yellow expanse. That looks very much like the condition of the spirit tree in the original story. It seems Dallas really did acquire the spirit tree fruits and chose this place as his target. I just wonder if the spirit tree has fully matured yet. Sarodis felt a sense of worry for the inhabitants of this planet, driven by emotions that stemmed from a worldview solidified deep within his soul, which would not change simply because he was a scion. Perhaps becoming a scion indeed stimulated Sarodis' combative side and desire for greater power, but he would never allow these thoughts to influence him to disregard the lives of innocent beings, nor would he allow himself to exploit the value of innocent lives to enhance his own power. How could he still call himself a human then? With a scoff, Sarodis tapped a few buttons on the control panel, propelling the spaceship beyond the atmosphere, heading toward the only green spot in the desert. Lord Dallas' spaceship is breaking through the atmosphere and heading in our direction. A lowly minion rushed out from the spaceship, reporting the observed situation to Dallas, who was lazily basking in the sun atop the spaceship. Casting a glance at the minion, Dallas sneered. I can see it myself without your report. If you can't update me on situations before I see them, next time, don't expect to keep your life. His tone was flat, but the minion knew it was no joke, bending lower and repeatedly apologizing. Ignoring the minion's apologies, Dallas focused on a new type of power detector he had acquired from the cooled army, which resembled glasses. This new detector is quite useful. Let's see what the combat power of the visitor is. 500. Looks like there's no need for concern. Dallas' expression changed suddenly. It shot up to 3,000. 4,000. 5,000. 8848. It seems to be a type that can freely control combat power. This level of combat power. Go tell Device to ensure the spirit tree is protected and to relocate the spaceship. If the high combat power approaching them was not aimed at them, Dallas wouldn't have believed it at all. Born treacherous and cold-blooded, he cared little for the lives of those lowly minions, or even the lives of his so-called strong subordinates. However, with the spirit tree on the verge of maturity and his current combat power uncertain against someone possessing 8,848 combat power, he wished to buy some time. Once the spirit tree matured, he would elevate his power further through the spirit tree fruits and eliminate his opponent. Therefore, the spirit tree must not be compromised. If the spaceship were damaged by the aftermath of battle, there would be no way to reach other planets, which was also unacceptable for Dallas. With thoughts racing through his mind, Dallas flipped over and landed on the ground, casting a glance at his spaceship, which was leaving under the control of the minion, then turned his gaze toward the slowly descending spaceship. Oh, it's a standard two-person spaceship. It seems a Saiyan has arrived. As a Saiyan himself, Dallas was naturally familiar with this type of spacecraft. Isn't that Sarodis who enjoys royal treatment despite being a low-class warrior? King Vegeta actually sent you to carry out an invasion task. Hearing Dallas' mockery, Sarodis did not immediately respond. Instead, after landing, he jumped around to loosen his body before finally turning his gaze toward this Dragon Ball movie boss, who also had some notoriety in the world he came from. No, I'm not here to carry out an invasion task. My target is you disgusting creature. The sharpness and malice evident in Sarodis' words left Dales momentarily stunned. Lord Sarodis doesn't look like a Saiyan who is just muscle-brained and only knows how to speak with his fists, does he? At least I don't resemble a Saiyan. You look as disgusting as a rat in a sewer and a fly on excrement. Although Dales, born of Saiyan lineage, valued his intellect over sheer strength, it was clear that no one had taught him how to engage in a verbal battle, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, Dales finally managed to compose himself, shifting his stance slightly to be ready to strike at any moment. It seems Lord Sarodis has a very poor impression of me. It looks like persuading him to join my army is impossible now. As the last word left his mouth, Dallas' figure flickered several times, creating a zigzagging trajectory as he launched an attack on Sarodis. Sarodis remained calm, his mind as undisturbed as the ocean, while his body moved with the speed of lightning. With a slight crouch, he exploded with a speed that was difficult to catch, and before Dales could complete his attack, his right hand accurately seized Dallas' outstretched wrist. Stepping forward, his left elbow crashed into Dallas' chest, fierce, as if he intended to eliminate Dales completely in this first encounter. TCH. Dales subtly let out a sound as he twisted his body to evade Sarodis' elbow strike. His unrestrained left hand formed a fist, smashing towards Sarodis like a heavy hammer. With the strike missing, Sarodis did not linger. He released the wrist he had grasped and performed a few somersaults to create distance. It really isn't going to be that easy. Sarodis relaxed his body, spreading his feet slightly and crouching with his left hand raised defensively before his face and his right hand positioned across his chest. He assumed a stance he had practiced countless times, instinctively preparing while his mind calculated. From Dallas' sudden attack, it seems he intends to decide the outcome with this blow. Is this a long-standing habit, or is there some other reason that necessitates a quick resolution? According to the data on the detector, his battle power is comparable to mine. If it turns into a protracted battle, I wonder if it will affect the spiritual tree. Both sides pondered while remaining still, vigilantly watching each other in silent confrontation. For Sarodis, patience in battle far outweighed contemplation. At this moment, there was nothing urgent to do. He wouldn't mind standing here facing Dales for a day and night. But Dales was clearly not as laid back as Sarodis. He cast a subtle glance at the direction of the spiritual tree and suddenly extended a finger. Not good. Sarodis, who had been fully focused on Dales, felt a jolt in his heart. A blinding white aura erupted around him, and he shot up into the air. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet beam penetrated the heart of the afterimage created by his rapid movement. This is a return gift. Without hesitation, Sarodis now airborne concentrated blue energy into a ki blast and hurled it at Dales. Dales instinctively tried to evade the ki blast, but then hesitated, opting to counter with a ki blast of his own to neutralize Sarodis' attack. Amidst the rising smoke, Dallas' eyes scanned the surroundings, vigilantly wary of Sarodis emerging from the haze. Beep, beep, beep. The detector emitted urgent sounds, locking onto a direction. It's here. Not good. Just as Dales was about to counterattack, he noticed another blue ki blast speeding towards him, and Sarodis' voice rang from above. This direction is right. As Sarodis descended rapidly and threw a punch, it was only a feint. After tricking Dales into revealing his instinctual reaction, he leveraged the momentum of the punch to support himself and kicked Dales in the abdomen. Taking advantage of his position, Sarodis rolled over his feet, landing back on the ground, unleashing a torrent of fists and kicks towards Dales. Dales, who had just been kicked by Sarodis, was too occupied to care about the pain in his abdomen, swinging his fists and legs to clash with Sarodis' attacks. In just a few breaths, their fists and kicks exchanged blows multiple times. Bang, 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 bang. The shockwaves from their strikes stirred up clouds of dust, yet they could not approach the two engaged in high-speed combat. Sarodis, having successfully feinted and evaded with his kick for speed, did not accumulate much power. Dales had already eased the pain, transitioning from pure defense to mutual assault. Sarodis' punch landed on Dallas' chest, while Dallas' kick struck Sarodis' waist. They exchanged blows, rising from the ground to the air and back down again. The more Sarodis fought, the more the burning battle intent within him surged, shifting from intercepting Dallas' punches and kicks to pure brawling. While Sarodis reveled in the fight, Dallas' facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. This beastly fighting style, if used by those weaklings from previously conquered planets, he could easily achieve a quick victory, but the battle power of the one before him wasn't significantly inferior to his own. While the spiritual tree's fruit could enhance battle power and relieve fatigue during the boost, it could not heal injuries. At this moment, although the fruit of the spiritual tree had already borne fruit, there was still no communication indicating that it had matured. If he were to get injured here without a healing pod-equipped spaceship, he wouldn't be able to recover, quickly delaying his plans to dominate the universe significantly. Now is not the time for fanciful thoughts, Dales. As Sarodis felt Dallas' hesitation and retreat atop his fist, his ardent desire for battle gradually dimmed. This experience of being halted ignited great fury within Sarodis. In the midst of their fist-in-fist collision, disregarding the pain in his hand, he reached out with the other hand to grasp Dallas' hair. Bang! Sarodis unexpectedly slammed his forehead against Dallas, emitting a violent sound. The difference in physical strength between them was not great. Blood seeped from Dallas' forehead, and Sarodis was no exception. Yet Sarodis appeared to feel no pain, slowly landing on the ground, extending his hand to wipe the blood trickling to the corner of his eye, placing it near his mouth and licking it. The faint taste of rust spread across his tongue, invigorating his spirit as he prepared to launch another attack. Dallas' entire face twitched again, but he managed to voice out, "Wait, perhaps we don't need to engage in combat after all." Oh. Sarodis did not continue his assault, raising an eyebrow, with interest signaling Dales to continue. Seeing that Sarodis had not resumed his frenzied attack, Dales breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "Aren't you curious why a lowly warrior like me has suddenly risen to this level? I can tell you that I possess a treasure that rapidly enhances battle power." Pausing for a moment, noticing that Sarodis' expression showed no change, but his body relaxed, Dales finally felt relieved. "You were sent by King Vegeta to eliminate me, the traitor, right? But why serve King Vegeta? We fight tooth and nail on the edge of life and death only to gain nothing in the end. Even after joining the Kurd's army, we must obey the commands of King Kurds and face ridicule from the members of the Kurd's army. Unlike you and those muscle-brained fools, with the treasure in my hand that rapidly enhances battle power, I can elevate my strength without being trapped on the brink of life and death. If I keep progressing like this, taking down King Kurds and dominating the entire universe won't be difficult at all. At that time, wouldn't it be a better life than now, enjoying the life of King Vegeta or even King Kurds? Just think about it. We could wander through the universe, not having to listen to anyone's orders or commands, killing whoever we want and occupying whatever planets we desire. Everything would be in our hands. What a joyous life that would be." By the end of his speech, Dallas' face revealed a fervent and intoxicated expression as he gazed directly into Sarodis' eyes, seducing him word by word. "Come join my army. I can share an equal status with you, and together we can reign over this universe." Sarodis turned his head slightly, his hands trembling as if he were somewhat tempted. Seeing Sarodis' posture, a smirk of triumph crept onto Dallas' lips. Just as he was about to add more fuel to the fire, he heard Sarodis' voice. "Indeed, King Vegeta is not an excellent leader. He cannot tolerate any subordinate surpassing his strength, fearing King Kurd's formidable power and choosing to submit instead of fighting to the death, while secretly plotting to ambush King Kurds. This not only reflects a lack of clear recognition, but also discards the pride of a Saiyan. As for me, I have no interest in risking my life for King Vegeta to solidify his position and satisfy his desire for control, nor do I wish to work under King Kurds." Dales listened to these words, and his smile grew increasingly pronounced. However, Sarodis suddenly turned around, fixing a disdainful gaze on Dales. "But what kind of lowly scum are you to talk about cooperation and ask me to join your army? A person who only dares to rely on external forces to enhance their strength, who deludes themselves into thinking they possess the wisdom to manipulate others, yet doesn't realize that is merely a trivial cleverness unworthy of mention. You aren't even worthy of the Saiyan blood flowing in your veins or the history of conquering other planets. Don't think that I have no interest in trampling the weak and causing destruction. Even if I am a villain with bad intentions at heart, I would not choose to work with trash like you. Your spiritual tree's fruit is likely nearing maturity, but what do you intend to do with the power you have accumulated? Do you think I can't sense such little tricks?" Dallas' expression changed drastically as he looked at the data displayed on the detector, but he quickly composed himself. "Although I don't know how you found out that the treasure in my possession to enhance battle power is called the spiritual tree's fruit, you are mistaken about one thing: the spiritual tree's fruit has matured. It is my victory." With Dallas' loud shout, a ring of ki imbued with electrical arcs fell from above Sarodis' head, binding him tightly. "Ha ha, taste my deadly key ring. No matter what, you won't be able to break free from this. If I detonate it now, your life, noble Lord Sarodis, will be over. But I won't do that just yet. My subordinates are bringing the spiritual tree's fruit right now. Once I consume the fruit and enhance my battle power again, I will slowly torture you. A rat in a sewer, a fly on excrement, lowly scum, trash unworthy of mention. Tisk truly different from those muscle-headed fools, yet equally foolish. The blazing white aura surrounding Sarodis surged, yet he was still unable to break free from the binding of the deadly key ring, prompting Dales to burst into laughter. Useless noble Lord Sarodis. Our battle power isn't so different. It's impossible for you to break free from the deadly key ring's restraint. Just stand there obediently and count down to your death in your mind. Ha ha ha. His boisterous laughter gradually ceased as a small figure landed in front of Dales. Lord Dales, the spiritual tree's fruit has matured. This time the quality of the fruit is extremely high, and I believe it will significantly enhance your strength. Receiving the spiritual tree's fruit handed to him by the small figure, Dales did not hesitate. Like eating an ordinary fruit, he swallowed the spiritual tree's fruit in just a few bites. As the spiritual tree's fruit was swallowed, Dallas' muscles began to swell dramatically, and the uncontrollable aura erupting forth indicated the enormous increase in his battle power. After enjoying the sensation of power for a while, his muscles gradually returned to normal, and the surging aura slowly receded. So are you shocked by my battle power? Oh right, I almost forgot that the noble Lord Sarodis doesn't possess the portable battle power detector, the latest equipment of the Kurd's army, and cannot ascertain my current battle power level. Then I can only ask the noble Lord Sarodis to feel it with his body. Sarodis' aura, which had been blazing fiercely, now seemed to have given up struggling, its flames dying down, and his lowered head appeared to Dales as a symbol of despair. This made Dales feel that his intelligence was truly outstanding, easily turning the situation from a slight disadvantage into overwhelming dominance. How disappointing. I thought that with that face, even as lowly scum, you would at least have some spirit in you. But you have truly let me down. When did you start to believe that we were evenly matched? As Sarodis' words fell, the deadly key ring that had bound him vanished like snow under a blazing sun. 9,000. The battle power displayed on the detector left Dales involuntarily shocked. Really? A battle power of 2,000. This month's interstellar journey has indeed increased my strength quite a bit. So have you come to a realization? There was no time to react. Indeed, there was no time to react. Even after the significant increase in his battle power from consuming the spiritual tree's fruit, Dales was unable to respond to Sarodis' full-speed assault, and he took a heavy punch heat. Like discarding trash, Sarodis grabbed Dales by the collar and hurled him into the air. With one hand aimed at the airborne Dales, Sarodis' eyes were filled with disappointment. What a boring battle. Die. A suddenly erupting blue key wave engulfed Dales, who was still attempting to resist, but lacked the time to charge up, turning him into a burst of blossoming fireworks. Letting go, Sarodis sighed softly. Lowly scum is just lowly scum. Even turned into fireworks, they remain filthy fireworks. Disappointment, a disappointment, is the desert of MIT star. Standing before the spiritual tree, Sarodis let out a long sigh. The three men under Dales had also been casually dealt with by him, just as filthy as Dales. The minions, witnessing the gruesome deaths of their fierce and valiant leaders, appeared quite flustered. However, Sarodis clearly had no interest in these insignificant figures, simply instructing them to leave in their spaceship. These minions were quite amusing, as Sarodis used the word roll, so when they piloted their spaceship away, they performed several rolling maneuvers in the air. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts, Sarodis surveyed the massive tree before him. Indeed, just as troublesome as in the theatrical version, even if I exert all my strength, I cannot destroy it. Although Sarodis was not one to save the world out of altruism, it was hard for him to directly ignore the catastrophe facing this planet. He was also not some twisted, dark individual. Let's try again. Resolute, Sarodis clasped his hands together, aimed at the spiritual tree. Trillion flash. The interplay of gold and blue light shone brightly, charging towards the spiritual tree. The thick smoke dissipated, yet it remained ineffective. He didn't feel particularly disappointed. Although Sarodis initially did not use a technique beyond the conventional energy wave like Trillion Flash, he still put forth his utmost effort. However, the energy wave produced with all his might also failed to inflict any damage, and the ineffectiveness of Trillion Flash was expected. That guy over there. A voice from the horizon carried an air of arrogance. Sarodis fixed his gaze. It was a young man in a bright yellow martial arts uniform, his face brimming with youthful exuberance. That tale, you are a scion. Although I don't know the details, yet it seems this planet has become a victim of yours. Take this. TCH. Sarodis twitched his mouth. Instead of retreating, he dashed forward, dodging the energy wave launched by the youth. The young man grinned loudly, exclaiming, "Well done," before diving down and colliding with Sarodis. Bang. Sarodis sensed that the other's strength far surpassed Dales. His eyes gleamed, and a fierce battle intent surged along with the energy. He initially wanted to explain something, but the words lingered at the tip of his tongue and were swallowed back. No matter if there's a misunderstanding, let's fight first. After several exchanges, Sarodis found himself at a disadvantage facing an opponent whose speed, strength, and skill were not inferior to his own, and who seemed more familiar with the combat methods of the Dragon Ball world. Yet Sarodis showed no fear or retreat, only the thrill of the hunt. Delightful come again. After grappling each other, both retreated slightly. Sarodis readied himself and called out to the youth. The young man waved his hand, but showed no intention of continuing the fight. No more fighting. Sarodis felt somewhat puzzled. I can't sense any evil from your energy. I suppose I misunderstood at first. Destroying a planet's ecological environment is not something a person with such pure energy would do. Nodding, Sarodis had no doubts. In the original work, there were multiple descriptions of judging a person's goodness or evilness through the perception of their energy. It was expected that the other party would claim their energy was free of evil. After all, in a certain sense, he and the original Sun Wukong were alike. Although their worldviews might differ, it was the environments they were in before crossing over that shaped their differences, both pursuing the same pure path of becoming stronger. Let me introduce myself. I am Biff, the king of this MIT star. Sarodis nodded in response. Sarodis, just an ordinary scion. Although I am a king, the founding ancestor of our nation believed we are merely leaders guiding this planet toward a better future. While we should enjoy better treatment, we should not indulge in extravagance, hence the construction is quite ordinary. Following the teachings of our ancestors, there have been no significant changes in my generation aside from renovations and necessary expansions. Seeing Sarodis' confusion, Biff offered this explanation. Sarodis nodded in understanding, refraining from making any comments. The guards at the entrance naturally recognized King Biff, saluting before opening the grand doors to allow passage. Following Biff's lead, the two traversed a small courtyard and arrived at a dining hall that could accommodate dozens of people. I had already informed my wife about your arrival. The meal will take some time to prepare, so let's rest here for a bit. Upholding the principle of hospitality, Sarodis readily took a seat. It didn't take long for the food to arrive, coming in like a stream. Sarodis moved his nose and his stomach growled, showing no courtesy as he began to eat. As Sarodis moved his chopsticks, Biff truly understood just how large the appetite of a scion was. Though he was an emperor, he maintained a rigorous training regimen daily, and his appetite was several times that of an ordinary person. Yet the food prepared for his tenfold consumption was devoured by Sarodis in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, although Sarodis didn't express it, Biff could see at a glance that Sarodis still wasn't full. Patting his forehead, he instructed his wife, who had come to meet the guest, to get more food from the kitchen. After this process repeated twice, Sarodis finally patted his belly side in satisfaction and stood up. Thank you for the hospitality. Ahaha, indeed the appetite of scions is something else. Looking at the stack of bowls and plates, Sarodis felt a rare sense of embarrassment. The journey from Vegeta Star was sustained solely by nutrient fluids. It's a rare treat to indulge in a proper meal, and your chefs are truly impressive, making it more filling than usual. Biff's eyes twitched slightly, inwardly cursing. More filling? Just a bit, huh? All right, dear, isn't it a good thing that our esteemed guest enjoys our hospitality? A woman of noble demeanor approached Biff, playfully patting his shoulder, her tone carrying a hint of charm, before gracefully performing an etiquette reminiscent of ancient times towards Sarodis. You must be Mr. Sarodis. Biff has already explained the situation to me. Thank you, Mr. Sarodis, for helping us solve a major problem on MIT Star. I am Biff's wife, Bayer. Sarodis had never been one to care much for formalities, and Bayer's graceful manners left him feeling somewhat at a loss, causing him to chuckle lightly. A scion hailing from a warrior background like Mr. Sarodis probably doesn't appreciate complex formalities, so I apologize for being presumptuous. Please feel free to be yourself. With that, Sarodis sighed in relief and casually extended his hand in greeting. Bayer bowed once more before turning back to Biff. Well then, my dear, I will go handle some miscellaneous tasks while you catch up. After Bayer left, Sarodis spoke up. You are quite lucky to have married such a virtuous wife. Upon saying this, Sarodis felt somewhat perplexed. They had only just met and hadn't even spent half a day together. How did it feel? As though they were conversing like old friends. Biff, however, was unfazed, responding naturally. Ha, I feel the same way. Marrying Bayer is one of the greatest fortunes of my life. By the way, there's something else. Feel free to ask. I don't know why, but I feel like we get along quite well. Oh, I have that feeling too. Although we just met, I can't help but treat you like an old friend. Here on MIT Star, aside from my master, no one else is my match, yet our strengths are quite comparable. Even if we hadn't held back during our fight, the outcome would have been uncertain. Are all scions at this level? Sarodis had no intention of hiding this point, and answered Biff honestly. Currently, within the entire scion race, there should only be one person whose combat power is comparable to mine, but the future is uncertain. Clearly Sarodis was thinking of Sun Wukong Vegeta and Broly. Even as a transmigrator, Sarodis lacked the confidence that he would necessarily surpass their future achievements. I used to think all Saiyans were top-tier warriors like you. Sarodis shook his head. However, every member of our race can transform into a great ape with 10 times their normal combat power during a full moon. Even without a full moon, we can create an artificial moon by hand to transform. Although the great ape is too massive and lacks agility, Biff gasped, contributing a little to global warming on MIT, star, marveling no wonder Saiyans are called a warrior race. What warrior race? Nowadays that's just a joke. Even if the entire clan attacked together, they wouldn't even be able to scratch King Cold. But aren't you Saiyans working for King Cold conquering planets, and such? Sarodis glanced at Biff. Although those idiots haven't considered it, at least I know King Cold's family holds great malice toward us Saiyans. If it weren't for the current lack of troops in King Cold's army, our clan. Biff struggled to continue, shifting the topic. Speaking of your age, you Saiyans remain youthful. While I can tell you're not middle-aged, I can't gauge your exact age. My age? I guess it's around 12. Biff once again contributed to global warming on MIT star. You can't be joking, right? 12 years old. I'm 20 this year. Sarodis dismissed it. What does that matter? There are many powerful beings in the universe we've never encountered. Biff shook his head in disbelief and, seemingly recalling something, looked at Sarodis with a smile. I wonder if you're interested in meeting my master. He is a great master known as the Drunken Immortal who founded the Drunken Immortal style on this planet. My master said that if I defeat him, he will teach me his ultimate technique, and there are no restrictions on finding helpers. If I beat my master, I can share this technique with you as well. You little rascal, if you team up with this Saiyan brat to take me on, this old body of mine won't be able to withstand the strain. Accompanying the aged voice into the dining hall was a short, even diminutive old man, holding a wine jug and appearing quite tipsy. At first glance, he seemed like an ordinary drunkard, but Sarodis could sense the extraordinary nature of this old man. Although he could clearly see the old man and smell the strong aroma of alcohol emanating from him, his vague perception suggested that this person was almost non-existent. Master, what brings you here? Biff raised in surprise, stepping forward to offer support only to have his hand slapped away, met with a fierce glare. I'm not dying, I don't need anyone to help me walk. Haha, isn't this just a sign of filial piety? Sarodis soon realized that this old man must be the wine immortal that Biff had mentioned. The wine immortal didn't look for a chair. Instead, he casually leaned against the wall and sat on the ground, squinting his eyes as he examined Sarodis up and down, nodding in approval. The aura is indeed very pure, devoid of any evil. You managed to hold your own against that little rascal Biff. Saiyan boy, would you like to learn from me for a while? Confusion, shock, and disbelief. 3 emotions surfaced on Biff's face. He knew how strict his master was when it came to accepting disciples. He was the last disciple taken in, and he could count his senior brothers on one hand. The wine immortal took a sip of wine and cleared up the confusion for his disciple. Don't be curious, this kid just happened to be lucky. Lucky? Sarodis blurted out, pondering why this old man he met for the first time would want to teach him something. Bayer told me everything. After that, I went to the place where the spiritual tree is planted to see if I could find a solution. Biff suddenly became excited. Does Master have a way to resolve the spiritual tree's troubles? The wine immortal nodded and revealed his plan. This relates to my ultimate secret technique. The spiritual tree absorbs the essence of the planet as its nourishment, causing desertification. I thought that if we could extract all the essence absorbed by the spiritual tree and return it to the planet, we could resolve the issue. The old man sighed. Although I've always believed this technique harms the balance of nature and shouldn't be overused, it is indeed the best solution at this moment. With this technique, I can forcibly absorb the essence of plants to replenish my own energy or strengthen myself. Sarodis' eyes widened. In the original work, only the spirit bomb created by the King of the Worlds could absorb essence and turn it into an attack. Who would have thought that this character, who never appeared in the original work, would also create such a technique? Sarodis felt a deep admiration welling up inside him. Then Master, why? Relying on just me, I can't compete with the spiritual tree's speed of essence absorption. Even with you, this little rascal, we can at most hold our ground. Therefore, we need a third person. Your other senior brothers are far too weak. Even if they all banded together, it would be like a drop in the bucket. However, this Saiyan kid has sufficient strength and lacks any evil aura. The only problem is that he doesn't know how to use chi and will need to learn from me for a while to master this technique. I have no reason to refuse. Sarodis replied. Even if he could only learn the control of chi and the technique to absorb essence, it would greatly enhance his own strength. Why refuse? However, I can only stay for 2 months at most. That's enough. You Saiyans are naturally gifted. The wine immortal glanced at Sarodis, revealing a wide grin of white teeth. Moreover, even if you could stay longer, this planet cannot wait that long. Sarodis understood. That's true. Thus, Sarodis temporarily settled in the palace of Planet MIT, beginning his training. The Scion's body is indeed powerful. After a sparring match with Sarodis to better train him, the drunken immortal sighed in admiration. Sarodis lay in the grass, his whole body sore, smiling in response. On the planet Vegeta, where we Scions reside, the gravity is over 10 times that of normal planets. Growing up under such high gravity, our physical strength is indeed greater than that of people from other planets. I see. The drunken immortal flipped over and stood up, shaking the wine gourd in his hand as he moved his feet. Today, rest well and let your body completely relax. Remember, both body and mind need to rest well. Young Scion, I will go fetch some wine and see you tomorrow. Completely relaxing was not something Sarodis could easily achieve. He did not respond, instead staring blankly through the bright moonlight at the past and future. The past was the time before his transmigration. At that time, he embarked on a journey to a foreign land with a dream that had been ridiculed in his youth. In a land that did not belong to him, he slowly achieved his own success, leading a life that many struggling for survival would consider extravagant. But one day, he gave up that life, awakening the beast that had long been suppressed within him with filthy blood. As a martial artist, he could disregard everything except martial arts. As a person with a comfortable life, he could even participate among those willing to accept him. Yet he was a man with a conscience and perseverance. Perhaps he could cold-bloodedly ignore the beggars on the roadside. Perhaps he could disdainfully reject donation boxes. But he could not accept that a girl who would playfully greet him every morning on her way to school, who would share her joys and sorrows from school with him after class, who would drag him out to shop on holidays, calling him the best uncle, would suffer an undeserved fate and come to understand her life through a pair of scissors. Thus, in the eyes of those abusers, a madman akin to a ghost or demon was born. He proved to people that even if a gun is fast and accurate within 7 steps, he did not need to be faster than the gun. He only needed to be faster than the hand that draws it to take the lives they presumed were safe. He traversed every city using that dirty and filthy blood and those terrified, panicked heads to honor the departed girl. In the end, he calmly, yet with a hint of regret, ended his own life. Was he worthy of that playful and lovely, beautiful girl? He did not know, nor did he need to know. He only felt that he had fulfilled the saying his master once told him: martial artists should not have muddled thoughts, and he had achieved that which was enough to face the end of his life with composure. But ultimately, he had not seen his limits. Over 20 years of effort turned into clouds at the horizon, never to be seen again. How could he not feel regret amid that calmness? In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the Dragon Ball world, sent by a strange woman in a way he could not comprehend, becoming a Scion and awakening his childhood fantasies. But the real Dragon Ball world would not be as he imagined, where no matter how powerful the enemy, they could not match him. The crisis of destruction loomed overhead, threatening the lives of the Scion race. King Vegeta's jealousy of talent forced him to refrain from fully training. He could disregard the lives of those foolish kin who had lost their Scion pride and selfishly flee from Planet Vegeta to the remote Earth to learn martial arts, gaining enough time to confront future crises. But he had attachments on this planet. The love given to him by Bardock and Gine was something he had never experienced in his lives without parents. He could not abandon this couple who treated him sincerely. Looking back at 30 years across 2 lives, he was still that proud boy pursuing martial arts, seeking clarity in thought. His thoughts were interrupted by the falling raindrops gradually drifting from his mind. Looking at the dense dark clouds, Sarodis smiled in relief. The past had already become the past. The present had turned into reality. As for the future, it needed to be grasped with his own hands. No confusion, no hesitation. Sarodis revealed a long-hidden wild smile of his youth, turning away from the withered, lifeless grass and walking into the room arranged by Biff, falling into a deep sleep. The drunken immortal on the rooftop smiled as he poured the wine from the filled gourd into his mouth, laughing heartily. This Scion kid is quite interesting. The drunken immortal's training was both arduous and full of fun for Sarodis. The fun came from the drunken immortal's training, allowing Sarodis to quickly progress while compensating for the lack of foundational knowledge from years of solitary exploration. The hardship was due to Biff's lament that Sarodis' training was exponentially more difficult than when Biff trained. Sarodis' training was divided into 3 parts. The first was training concerning Chi. Sarodis' grasp of Chi was rough, unable to unleash his full power during battles, leading to severe waste of strength, and he could only rely on his eyes and intuition to catch the enemy's movements. Fortunately, Sarodis had found the threshold. What followed was merely detailed usage and understanding of Chi. The second was about physical training. Sarodis' physique was indeed stronger than that of ordinary people, even his internal organs, which are usually the hardest to train. However, the drunken immortal's training emphasized both Chi and physical training. While the level of Chi was the main factor determining victory, the influence of the body should not be underestimated. Sarodis fully agreed with this point. The physical training methods of the drunken immortal felt somewhat familiar, converting a portion of chi into lightning to stimulate every cell of his body, while another part of chi transformed into gentle healing energy. This strengthened his physique through repeated destruction and rebirth. The third was the study of combat methods. In this regard, Sarodis' skills in close combat made even the drunken immortal admire him. Generally speaking, regardless of how strong a person is, the body parts that can be used in battle are limited. Besides fists and feet, most of the time only elbows and knees are used, at most adding the shoulders. But Sarodis was different. He could utilize even areas like the hips, abdomen, and back in combat. Because of this, Sarodis' training in this area was the simplest and easiest. He just needed to alternate fighting with the drunken immortal and Biff. Of course, under Payer's strong protests to prevent damage to the palace, such battles were forbidden from using chi. The drunken immortal's training, like in the original, required relaxation after completion, fully transferring the spirit away from training. Many of the questions Sarodis raised during training often made the drunken immortal look at Biff with disappointment. What on earth did you give my master to drink that changed his view of me from admiration to this? After being hit on the head with the wine gourd several times, Biff poked Sarodis when the drunken immortal was not around and posed this question. Sarodis just smiled and did not answer. How could he explain this? Although Sarodis was inherently a reckless person who did not like to think, he was fully engaged in his martial arts training. Over this month, every time the drunken immortal imparted new knowledge, Sarodis did not merely mimic it, but also contemplated why it was done this way, what the purpose was after doing so, whether there were better methods to achieve this goal, and what effects could be obtained thereafter. And then he would pose questions or new ideas to the drunken immortal. Some of these aspects even inspired new thoughts and improvements in the drunken immortal, who had immersed himself in martial arts for hundreds of years. Saiyan kid, I originally wanted to fully take you under my wing and have you inherit the drunken immortal style with Biff, but now it seems you might one day create your own school. In response to the drunken immortal's sentiments, Sarodis merely shook his head. He was confident in himself, but not blindly arrogant. All of this knowledge and thinking brought by his transmigration came from the ancient mysterious Eastern nation, taught to him by the sages from various fields since ancient times. Thus the time for training quickly passed. After completing the foundational training, Sarodis naturally began studying the drunken immortal's ultimate technique together with Biff. To their surprise, the drunken immortal had not named this technique, and it was exceptionally simple. After fully meeting the training standards, it took them less than half a day to learn this technique. You too must be curious why this technique is so simple, yet I only taught Biff when it became necessary to use it. The drunken immortal sighed deeply in the face of their curious expressions, revealing a nostalgic, yet lonely look in his eyes. When I was young, I once fought against a strong enemy using this technique. Back then, my strength was vastly different from now, but I could destroy a planet, and I always felt that I was not a nobody in the universe. But that time, despite my ability to fight back, I was still not a match for that enemy, and in desperation, I had to use this technique. After taking a sip of wine, the drunken immortal continued his story. Worried about borrowing too much vitality from the plants, I almost exerted all my strength while using this technique. The enemy was defeated and this planet was spared from destruction, but afterwards, Biff, your great-grandfather, told me that half the plants on this planet died from my absorption of their vitality, causing the entire planet's life to dim significantly, especially the crops, which that year yielded almost nothing. Since then, I sealed this technique and no longer used or developed it. Does not developing it mean that this technique is still incomplete? This was Sarodis' question. The drunken immortal nodded. You are correct, young Saiyan. In my original concept, this technique should be able to absorb not only the vitality of plants, but also that of animals. However, at that time, my full exertion could only cause many plants to die. If developed to the extent of absorbing animal vitality, that would be extremely terrifying. Remember, this technique should only be used in the most critical moments, otherwise it must not be used lightly. The drunken immortal's expression was very serious as he said this. Master, old man, I understand. The two stood up solemnly, promising the drunken immortal. All right, let's set off to resolve the issue with the Tree of Might. Nodding in satisfaction, the drunken immortal led the way into the sky, and Sarodis and Biff exchanged glances and followed. Unlike Sarodis' calmness, Biff's heart was excited. For Sarodis, the survival of this planet was not very important in his eyes. Even if the planet withered, it was merely moving to another planet to live. But he could understand Biff's excitement. As the saying goes, it's hard to leave one's homeland. Even moving from one city to another can evoke feelings of sadness, let alone moving from one planet to another. If possible, I believe everyone would not give up their home planet. After all, that is their home. Home. Thinking of this, Sarodis smiled. Although Planet Vegeta was not his true home, and even the Saiyan ancestors did not live on this planet for Bardock, and Gine, that planet, whether seized or not, was undoubtedly their homeland. He did not linger on his chaotic thoughts for long before the Tree of Might appeared before him. Compared to a month ago, there were a few more fruits on the Tree of Might, looking as if it had absorbed quite a bit of the planet's vitality. All we need to do is absorb the vitality from the Tree of Might, without converting it into our own chi, allowing the vitality to scatter and return to the planet. Do you understand? Yes. The three placed their hands on the trunk of the Tree of Might, firmly locking the chi onto it. Visibly, after the three initiated this technique, a surging vitality poured out, overwhelming even Sarodis, who had the strongest physique, with pressure from the excessive vitality filling his body. Fortunately, this time the pressure was shared among the three, and it was not meant to enhance themselves. With their full focus, the fruits on the Tree of Might withered and vanished at a visible speed. Remarkably, the absorbed vitality, after scattering in the planet's air, fell into the ground, and see the barren lands gradually receding, and the previously dead plants began to regain their greenery. The weak animals also regained their vitality. Wild beasts ran everywhere, birds soared into the sky, and huge fish leaped out of the sea. Life was restored. As the Tree of Might restored the planet's vitality, it gradually shrank from a gigantic tree visible even from space to a small seedling, which Sarodis easily pulled from the ground. Looking at this strange yet cruel plant, recalling the Kai and Supreme Kai in the original, he could not help but frown. In the original, the Kai and Supreme Kai, while having some trivial flaws, were definitely not the kind of gods who harmed the lives in the universe to enhance their own strength. Rather than being a fruit permitted for gods to Sarodis, it seemed more like something from a demonic race. Humph. With a mocking tone, Sarodis extended his hand towards the already withered seedling, transforming his chi into flames to incinerate the dead seedling. That ends it. Everything regarding Dales has come to an end, and the planet Miter is slowly regaining its vitality. Well then, Bifu, old man, I shall take my leave. After a feast where he indulged his appetite, Sarodis deeply bowed to the wine immortal, also bidding farewell to his relatively new yet harmonious friend. Thank you for your care during this time, especially for teaching me so much, old man. I am immensely grateful. The wine immortal merely burped and chuckled. Don't be so serious, Saiyan lad. I've learned quite a bit from you as well. Let's consider ourselves both teacher and friend. However, if you're hoping for Bifu to call you Shirshu, that might be a bit unrealistic. Bifu did not dare to respond to the master's words, only managing an awkward smile, while secretly making a face in a corner where the wine immortal could not see. But Saiyan lad, I still have some words of caution for you. I hope you can remember them. The wine immortal's smile faded, and the harmony he shared with nature vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor filled with killing intent. Let's not even discuss the immense potential within you that I cannot fathom. Even now, I doubt I could defeat you. This is excellent, and I take pride in guiding you. However, you must remember, you must never slaughter innocent lives like your Saiyan kin. At this point, the wine immortal was no longer casual, speaking only a few words while consuming several cups of wine. He stared intently at Sarodis. You are still young, and youth brings limitless possibilities, but these possibilities are not always positive. Although you have a conscience and a moral compass, now none of us can predict the future. If I find out that you abandon your principles and descend into slaughter, reveling in the pleasure of torment, then I will kill you, even at the cost of my life. Just as you said, when in dire straits one should keep to oneself. I cannot contend against the entire Saiyan race, nor will I take on the task of maintaining universal peace. However, I am obliged to clean up my own doorstep. Sarodis stood upright, his expression serious, as he bowed deeply, speaking with a firm voice. Old man, I will remember this. The threat in the wine immortal's words was palpable, yet Sarodis was not someone who could not distinguish right from wrong. This threat was simply a reminder for him to always uphold his principles and not forget his conscience. He would never be like some protagonists in novels who think that threats against them lead to their own demise. Seeing Sarodis take his promise so seriously, the wine immortal finally returned to his usual self, lazily reclining in the chair of the royal palace dining hall, gulping down a large mouthful of wine. Sarodis took a deep breath, waved goodbye to Bifu, and turned to leave the palace. After Sarodis departed, Bifu could not help but pose a question to the wine immortal. Master, you must have sensed it. Sarodis is a person with a strong will. What? The wine immortal did not answer, leaving Bifu standing quietly by. After a long pause, the wine immortal finally spoke. Who can truly know what the future holds? That lad may have a steadfast will, but the future is always beyond the grasp of human hands. Bifu did not know how to respond, only letting out a long sigh. Meanwhile, the wine immortal suddenly burst into laughter, rising to pat Bifu on the shoulder. Don't frown so much, there's no use worrying. That lad's path is his own to walk. Well then, since everything has concluded, I must return. Without that lad, this palace becomes rather dull. Master, let me see you off. Before Bifu could finish his sentence, the wine immortal staggered off, disappearing from his sight. Returning to Sarodis, he placed one hand on the spaceship's hatch, but hesitated to open it. Though reluctant to leave, this was not the reason for Sarodis to furrow his brows and close his eyes without moving. A mechanical female voice soon echoed. The Strongest Saiyan System has locked onto the optimal host. Please bind as soon as possible. The system. Sarodis had read plenty of novels in his past life and had certainly heard of the so-called golden finger systems common to traversers. Every protagonist with a system could rapidly grow with its assistance, acquiring various abilities and powers, reaching the pinnacle. While enjoying the novels, one could afford to ignore where the system came from or why it aided the protagonist. However, when such a thing was thrust upon oneself, how could one calmly accept it? Please bind as soon as possible, or the system will be unable to assist the host. The system's voice rang out again, but Sarodis remained unresponsive. He was searching for traces of this so-called system. Ugh! A blazing white flame surged up as Sarodis opened his mouth, expelling a sphere of purple-black light. No, it was not a simple expulsion, as Sarodis was constraining it with his chi, forcing it out of his mouth. The sphere was tightly bound by Sarodis' chi, yet it still attempted to break free and lunge at him. Sarodis swallowed, easing his queasy feeling, while a cold sneer formed on his lips. Had it been before following the wine immortal for cultivation, Sarodis might have struggled to determine if this light sphere posed any threat. However, now that he could skillfully sense chi, he easily detected its ominous and malevolent aura. During his leisurely cultivation, he had learned much about the universe from the wine immortal and deduced that this was the aura of the demon realm. Without hesitation, Sarodis concentrated a blue energy wave in his hand and fired it, completely engulfing the light sphere. Humph! Even if it's not something from the demon realm. He shook his hand and chose not to pay attention to the glowing sphere anymore. He opened the hatch and activated the spaceship to leave. Sarodis did not finish what he wanted to say, but the meaning was clear. Even if it was not a demon realm artifact, he would not accept help from a system of unknown origin. What reason is there to help someone ascend to the peak of the world? Sarodis was no fool. In the demon realm, before a twisted wormhole. Tawa frowned, her beautiful brow knitting together. Such a thing has actually been rejected. It seems those memories from the time-space patroller may not be entirely accurate, but it doesn't matter as long as I have Mira. A mere scion cannot stir up any waves. As long as he can survive, that will be enough. Tawa relaxed her tightly knit brow. That was before capturing Sarodis' soul. Tawa once encountered a time-space patroller on a mission during an experiment. After killing that patroller, Tawa accessed their memories and discovered many amusing things. The time-space patrollers from the City of Time had encountered numerous otherworldly traversers across countless parallel timelines, and most of these traversers carried this so-called system. Although the power these systems could provide was not particularly strong, they almost invariably made these traversers appear immensely inflated. Under the reckless actions of these traversers, many timelines were thrown into chaos, and countless time-space patrollers despised these traversers. After settling, Sarodis, Tawa suddenly recalled this matter and created a so-called system in her laboratory. This system contains the corrosive energy bestowed by Tawa. Once Sarodis uses the system, that corrosive energy will continuously erode his mind, turning him into a being of the demon realm, completely obeying Tawa's commands. According to what Tawa learned from the memories of the Time Patrol officer, most traversers cannot resist the temptation brought by the system. She believed Sarodis would not be able to either. However, to her surprise, Sarodis' rationality led him to reject the system and even detect the aura of the demon realm, destroying the system she had created. But for Tawa, this was merely a trivial matter. All she needed was for Sarodis to remain alive, for her to exert influence over him. As for whether Sarodis would oppose her, does that matter? She has the strongest Mira. A mere scion is nothing. Has she not obtained a handful of scions for experiments from countless parallel timelines? Above Planet Vegeta, Sarodis took a deep breath, lowering his power level to slightly above what he had displayed when leaving Planet Vegeta, and then descended. After casually handing over the spaceship to a staff member, Sarodis proceeded directly to the palace to report to King Vegeta that Dales had been killed by him. Of course, he concealed the experiences on Planet Miter and the Spirit Tree. If he told King Vegeta about these matters, it was hard to say how he would react, and Sarodis, not wanting to seek trouble, had no interest in probing. You did well. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. King Cold has officially handed his throne to his son King Frieza. From now on, we will act according to King Frieza's orders. King Vegeta's voice revealed no trace of anger or joy. When King Frieza came to announce this matter, he brought along the latest scouter. Though there aren't many, one has been reserved for you. The new scouter is convenient to carry. I take it with you, and you won't have to rely on your eyes to capture enemy movements during battles. After receiving the battle power scouter tossed to him by King Vegeta, Sarodis slightly bowed in gratitude. Alright, go now. Rest well, traveling through the universe is quite exhausting. After bowing once more to King Vegeta, Sarodis left the palace and returned home. Sarodis, you're back. Hurry, come here. Upon seeing Sarodis, Gine shouted excitedly. Hearing Gine's voice, Sarodis, who had maintained a tense expression since returning to Planet Vegeta, relaxed and hurried toward her. What's the matter, Sister Gine? Gine pulled Sarodis toward their home, pointing at the nursery pod containing a child with long hair resembling a Super Saiyan state, and smiled as she explained. Look, this is your newly born nephew, right? Bardock named him Raditz. A few days ago, he underwent a power level test, and this child already has over 100 points upon birth, being recognized as an elite warrior. Sarodis smiled slightly. Raditz, does Bardock plan to train him himself? Gine's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. Bardock seems quite satisfied with the child, but it looks like he has no intention of training him in combat. Sarodis nodded, looking at Raditz. Then let me train him. I believe I can teach this little one well. Gine was taken aback for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. That's great. It's settled then. Once Raditz comes out of the nursery pod, I'll leave him in your care. Sarodis nodded. During this mission, I've learned a lot of new things, so it will definitely be no problem for this little one to train with me. Sarodis was willing to set aside time for training Raditz, having his own plans. Guiding a child in cultivation would not hinder his own progress. Moreover, teaching others was akin to sorting through all he had learned, which would also greatly assist his cultivation. At the same time, Sarodis did not wish to witness a potential future of Raditz and son Wukong engaging in mutual slaughter. By taking on the role of his teacher and nurturing him from a young age, perhaps he could prevent such a tragedy. After arranging Raditz's future, Sarodis began discussing with Gine about some events that had occurred during his mission. Speaking of what happened on Planet Vegeta during this time, there's nothing particularly special. Well, it was just that King Cold came with his son Frieza to announce Frieza's succession. As soon as Frieza was mentioned, Gine's expression soured. Frieza is even more detestable than King Cold. He came and killed several of our compatriots. After they left, King Vegeta was furious, destroying a large part of the palace to vent his anger. Bardock returned and felt particularly gloomy upon hearing this, his expression dark for several days. Sarodis frowned, recalling a moment from the Broly movie. I don't know why, but Bardock always feels that King Cold and his son seem to harbor a strong hatred for us Saiyans. Before this mission, he even said Frieza might want to kill all Saiyans. Why? If I had to guess, it's probably because they are worried about the legendary Super Saiyan's birth. After being gently caressed by the flowing waters of time, Sarodis had fully matured into an adult form. Accompanying him was Raditz, who had trained alongside him for a long time. Under the dual training of Sarodis' fist and a harsh environment, Raditz was completely different from the slacker in the original story, who had wasted his potential and was cowardly. Though he still had the form of a child, he already bore some resemblance to a true member of the Sun family. The two, having finished their training, returned home to enjoy a lavish barbecue feast prepared by Gine. Uncle. Sarodis looked at Raditz, whose mouth was stuffed with barbecue, yet wanted to speak, and felt a headache coming on. Swallow what's in your mouth before you speak. Seeing his little uncle's twitching mouth and raised fist, Raditz shrank his head, chewed a few times, and after swallowing hard, finally spoke again. Uncle, why did you agree to let me team up with the prince? I still want to continue training with you. Before returning home, the two were summoned by King Vegeta, who, after testing their combat power, proposed that once his son gained the ability to conquer planets, Raditz could join him in a team. I have already laid the foundation for you. How far you can elevate your strength depends entirely on how hard you work. And besides, I have my own plans. Raditz's face fell. But uncle, didn't you oppose the current survival mode of the Saiyans? If I carry out missions with the prince, won't we have to attack those weak planets? Combat is the way of the Saiyans' survival. I only oppose the act of slaughtering the weak. As long as you choose powerful planets like your father does each time, I won't object. Oh, Raditz seemed somewhat disappointed. He still preferred the joy of training and becoming stronger alongside his uncle. Sarodis waved his hand, putting down the bone in his hand. All right, I need to prepare now. King Vegeta's summons also came with new tasks. The Frieza force has discovered planet Yardrat. Although the inhabitants of that planet are weak, they possess many marvelous techniques. Frieza is very interested in these marvelous techniques, but currently the Frieza force does not have enough troops to deal with them, and your combat power should be sufficient. You need to visit that planet and try to bring back those extraordinary techniques, perhaps. King Vegeta's words clearly hinted at much more that remained unspoken. However, even without saying it, Sarodis could understand what King Vegeta wanted to convey, but did not voice. With Frieza's rise to power, it seemed that the Saiyan status had received more attention than during King Cold's reign, yet the number of Saiyans dying in battle was greater than before, something King Vegeta did not wish to see. Although those fallen lower-tier warriors were not very powerful, they were still Saiyans. If there were no lower-tier warriors left, and only a handful of upper-tier warriors remained. His kingship would hold no meaning. At the same time the birth of Vegeta solidified King Vegeta's resolve to resist. With a battle power reaching thousands at birth, Vegeta made King Vegeta firmly believe that Vegeta would undoubtedly become the legendary Saiyan in the future. Moreover, after Frieza saw Vegeta during a certain meeting, he took a great interest in him, wanting to incorporate Vegeta into his direct forces. For his own position and his son's future, King Vegeta began hastily planning a resistance. At this point, Sarodis finally understood why King Vegeta was so invested in him. King Vegeta was planning how to assassinate Frieza. Although King Vegeta inadvertently revealed his plans, they seemed full of flaws and had no chance of success in Sarodis' view. Yet even with such a plan, King Vegeta understood that merely relying on himself and a few upper-tier warriors who couldn't even reach a battle power of 10,000, even transforming into a great ape, wouldn't be enough to take down Frieza. Even though he had suppressed his own battle power under King Vegeta's expectations, he still maintained it around 10,000 to avoid being sent out for planetary invasion missions. This battle power of around 10,000 was already considered a trump card in King Vegeta's eyes. This dispatch of Sarodis to Planet Yardrat was presumably to add some bargaining chips to his assassination plan. Sarodis had no interest in the assassination plan against Frieza, but he was quite interested in going to Planet Yardrat. Having witnessed Vegeta's birth and Gine's pregnancy with their second child, Sarodis understood that the destruction of Planet Vegeta was already on a countdown. As Raditz completed his training, he also reached a bottleneck, unable to further enhance his normal strength, and the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan remained elusive. Staying on Planet Vegeta could only lead to a futile coexistence with its impending doom. Thus, leaving Planet Vegeta to seek an opportunity to break through the bottleneck was not a bad idea. "Hey Sarodis, come with me." As Sarodis pondered what he should do next, he heard Bardock's voice. Without thinking too much, Sarodis followed Bardock's lead. Stepping out of the house, Bardock flew towards the direction away from the city. Scratching his head, although not knowing what Bardock intended to do, Sarodis still followed him. After the two landed in a wilderness, Bardock immediately took off the portable power level detector that all Saiyans were equipped with and crushed it in his hand. "I have something I want to ask you." Sarodis knew that the detector had eavesdropping capabilities, and judging by Bardock's actions, it was clear that he wanted to ask something he didn't want others to know. "Although I don't know where you learned how to hide your battle power, your combat strength should be greater than what's apparent, right?" Though it was a question, the certainty in Bardock's tone made Sarodis realize that Bardock was very confident in his judgment. "Each time I see you since returning, my instincts have been alerting me to your danger level, a level of danger that even King Vegeta cannot compare to. Why do you hide your battle power?" Silence enveloped the wilderness where the two stood. Ultimately, Sarodis chose to be honest with Bardock. "I just don't want to have unnecessary conflicts with King Vegeta. King Vegeta will not allow any Saiyan outside the royal family to surpass him. Once a conflict arises, I certainly cannot hold back against King Vegeta, and I do not wish to waste time dealing with the mess caused by King Vegeta's downfall." In the end, Sarodis still concealed a small part of the reason. It wasn't that he didn't trust Bardock, but he simply didn't know how to express it. Although the current situation differed somewhat from the original story, the general direction remained consistent. Once he eliminated King Vegeta, he couldn't predict how the future would unfold. He didn't want to create unpredictable changes in the future while he was still weak. After all, no matter how resilient a person's heart may be, one cannot avoid the panic of the unknown. It's just a matter of the degree of panic experienced. Even I can see that King Vegeta is determined to eliminate Frieza, which could bring danger to the Saiyans. If Frieza becomes aware, given his disdain for us Saiyans. Sarodis looked at Bardock, whose brow furrowed in frustration, and sighed helplessly, deciding to explain the future he knew to Bardock in a different manner. "Even if King Vegeta does not harbor such thoughts, Frieza will eventually launch an attack that could wipe us out." "Why, oi?" As soon as the question left his lips, Bardock seemed to understand something. "Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? But that is just a void legend. It is not merely a legend. I have seen the path to becoming a Super Saiyan." Bardock's brow furrowed even tighter, as he had always believed that legends were just vague tales. However, Sarodis' certainty made him begin to waver. Since they had reached this point, Sarodis didn't mind saying a bit more. "The Super Saiyan is neither a void legend nor a specific individual. Perhaps in the near future, I will be able to bring that legend back to life." The confidence revealed in his words was something Bardock had never seen in Sarodis before. "I see. You're going to Planet Yardrat, right? Raditz has already told me about it. I have heard of that planet. The Yardratians possess some very peculiar techniques, so do be careful." "I will." After the conversation with Bardock concluded, Sarodis bid farewell to Gine and piloted the spaceship he had once commanded away from Planet Vegeta. Unlike the previous journey through space, this time the voyage was not smooth. A magnetic disturbance occurred in a certain area along the flight path, rendering the ship's navigation system completely useless, leaving Sarodis unable to determine his location. The spaceship also sustained some damage from the magnetic disturbance. After flying for a while, once the system had restored, Sarodis could only urgently select a planet to make an emergency landing, as he still could not survive in space. If he continued flying, the ship would be completely destroyed. After the emergency landing, Sarodis felt somewhat helpless. After all, he did not know how to repair a spaceship, and the planet appeared desolate with nothing in sight except sparse vegetation and a tranquil ocean. What bad luck! He sighed and could only clumsily attempt to repair the ship by following the manual on board. However, several hours passed, and faced with the chaotic wires and parts, he remained utterly confused. Feeling unusually irritable for a moment, Sarodis abandoned the repair efforts and collapsed weakly onto the ground. It wasn't that he minded not being able to go to Planet Namek to learn those marvelous techniques. What troubled Sarodis was that if the spaceship could not be repaired, he would be stuck on this planet passively waiting for another ship to land and take him away. What if no ships came for decades? With a long sigh, Sarodis saw no better way forward and tried to shake off that troubling thought, refusing to let unsolvable worries burden him. Wait a moment. Is something approaching? In Sarodis' perception, there was a presence with a combat power not too weak by the current standards of science rapidly flying toward him. Although far inferior to himself, Sarodis still quickly got to his feet. A few minutes later, as he saw the newcomer, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. The green body, resembling a slug with antennae on its forehead, indicated to Sarodis the identity of the being. A Namekian. The other party did not directly respond to Sarodis' question, but the information conveyed in their words assured Sarodis that this was indeed a Namekian and not some other similar species. Saiyan, the Elder wishes to see you. The energy from the other party did not carry any malevolence, confirming the notion from the original story that Namekians love peace. Thinking of the Elder's miraculous powers in the original narrative, Sarodis nodded slightly in agreement. All right. The other party did not say much to Sarodis, appearing to be a rather taciturn type, which led Sarodis to speculate about the identity of this Namekian. The Elder's residence was not far. The two did not fly long before reaching their destination. Following the quiet Namekian's lead, Sarodis walked into a peculiar building. Upon entering, Sarodis' eyes were drawn to an old and large Namekian lounging in a chair, clearly the Elder. The Elder's kind voice rang out. Young Saiyan, what brings you here? Sarodis scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, my spaceship encountered some problems, and I had to make an emergency landing, randomly choosing a planet. I didn't expect it to be Planet Namek. The Elder fell silent upon hearing the reason for Sarodis' arrival. However, Elder, I've heard that you Namekians possess exceptional scientific technology. I wonder if you could help me repair my spaceship. Young Saiyan, that is certainly not an issue. The Elder did not refuse Sarodis' request. Nara, go find a clansman who understands spaceship repairs to accompany this Saiyan gentleman to fix the ship. Yes. Indeed, the taciturn Namekian's identity was as Sarodis had speculated. After responding to the Elder's request, he left on his own. Young Saiyan, what is your name? You can call me Sarodis, Elder. Sarodis, what a strange name for a Saiyan. Sarodis smiled and cautiously posed a question. Elder, I've also heard that you have the ability to unleash a person's potential. The Elder's drooping eyelids opened slightly, clearly surprised, but still gave an affirmative response. I indeed possess such an ability. Then, Elder, could you help me unleash my potential? The Elder's slightly opened eyes surveyed Sarodis carefully before he finally responded. You do not carry any malevolence, so I can help you unleash your latent powers. But may I ask why, having already surpassed the typical Saiyan strength, you still seek greater power? Sarodis pondered for a moment and retorted, isn't it the Saiyan instinct to pursue greater strength and live by battle? The Elder nodded slightly in agreement. I suppose I've become somewhat muddled in my old age. This is indeed the way of the Saiyans. Now, Sarodis, step forward. I will help you unleash your latent power. Following the Elder's instructions, Sarodis stepped closer, allowing the Elder to place his hand on top of his head. Such powerful latent energy. If one were to liken the dormant potential slumbering within Sarodis' body, what the Elder sensed upon activating his ability, to something tangible in the mortal world, he would compare it to a colossal primordial iceberg drifting eternally upon the polar seas. Upon that iceberg, the Elder's power shone like a blazing sun descending from the distant heavens, slowly and steadily melting the glacial mass layer by layer. Yet the Elder was grievously aged. His life force flickered like a candle in the wind, too frail to melt the submerged foundations of that iceberg buried deep beneath the ocean's abyss. To Sarodis, his strength surged at first with breathtaking speed, swelling to an inconceivable magnitude within moments, only to halt abruptly, frozen in place. He could still sense the Elder's ability lingering unwithdrawn, Yet this sudden stagnation of growth stirred quiet doubt. Without betraying alarm, Sarodis cast a subtle glance toward the elder, and felt a pang of concern. Sweat beaded thickly across the elder's brow, and the deep furrows etched into his ancient face twisted further, as though carved anew by exhaustion. Elder, this is more than enough. It is all right, child. I shall rest shortly. Awakening latent potential exacts a heavy toll on the body, and for one so close to the threshold of death, my vigor is but a shadow of what it once was. Even in my prime, I doubt I could have fully awakened the power coiled within you. Beyond the elder's voice, laced with the melancholy wisdom of age, Sarodis detected something unexpected, a quiet, unmistakable note of deep-seated satisfaction. Sarodis could not fathom its origin. If the elder's willingness to repair his starship and awaken his potential stemmed from the Namekian's innate kindness and benevolence, and the elder's own gentle paternal nature, then such satisfaction made no sense. Sarodis was neither Namekian, nor had he ever aided them as foretold in legend. A sage who had weathered centuries of sorrow and trial, the elder needed only a single glance to perceive Sarodis' unspoken confusion, and thus breathing deeply began to gently dispel it. Child, since you know I possess the power to awaken latent potential, you must also know I can glimpse fragments of the future. Lately the vision of Namek's destiny has grown hazy, yet fraught with peril, like a fragile vessel adrift upon a storm-lashed sea, blind to its course and ignorant of the hour it shall founder. But child, your arrival has kindled a new hope for Namek. Sarodis remained bewildered. The elder merely softened the creases upon his face into a serene, knowing smile, as if reading every unvoiced question within Sarodis' heart. The precise contours of that future may be known only to the divine. Else why would Namek, so distant from your fate, require you to still the tempests threatening its very annihilation? Yet having glimpsed even a sliver of what lies ahead, I will not permit Namek's savior to suffer harm because of Namek. Come, child, let me continue. Beyond the Dragon Balls, this is the sole gift I can offer you. Before Sarodis could protest, the elder reactivated his ability. Having replenished his strength, he now unleashed it in full, ushering forth consequences beyond measure. Before the elder's divine sight, the terrifying power slumbering within Sarodis' bloodline coalesced into stark visceral reality. A colossal ape curled fetal-like in endless darkness, arms cradling itself as though in eternal repose. The elder gazed upon the beast in quiet astonishment. Its fur shimmered with rose-gold radiance, wild and untamed, yet imbued with a profound cosmic mystery as vast and inscrutable as the star-strewn void. As the elder's power intensified, the great ape stretched its limbs and opened its eyes, whose gaze blazed with lightning-bright intensity. The ape, though spectral, regarded the elder with startling presence, as if gazing directly through the veil of perception itself. Though utterly devoid of malice, even radiating respect and goodwill, the mere weight of that gaze pressed upon the elder like a mountain's silent gravity. What is this? Even the elder, venerable, experienced, and having awakened countless potentials, had never beheld such a manifestation. Genuine astonishment, long absent from his countenance, now surfaced plainly upon his aged features. The great ape exhaled deeply, then withdrew its gaze from the elder, and slowly, deliberately folded back into its fetal slumber within the consuming dark. The elder understood Sarodis' hidden power was too immense. Neither his own failing body nor Sarodis' frame could endure its further awakening. With quiet resignation, he ceased his ability and gently lifted his hand from Sarodis' brow. Gah! Before Sarodis could even utter a word of greeting, surging energy erupted from within him, forcing a raw, guttural roar from his throat. At that cry, searing white aura erupted uncontrollably. Behind Sarodis, the spectral silhouette of the great ape materialized, pounding its chest in rhythm with his roar, its thunderous bellow echoing across the heavens. Power spilled forth, unrestrained, rampaging across the tranquil surface of Namek, shaking the planet to its core. Was it terror or jubilation? Dark clouds roiled overhead, splitting the sky with jagged lightning. The oceans roared, hurling titanic waves against the shores. Dormant volcanoes awoke, spewing molten fire into the heavens like celestial fireworks. Neither the elder nor Sarodis noticed the faint rose-gold hue creeping into the white aura wreathing their bodies, like the golden sheen of the ape's fur, only to recede as though drained of resolve. Only when Sarodis finally acclimated to his explosive surge of strength did the incandescent aura gradually fade. The storm clouds dispersed before releasing rain, the seas stilled, the volcanoes returned to slumber, and the planet's tremors subsided at last. Yet, Sarodis surveyed the ruins around him. The elder's dwelling lay in utter devastation, save for the single chair upon which the elder sat, shielded by his quiet, unwavering protection. This, Sarodis flushed with embarrassment, not by intent, yet undeniably responsible for the destruction. Child, do not dwell on it. Long ago when I was young, I too caused such upheaval. Rapid power ascension demands time to master, and even unconscious energy leakage would have shattered this dwelling. It was my own failing memory clouded by age that forgot this truth. Still, it is no great matter. We shall simply build anew. The elder raised a trembling hand and murmured words incomprehensible to Sarodis. Though Sarodis had witnessed Namekian sorcery and legend, he could not suppress a low whistle of awe to a soul born in an ancient mystical land conjuring a dwelling from nothing, no matter how potent one's power, remained a feat inspiring both wonder and reverence. Having rebuilt the dwelling with magic, the elder looked profoundly wearied. Child, I must apologize. I have awakened but a fraction of the power sleeping within you. My intuition did not deceive me. Even in my youth, I could not have drawn forth all that lies dormant within you, let alone now. No, this is already an immeasurable blessing. Thank you, elder, from the depths of my heart. Sarodis bowed deeply, his gratitude reverent and sincere. Elder, the entire planet of Namek, just now. Nail entered the dwelling beside a slender, diminutive Namekian. Though normally taciturn, his voice now carried unmistakable urgency. Do not be alarmed, Nail. This was merely the consequence of awakening the child's latent power, an unavoidable overflow I could not yet contain. Though Nail retained unspoken questions, the elder's assurance silenced further inquiry. Isuka understands starship repair and construction. I have brought him to you. The slight Namekian stepped forward at Nail's prompting, his posture hesitant, his gaze shyly averted from Sarodis. Esteemed Scion, sir, is it your starship that requires repair? Sarodis puzzled over the other's timidity, shrugging lightly. Please call me Sarodis. My ship encountered a turbulent magnetic field in deep space. Upon exiting it, critical systems failed and structural damage occurred. Can I repair it? Well, if it were a Namekian vessel, yes, most likely. But a Scion ship, I'll need to inspect it first. There is no cause for concern, Isuka. You are a gifted child. Your aptitude for technology surpasses all others among our people. I trust you completely. The elder's gentle voice infused Isuka with renewed confidence. Yes, elder. Very well, I must rest now. Isuka accompanied Sarodis to examine his ship at once. Seeing the elder's exhaustion now plain to behold, Sarodis offered profuse thanks once more, and departed the dwelling with Isuka in tow. Nail, ever the elder's steadfast personal guard, remained faithfully at his side. Emerging outside, Sarodis observed Isuka's nervousness returning the moment they stood alone, drawing a wry, resigned sigh from him. Can you fly? Too can, but not swiftly. Only. Understanding instantly, Sarodis swept Isuka up and soared skyward. What would normally take 10 minutes vanished in mere breaths. Sarodis, now empowered, crossed the distance at blinding speed. To Isuka, the world blurred into indistinct streaks, then snapped back in a sharp focus, revealing an entirely new landscape. Here is my ship. Thank you for your help. Sarodis set Isuka down and pointed toward the vessel, steadying him after the disorienting flight. Following Sarodis' gesture, Isuka appraised the ship briefly, then darted inside, opening the hatch with practiced ease. Sarodis followed calmly into the cabin, only to find Isuka already seated before the main console, running diagnostics with expert precision. He certainly seems proficient, Sarodis mused inwardly, wisely choosing silence over interference, fully aware his own technical knowledge was negligible. After completing the console analysis, Isuka deftly unlocked the engine chamber and began methodically inspecting wiring and components. Scion, sir, I've found the issue. Now immersed in his domain, Isuka's voice lost its tremor, rising with confident, buoyant clarity. The chaotic magnetic field scrambled the core firmware of the navigation system, corrupting underlying code. Many subsystems are malfunctioning, several circuits have fused, and while primary propulsion remains intact, auxiliary drives sustained impact damage, likely from meteoroid collision. Nothing serious, it's easily reparable. Oh, is that so? Then I entrust it to you. Sarodis' lips twitched faintly, his mind adrift in incomprehension. Technical jargon streamed into one ear and out the other, leaving no trace in his thoughts. He offered only a polite, deferential nod. After rapidly inputting lines of arcane code into the main console, utterly indecipherable to Sarodis, Isuka placed his hands over the scorched circuitry and auxiliary drive, chanting the same resonant ancient incantation the elder used. Light flared, and both were restored flawless and whole. Sarodis' lip twitch deepened into a full-blown grimace. What extraordinary convenience. For off-worlders, repairing the central control system is far simpler than restoring engines or wiring. Those demand meticulous care. But for us Namekians, not so. Our magic repairs such things effortlessly. Now we simply wait for the system to self-correct. Sarodis nodded. He could grasp that much. Thank you, It's nearly mealtime. Would you join me? Once removed from his technical expertise, Isuka's voice shrank again, soft and uncertain. We Namekians sustain ourselves on water alone, but well, I am curious about the foods of other species. Even with Sarodis' enhanced hearing, he barely caught those final whispered words. Clapping Asuka warmly on the back, Sarodis laughed heartily. Don't be so timid. Since you're curious about my food, let's share a meal, and perhaps you could answer some questions about my ship along the way. Yes. Having endured nutrient paste during his first flight, a revolting experience, Sarodis had packed generous supplies of cured meats and wild fruits native to Planet Vegeta, now perfectly suited to host Asuka. As they ate, conversation flowed naturally, from basic ship maintenance to broader topics, until Asuka's voice lost its hesitation entirely, and his address of Sarodis shifted subtly warmly. Saladison, was it truly you who caused the planetary tremors Nail Brother described? Yes, it was. The Elder helped awaken my latent power, and for a moment I lost control, unleashing it all at once. Even the Elder's dwelling was destroyed, forcing him to rebuild it magically. Sarodis still bore quiet remorse over the incident, his tone subdued. But Asuka seemed untouched by guilt. Biting into a fruit, his eyes gleamed with starlit admiration. So Saladison must be incredibly strong. I'm so envious. His voice dimmed, suddenly somber. I'm neither a warrior like Nail Brother nor powerful in magic. Even as a Dragon Clan member, my spiritual energy remains weak. My only talent lies in technology, but the Elder forbids excessive use of machinery to preserve Namek's natural harmony. I feel utterly useless. Sarodis gently ruffled Asuka's hair. Yet haven't you already proven your brilliance? In fact, I have an idea. Would you help me assess whether it's feasible? What Sarodis wanted to accomplish was not particularly difficult. He intended to install a gravity generator on the spaceship for gravity training. Asuka, who had become thoroughly familiar with Sarodis, expressed some concern after hearing the idea. If it's just installing a gravity generator, that's quite simple, right? However, if Mr. Sarodis wishes to train using gravity, the entire spaceship would require significant modifications. The spaceship's space is insufficient, and reallocating power to generate gravity would affect the ship's speed, meaning the power system would also need to be overhauled. This would take a considerable amount of time. It might take a month or two, doesn't it? Initially thinking it was a troublesome matter, the fact that it would only require some time to stay on Namek would not affect much. Before this mission to Planet Vegeta, Sarodis had no intention of executing it. His primary goal was still to leave Vegeta and train. Not to mention, just staying on Namek for a month or two, Sarodis wouldn't mind even spending a year or two there. If it's just a matter of time, then it's not a problem. I'll leave it to you then. Just leave it to me. Asuka was very enthusiastic. Having the opportunity to showcase his talents made him exceedingly excited. Thus, Sarodis decided to reside on Namek for a while. The spaceship needed modifications, so it naturally couldn't accommodate anyone, and Asuka warmly invited Sarodis to stay at his home. After thinking it over, Sarodis saw no issue and agreed, bringing the spaceship to Asuka's residence. The other Namekians in Asuka's village had evidently learned of Saladis' presence and warmly welcomed the Grand Elder's guest, bringing many homegrown vegetables as gifts. Although he had just eaten, the Scion's appetite was nearly bottomless. Sarodis fully accepted the Namekians' hospitality and immediately picked a few cabbage-like vegetables to eat raw. Oh, not bad. It has a sweet taste. These are our carefully cultivated vegetables. After a warm chat with Sarodis, everyone bid farewell and returned home to sleep as night fell. A silent night passed. The next day, Sarodis visited the Grand Elder's residence again to explain that he would be staying on Namek for a while, which brought a smile to the Elder's aged face. That child has always felt useless because I forbade everyone from relying on technology. Now he can finally showcase his talents, which is a good thing. However, my child, there is one thing I must explain to you. Sarodis was curious about what the Elder wanted to clarify. The Elder spoke slowly yet quickly, made Sarodis understand. I sensed early this morning that a crisis is approaching this planet. I can feel it as a crisis that should not exist, child. It has nothing to do with you, and you need not involve yourself. Sarodis shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied. The Grand Elder helped me unlock my potential, and Asuka is repairing the spaceship and is willing to help with modifications. I have no reason to stand by and do nothing. The Elder fell silent for a moment, not persuading Sarodis to leave. All right, child, if this crisis that should not occur cannot be stopped, I hope you can take all the clansmen who can leave with you. Sarodis agreed and chatted with the Elder about the environment on Namek before taking his leave. After Sarodis left, the Elder sighed deeply. What a stubborn child. The pride of ancient science is fully reflected in this boy. The Elder could see that Sarodis was merely agreeing verbally. Early morning meditation, physical training, and working alongside Namekians, assisting Asuka with spaceship modifications. During his time on Namek, Saladis' life was regular yet unhurried. Compared to Asuka's estimated time, the modifications took slightly less than a month and were nearing completion. Once the spaceship is modified, Mr. Sarodis will be leaving right. Isuka suddenly spoke while preparing lunch with Sarodis. I really don't want Mr. Sarodis to leave. Sarodis did not respond, but gazed up at the sky. Isuka, go notify the villagers to quickly stay away from here and tell the Grand Elder that the danger from the prophecy is coming. Though there was still some distance, Sarodis had already sensed an immense energy approaching Namek, and the malice contained within it made him uneasy. During the day's training with Raditz, Sarodis had caught distant glimpses of Frieza several times. Compared to Frieza's first form, this energy was significantly stronger, and the malice it exuded was far more intense than that of Frieza, known as the Emperor of Evil. Noticing Isuka still standing there in a daze, Sarodis grew anxious. Why aren't you going? Yes. Hearing Sarodis' urgent shout, Isuka, not bothering to ponder, quickly responded and went to evacuate the villagers. Soon Sarodis saw a spaceship rapidly breaking through the atmosphere, descending near him. As the spaceship landed, the hatch opened and countless minions poured out, forming two lines and half kneeling on the ground, seemingly to welcome someone. Before long, a massive figure emerged from the spaceship. Sarodis squinted slightly. Although the giant figure wore a helmet, it couldn't conceal its appearance, and the exposed green skin only added to the image. Shirag, why is this guy appearing here? Though Sarodis didn't believe that characters from the movies wouldn't appear in this world, Shirag's presence here was indeed surprising. If Dales had appeared on Planet Vegeta, it could be understood that Vegeta was not in the original story. It was a planet where Dales encountered misfortune during his growth. But Shirag appearing on Namek completely deviated from the original, as Namek was supposed to exist peacefully until Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and battled Frieza, leading to the planet's destruction. But with Shirag here, even the strongest combat-type Namekian Naru had only a few thousand combat power. Against Shirag, he probably wouldn't even qualify to make Shirag raise a hand. Sarodis didn't know if the Grand Elder was strong in his youth, but even if he was now old and frail, making it impossible for him to fight Shirag. And based on the energy he sensed, even he might struggle against Shirag in combat now. Is this my hometown? It's truly filled with a disturbing calm and peace. Shirag removed his helmet and cracked his neck with a series of popping sounds. You all go fetch the equipment, and let's transform this planet into one suitable for our demon clan. Yes, King Shirag. The figures following Shirag, who didn't seem like minions, responded and turned to re-enter the spaceship. Then several minions brought out a massive throne for Shirag to sit on. As Shirag settled down, he removed his helmet, and Sarodis keenly noticed a flash of purple-black light in Shirag's eyes. But Sarodis had no time to ponder what the familiar sensation from that purple-black light represented. A blazing white aura erupted, and several blue energy waves flew toward the minions and Shirag's spaceship. Before Shirag could react, the smoke and dust from the explosion obscured his vision. Anger surged in Shirag's mind. Who goes there? He waved his hand, creating a gust of wind that blew away the swirling dust, revealing Sarodis' figure before Shirag. Tilting his head slightly, Sarodis assumed a stance. I'm here to kill you. Shirag glanced at Sarodis' tail, which was eagerly swaying in anticipation of the upcoming battle, and expressed interest with an intrigued exclamation. A scion. Has it come to this that the Namekians now need protection from scions? Shirag moved his body, also preparing for battle. All right then, let me see how the fighting race measures up. A purple-black aura surged around Shirag, clashing with Sarodis' blazing white aura. The auras of both sides attempted to overpower each other under their respective control, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Sarodis, filled with battle intent, was the first to end the standoff, his trajectory forming a zigzag as he lunged towards Shirag. Shirag's figure also vanished from his original position. Bang! The fists collided, creating a massive shockwave that dispersed the clouds in the sky. The resulting gale swept across the sea, stirring up towering waves. After several exchanges, Shirag was secretly alarmed. The strength and speed of this scion were on par with his own, and as he was gradually entering old age, he certainly couldn't match the scion in terms of endurance. If the battle dragged on too long. Thinking this, Shirag changed his fighting style, distancing himself at high speed instead of engaging closely with Sarodis. His hands rapidly elongated like swimming dragons, striking towards Sarodis. Sarodis clicked his tongue, his eyes narrowing slightly. He chose not to dodge, instead swaying his shoulders slightly to evade the advancing hands, quickly closing in on Shirag. Shirag's hands retracted swiftly, even faster than Sarodis' approach. However, Sarodis' right hand feint deceived Shirag into raising his hands for defense. As Shirag was tricked, a knee strike slammed into Shirag's abdomen. Shirag disregarded the pain of the blow, using his crossed arms to unleash two punches on Sarodis' face. In pain, Sarodis' ferocity surged, countering with an elbow strike. Shirag, relying on the recovery abilities of a Namekian, didn't hesitate to exchange injury for injury. Several seconds passed, and the number of exchanges between Sarodis and Shirag was uncountable. Breathing heavily, the two quickly separated after another clash. Saiyan, your battle power is impressive. How about joining my side? I'm not interested in you guys at all. Sarodis was well aware that Shirag, aside from being a Namekian, also belonged to the demon clan. He had no interest in the lifestyle of the demon clan. Is that so? What a pity. The conversation ended there. Shirag could hear the contempt in Sarodis' words and understood that this battle would only end with one side's death. So the battle continued. In a corner, Asuka had already evacuated the nearby villagers as instructed by Sarodis and notified the Grand Elder. However, during the evacuation, he felt the arrival of Shirag. Though he knew Sarodis was immensely powerful and understood that he wouldn't be of any help in battle, he still worried about Sarodis suppressing his energy and stealthily approaching the edge of the battlefield. The raging winds, towering waves, and scattered debris filled the air. After avoiding numerous dangers, Asuka finally found a small hill and observed from a distance, seeing only two glowing orbs, one white and one purple, colliding in the air. It was a terrifying battle he had never witnessed before. Mountains were shattered by the residual shockwaves and blood splattered everywhere. In one moment, one was smashed into the sea, and in the next they leaped from another position to strike the other. So impressive. Sarodis kicked Shirag, who had flown out of the sea, sending him flying, and then clasped his hands together, aiming at the retreating Shirag. An invisible energy cannon struck Shirag, sending him crashing onto a small island, and Sarodis glanced towards Asuka's direction, pursing his lips. That little guy. Sarodis couldn't help but worry. Such a battle was dangerous for Asuka, as even a slight misstep could cost him his life from the residual shockwaves. Before crossing over, people often joked that Super Saiyans transformed through the sacrifice of loved ones and friends. While it was said and jested, indeed held some truth. Elder Eye. Nilou stared out the window, resentment from the strange phenomena caused by Sarodis and Shilage's duel welling across his face. He loved Namek and respected the Elder. He also understood that this war on Namek was not his to interfere with. Yet, if the defense of his world could only rely on others while he stood powerless at the sidelines, claiming he could do nothing, how could he possibly accept that? But the Elder only shook his head and said, mindless sacrifice does not prove courage. Recklessly plunging into a battle beyond your control will only complicate things for that child. The cause of this crisis is not some stranger, but a demonized Namekian. If you go to the battlefield, you may be seized and forcibly assimilated by that Namekian. Sarodis and he are currently evenly matched, but if your assimilation strengthens that Namekian, it will bring far greater trouble. The ruin of Namek is one thing, bringing harm upon that child would be unforgivable. Yet Nilou continued to stare fixedly at the Elder. Very well, I understand. Then do something within your means. Please command me, Elder. Hearing the Elder's weary sigh, Nilou felt sorrowful. He understood the Elder's intention. As a warrior-type Namekian who stood out among his kind, the Elder wished him to be a guardian who could judge with calm precision and act rightly. But he was, after all, only a warrior-type Namekian. He possessed nothing but a warrior's heart. To make a rational decision and abandon his inner insistence was something he could not accomplish. So he could only fail the Elder's great expectations. Beside the battlefield where Sarodis and that Shilage fight, Asuka is watching from nearby. Though that child excels in technology as a dragon blood, he is no less gifted in magic than others. When you arrive, use that child's telepathic skill to tell Sarodis our Namekian weakness and protect Asuka. Yes, Elder. The thrill of being able to protect Namek personally finally overwhelmed his guilt. Nilou opened his dwelling's door. A fierce flames enveloped him, carrying him through flying debris and shattered timber, driven by the gale, as he set off slowly but resolutely toward the duel between Sarodis and Shilage. As for Sarodis, though Shilage had grown older and lacked the stamina for an interminable war. That so-called interminable battle meant two evenly matched warriors fighting for at least a day and a night. Sarodis and Shilage were nearly equal in combat power. Shilage's astonishing physical toughness and resolve, stronger than even the universe's hardest Kashin steel, made his tactic of trading wounds for victory futile. Sarodis' battle suit had been shredded to mere tatters, clinging to him, bruises and lacerations marring every inch from face to legs. Yet beneath that battered appearance burned a fierce fighting spirit. The conflagration within him had not dimmed from injury, instead it fed upon that spirit and blazed all the more fiercely. Shilage bore no visible wounds, but he had begun to flag. Heavy breaths betrayed that his unscathed appearance relied on his regenerative ability. Saiyan, you are the first to have forced me to this extent. Have you never considered joining me and sweeping the cosmos together? This was his third proposal, but Sarodis remained unmoved. That sort of talk is only meaningful when you're on top, isn't it? Shilage seemed either oblivious to or disdainful of the mockery hidden within Sarodis' reply. He gradually steadied his breathing and smiled with confidence. Confidence. Sarodis barely furrowed his brow. No matter how Sarodis looked at it, Shailaja's defeat seemed inevitable if the fight continued. Those Sarodis' injuries appeared severe and his ki had waned. The decline in ki afflicted both sides. Compared to him, Shailaj also paid the price of regeneration in addition to battle where, by every measure, Sarodis should hold the advantage. Ha, proud are you? This was my secret move hidden to avoid conflict with King Kurd. Allow me to show you. Shailaj's body suddenly swelled to enormous proportions. When I enlarge, my combat power increases more than tenfold. Before the words finished, Shailaj's fist hammered downward at a speed incongruous with his gargantuan frame. Sarodis could only cross his arms above his head and plant a horse stance, muscles trembling as he felt the might of that colossal blow barely matched by his own strength. Shailaj's voice, laced with mocking amusement like a demon's whisper, returned. Oh, you can withstand it. Your body is truly tenacious. But while you block one hand, how will you face my other? No. Sarodis barely had a thought before the second massive fist swept with irresistible force, colliding with him and sending him flying. Boom, boom, boom. After smashing through 3 rocky pillars raised by the dueling tremors, Sarodis at last halted his flight. Ugh. Even Sarodis' superlative internal fortitude coughed blood. This was the gravest injury he had suffered in the hours-long battle. But that was not the worst of it. If he retreated further in that direction, he would reach where Isuka was hiding. Boom. Unable to reposition in time, Sarodis rolled and narrowly evaded Shailaj's fist. He raised his hands, gathered ki, and launched 2 blue ki blasts toward Shailaj's eyes. A gigantic Shailaj was not only stronger, but tougher. By simply closing his eyes, the drooping lids blocked Sarodis' ki blasts. TCH. Sarodis sneered. He had predicted his casual ki bolts would not harm Shailaj, but the indifferent manner of Shailaj's defense irked him. There was no time to brood. Retreating, Sarodis fired ki at Shailaj's eyes once more. This time his ki glimmered with a faint emerald hue, a result of the drunken sage technique he had invoked, borrowing plant vitality to augment his power after sensing Shailaj's might. Alas, Namex flora was sparse, a few trees and cultivated vegetables, mostly weeds and moss. Their offered vitality was weak, scarcely a boon against a Shailaj amplified tenfold. What now? Persistently firing ki at Shailaj's eyes to harass him was no long-term plan. It was a desperate self-destructive measure. Even if Shailaj stood still to absorb Sarodis' attacks, Sarodis would likely exhaust himself long before inflicting fatal harm. How could he compensate for that tenfold, overwhelming superiority? Wait, tenfold. Inspiration struck Sarodis. He also was not limited to his normal form. Did not Science gain tenfold power in great ape form as well? He had ignored many lessons King Vegeta taught him, dismissing them as useless. Only one lesson remained clear in his mind: the method to create an artificial moon, which he had practiced repeatedly. On Vegeta's world, under King Vegeta's gaze, he had transformed into a great ape. The fact he could retain reason in that state had once drawn praise that he belonged to noble lineage. He cared little for the praise, but being able to remain rational in great ape form was exactly what he needed to counter Shailaj's enlargement. Without hesitation, Sarodis fired several quick ki blasts with his right hand, while his left conjured an orb of energy and flung it into the sky. Blend, and then detonate. The light ball had just stabilized midair, preparing under Sarodis' control to mingle with the atmosphere and become an artificial moon when Shailaj opened his eyes. Seeing the orb, Shailaj did not hesitate. Though he could not raise his hand in time, attacking with his eyes posed no difficulty for him. Beam shot from his eyes struck the orb, triggering a violent explosion that foiled Sarodis' great ape plan. Damn! Sarodis cursed inwardly. Shailaj did not rush forward to seize the advantage. Instead, the black-purple glow in his eyes intensified. Long years have sapped my vigor, but sharpened my wisdom. That orb was meant to make an artificial moon, yes. How unfortunate. I have seen this move before. Scions in great ape form gained tenfold power. Though the Scions I fought were weak, their transformations caused trouble for my legions. I will not allow you to transform. Very well, there is time enough. Let me slowly deal with you. Shailaj chuckled coldly, and with slow, deliberate steps approached Sarodis. This was not mere clumsiness in Shailaj's enlarged state, but a deliberate attempt to apply pressure. Sarodis scorned such theatrics, but he had no other recourse. The trigger for a Super Saiyan transformation had never come. The great ape tactic failed under Shailaj's watchful gaze. Even waiting for nightfall would not help. Namek would not have a full moon tonight. Was he truly to die here? No, abandonment was premature. His Bodis reserves were not yet spent. Even facing a vast disparity in power, so long as he could fight, he must not falter. Sarodis squared his stance, a conviction of fighting to live filling his heart and steadying him for an assault on Shailaj. Come, Shailaj. Do you hear me, mister? Sarodis. Can you hear me speak? Isuka. Sarodis frowned, but remained silent, questioning within. Wonderful, mister. Sarodis, how glad I am you can hear me. TCH. This situation could hardly be worse. Run. Shailage's strength now far exceeds mine. No, I cannot flee. Nailu is beside me, he brings news. He'll have Nyla speak with you directly. Sarodis sensed faintly that Nyla's key had appeared near Isuka, without his realizing when. Sarodis, it's urgent. He'll be brief. I saw what happened. Was the orb you threw meant to counter Shailage? Ah, yes. But that fellow was on guard. Ooh, I had no chance to use it. Good. Use it again. I can make Shailage lose focus. Though puzzled, Sarodis trusted this warrior-type Namekian, who in his original tale had risked everything to stop Frieza and had fused with Piccolo to empower him. Besides, even if Nyla deceived him or the plan failed, how much worse could it get? With that thought, Sarodis again gathered the light ball to craft an artificial moon and waited for Nylu to create an opening. Shailage. In a moment, Nyla's figure appeared near Shailage. The villain laughed uproariously upon seeing the frail fellow Namekian. My kin finally show themselves. I thought you Namekians were cowards who handed your survival to outsiders. Humph. Shailage, I may not match you, but I know your weakness. Do not desecrate Namek. Take this. Shailage watched Nyla's righteous words with amusement and made no move. Such a weak kin. What use is knowing my weakness? Even if he knew Shailage's weak point, what good would it do? Nyla drew a deep breath. Though outwardly confident when speaking to Sarodis and now facing Shailage inwardly, he prayed that the demonized Namekian still retained a Namekian flaw. Abruptly, Nyla moved. Not to attack, but to tear off his own ears. Then amid Shailage's astonished gaze, he unleashed a piercing shriek. The keening was so shrill, it made Sarodis wince. Shailage suffered far more. The scream pounded his skull, leaving him unable to focus. He clutched his head, yelling as he heaved with nausea and pain. Now strike. Though a Namekian having torn off his ears left Nylu with greatly diminished hearing, still he found the strength to warn Sarodis and then fled the battlefield at once. The shriek's effect did not last. Shailage soon shook off the nausea. A frailkin, a creature a single finger could crush. How dare he cause such humiliation? Rage flared in Shailage. But Shailage had no time to vent, for Sarodis had completed his great ape transformation. A fine assist, Nylu. Sarodis mouthed the thought, and without hesitation unleashed a ferocious ki barrage at Shailage. Now in great ape form with tenfold power, Sarodis' assault could not be ignored. Reluctantly, Shailage brought his hands together and responded with his own ki blast. Their energy waves collided, massive aftershocks rippling outward. Waves raised by one surge crashed under the next force. Thunder split the clouded sky, but lightning could not touch the combatants' clashing ki. The ki blasts tugged like a tug-of-war, ebbing and shifting between Sarodis and Shailage, the collision point wavering yet remaining balanced. Boom. Under sustained force, the two blasts finally detonated, sending thick dust scattering. Sarodis in great ape form had dulled ki perception and leapt by instinct, swinging a fist toward Shailage's former position. Huh. His punch met air. Shailage was not there. Boom. Struck from behind, Sarodis did not turn. His tail lashed like a whip and cracked against Shailage's body. Hearing Shailage's cry, Sarodis finally turned, yet Shailage's figure had vanished. Sarodis' crimson eyes swept the surroundings, but his great ape instinct clouded his mind, preventing him from using ki sense to find Shailage. Helpless, Sarodis slapped his hands together and raised a gale to disperse the battlefield smoke. Scion, I'm right here. Following the voice, Sarodis' sight fell upon a Shailage returned to normal form. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Scion, that weak kin gave you the chance to transform, yet he buried both himself and that little one. Shailage laughed wildly and revealed Nylu crushed beneath his foot and the struggling Isuka in his hand. If you follow that weak kin's ki, you'll find them. To appear near our battlefield with such measly power and metal, what pitiable courage. Shailage tightened his grip on Isuka's skull, drawing a scream, then laughed and taunted Sarodis. Don't move. Even if you could instantly kill me, I will still kill these two Namekians. Sarodis' great ape face twitched. Damn it, Elder was right. Have I become a burden? I've dragged Isuka into this. If only he himself were taken as a bargaining tool, Nylu would have urged Sarodis to ignore him and strike without hesitation. But Shailage held not only Nylu but Isuka as well. Hating himself, Nylu pounded the ground, powerless to change fate. Sarodis dared not act. He could only watch as Shailage used his free hand to fire a ki wave at the artificial moon Sarodis had made, then send a beam at Sarodis' tail. Without his tail, Sarodis could not maintain the great ape form. He watched helplessly as his fur receded and his body shrank back to human shape. Good. Without a tail you can no longer transform, can you? Ha ha ha. Which shall I kill first, this little one, or this fool who overestimates himself? Shailage's gaze flicked among Isuka, Nylu, and Sarodis. Oh, it seems you care more for that little one than for the kin who gave you the chance. Shilaj studied Sarodis' expressions and movements with interest, drawing his conclusion. One hostage is enough. Since you value the little one more, the kin under my foot is useless. Putting his weight onto Nilu, Shilaj crushed his head without hesitation. The blow struck so quickly that Nilu, realizing his life was ending, could not finish calling Sarodis' name. Nilu, elder brother. Sarodis' anger swelled, but with Isuka's life in Shilaj's hand, he still dared not act rashly. I just remembered. Shilaj's smile tightened. It seems a tailless scion cannot become a great ape. Then this little one serves no purpose. With that, the black-purple gleam in his eyes flared as he hurled Isuka at Sarodis. Sarodis narrowed his eyes. In a blur, he vanished from his spot, caught Isuka, and turned his back on Shilaj without pause. Sure enough, a ki wave followed right behind Isuka. The blast struck Sarodis back, but did little harm. Shilaj had fired a weaker ki to kill Isuka, not to obliterate Sarodis. Still, Shilaj's power was comparable. The hit left a faint searing heat on Sarodis' back. Sarodis ignored the stinging warmth and checked Isuka in his arms, breathing a quiet sigh of relief. Good. His breath remains only unconscious. Gently setting Isuka aside, Sarodis rose and faced Shilaj anew. Sarodis' face was expressionless, but his clenched, trembling fists betrayed that his fury had burned away what little reason remained. Shilaj, you mongrel less than a placenta. I'll kill you. Sherlag stared at the scion before him, an inexplicable sense of dread rising within him. Why should I be afraid? Clearly I hold the upper hand now. Yet the strange changes in the scion before him. No, it must just be a superficial change, merely a shift in aura to golden and hair turning purplish red. Yes, just that. Sherlag repeatedly tried to convince himself. But is that really the case? Sarodis looked at Sherlag with the gaze of someone observing a fly struggling with broken wings, a continuous flow of power surging from every cell of his body. This unending power gave him a wondrous illusion that all things in the world were merely fragile toys requiring careful handling in his hands, that he was above all beings, the ruler of all life, capable of destroying anything in the world at a whim. Die, scion! Sherlag's roar jolted Sarodis from this illusion. Intense killing intent surged like an avalanche, crashing over Sherlag in wave after wave. But this killing intent was something Sherlag had long grown accustomed to. Each time he conquered a planet and slaughtered its inhabitants, he could feel a similar killing intent. To Sherlag, this very killing intent brought him pleasure. However, it was only the gaze of Sarodis that made him feel uncomfortable and utterly displeased. It was a look akin to that of a human watching a fly struggling in water after having its wings torn off. Unable to endure being looked at in such a manner, Sherlag quickly enlarged himself and swung his fist at Sarodis. But everything did not go as he expected. Instead of using both hands to block with full force, Sarodis merely raised a finger to meet his fist. No, it can't be. Sherlag stumbled back in horror, unable to believe what was happening before him. He was confident that he was among the strongest in the universe. Aside from the father and son duo known as the Cosmic Kings, he had never encountered a worthy opponent. But now, Sarodis withdrew his finger, extending his right hand toward Sherlag. You filthy rat in the sewer, cockroach in the garbage heap, fly on a pile of feces. Seeing you just makes me feel nauseous. Sarodis' words continuously provoked Sherlag, but no matter how Sherlag tried to move his body, he simply could not budge an inch under Sarodis' cold gaze. The winds howled. It was the residual shockwave from Sarodis' energy cannon, the immense, invisible force crashing heavily into Sherlag's body, sending him soaring into the air. Whoosh! Sarodis' figure disappeared. In the next instant, Sarodis brought his hands together like a hammer, smashing Sherlag back to the ground. The earth shattered, unable to withstand the force of Sherlag's descent, creating a massive pit. The injured earth roared, spewing forth columns of lava, while propelled skyward by the lava column, with Sherlag rendered rigid by Sarodis' two strikes. Crack! After a hard-won return to mobility, Sherlag flipped and landed on the ground, only for Sarodis' figure to appear like a ghost, stepping on Sherlag's chest before he could even get up. That was the sound of bones breaking. What's wrong? Is this all you've got? Hurry up and stand. Withdrawing his foot from Sherlag's chest, Sarodis took 2 steps back. You? I want you dead. Ah! Sherlag struggled to stand, his shattered bones rapidly healing due to the physiology of Namekians, and he roared as he launched a frenzied attack on Sarodis with both fists and feet. Fast. Very fast. Strong. Very strong. Sherlag's speed and power remained unchanged from before, yet Sarodis simply swayed his body lightly, not moving a step, nor raising a hand, allowing all of Sherlag's attacks to miss completely. Well, it seems you can't get any stronger, you worthless placenta. Sarodis' cold voice rang out again, continuously swaying his upper body to evade Sherlag's final strikes, as a blade formed from chi appeared in his right hand. Two green arms were thrown into the sky. Those were Sherlag's arms. I won't let you die quickly even if I have to kill you, worthless placenta. 1,000 times it won't be enough to quell my anger. As Sarodis' voice echoed, Sherlag was horrified to find that Sarodis' blade had severed his legs, and a golden light enveloped his body, preventing him from regenerating his limbs. In Sherlag's eyes, he saw Sarodis' mouth suddenly curl into a smile. It was the kind of smile a torturer reveals when tormenting a criminal. Was he now a criminal awaiting execution in the eyes of this scion? This was the last thought that crossed Sherlag's mind, and then like a storm, fists rained down upon him, who could not move, as if countless stars were collapsing. How long did this rain of punches last? Sherlag did not know. Even as his soul unwillingly departed from his body, drifting towards the underworld, he could still glimpse Sarodis' fists landing on his already lifeless body. Asuka had no idea. When he woke from his stupor, he only saw Sarodis gazing at the bright moon hanging in the sky. Even Sarodis was unaware that until the moment his power was exhausted and he returned to normal, the only traces of Sherlag's existence left behind were a puddle of green muck and severed limbs beside it. How long had it been since he felt this angry? Over a decade, perhaps. Sarodis gazed at the bright moon, and the image of the girl from his past surfaced in his mind. The girl's appearance was still so clear enough to make Sarodis' heart ache. To Sarodis, Nero was hardly a friend, just someone somewhat familiar. Yet the moment he saw Neera's head crushed by Sherlag, the scene of the girl's death replayed in his mind like a movie. The two soft items that Sarodis often chastised not to use for rubbing against him had long since been separated from her body and placed aside. And the girl, no longer able to scream, could only watch in despair as several men laughed maniacally while enjoying the items cut from her body. In the moment Sarodis arrived, the girl looked at him, her vacant eyes reflecting a complex expression that was hard to describe as either disappointment or relief. "Uncle, avenge me." Sarodis, who had never learned lip reading, could still understand the girl's silent plea. Sarodis stood in a daze, watching as the girl, fueled by an unknown strength, rose and plunged scissors into her own heart. Thus at that moment Sarodis resembled a fallen deity or a reborn Asura. Severed limbs, broken arms, blood, brain matter. Thus the anger he thought he had long since shed, which burned amidst the muck and filth, returned to Sarodis' heart, driving away reason and restraint, unleashing the Asura and demon imprisoned deep within. Was this a nightmare that plagued him? Sarodis gazed at the figure of the girl, smiling radiantly, visible only to him, and suddenly burst into laughter. Bullshit nightmare. This was not a nightmare. It was clearly the girl's way of avenging Sarodis, a bloodbath in a fit of rage. Sarodis was well aware that the fire of anger had completely burned out, and the Asura and demon locked deep within his soul had long since bound themselves tightly. What they had done was merely grant him the key to open the door to new power. Though that door had not fully opened, it was no longer locked tight. But this retribution is a bit too much to bear. Sighing, Sarodis shook his head. If he could, he truly wished never to recall the pain of being too late to save someone he cared about. That feeling of powerlessness, guilt, and self-blame, no amount of revenge afterward could make up for it, could it? Silly uncle, I never blamed you, you know. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on realizing your dream yet. Becoming stronger, right? Was it an illusion? The girl's melodious voice, sweet as wind chimes, echoed in Sarodis' mind, just as playful as before. Mr. Sarodis, what's wrong? Seeing Sarodis suddenly stop gazing at the moon and start looking around, Asuka tugged at Sarodis, questioning him. Asuka, did you hear a girl's voice? No, Mr. Sarodis. Sarodis said nothing, simply nodding to indicate he understood. I will. In his heart, he responded to the voice of the girl. He seemed to have imagined letting out a long breath as he tugged at his tattered battle uniform. Asuka, let's go back. Oh, everything is over. Asuka glanced at Neera's corpse and then at Sarodis. But brother Neru. Sarodis smiled and ruffled Asuka's hair. Aren't there Dragon Balls we can use? But the Grand Elder doesn't want everyone to rely too much on the power of the Dragon Balls. Don't worry, I will find a way to convince the Grand Elder. Even if the Grand Elder disagrees, I know another place where Dragon Balls exist. After a month of interaction, Asuka had developed considerable trust in Sarodis. Since Sarodis said so, Asuka put away her sorrow and flew toward the village with Sarodis. Fortunately, Mr. Sarodis fought away from the village, so the houses remain intact, and everyone is in another village with no one injured. Is that so? Then rest well tonight. Tomorrow Asuka will notify everyone to come back. I will find the Grand Elder to request the use of the Dragon Balls. Yes, Mr. Sarodis. Back in the village, Sarodis discarded his tattered battle uniform, retrieved the drunken immortal robe gifted by the wine master from his spaceship, took a refreshing bath, changed into the robe, but did not sleep. Instead, he lay on the roof, lost in thought. A night passed. The morning on Namek was as bright and sunny as ever. After breakfast, Sarodis and Asuka went their separate ways. To Sarodis' surprise, he learned of his intention without having to say a word. Child, you wish to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Sneered, don't you? I have already informed everyone to bring the Dragon Balls to Asuka. However, after some thought, Sarodis realized that the Grand Elder had likely been watching the battle between him and Sherlag. Yes, after all, Neru sacrificed his life to create opportunities for me. The Grand Elder smiled with relief. I was worried that you might lose control after the peculiar change in power you exhibited yesterday, but now that I see you are still you, I feel at ease. Child, was that transformation the legendary Super Saiyan? Sarodis shook his head. There was no need to hide the truth about the Super Saiyan from this kind and wise elder. The appearance of a Super Saiyan should have golden hair and green eyes, with a battle power 50 times that of their normal state. The form I transformed into yesterday was merely 20 to 30 times stronger than my normal state. Although I didn't pay attention to my physical changes at the time, I believe it wasn't a full Super Saiyan form. Golden hair and green eyes. Yesterday your hair was purplish red and your eye color didn't change, so it seems you were indeed not a Super Saiyan. The Grand Elder corroborated Sarodis' conjecture, but couldn't help but sigh deeply. In the past I heard about this child Sherlag, a talented combat-type Namekian. His father sensed the great changes occurring on our former home planet, and sent him to another planet for refuge, but unexpectedly, he succumbed to the influence of demonic energy and fell into the ranks of demons. Sarodis remained silent, simply listening quietly. As I grow older, I can't help but reminisce about the past. Child, you should try to avoid using that incomplete transformation too often. Although I didn't sense any evil aura from you in that state, it is truly too abnormal. I fear that using that transformation too much will. Sarodis smiled. After all, the Grand Elder was not him and didn't fully understand his situation. Grand Elder, rest assured, the situation yesterday was merely a result of nearest death, triggering some memories from the past. Whether incomplete or complete, transforming into a Super Saiyan only causes slight excitement, and that excitement is manageable. Is that so? Then that's good. You are a good child, and I don't want to see a good child ultimately driven mad by his own power. Yesterday, I regretted whether I should have activated your potential or whether I should have let you remain. The Grand Elder seemed to sense something and smiled at Sarodis. Everyone in the village has returned with Asuka. The Dragon Balls have all been brought here. Purunga can grant 3 wishes. Resurrecting Neru only requires 1 wish. Since we have already used the Dragon Balls, it wouldn't be right to waste the other 2 wishes, so I will leave them to you to use. The Grand Elder's generosity was always immense, yet Sarodis could not sense any ulterior motives or malice from him, so he graciously accepted the Elder's kindness. Thank you, Grand Elder. By the way, the spaceship's modifications have been completed. Once I resurrect Neru, I will bid farewell. Is that so? Then, child, I wish you a smooth journey and all the best. If you have time, come back to see Asuka. She already considers you family. I will. So goodbye, Grand Elder. Thank you for your care over the past month. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, Sarodis swiftly flew towards Asuka's aura. The Dragon Balls were already placed before Asuka, and Neera's corpse had been brought back to the village by many Namekians. Mr. Sarodis, you've arrived. We were just waiting for you to start making wishes. The village elder approached Sarodis as soon as he saw him. The Grand Elder has already informed us to let you use the remaining 2 wishes after resurrecting Neru. Time is of the essence, so let's quickly resurrect Neru. Under the call of the Asuka incantation, the divine dragon descended. To the one who has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, I can grant you 3 wishes. Now speak your wish. With a deep voice, a massive form, and a spectacular manifestation upon its arrival, the sight of the divine dragon instilled fear in Asuka, who was already somewhat timid. Looking back, he saw the expectant gazes and crossed arms of many Namekians, including Sarodis, who were awestruck as they observed the divine dragon. Summoning his courage, Asuka loudly expressed his wish to the divine dragon in the Namekian language. Purunga, please revive this Namekian named Neru. The divine dragon Purunga, whose name means God of Dreams, had red eyes flashing as it made an okay gesture. With this action, Neru's crushed skull was restored in an instant. After a moment, Neru opened his eyes. Seeing the dazed expression on Neera's face, the many Namekians revealed their excitement and joy. Neera, you've come back to life. Words like these continuously reached Neera's ears. As the attendant of the Grand Elder, Neru quickly realized that he had been revived by the divine dragon. After scanning his surroundings, he confirmed his thoughts with the God of Dreams in the sky. Turning his gaze to Sarodis, Neru was about to speak when Sarodis waved his hand. That guy is already dead beyond recognition. Is that so? Neru felt a complex mix of emotions, relief and disappointment. Relief came from the defeat of Shrag, ensuring the safety of Namek. However, disappointment stemmed from his own thoughts as a warrior. When Shrag attacked him, he naturally retaliated, but in Shrag's eyes his counter was merely a tickle. As a combat-type Namekian Shrag who was so much stronger than him was not even a match for Sarodis. Then what about him? The divine dragon Porunga watched the lively scene below. As a creation of the Grand Elder and a close friend to the Namekians, it felt happy, but still urged them with a deep voice. You still have 2 wishes left to be granted. Hurry up and voice your wishes. Under Porunga's urging, many Namekians turned to Sarodis. Mr. Sarodis, do you have any wishes? After pondering for a moment, Sarodis selected 2 from the wishes he had thought of after receiving the Grand Elder's promise. Please grant me the ability to survive in outer space and the power to heal. Having spoken these 2 wishes, Sarodis certainly had his considerations. The first wish was to compensate for his shortcomings if he encountered a powerful enemy or some strange situation in the universe. His strength would be meaningless if he couldn't survive. Even if he developed a protective shield similar to the old version of Broly from the movie once the shield was broken. As for the second wish, it considered the Saiyan trait that their strength would dramatically increase after recovering from severe injuries or near-death experiences. Having the ability to heal might just help him quickly elevate his strength during battles. Isuka nodded, following Sarodis' thoughts, and conveyed the wishes to the divine dragon. That's very simple. The divine dragon's eyes lit up with a crimson hue, and an inexplicable power enveloped Sarodis, fulfilling his wishes. Your wishes have all been granted, so farewell. After completing its mission, Porunga bid farewell and transformed into 7 streams of light scattering in all directions, awaiting the next summoner of the 7 Dragon Balls. Thus, after everything reached a happy ending, all returned to tranquility. Having already bid farewell to the Grand Elder, Sarodis quietly left during a deep night shortly after the final adjustments of the spaceship, piloting it away from Namek. Isuka, I don't like the sadness of goodbyes, so I'm sorry for leaving in this way. I had a wonderful time here on Namek, and I will come back to see you when I have the chance. Sarodis left. Isuka woke up early in the morning only to find that Sarodis, who should have been outside training by now, was nowhere to be seen. After searching the house for a while, he finally discovered a note stuck to the door. Mr. Sarodis has left. Feeling lost for a moment, Isuka soon gathered his spirits. There are no feasts that do not end in this world. Although life on Namek is good, even Isuka can understand that this place is not suitable for Sarodis, and his departure was inevitable. Since he has already left, all that is left is to wish Mr. Sarodis peace and success. Isuka thought to himself as he sent his blessings into the distant universe. The journey to Yadarat Star is not long, but what the hell is space-time distortion? A swirling distortion resembling a black hole appeared in Sarodis' line of sight, and the immense gravitational pull could not be escaped even with the spaceship modified by Isuka at full power. During his time on Namek, Sarodis had learned much about the cosmos from the Grand Elder and naturally recognized what this swirling distortion was. A space-time distortion is an extremely rare natural phenomenon in the universe. Once a space-time distortion occurs, anything that passes nearby will be sucked into it, reaching an unknown time and space. Sarodis had no interest in embarking on a space-time journey at this moment. Relying on the ability to survive in space granted by Porunga, he decisively set the spaceship to autopilot mode and opened the hatch to enter outer space. Before he could even feel the sensation of crossing the universe with his physical body, Sarodis' feet landed on top of the spaceship. The blazing golden flames and the purple-black hair that moved without wind signified that Sarodis had pushed his power to its limit, entering an incomplete Super Saiyan state. With his hands raised above his head in a flower petal shape, the rose gold light flickered in the vastness of space. He'll bet everything on this 1,000,000,000,000 flash. With a powerful downward swing of his hands crossed in front of him, the rose gold energy wave shot towards the space-time distortion as Sarodis aimed to destroy the distortion before him. The power needed to destroy different space-time distortions varies. Sarodis could certainly handle a newborn or one on the brink of natural termination. However, if it was a fully formed space-time distortion, a much greater power would be required, nearly equivalent to breaking through the barriers of time and space. In the original work, at least the power level of characters like Majin Buu and Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks would be necessary to break the barriers of time and space, which could only be done if there was already a passage between the hyperbolic time chamber and the main timeline. Thus, Sarodis was indeed gambling, just as he himself stated. Unfortunately, his luck was not very good this time. He did not win the gamble. Although the space-time distortion had not existed for long and was not very large once it had fully formed and his special technique failed to take effect, Sarodis understood. What the hell, damn it? Sarodis gasped, barely able to utter half a classic curse from his past life before he and the spaceship were pulled into the suddenly increasing gravitational force of the space-time distortion. In the midst of it all, Sarodis seemed to hear the familiar, playful voice of a girl. Silly uncle, how did you get so unlucky? Luckily, I worked a little overtime to see the situation here. As this faint girl's voice sounded, a strange power enveloped Sarodis, seemingly attempting to pull him out of the space-time distortion. However, after a brief tug, even Sarodis' resilient body could not help but feel intense pain in this tug-of-war battle where he was the rope. As if sensing Sarodis' pain, the strange power ceased its attempt to pull him out of the space-time distortion and instead transformed into a protective shield, softly and swiftly enveloping Sarodis' form. Sarodis did not know what it felt like to traverse through time and space, but as he was completely sucked into the space-time distortion, the benevolent power made him feel like he was returning to his fetal stage, leading him into a deep slumber. In an instant, was it a brief moment or an eternity? Sarodis did not know. He only knew that when he awoke again, he was no longer in the vastness of outer space, and the space-time distortion was nowhere to be found. The salty and fishy scent that entered his nose along with the soft sand beneath his feet made Sarodis realize that he was currently at the seaside of a certain planet. Yet Sarodis still had many questions. What was that girl's voice he heard in the dark? How did it transform into a shield after initially wanting to pull him out of the space-time distortion? And now, having traversed the space-time distortion, in what time and on which planet was he? Sarodis, who usually disliked pondering complex issues, felt a headache coming on. But soon Sarodis could not afford to think about these questions. A presence filled with malice, though not overwhelmingly powerful, crept in. This malice was different from the frenzied bloodlust of Shrag or the coldness of Frieza. It was a kind of malice that Sarodis found hard to articulate, utterly disgusting. At the moment he sensed this aura, Sarodis' energy spiked to its peak, and a blade of energy extended from his right hand. Swinging towards the source of the malice, as the sword light flickered, he saw a mass of black mist drifting away, submerging into the depths of the ocean, leaving behind a strange tentacle resembling that of an octopus still struggling. Just like the indescribably disgusting malice that emanated from that black mist, this tentacle gave Sarodis the same feeling. Disliking to think as he did, Sarodis was even less willing to search for clues from this tentacle. He retracted his blade and unleashed an energy wave with one hand, turning the tentacle into dust. What the hell is this? I only just now realized this feeling has been coming from the sea. Sarodis, nearly covered in goosebumps, frowned and quickly soared into the air, leaving the ocean behind. After a while, a group of hooded tentacle monsters emerged from the ocean onto the beach. That external powerful presence has already left. That idiot, no? Gine wanted to capture him as a sacrifice for the great deity without even knowing the opponent's strength. Luckily, he didn't pursue us. What should we do now? 1. Should we report to the great deity for him to handle? Forget it, no? 7. The great deity has not fully awakened yet. I can feel that the person who cut off no. 8's tentacle has not displayed his full strength. Recklessly notifying the great deity would only complicate his awakening unnecessarily. Then what do you suggest now? 4. Should we let no. 8 lose a tentacle for nothing? Alright, stop arguing. Once the great deity fully awakens, let him devour that powerful presence. I believe it will be a delicious breakfast for him. As for now, let's do nothing. The direction he left in is the territory of those guys, so let them handle it. The leader of the tentacle monsters concluded the discussion, which had a bit of a tense atmosphere, and issued the final decision and strategy. Thus the group of tentacle monsters submerged back into the ocean. At the end of countless timelines there stood a surreal future city, the residence of the Time Kaishin Kent. Walking out from the historical archive humming an unknown tune was the little lowly clad in Kaishin attire, the Time Kaishin Kaien, who had just finished her daily inspection. It seems like the Kaishin is in a good mood. Outside the archives, Trunks, dressed in a coat and carrying a long sword, greeted the Time Kaishin with a smile. Hey Trunks, how about I give you a task? Upon hearing there was a task, Trunks immediately stood at attention. Please feel free to instruct me. The Time Kaishin patted Trunks on the arm, smiling as she said, Don't be so serious. This isn't official business, it's more of a personal task. As she spoke, the Time Kaishin inexplicably pulled out a bundle of scrolls. In the timeline represented by this scroll, there is a Saiyan named Sarodis who arrived there through a space-time distortion. This Sarodis possesses a very special power. You should know that the past experienced by each timeline must never be altered, but the power that this Sarodis possesses allows him to easily change the past without causing a collapse of the future. Trunks was astonished. Even when he used the time machine, he could not change the past of his own timeline. Only the Time Kaishin here and the unidentified criminal currently causing havoc in various timelines could do such a thing. Who exactly is this Saiyan named Sarodis? Well, don't worry, he won't be a threat to us. The timeline he is currently in is a troublesome one. With his current power, he might face some difficulties. So I would like to ask you, Trunks, to help him out. If possible, it would be best to bring him to Kent, and we can also send him back to his original timeline. Taking the scroll from the Time Kaishin, solemnly Trunks responded with a serious tone, just as he was about to set off. The voice of the Time Kaishin echoed again. Oh, by the way, due to some interference, you won't be able to reach him directly. You might have to travel across several planets to find him. Time Kaishin. Trunks' frustrated voice echoed throughout Kent, startling the time birds that had been hovering above the archives, causing them to flee as soon as the Time Kaishin revealed the key point. By that time, Trunks was already enveloped in the light of teleportation. The Time Kaishin lightly tapped her head with her fist and stuck out her tongue. I just accidentally forgot. As Sarodis flew low, he discovered that this planet was vast. So vast that even at his speed, which was in the millions of battle power level, he had not found a single identical scenery after flying for several hours without exerting his full strength. This indicated that he had yet to fully explore the entire planet. Moreover, Sarodis could sense that almost every area he passed through had details that were different, yet generally similar, with varying intensities of the aura from the creatures he had slain on the beaches. Sarodis was still unclear about the bizarre phenomena prevalent on this planet, but he believed it was certainly related to the source of that aura. At the moment, he had no good way to return to his original time and space, so Sarodis decided to make the best of his situation and did not mind finding something to do. After all, daydreaming would not solve any problems. Perhaps he should first find a place to address the emptiness in his stomach. Having flown for several hours, Sarodis felt a bit hungry and casually chose a place to land. The scene he saw upon landing surprised Sarodis. It was a town that seemed to be surrounded by walls yet exuded a strong sense of liveliness. Perhaps he could find some food here. Stepping forward, Sarodis intended to enter when a vigilant voice called out, "Who goes there?" Two seemingly non-threatening humans jumped out from either side of the town's gate. Sarodis was somewhat astonished. The various races in the universe looked vastly different and were quite peculiar. So far, he had only seen humans from Earth, Science, and Metian in terms of appearances like these. Suppressing his surprise, Sarodis replied to the two in a relatively friendly tone, "I am a traveler passing through looking to get some food." Upon hearing Sarodis' response, the two not only remained vigilant, but also drew their weapons, aiming them at Sarodis. When has there ever been a human alone in the wilderness on this entire planet? Quickly reveal your true identity, or we will open fire. Sarodis furrowed his brow. This planet was becoming increasingly strange. Oh, what on earth was happening? Seeing Sarodis did not respond, the two pulled the trigger without hesitation, and two beams shot towards him. The scene where the beams passed through Sarodis' body without causing him any harm only confirmed the two's suspicions about his identity. One of the slightly heavier guards whispered to the other, "I'll keep an eye on him here. You go find the leader quickly." The thinner guard did not hesitate and quickly left the gate, running into the town. Sarodis could obviously hear their hushed conversation and felt somewhat helpless. To him, the beams from the toy-like guns might not harm his body, but his Dao robe might not be so lucky. To prevent damaging the only Dao robe he had, Sarodis swiftly dodged the beams and returned to his original position. Revealing his strength seemed to make these people even less trusting of him. However, seeing the heavily guarded, portly guard, Sarodis merely shrugged. As long as they did not continue to attack him, he had no intention of retaliating. "Put down your gun, Fett." A deep voice rang out, followed by the guard who had been sent to find the leader and a tall, middle-aged man with a worried expression. Though this friend is strong, he does not carry the aura of an evil god. There's no need to be overly cautious. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's command, the guard named Fett hesitated but eventually lowered his gun, although he still reminded the middle-aged man, "Leader, what if he is a follower of an evil god with hidden aura capabilities? Rest assured, this friend's strength is comparable to a high-ranking evil god. If an evil god were to descend here, no amount of vigilance would be useful." Sarodis did not fully understand the situation, but from their brief conversation, he could discern that the humans on this planet were under threat from beings they referred to as evil gods. Furthermore, it seemed that there were more than just one or two of these evil gods with varying strengths, and the stronger ones were likely comparable to him. This was quite interesting, Sarodis thought. In the original Dragon Ball series, starting from the Frieza saga, battle powers skyrocketed, with both Z fighters and their enemies far exceeding the million-point mark. But how many of these people could there be combined? Across the entire universe, forget about the million battle power level. Even tens of thousands were rare. Did you not see that Gine, with a battle power of 100, had the audacity to declare himself the top warrior of the universe, solving many of Frieza's problems with his Gine force against enemies on various planets? Yet on this planet, even if it was a different timeline, Sarodis still felt quite surprised. "This friend is looking for some food, then please come in with me. I happen to be dining. If you don't mind, why not join me for a meal?" Sarodis naturally accepted the leader's invitation. Under the watchful eye of the guard Fett, he followed the leader into the town. During the meal, Sarodis learned about the situation on this planet from the leader. The leader's name was Ryston, and while the town he governed was not the only one, it was the largest on the entire planet. A long time ago, many powerful evil gods descended upon this planet, causing countless lives to lose their sanity and descend into madness under their influence. Then a deity who called himself the Grand Kai descended, sweeping away the evil gods with his unstoppable strength and sealing them along with the cities they inhabited deep beneath the sea. After the evil gods were sealed, humanity was finally able to thrive peacefully on this planet and develop civilization. Until now, for unknown reasons, the seal has been loosening, and those who have been exploring the seabed have begun to transform into followers of the evil gods once again. The followers of the evil gods lurk within human society, constantly capturing powerful humans as sacrifices to offer to their evil gods. By the time humanity realizes what is happening, it is already too late. The evil gods break free from their seals, reclaiming and transforming the planet, leaving humanity with no means to escape. Perhaps out of malice or for other purposes, the evil gods did not extend their claws to all of humanity at once, but instead sent their followers to gradually devour humanity. Now humanity can only rely on powerful warriors like Raditz, who practice martial arts to struggle on this planet from which they cannot escape. Just before Sarodis arrived in this town, the people had just received news that nearby human towns had been completely annihilated, with all humans, except for those with weak wills who were influenced by the evil god's power and transformed into followers, being wiped out. Finally, after eating a quarter of the remaining food, Sarodis patted his stomach. It seems this planet is like a cage. Raditz did not mind Sarodis' large appetite. He merely sighed. Who can say otherwise? I even feel that we can't be considered prisoners. We are merely toys for the amusement of the evil gods. Raditz continued to discuss the current situation of humanity. Human technology has not yet reached the level of researching energy weapons. Just a few years ago, a peculiar spaceship landed here, and with the help of the surviving scientists, the weapon systems on the ship were successfully deciphered, providing some hope for humanity's resistance. At least against the followers of the evil gods, the energy guns and beam cannons that were developed from this research could inflict some damage. As he spoke, Raditz also took out a photo of the spaceship from a cabinet. Look, this is the spaceship. At first, someone accidentally activated a switch and nearly suffocated from the sudden increase in gravity in the cabin. Who knows who would install a gravity-generating device in a spaceship? Sarodis looked at the photo of the spaceship, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Perhaps this is my spaceship. Huh. Sarodis' words made Ristan's eyes widen in surprise. With no choice, Sarodis began explaining how he ended up here. After learning that the spaceship was currently docked in this town, he took out the control device and summoned the spaceship. This left Raditz with no choice but to believe it, feeling quite awkward. After all, casually researching someone else's spaceship was not something they should do. However, after Sarodis checked the spaceship and found that only the weapons had been removed, he expressed indifference. It's just some useless decorations that have been taken apart. You all are already unfortunate enough. Oh, consider this meal as compensation. Raditz was naturally very grateful and invited Sarodis to stay temporarily. Raditz had his own calculations. If Sarodis stayed here once the followers of the evil gods attacked this town, Sarodis would likely step in. Although Sarodis had a large appetite, it was not a major issue, as long as he could ensure the safety of everyone in the town. Sarodis could see through Raditz' thoughts, but did not mind. Even if he wanted to leave this planet, he first needed to deal with the evil gods that were sealing it. If the evil gods were indeed, as Raditz described, their battle power comparable to high-ranking ones, and there were even stronger evil gods above them. Even with his incomplete Super Saiyan transformation, he could not guarantee victory. Given that it concerned his ability to return to his original time and space, he needed to be more cautious. However, Sarodis did not really need a place to stay, or as long as the spaceship was around, it was enough for him. After repeatedly declining invitations, Raditz felt somewhat disappointed. But the proposal Sarodis made lifted Raditz' spirits. Raditz would provide Sarodis with food during this time, and in exchange, if the town encountered trouble, Sarodis would step in to resolve it. At the same time, I will eventually leave this planet. If, as you say, it is sealed by evil gods, I will certainly confront them. I need more information and intelligence about the evil gods, Sarodis said to Raditz. Naturally, Raditz was overjoyed and patted his chest, promising to gather information on the evil gods to provide to Sarodis. Thus, Sarodis docked his spaceship near Ristan's residence. In the dead of night, the entire planet remained calm, as if it had not encountered any crisis. Sarodis did not sleep. He merely lay on the spaceship, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. He felt that the moon in the sky was somewhat unusual, just like the sun during the day. Oh, isn't this the little guy I brought to this world? What a coincidence to meet you in this timeline. A familiar, alluring voice rang out, and Sarodis sprang into action, a blazing aura surrounding him. Don't be so guarded. I mean no harm. Waves rippled in the void, and as Sarodis gazed at the figure before him, he finally understood who had brought him to this world. Tawa. Why did you bring me to this world? What is your purpose? Let's just say it's a whim of mine. It seems you little guy were brought here by the distortion of time and space. I told you there's no need to be on guard. Ooh, I have no ill intentions, at least for now. Tawa chuckled. Oh right, since you came here through the distortion of time and space, you surely didn't want to come here by yourself. Would you like me to help you return to your original timeline? Sarodis remained vigilant. The events in the Dragon Ball Super Universe were still fresh in his mind, and this woman was clearly not a kind-hearted one. Tawa shook her head and gradually vanished into the void. Alright, it seems you are unwilling to accept my direct help. Let me provide you with a little piece of information. The battle power of the evil gods on this planet is weaker than yours in transformed state, but some of their abilities, similar to magic, could be quite a hassle for you. Well then, farewell, little guy. Sarodis continued to sense the environment around him, but could only feel the weak auras of many residents living in the town, the only relatively strong one being Raystan. And if you don't deal with those evil gods, soon the strongest one among them will likely break free from their seal. You probably won't be able to handle that strongest evil god with your incomplete transformation. Tawa's voice echoed once more, but Sarodis still could not sense her presence. Returning to his original timeline would certainly be great, but he did not want to be helped by a villain who was constantly stirring up trouble in the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Moreover, he had not forgotten about the system's matters. The aura from the demon realm was likely closely tied to Tawa. Unable to sense Tawa's aura any longer, Sarodis had no choice but to give up. As for whether the information Tawa revealed was true or false, Sarodis would naturally verify it once he was prepared. For now, it was best to get a good night's sleep. That night was the most restless night for Sarodis. Perhaps due to the surrounding environment, Sarodis' instincts kept warning him. But where exactly did the danger come from? Sarodis tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The blood-red moon gradually concealed its shape as the orange sun rose into the sky. Amid the alternation of day and night, Tawa's voice unexpectedly echoed in Sarodis' ears. A foolish little one, I have already given you hints, yet you still cannot find the source of the problem. The anxious Sarodis felt a moment of reassurance upon hearing Tawa's voice. He was somewhat puzzled. He had always trusted his instincts. But why would a villain who brought him to the Dragon Ball world with unknown motives, who tried to control him, provide him with a sense of peace? Peace. Sarodis' mind raced as if something was about to be grasped. Seeing that Sarodis did not respond, Tawa's figure appeared from the void, bending down her slender fingers, gently lifting Sarodis' chin. The fragrance of roses wafted into Sarodis' nose, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Ah, the little guy is blushing, how interesting. Tawa's voice was closed, and Sarodis finally grasped that spark of insight. Even if you don't know whether I'm friend or foe, at least I am a real person, and that sense of reassurance comes from this, right, Tawa? Sarodis barely paid attention to Tawa, being almost face-to-face with him as he suddenly stood up. Tawa quietly retreated, casually placing her staff horizontally in the void, sitting cross-legged atop it. It seems you're not too foolish, little one. Yet Sarodis still had doubts. Putting aside the buildings around him and the spaceship beneath his feet, every person in this town existed clearly within Sarodis' perception. The essence of every life, whether strong or weak, pure or mixed, was different. What kind of illusion magic could perfectly deceive his senses? Tawa easily discerned Sarodis' thoughts from his expression and chuckled softly. Little one, don't trust your senses too much. You are facing an evil god who is not strong in direct combat, but is naturally adept at mental and spatial abilities. Let me think, perhaps only those at the level of the Adralat species in your universe, or those who possess the divine realm, could rely on their perception of chi to see through such an illusion. Little one, you are still far from it. Tawa's words made Sarodis' expression turn grim. He was not afraid of direct combat. Even if the opponent was stronger than him, dying honorably was just that. But this battle where the enemy's existence was intangible. Tawa continued to smile, though her smile gradually grew cold. All right, little one, don't frown, so let me lend you a hand for free. Sarodis looked at the blue-skinned beauty before him. Although he felt some reassurance from her presence, his heart was still unwilling to believe that the scheming beauty, who should be trying to restore the glory of the demon world, would genuinely help him. I already said I have no ill intentions towards you for now. If you want me to have any plans for you, at least you must successfully transform into a Super Saiyan 3. Your current level isn't worth targeting, you know. Tawa's words were filled with teasing, finally making Sarodis lower his guard a little. I want to know your reason for helping me. Tawa's beautiful brows furrowed, her tone slightly displeased. All right, you are quite the troublesome little one. Since you already know quite a bit, I'll reveal just a little bit to you, only a little, okay? With a wave of her staff, Tawa moved closer to Sarodis, her fingertip lightly tracing across Sarodis' chest until it retracted at his abdomen. It seemed this serpent-like beauty was quite interested in teasing Sarodis. Hee, what a lovely little one. Now listen carefully, I will only say this once, okay? I came to this planet to collect some gene data from evil gods for research, but it seems I underestimated the trouble posed by this barrier set by the evil gods. For the time being, I cannot leave here. Sarodis' mouth twitched as he took half a step back to evade Tao's teasing. So you mean to say that you lied to me about helping me leave? Of course I was just joking. I have been stuck here for several days before meeting you. At this point, Tao's teeth were somewhat clenched. Although I could easily break this barrier with a little serious effort if I act as someone not belonging to this timeline, the God of Time will definitely notice my presence. Until I am fully prepared, I do not wish to conflict with that troublesome woman, so I have been stuck here. Originally, I thought the God of Time in this timeline would quickly arrive to deal with these evil gods, but I didn't expect that they still haven't come. Just as I discovered that you little one had arrived here, I thought I could borrow your strength to deal with these troublesome evil gods. How about it? Is that sufficient? Sarodis crossed his arms, setting aside the distraction brought by Tao's actions, and his expression turned serious. Since your actions will attract the attention of the God of Time, then surely my actions, as someone also not belonging to this timeline, will do the same, right? You must clarify this point for me. Pursuing the root of the matter like this is rather unappealing, isn't it? However, based on your interesting reaction, I will tell you a bit more. I will only provide you with the means to break their magic and give you reminders from the side. This way the God of Time will not discover my existence. Furthermore, you were brought here by the distortion of time and space, not of your own volition, to interfere with the historical trajectory, so you do not belong to the category of time criminals. The God of Time will not act against you. Moreover, there is something special about you, or else why would I have gone through the trouble to bring your soul to this world? Tao's words still left Sarodis puzzled. What exactly was so special about him that warranted Tao bringing a soul from another world here? But for now, resolving the immediate trouble was evidently more important. The information Tao revealed was also logical and reasonable, so he had no choice but to choose to trust Tao for the time being. All right then, cooperation is established. Tao appeared quite satisfied with Sarodis' response, gently tapping her staff, and a dark purple light glowed upon it. As this dark purple light illuminated, ripples spread in the void. The illusion dissipated, and the real scene made Sarodis clench his fists unconsciously. What a tragic sight it was. Sarodis could tell the cause of death of these corpses just by casting a glance at the movements of their bodies on the ground. Some corpses had their hands around their own necks or chests, either having choked themselves to death or having opened their own chests to remove their organs. Some corpses had penetrated each other's bodies, shattering each other's skulls, and the vivid expressions of regret on their still uncorrupted faces indicated that they were not enemies in life. Such instances were numerous. It seemed that these corpses must have been deceived by the evil gods, or their followers using illusions leading to mutual slaughter, or even ending their own lives. Tao looked at the scene before her. As a princess of the demon world, she did not appear as grim as Sarodis, but instead smiled lightly. Oh dear, these evil gods and their followers are indeed of a rather morbid taste. Sarodis glanced at Tao and suddenly thought of something. Tao, you should know something about these evil gods, right? This question from the little one is quite dull, isn't it? If I didn't know about these evil gods, how could I come to collect their genes? Then can you tell me what exactly evil gods are, and what their purpose is in causing such slaughter? Oh dear, what a good question. Now it's time for Tao's educational moment, so listen carefully. Tao blinked as she looked at Sarodis. Let's start from the origin of evil gods. The birth of evil gods actually comes from humans. In other words, humans created evil gods. It is said that on a certain planet in this timeline, there was a human who existed between consciousness and madness who wrote books about evil gods. Initially, these books were merely circulated as interesting reads until one day some people began to believe that these evil gods truly existed in the universe. This belief gradually spread with the circulation and adaptation of the books, leading to the formation of many followers who worshipped the evil gods. These people began to establish sects and perform sacrifices to the evil gods. During this process, the faith of people gradually birthed these evil gods in some corner of the universe. Sarodis frowned, but did not ask questions, clearly waiting for Tao to continue her explanation. Tao had no intention of keeping her audience in suspense. After a brief pause, she continued. These evil gods, having been born from human faith, resemble the descriptions in the books. They do not have fixed appearances, and those who directly gaze upon the evil gods often fall into madness and chaos. Each evil god possesses different powers. Broadly speaking, they can be categorized into three types. One type uses mental powers, another utilizes temporal and spatial powers, and the strongest evil gods possess both mental and spatial powers along with combat abilities. After wandering through the universe for a long time, these evil gods arrived at the home planet of the humans who created them. When people gazed upon the evil gods and fell into madness and chaos, the evil gods realized that by inducing negative emotions such as madness, fear, and confusion in people, they could enhance their own strength. Thus, the evil gods began to promote their powers through means such as Priak. After wreaking havoc on many planets, the gods of time finally captured the evil gods on this planet and sealed them here. Of course, this happened a long time ago. Tawa lightly tapped her smooth chin. As for the purpose of these evil gods in causing slaughter, according to records, evil gods generally do not actively cause slaughter like that in this town, because slaughter can only yield a one-time boost in strength, while prolonged madness, fear, and chaos can provide them with a continuous source of power. However, some evil gods take pleasure in slaughter. I suspect that the instigator of this scene is likely one of those evil gods or their followers. Tawa concluded with a clap like a little girl, and as her voice fell, applause echoed in the air. I didn't expect that there are still people who understand me so well. Truly an admirable lady. Accompanying the voice was a figure dressed in a black robe. From the information revealed in the speech, it was not difficult to conclude that this was a follower of an evil god. When the follower lifted the black robe, Sarodis was greatly astonished. It was actually Ristan's. Sarodis frowned, and the fiery white aura around him quietly flared in response to his anger at being fooled. Ristan's directed his gaze at Sarodis, his words filled with regret and dissatisfaction. I never expected you could gain the assistance of this knowledgeable lady to break my illusion. I even put some thought into it, using the homophonic language of humans who helped my god come into being to create such a name. What a waste of my wisdom. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name has long been abandoned. I am the chief follower of my god, the illusion deceiver. Tawa moved her staff behind Sarodis, directing him. All right, little one, my educational moment has ended. Now it's your time to perform. Sarodis did not verbally respond to Tawa's words, but instead took a stance and directed a question at the one who claimed to be the illusion deceiver before him. You came just in time. Answer me, what is your purpose in killing these people using such deceptive means? The illusion deceiver laughed heartily. What a foolish question. Didn't that lady already explain it? We are the ones who take pleasure in slaughter. Oh, by the way, if you need a reason, you might just be the reason. What do you mean? You've encountered our opposing faction by the sea, right? Those guys informed us of your existence, believing you might pose a threat to the revival of my god. As my god's first follower, I absolutely cannot allow your existence, so eliminating you is a necessity. And as the illusion deceiver, I naturally have my own strength suited for eliminating you. In other words, these people died unknowingly while killing you. Ha 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 ha. It's a pity that this lady helped you a bit, so I have to deal with you directly and make you the last sacrifice for my god's revival. By the way, this blue-skinned knowledgeable lady, would you be interested in also believing in my god? My god will surely grant you immense power. Tawa chuckled lightly, refusing the illusion deceiver's invitation. Oh dear, it might be a bit difficult for me to believe in your god. I'd better focus on dealing with this little guy in front of me. He's not so easy to handle. The rejected illusion deceiver didn't mind, as it was merely a casual invitation. Sarodis slightly closed his eyes, the fiery white aura turning into a shining golden light, and his already standing hair became even more distinct, transforming into a purplish red color. Clearly, Sarodis had entered an incomplete Super Saiyan form. Tawa covered her mouth and chuckled. Look at the little one, he hasn't been assimilated into the Saiyan personality. He's quite furious about causing the deaths of these people. Just as Tawa said, Sarodis' anger was about to erupt like a volcano. But Tawa's statement was still incomplete. Sarodis did not consider himself a good person, yet he still had his own bottom line. He absolutely could not accept treating human lives as toys. After all, even Saiyans are a branch of humanity, and he, Sarodis, is also a human. Sarodis' speed exploded to its limit. In the eyes of the illusion deceiver, Sarodis' figure still appeared to be standing still, but he had already been struck by Sarodis' fist filled with tangible wrath. Only when pain coursed through his entire body did the figure of Sarodis, who remained still, gradually dissipate. Is this an afterimage? The illusion deceiver struck hard, murmured intermittently. After igniting his anger, Sarodis did not hold back. Instead, he transformed his fist into claws, pressing down on the illusion deceiver's face, forcefully embedding him into the ground, dragging him along, and leaving a long trail of cracks until he crashed into a small hill. After a backward flip, blue light shone in Sarodis' hand. The fierce energy wave engulfed the small hill and the illusion deceiver in an instant. With just one energy wave, Sarodis could no longer sense the presence of this illusion deceiver, who called himself the chief follower. Well, this guy is merely a follower of an evil god transformed from a human. Even without using this incomplete transformation, you could easily defeat him. Why waste your energy? Tawa's figure appeared behind Sarodis like a ghost. Sarodis did not respond. His mood was not very good. Why do those evil god followers who are essentially still humans consider themselves to have transcended humanity after believing in evil gods treating their fellow kin as mere playthings? Surprisingly, Tawa actually picked up on Sarodis' words. This is merely a form of self-deception. Such individuals are likely regarded as even less than playthings in the eyes of those evil gods, mere disposable consumables like toilet paper that can be discarded at will. After a moment of reflection, Tawa began to tease Sarodis again. The way you acted just now was quite handsome. If you could fight as beautifully against evil gods, I might just add you to my favorites list. Fortunately, even though the entire town's scenery was a mirage created by a deceiver, the food supplies and the spaceship within the city were still very much real. After properly burying the bodies here, Sarodis retrieved kitchenware and ingredients from the town and started cooking. Tawa sat atop the staff, occasionally teasing Sarodis, seemingly quite interested in his somewhat innocent reactions. Sarodis, on the other hand, felt quite helpless towards this ambiguous femme fatale. On one hand, Tawa had indeed helped him, but on the other hand, her strength was far beyond what Sarodis could currently compare to. Once the food was cooked, Sarodis simply walked into the spaceship and closed the hatch. However, Tawa stubbornly used magic to move inside the spaceship, continuing to entangle him. Not bad at cooking, little one. After teasing Sarodis, after retrieving a bowl from the pot, Tawa happily enjoyed the mixed dish he had prepared, offering him a compliment. Sarodis did not respond, merely closed his eyes and began to move his body, appearing ready to take action. Tawa was somewhat curious. A little one is so diligent. Do you wish to set off now to deal with those evil gods? Sarodis did not reply immediately. He finished warming up, adjusted his breathing, and then countered with a question. If we deal with these evil gods sooner, we can leave this planet sooner. Or do you wish to stay here for a while longer? Tawa chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. You have a point. So, little one, do you have a battle plan? Sarodis nodded and then shook his head. The battle plan is simply to fight. With Tawa's assistance, Sarodis' perception would not be affected by the evil spells. While warming up, Sarodis released his perception, covering a vast area, and found a location rich with the aura of evil gods. After responding to Tawa's question about the battle plan, Sarodis soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light, heading straight for the location he targeted. Tawa, momentarily stunned by Sarodis' actions, soon snapped back to reality and shook her head. He truly is a reckless fool. However, I must revise my earlier assessment of this little one. He is not merely an ordinary scion, but rather an interesting one. Having slightly adjusted her evaluation of Sarodis, Tawa sat upon her staff and gracefully floated in the direction he had gone. When Tawa arrived beside Sarodis, what she saw was a collapsed altar and the corpses of evil god followers strewn across the ground. Meanwhile, Sarodis held a constantly morphing evil god with one hand. With such power, you dare claim to be a god above all beings? As Sarodis spat out his mocking words, he flung the evil god into the sky and casually unleashed a wave of energy. Oh my, did you just present me with a fireworks show upon my arrival? Tawa watched as the evil god transformed into fireworks, her smile widening. Sarodis did not respond. He merely released his perception and continued searching for the locations of other evil gods. From dawn to dusk, even though there were many evil gods, few could withstand the full force of Sarodis. Even if there were a few evil gods whose power was comparable to Sarodis' normal state, he had no interest in experiencing the thrill of battle against those abominable beings. He decisively transformed into an incomplete Super Saiyan, quickly providing Tawa with a fireworks show. Under Tawa's encouragement, Sarodis even spared a few evil gods, and under her guidance, turned them into a grand meal. One must say the taste of the evil gods was quite good, making Sarodis feel as though he was enjoying a banquet of exquisite delicacies, including both rare treasures from the mountains and sea. Eventually landing at the seaside where he first arrived, Mira slowly floated beside Sarodis, gazing at the vast ocean that seemed to stretch endlessly, and offered him a suggestion. The little one is quite efficient. There are only 2 evil gods left now. Should we rest for the night before making our move? Sarodis thought for a moment and nodded. All right, we can rest here for the night. But there are still 2. Tawa pointed at the blood-red moon slowly rising in the sky. In addition to the one in the sea, there's also one in the sky. Oh, little one, your observation skills are still lacking. Following Tawa's finger, Sarodis looked at the blood moon. Indeed, the aura from that moon is far stronger than the one in the sea. But the moon above, this planet is sealed by a barrier. How can we get there? That isn't a real moon, you know. Don't worry about how to deal with the evil god up there. As long as we take down the one in the sea, the one in the sky will naturally come to us. At that point, put on a splendid battle show for me, okay? Hee. After a day of slaughter, Sarodis felt a bit more trust towards Tawa, who had not made any moves, but continually lent him strength to help break the evil spells. Since Tawa said so, Sarodis did not delve deeper. He took out the remote control and maneuvered the spaceship to this location. Opening the hatch, Sarodis walked straight and rummaging through the storage room of the cabin to find 2 beds, laying them out on either side. I prepared a bed for you as well. It's up to you whether you want to sleep. After leaving this remark for Tawa, Sarodis took off his robe and crawled into bed. Tawa did not avert her gaze. Instead, she examined Sarodis' sturdy physique from head to toe before disappearing from sight. The next moment, Tawa unexpectedly climbed into the bedding prepared by Sarodis. I haven't enjoyed such sleep in a long time. Revisiting it today is quite nice. Early in the morning, Sarodis glanced at the still sleeping Tawa, and his heartbeat suddenly paused for a moment. This unexpected flutter made Sarodis turn his head away. How did the little one develop feelings for me? Tawa's voice, laced with laughter, reached Sarodis, causing his face to flush as he quickly changed the subject. It's time to deal with that creature in the sea. Tawa did not continue the teasing, instead reaching into the void to retrieve her staff, following in Sarodis' footsteps. After stepping out of the spaceship, Tawa sat atop her staff and asked with a bright smile, "So are we going into the sea to confront the evil god? Just like in the Cosmos, Scions can't fight underwater, right? Do you need me to cast a spell that will allow you to breathe in water?" Sarodis shook his head. "No need for that hassle. I dislike fighting in water." Though this statement was not a lie, Sarodis cleverly concealed his weakness, wanting to keep Tawa unaware that he had already eliminated this disadvantage with the help of Borna. Seeing Sarodis refuse her magic, Tawa shrugged and stepped back behind him. A blazing white aura ignited around Sarodis as he extended his right hand, gathering a massive energy wave. "Isn't it enough to blast the evil god out?" Sarodis declared as he launched the energy wave towards the sea. The powerful energy wave created a massive pit in the seemingly endless ocean, exposing the seabed. A gigantic creature resembling an octopus surged forth from the depths, letting out an unnameable roar. "No matter how many times I see it, the evil god is truly ugly." Tawa frowned as she urged Sarodis. "It's quite ungracious to let a beautiful lady gaze upon such an ugly creature for too long, you know." Sarodis smirked. "I'm no gentleman." Yet despite his words, he swiftly transformed into an incomplete Super Saiyan. "Let's finish this quickly. There's another creature to deal with." Sarodis flickered, appearing in front of the evil god in the blink of an eye. As he drew closer, Sarodis realized that the non-humanoid evil god was of such immense size that even in his giant ape form, he would barely reach half its height. Though he thought this, Sarodis did not halt his advance, spiraling up along the evil god's body to evade its twisting, flailing tentacles. Boom. After reaching the top of the evil god's head, Sarodis gathered an energy wave in each hand and pressed them down onto the creature's body. The energy waves remained intact as Sarodis dove rapidly, cleaving through the evil god's form like 2 axes. The pained creature's tentacles thrashed more violently. Sarodis let out a sound of surprise. "Your vitality is still quite robust." He flipped and dodged another swipe from a tentacle. A continuous barrage of energy waves shot from Sarodis' clasped hands, raining down upon the evil god. Sure enough, using the prince's fighting style against such a massive creature won't miss, Sarodis thought, intensifying the power in his hands. Under the torrential assault, the evil god struggled to fall. Sarodis halted the prince's fighting style and unleashed his ultimate technique. Gigajoule Flash. The radiant sunlight obscured the sun itself. After the brightness faded, a gigantic mushroom cloud rose into the sky. "What do you think of this grand firework?" Sarodis reappeared beside Tawa, raising an eyebrow at her. Tawa chuckled in response. "Not bad, right? Then consider this as your reward." As Tawa spoke, the staff glowed with a purplish-black light different from the ominous glow it emitted when plotting against Sarodis. This time the light brought a sense of warmth. Sarodis felt his recently drained energy return to its peak state in an instant. "No need to be polite. Next we need to tackle that creature above, right? That creature will come down on its own, but it's been quite quiet, hasn't it?" Sarodis scratched his head. Tawa giggled, jumping off her staff to gently tap the ground with it. Before Sarodis' astonished gaze, a massive magic circle appeared on the ground. "With this I can summon the being from the moon down. Get ready, I'm about to call it down." Sarodis grinned. "I've been ready." Without Tawa performing any actions, the magic circle on the ground began to glow. The sun in the sky was gradually covered by shadows, and a blood-red crescent moon re-emerged, casting a beam of light towards the magic circle. As if it truly was the whisper of an ancient god. A gray mist fell from the crescent moon, descending into the magic circle. The mist gradually formed a figure cloaked in black robes, its 2 glowing points, possibly eyes, scanning Sarodis and Tawa. "Insignificant humans, are you the ones who awaken me from my slumber? As a reward for awakening me, I shall bestow upon you the truths of the world." Tawa giggled, covering her mouth, and elbowed Sarodis like a young girl. "Little one, look at this fellow speaking with quite an air of superiority." Sarodis nodded in agreement, his body enveloped in white aura as he raised his fist. Swish! Sarodis' figure darted around to the back of the evil god, in an instant throwing a punch. However, Sarodis' punch passed straight through the evil god's body. He quickly pulled back his power, stabilizing himself, and looking at Tawa. Tawa clicked her tongue in admiration as the staff glowed with purplish-black light once more. What a hasty little one. All right, you can strike now. Insignificant humans daring to strike at me, you shall pay the price. The voices of the evil god and Tawa echoed simultaneously. Sarodis sensed the evil god's movements from behind, and without a moment's thought executed a spinning side kick. This time his attack did not miss, but made solid contact with the evil god. Under the full force of Sarodis' kick, the evil god was sent flying backward. Human, how can you touch me? Sarodis smirked, his figure flickering as he pursued the evil god, landing another kick under the creature, sending it soaring into the air. You talk too much. With a jump and a spin, Sarodis' leg fell like a battle axe, crashing the evil god down to the ground from high above. The evil god's form dissipated into gray mist, only to reappear around Sarodis, enveloping him. Human, accept my truth. An indescribable voice flooded into Sarodis' ears. He guessed that this evil god specialized in mental attacks. But unfortunately, Tawa was genuinely helping Sarodis at this moment. Under her magic, he felt no effects, only finding the evil god's voice annoyingly buzzing like a fly. Huh. The blazing white aura once again turned golden as Sarodis transformed back into an incomplete Super Saiyan. The explosive energy he released caused arcs of electricity to dance around it, whipping up a violent wind that blew the gray mist away. The blown-away gray mist slowly regrouped, reshaping into a humanoid form. Why are you unaffected? Sarodis detected surprise and frustration in the evil god's voice. Responding with a cold smile, he said, because you are a thing more contemptible than a wild dog trash. Tawa, who had hidden her form at the start of the battle, shook her head, exclaiming, this little one's mouth is quite foul, but I don't mind. The evil god, already in a foul mood from the failure of its signature technique, grew even angrier at Sarodis' taunts, and swiftly extended several tentacles from beneath its black robe, striking at Sarodis. Sarodis rolled his eyes. Do all evil gods enjoy attacking with these tentacles? Is there nothing new? In his right hand, energy coalesced, forming a blade. As the blade glimmered, several tentacles were sliced off by Sarodis. Unlike the solid tentacles of previous evil gods, these dissipated into gray mist and returned to the evil god. It seemed the evil god did not expect the tentacles to pose any threat to Sarodis, swiftly retreating as they swung. Human, you are the second in many years to force me back to my true form. Take pride in that. The evil god continued to speak as it opened its arms wide, a swarm of black mist swirling from all directions, rushing into its body. Sarodis glanced around and quickly deduced that the mist was coming from the altars of the evil gods he had defeated. Little one, be careful. This creature is going to unleash its true power and confront you directly. Its full strength should not be beneath yours. Should we interrupt it now? Tawa's voice echoed from the void. Sarodis did not respond, but instead took up a stance, quietly watching the evil god. The evil god's transformation was brief, completed in no time. After regaining its true form, the evil god was no longer shrouded in a black robe. Was it a man, a woman, an old man, a child, or a monster? It was impossible to tell, as the evil god still retained a humanoid shape, but its head kept morphing. Humans, I give you one last chance. Recite my true name, the god of 1,000 faces, and become my followers. The restored evil god seemed to regain its confidence, its tone returning to the original haughty demeanor. Sarodis, however, scoffed, dismissively, spitting towards the evil god. I give you a chance to kill yourself and go meet your nonsensical kind. Human, you are seeking death. Sarodis remained unfazed, the golden aura around his fist flaring up, flickering, as he brushed past the black mist unleashed by the evil god, landing a solid punch to its face. The restored evil god was indeed stronger than any of the previous ones. After Sarodis' heavy blow, it not only sustained no damage, but did not fall into rigidity, either, its hands coiling like ropes around Sarodis. However, Sarodis was still Sarodis. Even without sensing the strength of the evil god before him, he remained vigilant. At the moment the evil god attempted to retaliate, he swiftly crouched down, evading the binding. Crouching was not just evasion, but also an attack. Sarodis seized the evil god's ankle, lifting it up like a windmill and flinging it down from high above. Whoosh! Sarodis flickered, following the flung evil god. Bang! As the evil god stabilized its form upon seeing Sarodis catch up, it threw a punch, clashing with Sarodis' Hedon. Under the collision of their fists, Sarodis briefly swayed, but stabilized quickly. The evil god, however, was different. The rebounding force sent it flying back a short distance before it could stop. Sarodis, who was always ruthless in battle, rapidly closed the distance to the evil god, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks like a torrential storm overwhelming the creature. The golden aura surrounding his fists and feet was more intense than the rest of his body, a technique he emulated from an anime, where Sun Wukong uses his fingers to counter Trunks' sword, concentrating energy on his fists and feet. The evil god, forced into a corner, struggled to withstand Sarodis' attacks, with its hands and feet taking several hits. It had no choice but to command several tentacles to sprout from its body to assist in defending against Sarodis. This tactic proved effective. The tentacles occasionally managed to strike Sarodis while defending, creating an illusion of a balanced exchange despite still being on the back foot. As they crashed back to the ground from midair, the collision sent waves of water splashing up. Tawa, floating in the void, frowned, enveloping herself in a semi-transparent shield. "Hey little one, the seawater splashed all over me." Hearing Tawa's complaint, Sarodis, who still needed her help, could only increase his energy, fully unleashing all his power. Every face of the evil god displayed expressions of terror. The moment Sarodis elevated his energy, the evil god realized that his next strike would be impossible to withstand. Countless tentacles sprouted from its body, wrapping around itself. But was it effective? Sarodis' fist pierced through the tentacled defense, shattering the crossed arms in front and landing on the evil god's neck, transforming into claws that gripped it. Flying back from the sea to the shore, Sarodis let out a soft shout, using the explosive energy to disperse the tentacles into black mist. Boring, exceedingly boring. In terms of pure energy strength, this self-proclaimed god of 1,000 faces was not much inferior to Sarodis. However, the evil god, who was not adept at direct combat, felt like a toothless tiger when devoid of mental interference. It could not make Sarodis feel like he was battling an opponent of comparable strength. Even when the evil god first attempted to convert Sarodis into a follower, without Tawa's intervention, Sarodis did not feel the evil god's mental interference had any effect. So this level is enough for you folks to call yourselves gods and feel superior to humanity. Ha gods, do you even deserve that title? Just a bunch of clowns performing tricks, go die. Under the golden light emitted by Sarodis, the evil god's body, unlike the previous ones he encountered, melted away like snow under sunlight, vanishing into nothingness. Yet although the evil god dissipated, the entire planet remained unchanged for a long time, causing Sarodis to raise a question. "Tawa, what's going on?" "Because he hasn't completely died yet." Tova adjusted her forehead, appearing somewhat helpless. "Look at the sky." Sarodis followed her gaze, and indeed the figure of the evil god overlapped with the blood-red crescent moon in the sky. "Insignificant humans become my burial goods along with this planet." Sarodis turned back to look at Tova, clearly wanting to know the meaning behind the evil god's move. Tova shrugged. "I don't know everything you know." Sarodis pouted. At the most critical moment, Tova was of no help. Ignoring whether Tova truly didn't know or was pretending, Sarodis reignited the golden aura surrounding him and tentatively launched a wave of energy. However, that wave of energy vanished like a drop in the ocean, having no effect whatsoever. Undeterred, Sarodis still wanted to try and interrupt the evil god's dying counterattack. With his legs slightly bent, he pushed off, propelling himself into the air, concentrating his power onto his right fist. Yet the desperate strike from the dying evil god contained an inexplicable power. As Sarodis approached the evil god, he felt that everything about him, including his thoughts, began to slow down. By the time everything returned to normal, Sarodis found himself back on the ground. "Looks like this move can't be interrupted," he said with some resignation, while Tova teased him. "So how about it? The barrier has weakened significantly. I can take you to another space to avoid this attack. Although he isn't completely dead, yet he won't last long, right? There's no need to confront it. Hedon is there." To Sarodis' surprise, Tova actually said such a thing. It wasn't because she suggested avoiding it, but because she wanted to take him along to escape. However, Sarodis still declined her good intention. "Thanks, but no thanks." Seeing Sarodis refuse, Tova did not invite him again. "Then I'll just leave by myself, little guy. I don't know when we'll meet again, so I hope that next time we won't be enemies, okay?" Tova's figure vanished into the black-purple vortex, leaving only this sentence behind. Sarodis felt a bit lost. In just over a day of being together, Sarodis had already grown accustomed to the presence of this femme fatale by his side. But the important thing was to face the evil god's fully charged dying strike. After completing the charge, the evil god's figure vanished, completely merging with the wave of energy emitted by the blood-red crescent moon behind him. "Die, human." Sarodis slightly squinted his eyes, preparing to initiate the technique of gigantic death, when he suddenly felt an energy rapidly approaching. This energy felt strange. "Scion, no, it feels a bit different. There's no evil contained within it." Who could it be?" "Hiya." While Sarodis was still pondering, several beams of light flashed by, and the wave of energy aimed at him along with the blood-red crescent moon behind it was sliced apart. As the sword light dissipated, all Sarodis could see was a vague golden glow similar to the aura he had after transforming. From that glow, a wave of energy was released, piercing through the dissipating attack of the evil god and striking the blood-red crescent moon, turning it into nothingness. So strong. Sarodis sighed in amazement. The golden glow landed and then faded, revealing a figure that surprised Sarodis. Trunks. Sarodis' exclamation of surprise also astonished Trunks. You know me? Sarodis quickly connected the dots with Tova. The way Trunks was dressed was exactly how he appeared in Dragon Ball Super Universe. I suppose I know you're that Trunks from the Time Patrol. Upon hearing this, Trunks was even more surprised. However, recalling the task given to him by the Kaishin of Time, he set aside his doubts and explained his purpose to Sarodis. The Kaishin of Time has learned that He paused, seeming to realize that he didn't know Sarodis' name. My name is Sarodis. Sarodis, sensing Trunks' embarrassment, introduced his name, allowing Trunks to continue. The Kaishin of Time believes that Mr. Sarodis possesses a very special power and has also learned about your current situation. He hopes I can take you to the Time City. Since you know about the Time Patrol, you should know we mean no harm. Sarodis thought for a moment and did not refuse. All right, by the way, thank you for resolving the evil god's trouble. Sarodis expressed his gratitude to Trunks. His lips moved, but he didn't voice the next words. He chose to keep Tova's matter a secret. Why? Yeah, why? I'm also searching for a reason. Sarodis thought to himself. He wasn't even sure why he wanted to conceal Tova's situation, but it didn't matter. Mr. Sarodis, please place your hand on my shoulder. Sarodis complied and placed his hand on Trunks' shoulder. A rainbow-colored light emanated from Trunks, forming a vortex that enveloped the two. Although the barrier had not yet dissipated, it was indeed, as Tova said, very weakened, no longer serving as an obstruction, and the two quickly vanished from the spot. In the Time City, in front of the Time Archive, the figures of Sarodis and Trunks appeared. As Sarodis curiously surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly heard a voice filled with surprise. Idiot uncle. Sarodis was stunned. The voice was different, completely unlike the one in his memory. But this tone, this way of address. Sarodis looked toward the source of the voice. Clothing appearance, Sarodis could confirm that the person before him was definitely the Kaishin of Time. But why? Why did it sound like the way that girl from his memories spoke? His heart was in turmoil. Very much so. Had that girl crossed over here to become the Kaishin of Time? Or was his memory being read? Was this a prank by the Kaishin of Time? What on earth was going on? Trunks, you go rest for now. Yes, Kaishin of Time. Trunks left the area, leaving Sarodis and the Kaishin of Time staring at each other. What's wrong, silly uncle? Can't you recognize me now that I look different from before? It was so similar. No, it was exactly the same. Sarodis was in a state of confusion, at a loss for what to do. He wanted to ask, yet feared the answer would not be what he hoped for. The face of the Time Realm King was filled with anger as she hopped over to Sarodis and tugged at his face. The silly uncle I know should be that reckless, fearless man, right? Why are you now too scared to even speak? Such a familiar gesture. Is it really you? Sarodis stammered, yet still could not make a sound. The Time Realm King's face was almost etched with displeasure, and her grip on Sarodis' cheek tightened, causing him, who had retracted his defensive instincts, to feel pain. Is it you, little demon? Sarodis finally managed to suppress his fear of disappointment, found his courage, and asked the question the Time Realm King longed to hear. The Time Realm King released Sarodis' face with satisfaction, throwing herself at him like a bug embracing a flower. It's me, silly uncle, it's me, it's the little demon. I've missed you so much, really missed you. Sarodis listened to the Time Realm King's slightly sobbing voice, feeling the bitterness of the tears brushing against his lips, inhaling the faint fragrance of lilies emanating from her. He did not know whether he was in a dream or in reality. Was the inner self of the Time Realm King the girl he had always felt guilty about? Even though it was absurd that he crossed over to the Dragon Ball world, he could never have imagined such happiness would befall him. That was the pain he had always carried, the pain he frequently spoke of letting go and feeling no guilt, yet it remained deeply hidden in his heart. Even after the girl had released him from her embrace, Sarodis could still taste the bitterness on his lips. It turned out that it wasn't just her who was crying. Could I not control my tears either? Sarodis belatedly realized, reaching out to wipe away his own tears. Uncle looked down. Sarodis, confused, still followed the Time Realm King's words and lowered his head. That was a kiss that the Time Realm King had waited millions of years to give, a passionate kiss, without any ulterior motives. A pair of delicate hands cradled his face, and Sarodis' hands finally found a place to hold tightly, embracing the girl before him. He did not want to lose her again. After a long time, their lips parted. Sarodis blankly allowed the Time Realm King to take his hand, guiding him to a nearby stone bench, where she pushed him down, and then once again flung herself into his embrace. The Time Realm King gazed at Sarodis in his arms, looking at the face that had supported her for millions of years, a face that, although no longer the Earthling from the original world, had merely lost its stubble. Uncle, do you know? I've seen everything you did for me after I died. The Time Realm King's voice brought Sarodis back from that kiss, his eyes filled with heat. Tell me what exactly happened. The Time Realm King rested her little head against Sarodis' chest, and just as he had not rejected that kiss, he also did not reject this intimate gesture, quietly waiting for her answer. After I committed suicide, my soul floated out of my body. At that time I thought, so there really is a soul after death. Does that mean there is reincarnation, a netherworld, and grim reapers? But I waited and waited, watching you eliminate those bad people who took me away, watching you interrogate them about their organization and clients, seeing you evade arrests, and bring each of their heads to my grave to pay respects, crying and saying sorry to me. At that moment, I suddenly thought, if there are grim reapers, I don't want to reincarnate. I want to stay with you, Uncle. I want to see you live well. However, just as I had that thought, I was suddenly sucked away by a vortex and lost consciousness. When I woke up, I had turned into a fruit hanging on a strange tree. I thought to myself, I've reincarnated as a fruit and still have consciousness. The netherworld's work is really terrible. But after a while, I actually transformed from a fruit into my current form, and a voice told me that my name would henceforth be Gine, instructing me to become the Time Realm King. I find it strange. Is there such a divine position among our deities? But then I suddenly thought of you, Uncle, and the Dragon Ball Super Universe game you played. I realized that I had crossed over. This is the world you said you wanted to come to the most. Since I'm here, I thought I'd try to become the Time Realm King. Then a bad guy from the demon realm named Gas or something also wanted to become the Time Realm King, but I inherited the divine position, first with the help of the previous king's sister sealing that demon realm bad guy. Shortly after inheriting the divine position, the big villain from the game you played, claiming to be the demon god Demigra, appeared and was also sealed by me. So what do you think, Uncle? Am I amazing? Sarodis rubbed the girl's head in his arms, his face filled with both affection and concern. You only mentioned the good outcome. The process must have been very dangerous, right? I'm fine now, aren't I? I'm amazing now. The Time Realm King's voice was filled with pride, and Sarodis smiled in agreement, yet his thoughts wandered to the plot of the game before he crossed over. It seems that at any moment Tawa might begin her plan to revive the demon realm, and then the demon god Demigra would be released. As the girl who is the Time Realm King, the crises she would face were likely just beginning. And that Gas, whose name the girl could not recall if he remembered correctly, might be Mechikabura from Dragon Ball Heroes. He had only seen fragments of the Dragon Ball Heroes plot, but could vaguely recall that the crises the Time Realm King would face were likely much greater than those caused by Tawa and Demigra. Having witnessed the girl end her life once before, he absolutely could not allow her to fall into danger again, betting on the honor of science and martial artists. It was absolutely not allowed. Hey silly uncle, do you know? Since sealing Demigra until now, I've experienced millions of years of time. I can't remember many things from my previous life, but the way you avenged me crying and saying sorry at my grave, and all the moments after I met you have been etched in my heart, never forgotten. In these millions of years, there hasn't been a single day I haven't missed you, uncle. Until recently, during a routine check, I even discovered your figure in a certain scroll. I was so happy, truly happy. You really came to this world, but I was also very angry. Why did you come so late? Why did you make me wait so long to see you? Sarodis tightened his grip on the girl in his arms. The Time Realm King was no longer the unreasonable girl from before. She certainly wouldn't be an unreasonable deity now. She just wanted to show a little affection to the person she had relied on the most after experiencing millions of years. After I read the history recorded in the scroll, I realized that your existence is quite unique. The future of the time and space you belong to is filled with uncertainty. What will happen in the future, even I, the Time Realm King, cannot know. I have always watched you until the moment you were swallowed by the twists of time and space, and I was terrified. I transmitted the power of time and space to protect you from getting lost in the gaps of time, and then I discovered that the time you fell into was such a troublesome era, which prompted Trunks to bring you back here. Uncle, I know you still have many things to do in your time, but can you stay with me for a few more days before going back? Sarodis certainly did not refuse. After a long separation, he realized that the girl in his heart was not merely a source of guilt. The former him had only dared not admit his feelings, but that passionate kiss finally made Sarodis confront his heart, no longer viewing the girl merely as a sister. Although he didn't directly express his likes or loves, that intense kiss spoke volumes. Of course, I want to accompany my girlfriend for a few more days here, okay? The Time Realm King certainly knew who this girlfriend referred to. In the vast Time City, although there were many members of the Time Patrol, Sarodis knew no one but her. Okay, uncle, you used to say you didn't like me, but now you've finally admitted it. Sarodis smiled wryly, having no choice but to listen to the girl's complaints. Thus, on the stone bench in front of the vast time archive, the two chatted about a great many things. from the tree that the girl transformed into a fruit to all the evil gods Sarodis encountered. Naturally, Sarodis also explained the reason for his crossing over and did not hide the matter of teaming up with Tawa to deal with the evil gods. That Tawa is she very beautiful with a good figure. When Tawa was mentioned, the girl pouted her lips, but seemed to change her expression, instantly switching back to a smile. Since Uncle told me, it means there's nothing wrong. Sarodis smiled wryly. After millions of years, the girl before him still had that little devilish mischievous heart. Time spent sharing heartfelt words always flies by. The two did not feel that much time had passed when Trunks appeared in their sight once again. Seeing the two wrapped in each other's arms, Trunks' eyes widened in shock. His time in the Time City was not very long, but it was certainly not short. After spending quite some time with the Time Realm King, he felt he had a good understanding of this Lola-sized deity. She was very approachable, without any lofty demeanor of a deity, often playing pranks on him and the other Time Patrol members, frequently making delicious food to reward everyone. This also led to many Time Patrol members developing feelings for this deity, with quite a few bold enough to confess to her. However, this deity had rejected every one of them, doing so with a cold and detached expression completely unlike her usual self. In the midst of this sweet syrupy scene, Trunks was still in shock when the Time Realm King intertwined her fingers with Sarodis and approached him. Trunks quickly set aside his shock. "Lady Time Realm King, it's mealtime now. We should eat." "Is it that fast?" "Silly uncle, let's go eat." Thanks to Trunks bringing back many housekeeping robots from his timeline, the food here is fantastic. Moreover, the portions are guaranteed to be large. You Scions have big appetites, right? Make sure to eat plenty. Sarodis, of course, had no objections and smiled, saying he would eat his fill. "Trunks, let's go." "Aren't we going to eat?" Yes, Lady Time Realm King." As someone from the ancient kingdom of that world, the Time Realm King's praised dishes naturally suited Sarodis' taste. The joy of reunion, the exhaustion from clearing evil gods for days, and the delicious food made Sarodis' appetite indeed larger than usual. He grabbed a piece of food that looked like a roasted wing and chewed it down with the bone. Watching Sarodis eat voraciously, Trunks couldn't help but think of the Z fighters he met across time and space, remarking, "I thought Uncle Goku's eating style was already quite bold, but it turns out Mr. Sarodis is even more so." In the midst of eating, Sarodis, who had gradually become familiar with Trunks, burst into laughter and responded, "Even Sister Chi-Chi eats like this." "Yeah. Sister Chi-Chi." Trunks looked somewhat puzzled. Sarodis slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that Trunks, unlike in the game, had not helped the Time Realm King check history, so he naturally did not know about what was considered distant past for him. "Sister Chi-Chi is Kakarot, your Uncle Goku's mother, Bardock's wife. She's my cousin, my real cousin. Considering it, your father Vegeta should also call me uncle, right?" "Ha ha ha." Sarodis teased Trunks, bursting into laughter. Trunks was somewhat speechless, inwardly thinking that this Time Realm King's boyfriend seemed to have a somewhat troublesome personality. After the enjoyable dinner, the Time Realm King dragged Sarodis once again to explore the Time City. With Trunks' assistance, the Time City indeed resembled the one Sarodis remembered from the game. Here, Time Patrol members could accept Time Patrol missions through robots in the mission hall to earn rewards and purchase learning methods for techniques and some items from the robots in various shops. These Time Patrol members were not limited to the races from the previous game, but included many peculiar races that Sarodis could not name. However, their battle powers were not particularly high. Among the Time Patrol members, the strongest only had battle powers of a few 100,000. Sarodis curiously inquired about his divine girlfriend. The Time Realm King's expression appeared somewhat troubled. These Time Patrol members are indeed very responsible, but their strength is. Except for Trunks, the strongest is his current partner, who is on a mission. Speaking of which, that kid is also a Scion. Many tasks can only be entrusted to Trunks, but with the recent frequent time anomalies, even they are somewhat overwhelmed. "I'm a bit worried." At this point, the girl looked at Sarodis with blazing eyes. "But with you, uncle, I feel much more at ease." "Silly uncle, I will have to trouble you more in the future, okay?" Sarodis spoke earnestly, emphasizing each word. "I am still the same as before. You can rest assured to rely on me." During these days in the City of Time, Sarodis felt as if he had returned to his school days before his travels as a student. Although he was no longer as innocent in the age of information explosion, he still retained a youthful naivete. Holding hands with the girl he liked, they walked in circles on the playground track. Such simplicity brought immense happiness and filled him with anticipation for the future. And now it was just like back then. Walking hand in hand with the girl in the mountains, he inhaled the scent of grass and trees carried by the gentle breeze. Crossing streams, they played with the small animals that scampered by. Sometimes the girl would play pranks, prompting Sarodis to chase after her, startling a flock of birds. At other times, she would act coy, making Sarodis hold her and feed her some snacks. However, Sarodis was keenly aware that as the King of Time, the girl had to face the envy and hostility of many ambitious individuals. Moreover, after confirming that the girl in his arms was indeed real, Sarodis could no longer entertain the thought of giving everything up to sink into dreams. Whether to protect this girl whom he had once failed to safeguard, or driven by the instinct of a warrior to pursue greater strength, Sarodis needed to enhance his own power. Thus, besides accompanying the girl and enjoying this pure beauty, Sarodis did not neglect his cultivation. Using the techniques from various timelines available in the shops of the City of Time, whether known or unknown to him, Sarodis improved his skill set during these days. And as the King of Time, the girl surprised Sarodis unexpectedly. Ding 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 ding, uncle, the surprise is behind this door. Sarodis was baffled, but his trust in the girl prompted him to push the door open and step inside. What greeted him was a simple little room with just a bed, and opposite it was a similarly simple kitchen. With a thought in mind, Sarodis continued to walk outside. What is this? Having lived on Vegeta for over a decade, Sarodis was well aware of the gravity he felt. It was gravity 10 times that of a typical life planet, the same as that on Vegeta. Coupled with the vast expanse of emptiness before him, Sarodis quickly realized where he was. That's right, this is the room of spirit and time. However, unlike the one you are familiar with, the time flow ratio here, compared to the outside world, is 182.51, meaning that a half year spent here equals 1 day outside. The girl walked in slowly, her hands behind her back. Although the time flow here is slightly faster than the one you know, it has its advantages. The gravity here is adjustable. Look here. Sarodis looked at the girl as she reached out and slowly turned a knob by the door. With her actions, Sarodis distinctly felt the change in gravity. The lowest gravity here is roughly 1/10 of Earth's gravity, and the highest is 300 times that. Moreover, the restrictions here are much lighter than the room of spirit and time you are familiar with. If you stay here for a month, the entrance to the outside will not close. Sarodis looked at the proud girl and quickly stepped forward to ruffle her hair. Thank you, little demon. Training here will surely yield great results. After enjoying Sarodis' gesture for a moment, the girl called in a Saiyan, wearing a time patrol uniform, who had been standing outside without him knowing. Also, uncle, I've brought you a training partner. The Saiyan, seemingly not very talkative, merely nodded at Sarodis and introduced himself. My name is Pasli. The girl slapped her forehead, looking somewhat helpless. We summoned this kid from some era using the Dragon Balls. When he first arrived, he could barely speak properly, but as Trunks' partner, he is still quite capable. The Saiyan named Pasli scratched his head, appearing a bit shy. The girl continued explaining the situation to her boyfriend. However, the recent missions have become increasingly difficult, some of which are quite challenging for this kid. He feels he needs to enhance his strength, so it's just right for him to train with you, uncle. Sarodis nodded, and after the girl pushed Pasli a little further away, she bounced over to Sarodis, tugged at his shirt, and pointed at her lips. Sarodis understood, leaning down. Their lips intertwined, and their gazes became hazy. After several minutes, they finally separated. The girl giggled and went on to tell Sarodis more about Pasli before exiting the room of spirit and time. Silly uncle, make sure to finish your training early and come out okay. With those words, the girl closed the door. Sarodis savored the kiss they had just shared, wiped the corner of his mouth, and after thinking for a moment, walked into the vast and empty space. Upon seeing Sarodis approach, Pasli stood up from his previous crouch and looked at him. Before entering here, the girl had already instructed him that training should proceed at Sarodis' pace, learning from him. Sarodis pondered. From the girl, he had learned about Polly's situation and already had a plan for how their training would proceed. Then let's begin by fully unleashing your energy, so I can see what level your combat power is at. Thus the training commenced. Pasli was indeed an exceptional warrior. Whether it was meditation or honing his body, he quickly mastered both methods to enhance his combat power within just a few days, rapidly increasing his strength from initially being less than a third of Sarodis to matching him. With their combat powers now equal, Sarodis' training progress began to advance from this point. Their training was simple, constant sparring, utilizing the Saiyan's ability to grow stronger from near-death experiences to continually enhance their combat power. At the same time, they pushed themselves to their limits, attempting to transform into a complete Super Saiyan. In such simple and monotonous training, half a year in the room of spirit and time passed swiftly. In the house of spirit and time, the sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed continuously. Besides the sounds of battle, Sarodis was also constantly provoking Pasli with his words. Although Sarodis did not understand why he had been training in the house of spirit and time for half a year without successfully perfecting his transformation, he had some guesses about why Pasli could not transform. The conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan were mentioned in the compilation of his past life. First, one must possess a certain level of combat power in their base form, which inferred from the original anime might be around 1 million. Secondly, one must have a certain amount of cells. The production of cells requires a calm heart. Without enough cells, even if the base combat power is high, one cannot transform. Finally, through an emotional outburst, the cells must dramatically increase to complete the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although there were no means to detect the cell content based on what Pastley said about rarely engaging in battles before arriving in the City of Time, and mostly living a simple life of hunting and training, he should have a decent amount of cells in his body. Therefore, the key issue preventing Pastley from transforming lay in his anger. Of course, Sarodis did not reveal this to Pastley, but instead secretly added fuel to their training battles. Had Pastley known that Sarodis' provocation was aimed at inciting his transformation, it certainly would not have worked given Polly's personality, as Sarodis, who had been with him for nearly half a year, could attest. Similarly, once Sarodis informed Pastley that he was intentionally provoking him, the last method he wanted to try to perfect the transformation would be out of the question. Sarodis aimed to stimulate Pastley to create intense emotional fluctuations, prompting him to transform into a Super Saiyan. After transforming, the slight exhilaration would likely lead Pastley to unconsciously unleash the powerful techniques they had mutually refrained from using during their training. The gap in their base combat power was not substantial, but if Pastley successfully transformed and unleashed his ultimate attack against Sarodis in his incomplete Super Saiyan form would certainly be unable to withstand it. Perhaps under such circumstances he would succeed in transforming. Although it was a gamble that risked his life, Sarodis still wanted to give it a try. Sorry, little demon. After silently apologizing to his girlfriend in his heart, Sarodis unhesitatingly activated his transformation during the standoff with Pastley. Even though it was an incomplete transformation into a Super Saiyan, it still boosted his combat power by 20 to 30 times. The immense difference in strength allowed Sarodis to instantly overpower Pastley and knock him to the ground. Grinding his teeth, Sarodis stepped on Polly's chest. "You useless waste, I've had enough of you dragging down my training progress." Sarodis' expression was so ferocious that Pastley, who had regarded Sarodis as a friend during their training, was utterly shocked. "Mr. Sarodis." Sarodis unleashed all the filthy words from his past life and insults that even the people of Zwan would find lacking, relentlessly attacking Pastley with his words. Polly's expression changed from shock to tears. Yet Sarodis did not stop. He kicked the now motionless Pastley away and began to gather energy for his attack. "So a trash like you who is less than a placenta can only cry and does nothing else, a fraud posing as a scion with a monkey tail from who knows where, should just go die." The energy wave in Sarodis' hand grew larger and brighter, illuminating his ferocious expression. Meanwhile, Pastley remained stunned, tears streaming down his face as he was crushed by the overwhelming gravity. The energy wave in Sarodis' hand was nearing its limit, becoming uncontrollable. Was he about to fail again? Letting out a barely audible sigh, Sarodis prepared to dissipate the energy wave, end his training, and apologize to Pastley. Just then, Polly's roar erupted and the aura around him flickered between white and gold. After blinking a few times, his hair fixed into gold. The green eyes that wept were no longer shedding tears, but blood. Pastley did not understand why his fellow clansmen had suddenly become so unfamiliar recently, not only refraining from showcasing his culinary skills after training, but also isolating himself in this spacious place, constantly berating him even during training. Especially this time, the insults contained words he had never heard before, and he could sense a strong killing intent emanating from this clansman. Did he truly want to kill him? He did not understand why, but the feeling of betrayal was palpable. "I am truly angry." Sarodis watched Polly's transformation and sighed in relief in his heart, but his expression did not change as he released the energy wave from his hand. As expected, the now successfully transformed Pastley had lost his rationality. The moment Sarodis' energy wave was released, he instinctively retaliated with all his might, with an energy wave of his own. At that moment, Sarodis, who could only transform into an incomplete Super Saiyan, would absolutely be unable to withstand Polly's energy wave. Facing such an energy wave, every cell in Sarodis' body trembled. Was there fear? Yes, but more than that, there was excitement. Come on, success or failure hinges on this moment. Sarodis extended his hands toward the energy wave that had already reached him. The boost from Pastley's transformation into a Super Saiyan in the same base form was far beyond what Sarodis' incomplete transformation could withstand. The energy wave only slightly delayed before pushing him backward. The scorching temperature of the energy wave even made Sarodis feel as if his hands were being burned. This was a real threat of death. Grinding his teeth, Sarodis urged and squeezed every bit of energy from his body. Soon Sarodis' energy was almost depleted. The energy wave propelled Sarodis forward at an increasingly rapid pace. Would he fail? Such a thought flashed through Sarodis' mind, but it was quickly snuffed out. Absolutely not. He had just reunited with the little demon, and there were still many things to do. How could a mere transformation into a Super Saiyan stop him? As Sarodis thought this, the giant ape phantom that had appeared when the Elder awakened his potential resurfaced. The giant ape phantom slowly opened its eyes, pounding its chest and letting out a roar. With the appearance of the giant ape, the extinguished golden aura reignited. The purple-black hair transformed into gold, and excitement flickered in the turquoise eyes. Hiya! The energy wave was shattered by the power surging from within Sarodis' body. Finally, Super Saiyan Sarodis made his appearance. It had to be at this moment. The King of Time looked at the scroll before him, emanating a black aura that signified a rewritten history with a grave expression. Trunks happened to have taken a leave to visit his mother in his own timeline, while Sarodis and Pastly were still training in the House of Spirit and Time. The current Time Patrol team was greatly lacking in high-end combat power. It was precisely this segment of altered history before him. If the endless timelines were to be likened to a planet, then the timeline represented by this scroll was merely a small reef near the coast. Even if the rewriting of history caused the collapse of this timeline, it would not affect the overall temporal order of the world. For the King of Time, ignoring it would not be considered dereliction of duty. But for this girl who maintained her kindness even after thousands of years, how could she bear to watch this timeline collapse? Moreover, the reason for the rewriting of this timeline's history was also quite suspicious. As she paced back and forth in the time vault, the King of Time fell into a dilemma. She could not simply watch as this history was rewritten, leading to the collapse of this timeline and the complete disappearance of countless lives, yet it was equally impossible to send inadequately powered Time Patrol members to their deaths. What should be done? You idiot uncle, you promised to be out in 2 days. This is the 6th day already. Why is the training still not over? Sorry. Although I encountered some trouble at the beginning of the training, things went smoothly afterward, and before I knew it, I exceeded the agreed time. The girl looked up in surprise, her eyes meeting Sarodis, who was smiling broadly. So my little demon, what trouble have you encountered? Without bothering to ask about the training situation, the girl grabbed the scroll on the stone table and handed it to Sarodis. Idiot uncle, take a look at this piece of history. Upon receiving the scroll, Sarodis directed a curious gaze at it. It was a piece of history that Sarodis was somewhat familiar with. In the distant past of Planet Plant, a parallel timeline with a Bardock whose personality differed slightly from the one he knew, the arrogant cosmic pirate Zild. Idiot uncle, this piece of history should match the plot we saw in the OVA, where Bardock transforms into a Super Saiyan and severely injures Zild, leaving a warning to his people about the golden-haired Saiyans. However, this history has now been rewritten, and for some unknown reason Zild's power far exceeds that of the original timeline, rendering Bardock unable to defeat him even after transforming into a Super Saiyan. To correct this history, aside from Trunks and Pastly, there are no other capable members in the Time Patrol team, and coincidentally Trunks took leave yesterday to visit Bulma in his own timeline. If you don't finish your training soon, this timeline might collapse due to the rewriting of history. By the way, where's Pastly? Since you finished your training, why isn't Pastly with you? Sarodis closed the scroll and ruffled the girl's hair. That guy Pastly is probably still meditating. I only realized I had exceeded the agreed time and hurried out. Seeing the girl frowning again as if about to scold him, Sarodis couldn't help but smile wryly. All right, let Pastly meditate a bit longer. Correcting this history only requires someone strong enough to defeat Zild alongside Bardock, right? Just leave it to me. Then consider this a compensation for not properly keeping our agreement, idiot uncle. The girl huffed, hands on her hips, as she began to instruct Sarodis. The critical point of this history is not only that Bardock cannot die at Zild's hands, but he also cannot kill Zild on the spot, okay? He must severely injure Zild and return to his spaceship, leaving behind the warning, tell the clan to beware of the golden-haired Saiyans. The girl was not worried whether her boyfriend, who couldn't fully transform into a Super Saiyan before entering the House of Spirit and Time, would be a match for the now powerful Zild. It wasn't blind trust typical of a girl in love, but rather a genuine feeling that her boyfriend had undergone a significant change since his training. Sarodis smiled in response to the girl's instructions. Yes. So how does the great King of Time suggest I enter that piece of history? It can't be as simple as just holding the scroll like in the games, right? When you hold the scroll, just think about going to that piece of history, and it's that simple. Sarodis shrugged and grasped the scroll. A light emanating from the scroll enveloped him, and with the girl's voice saying, "Be careful," he was transported from the time vault to that piece of history. Just a few minutes after Sarodis left for that history, the girl suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, I forgot to give the idiot uncle the communicator. But the idiot uncle probably doesn't need me to worry, right? In Sarodis' perception, it felt like just a brief moment, and the surrounding scenery was no longer the time vault of the City of Time, but the Planet Plant scene in the scroll. Phew, it really is as convenient as in the games. If only it were this easy to go back to the past before time traveling. Sarodis muttered, beginning to sense the current situation. The energy nearby must belong to this timeline's Bardock, though he still differs somewhat from the Bardock I know. The energy rapidly approaching this planet in space must belong to Zild. He seems significantly stronger than Bardock, but at this level. Sarodis pondered with some confusion. From what he sensed, Zild's energy was indeed stronger than Bardock's at the moment, but if Bardock's battle power were multiplied by 50, it would be reasonable to achieve the feats shown in the anime. Could it be that Zild hasn't changed at this time point? The scroll only shows the history starting from Bardock's transformation into a Super Saiyan, so that seems likely. Since it appears that history hasn't changed, yet it'll just be an observer for now. With this thought, Sarodis flew towards the location where the weaker energy was gathering. It should be a village of the planet plants. Casually picking a corner to lean against, Sarodis closed his eyes and waited for Zild's arrival. Time slowly passed. In Sarodis' perception, Zild finally landed on this planet, beginning to play the role of a cosmic police officer with his subordinates. Zild grew impatient when he couldn't obtain what he wanted and abruptly ended the role play, starting to forcibly rob. Sarodis clicked his tongue, but he didn't intervene. After all, he was there to correct history. However, Sarodis still used his energy to protect the planet plants who would have perished there. Before long, Bardock arrived, just like in the plot. He casually killed 2 elite minions, and then landed a punch on Zild, who had just revealed his face by lifting his cloak. As in the storyline, Zild retaliated with even more force, overpowering Bardock. After saving Bardock and his son from Zild's attack, Bardock successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, managing to suppress Zild in close combat. And just as Zild was thrown away by Bardock after Bardock answered the question, history began to change. I am just an ordinary Saiyan. Zild stabilized himself in the air, and upon hearing Bardock's response, the feeling of energy emanating from him shifted. Originally, Zild's energy felt to Sarodis akin to Frieza, evil, cold, yet grand. But now, after Zild's energy surged, it was filled with a sense of madness and chaos. That was the sensation Sarodis had experienced facing the evil god before. And it was also reminiscent of the energy that Tawa had given him. Sarodis frowned. Could it be Tawa's experiment? During the time he reunited with the girl, Sarodis had learned a lot about the timelines, and naturally knew that this timeline did not belong to an important category. Shaking his head, Sarodis chose not to contemplate it for now. Action suits me better, he muttered to himself as his aura and hair subtly turned golden and his figure vanished from the spot. What? Bardock looked surprised as a figure suddenly flew out and kicked Zild away. Zild, who was kicked away, let out a meaningless roar and charged towards Sarodis. TCH, is it just instinct left? Sarodis whispered as his aura ignited. Bardock, let's go together. Though Bardock didn't fully understand the situation, he sensed a familiarity from Sarodis. He glanced at the tail behind Sarodis and nodded, choosing to cooperate with him. Even though I don't know where you're from, let's show this guy the power of the Saiyans. Sarodis crossed his arms in front of him, blocking Zild's charge. Bardock slightly bent his knees and exploded into action, delivering a punch that sent Zild flying from the side. Sarodis couldn't help but smile. Bardock truly lives up to his reputation. As he marveled at Bardock's decisiveness, Sarodis seized the opportunity to flash beneath Zild. Zild, having dissipated Bardock's punch, launched an energy wave towards Sarodis. Sarodis extended his right hand, firing an energy wave of his own to push Zild's back. As Zild landed, dust scattered around. However, Sarodis' expression grew serious. His energy has become even stronger. Zild's figure broke through the dust, throwing a punch at Sarodis while swinging his tail at Bardock. Bardock attempted to grab Zild's tail, but his strength fell short. Zild's tail swung him into the air, yet Bardock did not let go, clearly intending to transfer some of Zild's power to himself, creating an opportunity for Sarodis. Sarodis understood Bardock's intent, focused his energy into his hand, and formed a blade, moving forward instead of retreating, delivering a hand blade strike to Zild's horn, breaking it. In pain, Zild's tail lashed out continuously. Seeing Sarodis' attack land, Bardock chuckled, loosening his grip. Zild, who had overexerted himself with his tail, momentarily lost balance. Sarodis narrowed his eyes and quickly surged forward. Bardock performed several backflips to dissipate the force and unleashed an energy wave behind Zild. Using the momentum before Sarodis arrived, he sent Zild flying into the air. Seeing Zild had been blasted away, Sarodis used his hands instead of feet, supporting himself with his hands and using his feet to kick Zild even higher. Bardock charged up his energy wave, shouting to Sarodis, "Now's your chance." Sarodis resumed his standing posture, gathering his own energy wave. The combined energy wave from Sarodis and Bardock surged towards Zild. Of course, Sarodis had been controlling his power, ensuring that he didn't inadvertently kill Zild with too much force. Given that Sarodis' power already surpassed Zild significantly alongside Bardock, who was fully unleashing his enhanced strength, if Sarodis didn't hold back, Zild would likely disintegrate before even being pushed into space. Sensing the threat from the two energy waves, Zild roared and retaliated with an energy wave of his own. The three energy waves collided. With Sarodis holding back and Zild's strength increasing once more, they managed to reach a stalemate. Bardock roared, his energy spiking even higher. Sarodis wore a smile, yet inwardly he couldn't help but scoff. As expected of the Sun family, their energy regulation is impressive, able to increase their power significantly in a short time. With this thought, Sarodis also increased his power slightly. With Sarodis' assistance, the combined energy wave from both of them pushed Zild's energy wave back. Zild roared, but his power didn't increase further, and he was forced back towards the universe. Faced with the threat of death, Zild regained some degree of rationality. The minions on Zild's spaceship, noticing Zild, hurriedly brought him back on board and into the healing chamber. However, with the current outdated medical technology, there was no way to save the severely injured Zild. Zild understood this as well. He mustered a bit of strength and tore off his breathing apparatus. Tell the clan beware of the golden-haired Saiyans. After leaving this message, Zild exhausted his last bit of strength. Zild was dead. On Plant Bardock stared coldly at Zild as he was ejected from the planet. Turning back, he wanted to inquire about Sarodis' origins and intentions, only to be shocked to find that Sarodis had already vanished. TCH. With a curl of his lip, Bardock didn't dwell on it further. After confirming that the planet plants he saved were not in danger, he wearily left the village. Sarodis did not return to the City of Time. When Kyerd was thrust into the universe, Sarodis sensed a chaotic and evil aura reminiscent of the rampaging Kyerd. He believed that this aura must be linked to Kyerd's rampage. Though the aura flickered and vanished, Sarodis still pinpointed its location and tracked it down. Upon landing, Sarodis tilted his head and glanced at the person before him, unable to discern their aura. He could not tell the expression behind the mask, but from their relaxed posture with arms crossed, Sarodis felt that this person seemed to regard him with disdain. As expected, the condescending tone of the person before him confirmed Sarodis' thoughts. So it was you and Bardock who took down Kyerd. How dare you disrupt my Lord Joker's experiment? Sarodis raised an eyebrow. If you disrupted my plan, then you must be responsible for Kyerd's rampage. The masked figure, calling himself Joker, let out a typical villain's maniacal laugh, his tone filled with fervor, showing no intent to conceal his actions. Indeed, Kyerd was merely a test subject for my newly acquired powers. I have recently gained the ability to enhance and control others' powers. Super Saiyan, you are also qualified to be my first subordinate, replacing Kyerd, who disrupted my experiment. Sarodis was taken aback by the audacity of the person before him, momentarily at a loss for words. The masked man continued to ramble, even more thoughtless than the mindless villains in novels and anime, completely revealing his background. As a chosen one with a system overturning history and dominating the Dragon Ball world is just the first step. Being my first subordinate is quite an honor for you, haha. As he laughed maniacally, the masked man extended his hands, transforming them into beastly claws, lunging towards Sarodis. Sarodis narrowed his eyes and dodged the masked man's attack. The masked man's tone turned angry, seemingly irritated by Sarodis' evasion. You dare evade my gift. Truly ungrateful. What a fool, Sarodis muttered under his breath as the golden aura enveloping him flared to life. The masked man was also engulfed in black flames, swiping at Sarodis with his claws. However, upon closing in, he suddenly found his wrist caught by Sarodis. Crack! With a powerful grip, Sarodis crushed the masked man's wrist, causing his beastly claws to revert back to human hands and fall to the ground. Aya! The sound of a pig being slaughtered echoed as the masked man cried out in pain. He quickly distanced himself from Sarodis, his voice distorted. You dare harm me. I will eliminate you. Despite gaining the upper hand after just one exchange, Sarodis chose to respond seriously to the masked man's fury, wary that this self-proclaimed chosen one with a system might unleash some unpredictable trump card. With a fierce roar, the masked man's arms regenerated like an Namekian's. Once his arms grew back, he charged at Sarodis again with a furious scream. Sarodis swiftly dodged, feeling somewhat puzzled. Although the masked man's speed was faster than before, it still paled in comparison to his own, and the force of the attacks was similarly lacking. Was he trying to feign weakness, waiting for Sarodis to let his guard down before suddenly revealing a trump card? Yet based on this guy's senseless arrogance, he didn't seem like someone who would hide any cards. Sarodis decided not to think any further and aimed to end this confrontation. In an instant, his aura surged, fully unleashing his speed to evade the masked man's attack. He executed a side flip in midair, landing behind the masked man. Clasping his hands into a hammer, Sarodis struck the masked man's spine with a powerful blow. Crack! Surprisingly, his strike shattered the masked man's spine. Momentarily stunned, Sarodis quickly reacted, rolling backward to create distance and extending his hand to form a chi circle, attempting to bind the masked man and take him back. However, Sarodis looked at the sudden change before him, and in confusion, he dispersed the chi ring he had created. The masked man's body twisted irregularly as he stood up, his voice becoming eerily strange, reminiscent of the evil god he had encountered before. What a waste of time. I already warned you to evacuate quickly, yet you lingered. But it's fine, taking over this body isn't too late. Sarodis squinted, realizing that the masked man had already been replaced internally. Looking at the style of the mask and recalling the masked man's self-proclamation, Sarodis couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, it's Joker, but not the Joker of the Ace, rather the Joker of the Clown. Claiming to be the chosen one, yet merely sewing garments for others. TSK. Sarodis shook his head, recalling his own encounter with the system. What makes you think you can gain the system's assistance without paying a price to reach the top? The masked man tilted his head, seemingly in agreement with Sarodis' words. To gain something, one must sacrifice something. This is an unchanging truth of this world. Though not of my kin, it is commendable that a mere human can realize this. Sarodis, hearing the familiar condescending tone, became more certain that the other was indeed a member of the evil gods. You are also from the evil god clan, aren't you? The masked man's voice revealed some surprise. Human, you actually know the name of the evil god. There are none of my kind in this timeline. It seems you have other secrets. Let me turn you into my follower, and you'll slowly learn about your memories. Sarodis chuckled coldly. Having battled with the evil god, he had already compensated for his weaknesses through training in the House of Spirits and Time. The current Sarodis was no longer the one who needed Tao's magical assistance to confront the evil gods. The black mist emanating from the masked man evil god was directly dispelled by Sarodis' burning aura, preventing any of the masked man's evil god mental influence-based magic from even being cast. Sarodis casually glanced at his slender fingers. The same tricks won't work on the saints, and naturally, they won't work on Scions either. This evil god occupying the masked man's body seemed quite different from the evil god Sarodis had encountered before, exhibiting more human-like emotions. But that didn't matter. Sarodis looked at the energy blade slowly extending from his hand. Prepare yourself. What? Before the evil god could react, Sarodis appeared right in front of him. Is this some kind of juggling? The evil god's voice dripped with sarcasm, but Sarodis merely tapped the energy blade lightly. As Sarodis struck, a dazzling golden light erupted from the masked man's body. This technique is specifically designed to deal with beings like you who lack a tangible form. I call it the soul slash. Sarodis did not hold back. In the absence of sensing the opponent's aura, if he still hoped to hold back and capture the masked man to verify whether the changes in history were indeed caused by him, the chances of failure would only increase. Even the mighty Vegeta could fall apart when he didn't know the time limit of fusion, thinking he was saving someone. As the light dissipated, the masked man's body fell limply to the ground, a cloud of black mist escaping from his body and vanishing. Sarodis pondered for a moment before firing another energy blast at the masked man's gradually cooling corpse, nodding in satisfaction. A little one, your progress is truly remarkable. After only a few days apart, you've already completed your transformation and developed this technique specifically for dealing with evil gods. Quite impressive, isn't it? This way of speaking, this voice. Tawa, are you following me? Indeed, a vortex of distortion emerged from the void, and out stepped Tawa, covering her mouth and giggling. You don't play the victim, little one. Whether it's the evil god's time and space or this side, I was the first to arrive. Suddenly adopting a surprised expression, Tawa began to tease Sarodis. Could it be that the little one has fallen for me? Ought to traverse time and space just to pursue me? How touching. Sarodis couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had no way to counter the teasing of this femme fatale and could only change the subject. I say this matter here has nothing to do with you, right? I remember you mentioned you were in that time and space to extract the evil god's genes along with that system you created using me before. But Tawa changed to a wronged expression as if she had been questioned, countering Sarodis. You just saw it too. It was a conscious entity that merely disguised itself as a system after losing its body. Does that have anything to do with me, dear sister? Sarodis crossed his arms and leaned against a rock. Although he appeared relaxed, he did not drop his Super Saiyan transformation, casting a meaningful glance at the femme fatale before him. Who knows? After all, you are the princess of the demon realm, the top scientist. Tawa's demeanor finally turned serious, yet she remained silent, quietly locking eyes with Sarodis. The eye contact continued for a long time. Finally, Tawa revealed the familiar smile that Sarodis recognized. All right, as a reward for your excellent performance, I will tell you about the situation here. Sarodis' muscles finally relaxed somewhat. Tawa was strong, at least stronger than him in this moment. Regardless of whether it was magic or technology, he was certainly no match for this femme fatale. If a fight broke out, he might not even be able to withdraw from the city of time and time. It was quite good that Tawa's attitude had not turned hostile. The evil god disguised as a system attached to this clown must be a fish that slipped through the net in that time and space, escaping the seal of the Kaioshians with its own talent. I can't tell you the purpose of my arrival in this time and space, but the matter of the evil god has nothing to do with me. Are you satisfied with that? Sarodis did not affirm or deny. Tawa didn't care, tapping her staff on the ground before disappearing into the vortex of distortion. Well then, goodbye, little one. Maybe next time we meet you will receive a surprise. Sarodis wanted to ask something more, but he could no longer sense Tawa's presence. Whether Tawa had left or hidden again, it seemed she would not take the initiative to meet him for a while. Right? With this in mind, Sarodis could only take out the historical scroll he had stored in his Tao robe and choose to return to the City of Time. Welcome back, silly uncle. As soon as Sarodis appeared in the time repository, the girl dove into his arms like a fledgling returning home. I'm back. How's it going? The history should be repaired now, right? After leaving a soft kiss on Sarodis' face, the girl gave a positive answer. Yes, that's good. The key to correcting history is to revert the outcomes of important events back to their original state. Not only did you manage that, but you also figured out the reason for this historical rewrite. Truly impressive, uncle. If I hadn't chosen to ally with Bardock and had directly eliminated Child, what would have happened then? Sarodis gently set the girl down and curiously asked. The girl stroked her chin, revealing a contemplative expression. If it were Pastly and the others, it would have been a futile effort, and we would have to repair the history again. But you are special. Tawa's purpose for bringing you to the Dragon Ball world isn't clear yet, but she certainly wants to do something using your uniqueness. Although she didn't do anything wrong during this encounter with Tawa, it was still necessary to be cautious. Alright, don't think too much. No matter what Tawa wants to do, I will stand by your side. Then he'll continue to confirm the history of various time and space. Once I finish my daily work, let's go on a date. Okay, then I'll go eat something at the restaurant. As Sarodis stepped out of the time repository, he walked through the City of Time enjoying the sunlight, yet his demeanor was no longer as relaxed as when he was with the girl. The moment he returned to the City of Time, he felt a complex sensation, a mix of regret and relief, the reason for which he did not know. Driven by this feeling, Sarodis' footsteps slowed. Even when some patrolling time officers greeted him, he completely failed to hear them. What exactly is this feeling? The distance from the time repository to the restaurant wasn't too far, yet Sarodis took nearly half an hour and had barely covered half the distance. Suddenly, Sarodis' hair stood on end, and he turned around, unleashing a ki blast. Two ki blasts collided and violent dust scattered, attracting the robots responsible for hygiene and fire safety in the City of Time. As the smoke cleared and he looked at the newcomer, Sarodis breathed a sigh of relief. It's you, Pastly. Having trained together in the House of Spirit and Time for quite some time, they were already very familiar with each other. Sarodis understood that this scion, who didn't seem very scion in nature, was quite combative and had social anxiety around strangers, but once familiar, he became more sociable. Other team members said you seemed a bit off. Did you run into trouble while correcting history? Facing Polly's concern, Sarodis shook his head. There were no issues with correcting history, but upon returning to the City of Time, I felt a very complex sensation, a mix of regret and relief. I can't shake the feeling that something very dangerous has been overlooked. This direction is towards the restaurant, right? For now, let's set aside this feeling and grab a bite. Maybe it will come to me. By the way, I heard from the Lord of the Time, Kaishin, that this time you went to rectify the history of Bardock defeating Child in a derivative time and space. Is the Bardock in the derivative time also a scion like the Bardock in your time? Bardock hump. Sarodis was just about to drop the thought and explain the differences between the Bardocks he encountered when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. That's right, it's Bardock. Sarodis suddenly recalled an event from before his transmigration. In the plot of the Super Universe, Tawa had a subordinate who was a masked scion, and that masked scion was Bardock. Bardock Tawa. Could it be that what he missed was the event of Bardock being captured? Although the Bardock in the derivative time was not the same individual, he knew it was impossible for Sarodis to not care. Moreover, the combat power of the masked scion was not weak. If he was indeed captured by Tawa, and if she truly intended to rewrite history, as in the game, the danger would only escalate. Additionally, although only a bit of information was revealed, Sarodis believed that Mira truly existed. While this conspiracy was ultimately thwarted in the game's plot with Trunks and Polly's strength, even with his assistance, it would be difficult to withstand the combined attack of three individuals, including that little demon. Sarodis understood what the girl had experienced over the countless years since becoming the Kaishin of Time. All of the girl's powers were devoted to maintaining the seal on the demon god Demigra, resulting in her remaining in the lowly state, with her time power unreleased, instead of transforming into the mature form after fully unleashing her time power. Once something happened in the City of Time, the girl would undoubtedly have to temporarily abandon maintaining the seal and unleash her time power to deal with the imminent crisis. But that would be akin to borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, a self-destructive act. Using her time power to confront Tawa would only exacerbate the danger by risking the seal of the demon god Demigra. Damn it, Pastley, I need to see the little demon and confirm the situation. Thank you for the reminder. Pastley was still puzzled, unable to understand why Sarodis' expression kept changing as he left those words behind. But seeing Polly's figure quickly vanish, he could only scratch his head. Weird, why does Sarodis seem odd today? Back in the time repository, the girl was checking the last few drawers of historical scrolls. Hearing the sound of Sarodis hurriedly pushing the door open, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Silly uncle, why are you back so hurriedly? There's no time to explain. Quickly see what happened in the time and space I corrected. Hurry. The girl was confused but completely trusted Sarodis. She set down the scrolls in her hands, scanned the large cabinet, extended her hands, and opened a drawer, causing a historical scroll to fly down into Sarodis' hands. Without time to say much, Sarodis hurriedly opened the scroll. Let's just call this the Bardokova time. In this time, shortly after Sarodis' departure, Tao's figure appeared above Bardock, who had returned to his temporary cave. A little one, no matter how you look at it, he's a good man on par with your handsomeness. Looking at Bardock, who rested against the stone wall with his eyes closed after applying the special restorative potion from Planet Tao, chuckled and remarked, "Who's there?" Although Bardock, with his beast-like instincts, couldn't hear Tao's light chuckle, he sensed that someone was nearby. Compared to the gentler Bardock in Sarodis' time, this Bardock was far more primal. Not hearing a response, Bardock quickly left the cave, following his instincts towards Tao's direction, unleashing a ki blast. "Oh dear, you're more sensitive than that little one, huh?" As Tao laughed, she waved her staff, dissipating Bardock's ki blast into nothing. Bardock frowned, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although this ki blast was not his full strength, it was not something that could be casually dismissed. This woman before him was very powerful. "Who are you, and what is your purpose in approaching me?" The sensation of his first transformation still lingered, and with Bardock's emotions heightened, the golden aura of the Super Saiyan once again enveloped his hair and energy. Tao remained silent, simply sizing Bardock up. Let's make you the insurance against that unexpected little one. After all, it's best to use a Saiyan to deal with a Saiyan. Tao waved her staff, and a streak of purple-black light swiftly flew toward Bardock. Bardock clicked his tongue. At this moment, there was no need to respond nor to rely on instinct. Only a blind person wouldn't see that the woman before him was an enemy, and that purple-black light did not appear to be harmless. Attempting to use a ki blast to neutralize the streak of light failed, and Bardock frowned as he flew into the sky. It's a tracking type, he pondered. Confirming he could not dodge the streak of light, Bardock thought quickly and flew towards Tao, suddenly accelerating and disappearing from his original spot, just as the purple-black light was about to hit him. Seeing the light about to collide with him, Tao calmly waved her staff, and the light immediately halted, spinning around before flying toward Bardock again. Does everyone in your family like to use this move? Your son enjoys playing like this. That little one used it against the evil god, and now you're employing the same tactics. Tao rarely made a sarcastic comment, and the speed of the light increased, crashing into Bardock, who had slowed down due to the burden of his sudden acceleration. Bardock's body swayed, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Tao waited briefly, confirming that Bardock was not pretending to be knocked out, before satisfiedly using her staff to conjure a purple-black rope binding Bardock, and with her staff, she pulled Bardock into the vortex of distortion that had appeared. The historical scroll did not depict this scene, but was instead a blank space. However, even a blank space was enough to indicate something. "Uncle, this." Upon seeing the blankness on the scroll and recalling Sarodis' urgency, the girl understood that her boyfriend must know something and immediately inquired. Sarodis put away the scroll, sighed deeply, and explained his suspicions to the girl while asking, "Little demon, can we reach this blank history through the scroll?" "No, we can't. I don't know what method Tao used to completely shield this segment of history. Moreover, after defeating Child in this time and space, whatever happens to Bardock will no longer cause a distortion in history. Consequently, it becomes even more impossible to intervene." Sarodis nodded, understanding, but his brow remained furrowed. The girl could clearly see Sarodis' worry and began to comfort him. "It's all right. I believe silly uncle will definitely protect me." Seeing the girl's soothing smile, Sarodis nodded heavily. "I will absolutely protect you, even if it costs me my life." The girl gently shook Sarodis' hand with one hand, while placing the other finger on her lips. "Shush, silly uncle, you've already risked your life for me once. This time you must not risk your life for me again." Sarodis, reluctant to make the girl worry, forced a smile. "All right then, I won't risk my life. Oh, I will just do my best. Is that okay?" "That's more like it." Sarodis gazed into the girl's bright eyes, falling silent for a moment. "Little demon, I want to return to my time and space for a while." The girl looked steadily at Sarodis, her heart filled with reluctance, yet she still smiled and agreed. In both her past life and this life, the girl would always believe in this man who would risk his life for her. Being both clever and wise, having experienced countless years and seen every piece of history, she naturally had a rough idea of what he intended to do when she thought of her boyfriend, who was unfortunate enough to be caught in a space-time distortion. Uncle, do you want to go to Planet Vegeta to learn their techniques to deal with the possibly controlled Bardock? Pretty much. If the descriptions in the comics are correct, Vegeta has a technique called spittle separation technique. Using this technique, one can separate powers that do not belong to oneself. As long as you can learn this technique, then Uncle, you should work hard to learn it soon. The girl extended her hands, and a glow illuminated them. The light landed in Sarodis' outstretched hand, transforming into a small earplug. What is this? This is a tool for contacting me. Just plug it in your ear. As for how to use it, just treat it like a thought-contacting phone, okay? Sarodis nodded and inserted the earplug into his ear. By the way, Uncle, your spaceship has also been retrieved. It's right here. The light in the girl's hands flickered again, and this time what appeared was a portable universal capsule. After putting the capsule into her bosom, she used magic to retrieve a scroll from the nearby drawers. This is the historical scroll of your time and space, but this time you won't need this scroll. My. Sarodis was a bit curious and didn't quite understand what the girl meant by not needing it this time. Because if you go back like this, you will directly appear in the universe near the space-time distortion that brought you here, which would be troublesome for you, right? So this time I will directly take you to your time's Kaioshin realm, and let the Kaioshin there use instant transmission to bring you to Planet Vegeta. This way I can spend a little more time with you. Sorry, little demon. There's no need to apologize. If you put down your sword, you can't hold me tightly. And if you hold me tightly, you can't lift your sword to protect me, right? Hold my hand, shall we set off? Sarodis pressed his lips together, stuffed the scroll into his bosom, and tightly grasped the girl's delicate hand. The girl closed her eyes and muttered something like a spell, and the two suddenly vanished from the time library. The next second, in the Kaioshin realm of Sarodis' time, their figures appeared with a whoosh. Who are you and how did you come to the Kaioshin realm? As Sarodis expected, the one questioning them was Jebet, the disciple and attendant of the East Kaioshin, who beside him was the somewhat short and slightly dignified East Kaioshin of this time. Jebet, that girl seems to also be a Kaioshin. Speak with more respect. The East Kaioshin's tone was still filled with doubt, but chose to reprimand Jebet for his somewhat arrogant tone. Uncle, wait a moment, I will explain the situation to them. The girl pulled on Sarodis' tense hand and stepped forward to explain to the master and servant. Seeing the girl step forward, Sarodis relaxed his muscles, but still felt a bit resentful in his heart. Before witnessing the power of humans, Jebet is indeed as arrogant as in the original story, if it weren't for the little demon. Of course, in Sarodis' heart, whether Jebet let go of his arrogance or not, he was still much better than that foolish Zamasu. At least Jebet didn't lose his mind in anger after witnessing the strength of humans shamelessly borrowing the power of the dragon to occupy Goku's body, spouting nonsense about that absurd Human Zero plan. After realizing the power and potential of humans, Jebet promptly acknowledged his mistakes, reflected on himself, and began to face humans seriously. From this perspective, Jebet could be considered a decent person. Uncle, it's done. Jebet, then please take Mr. Sarodis to Planet Vegeta. Yes, Kaioshin. Then please place your hand on my shoulder. It seemed that because the girl had mentioned that Sarodis was her boyfriend, Jebet's attitude towards Sarodis suddenly improved. Sarodis rolled his eyes inwardly and placed his hand on Jebet's shoulder. Uncle, make sure to stay in touch, okay? All right, and if you have anything on your side, let me know in time. After Sarodis and the girl said their goodbyes, Jebet activated instant transmission. Here is Planet Vegeta. Now I will take my leave. Jebet slightly tilted his upper body as a bow, and without waiting for Sarodis to respond, he disappeared from the spot, returning to the Kaioshin realm. Sarodis took a deep breath, sensing the location of the Vegeta people, and flew into the air. After flying for a short while, Sarodis arrived in the town of Planet Vegeta. Seeing visitors from another planet, many Vegeta people with spots on their heads surrounded him, displaying curious expressions, appearing as if they seldom saw extraterrestrial guests. Before long, a voice came from behind those spotted Vegeta people. Everyone, please make way, make way. Passing through the cleared path, what came into Sarodis' view was a group of another type of Vegeta people dressed in simpler attire, but still wearing Vegeta clothing. Elder Pabala has learned of the visitor's arrival. Please follow me to meet Elder Pabala. Sarodis was not surprised that the Vegeta people knew of his arrival, and he followed the steps of the Vegeta person before him. After weaving through the towering buildings of the Vegeta town for a while, Sarodis finally arrived at a room where stood an Vegeta person equally simple in both features and colors. After bringing Sarodis here, the many Vegeta people dispersed, leaving only Sarodis and this large Vegeta person. I am the elder of this planet, Pabala. Scion, what is your purpose for coming here? Elder Pabala's voice sounded somewhat similar to that of the elder of Namek, speaking with a slow, kind tone, but compared to the elder of Namek, Pabala's voice carried a bit more cunning. Cunning. Sarodis did not dwell on it, and straightforwardly stated his purpose. I want to learn about chi from you, that is spittle. Elder Pabala's face indirectly revealed a look of surprise. It's rare for someone to know that we do not possess many miraculous techniques, but are simply adept at utilizing spittle. Elder Pabala neither agreed nor refused Sarodis' request, but instead began to inquire about how Sarodis had come to this planet. Sarodis casually recounted the purpose of his dispatch by King Vegeta, omitting the parts regarding the Time City that were unimportant to the Adratlat people, detailing how he learned the coordinates of planet Adratlat and a series of events. In short, after encountering a bit of unexpected trouble, I used the power of the KO Shin to instantly transport here. I see. Well then, as long as you can learn it, I can teach you about spittle. Upon hearing Elder Pabala agree to his request, Sarodis felt a bit relieved. So, when do we start practicing? Elder Pabala's tone remained unhurried. You really are an impatient scion, eh? At least let me know your name before we begin practicing. Sarodis was momentarily taken aback and had to answer Elder Pabala's question. Sarodis, my name is Sarodis. Having received Sarodis' answer, Elder Pabala slowly walked out of the room, signaling Sarodis to follow. By Scion standards, your name is quite unique. Sarodis understood what Elder Pabala meant. Most Scion names are related to vegetables. For example, Bardock's name means Bardock, Kakarot means carrot, and Vegeta combined with his brother's name means vegetable. As for Sarodis, that name seemed to have no connection to vegetables. He had once asked Gine and Bardock on Planet Vegeta, but there was no answer. Such matters were not of great importance, and Sarodis chose not to dwell on it. At this moment being mentioned by Elder Pabala, Sarodis could only shrug. Unique or not, at least it distinguishes me from those who have lost the pride of being scions on Planet Vegeta. Elder Pabala glanced at Sarodis, but did not respond further, instead pointing to a nearby tall tower. Since you are so eager to start practicing, do you see that tower's peak? I see it. Elder Pabala began to explain. To control spittle like us, to achieve separation, movement, and expansion of spittle, the first thing to do is balance the body and mind, and the manifestation of achieving balance in body and mind is. Elder Pabala vanished with a whoosh and appeared at the peak of the tower, demonstrating various movements, then, with another whoosh, returned to his original spot. Just like this. Your spittle is stable, unlike that of a typical scion. I think we can skip the inner training and focus on physical balance. Sarodis did not respond, quickly flew to the peak of the tower, stabilized his form, then replicated Elder Pabala's movements using only his physical strength before returning to the original spot. Elder Pabala's face once again showed a look of shock. Even the exceptionally talented Adratlat people need considerable time to complete such training. I didn't expect. My training method is different from that of other scions. Sarodis' emphasis on the balance of body and mind stemmed from the Taoist martial arts before his transmigration, but there was no need to elaborate on that. Elder Pabala slightly nodded. Well then, we can skip the lengthy preparatory training. You have done very well in balancing your body and mind. What we need to do next is to learn about the structure and specific applications of spittle. Sarodis followed Elder Pabala back into the room. But before we start training, we still need to fill our stomachs. Sarodis stumbled a bit. He found it hard to keep up with Elder Pabala's sudden leaps in thought. Just a second ago, they were discussing the training matters, and the next moment he had jumped to the topic of food, which made it even harder for him to describe. Next, Elder Pabala's words jumped to his clothing. By the way, how about changing into our Adratlat attire? Sarodis took a deep breath and shook his head. Your clothes don't really suit me. I still prefer this outfit of mine. Elder Pabala, hearing Sarodis' resolute tone, decided not to pursue the topic of clothing any further. After a while of back and forth with Elder Pabala, the sky darkened. Regarding the training of spittle, even if you no longer need preliminary training, it won't be completed in just a day or two. In any case, you should stay here for now. After all, he was asking to learn from others, so Sarodis had to go along with the host's arrangements and settled into the adjacent room under Elder Pabala's arrangement. Little demon. After some thought, Sarodis decided to reach out to his little girlfriend. Silly uncle. I have already started my training on Planet Adratlat, and I can already perform the most complex part. The next learning should be quick, right? The girl's voice on the other end was clearly filled with surprise. As expected of you, uncle, that's amazing. So once you finish your training, can you return to the Time City? That's right. However, since I have completed the transformation into a Super Saiyan and returned here, it would be best to go back to Planet Vegeta to deal with the trouble of Frieza after finishing my training. I see. But that's fine. After discussing some matters regarding Tao's, Sarodis ended the communication. In the demon realm, in Tao's laboratory, the captured Bardock was now in a deep sleep, placed in a nutrient pod by Tao. Playing with the mask in her hand, Tao glanced at Bardock and chuckled softly. Before putting this mask on you, I need to enhance you a bit first. Such a resilient physique seems capable of undergoing numerous experiments. Sarodis, your heart is unsettled. The spiritory resonates with agitation and unrest. Pabala, elder seated nearby sipping tea, spoke these words abruptly. At the sound, Sarodis stirred from meditation, his brows furrowed, his eyes clouded with unease and doubt. Since this morning my spirit has been restless, as though I've forgotten something vital. If you cannot still your mind, the culmination of your cultivation will remain impossibly distant. Calmly setting down his teacup, Elder Pabala's tone remained unhurried, measured. Take a moment to unwind. Without inner tranquility, perfect mastery of the spiritory is unattainable. Sarodis sighed in resignation, murmured assent, and rose to clear his mind. Walking the streets of Planet Vegeta, he passed countless Vegetrations, calm, unhurried, immersed in quiet routine. Yet that very serenity failed to reach him. Instead, it deepened his inner disquiet, stoking it into a quiet rising storm. What was wrong? Oh, at last, you've returned. Near the town's entrance, an elderly Vegetation clasped the hand of a younger one, voice trembling with emotion. You've been away so long. Never thought to stop by for a visit. Oh, uncle, I wasn't traveling. I was training in the wilds. Honestly, what year is it this year? Out there, time slipped from my grasp. You reckless child. Off alone to train without even packing supplies. It's age of AEI 737 now. Oh, and Elder Pabala has taken on a Saiyan as his disciple. Sarodis heard no more. Age of AEI 737. For the Dragon Ball world, this year would unfurl the first great scroll of history, a turning point etched in legend. This year Son Goku, the world's destined hero, was born. But for Sarodis, what mattered most was that this was also the year Frieza, at last unburdened, would turn his gaze upon Planet Vegeta. What fate awaited Planet Vegeta, or the Saiyans steeped in slaughter and conquest, meant nothing to him. Only Bardock and Gine. At last Sarodis understood why his heart refused to settle. He abandoned his unfinished cultivation without hesitation and rushed back to Elder Pabala to bid farewell. So weighty a matter must compel you to leave even as your cultivation nears its climax. Sarodis suppressed his inner turmoil, bowing politely, yet his voice, unusually hurried, betrayed his urgency. Indeed, it is urgent. Thank you, Elder Pabala, for all your guidance these past days. Elder Pabala continued, sipping his tea, unruffled. The final stage of your cultivation need not be completed here under my tutelage. You are already capable of completing it alone. I have imparted all I can teach. Go then, if duty calls. Farewell, Elder Pabala. At last, uttering those words, Sarodis bolted from the town, released his spaceship from a capsule into the open air. Set destination Planet Vegeta. Launch immediately. A mechanical voice echoed within the cockpit, and the engines roared to life, propelling the vessel into the star-strewn void. I must arrive in time. Planet Vegeta. Bardock stood before his home, gazing skyward. His first mission in weeks left undone. Like Sarodis light years away on Vegeta, a deep, nameless dread coiled within him. Yet Bardock's unease was no mere intuition. It was the ominous silhouette of Frieza's flagship hovering over Planet Vegeta for days, broadcasting its summons to every Saiyan across the stars. Bardock, what is it? Gine emerged from their home, sensing her husband's tension. He frowned, switched off his scouter, removed it, and tossed it carelessly into the house. Wearing it risks eavesdropping. Gine, doesn't this summons strike you as strange? Huh. Though far from foolish, Gine, who had spent years distributing meat, lacked the sharp instinct of a battlefield veteran. If it were merely urgent news, a simple transmission would suffice. And if new equipment were being issued, haste wouldn't be necessary. Bardock's mind flashed back to Sarodis' farewell, his fist clenched tightly. Before he left, Sarodis warned me Frieza would one day move against us, the Saiyans, fearing the emergence of the Super Saiyan. Now Frieza's legions lack for neither soldiers nor strength. This summons must be the prelude to annihilation. Surely not. Even Sarodis believes this. Yes. Before departing for Vegeta, we spoke privately. He told me precisely this. At Bardock's firm reply, worry tightened the lines around Gine's eyes. If both of you feel this dread, what do we do? Bardock fell silent. A man who trusted fists over thoughts, he now found himself weighing options with grim deliberation. Raditz left with Prince Vegeta. Though the prince's temperament makes him insufferable to endure in this crisis, it may ironically shield Raditz. He'll likely ignore the summons entirely. And Sarodis, he probably won't even receive it. Huh. Gine tilted her head, puzzled. Didn't Sarodis receive the latest scouter before he left? Humph. He's been gone too long without word. Either dead or discarded the scouter. Dead perhaps. Though he swore he'd seen the future of the Super Saiyan. He won't fall so easily. Bardock's gaze drifted toward the incubation chamber inside their home. Then our only concerns are ourselves and Kakarot. Let's flee together. Impossible. Our signatures are too large. We'd be detected the moment we left Planet Vegeta. After a pause, Bardock reached a decision. I'll steal a single-person shuttle soon and send Kakarot away. Gine hesitated, then nodded, voice barely a whisper. All right. Days later. Bardock seized his chance, slipped away, stole a compact shuttle, and gently placed Kakarot inside. The infant, unaware of his parents' resolve, sat quietly, obediently still. Under cover of night, Bardock cradled the shuttle in one hand as he and Gine crept into the wilderness. Their maternal fear surged anew. Kakarot hasn't even learned to speak yet. And now we cast him adrift. Bardock sighed inwardly. Though his face betrayed nothing, his heart ached fiercely for his son. Still, he offered comfort in clipped, gruff tones. Kakarot's power level demands exile regardless, and there's no time left to teach him anything now. I've chosen a remote world, rich in resources yet barren of strategic value or formidable life forms. He will survive there. Gine, unable to bear it, pressed her palm against the shuttle's hull, tears spilling as she whispered endless farewells. Even Bardock stepped forward, gazing upon his son, his own eyes glistening faintly at the corners. Live well, truly live. Though ignorant of all that transpired, Kakarot sensed his parents' sorrow, instinctively pressed his small palms to the hatch, tears brimming in his wide, trusting eyes. In the black expanse of space aboard Frieza's flagship, a strategist knelt before the tyrant, delivering his report. Lord Frieza, the investigation is complete. The Super Saiyan remains myth, nothing more. Frieza covered his mouth, emitting his signature mocking laugh. Oh ho ho ho, I suspected as much. Pausing, he posed another question. How long until all Saiyans return to Planet Vegeta? Approximately 4 or 5 days. Most have already responded, but one Saiyan remains uncontactable, and Prince Vegeta has yet to reply. Prince Vegeta? Let him be. Who is this missing Saiyan? His name is Sarodis. Even Planet Vegeta has lost contact with him for some time. Frieza paused, then waved dismissively. Just one Saiyan. Hardly worth concern. Once the rest assemble on Planet Vegeta, we shall act. Oh ho ho ho. I invite you all to witness a magnificent fireworks display. Oh ho ho ho. In the deep of night, Bardock quietly got up and put on his battle suit, looking at his sleeping wife. He raised his hand as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent and turned to leave. The moment his foot landed outside the door, Gine's voice came through. Bardock, you. Gine's voice transformed from hesitation to determination. Are you going to fight Frieza? Bardock did not turn back, but slowly nodded. He was all too aware that Frieza's power was far beyond his own. If only they could unite the strength of their entire race. However, Bardock had tried this in the past few days, but most Saiyans treated his words as mere fantasy. The current Saiyans were no longer what they once were, accustomed to being under Frieza's command. They no longer felt the same dissatisfaction they once had when they were first oppressed. As for King Vegeta, if King Vegeta was still on the planet, how could he not notice the incredible combat power Bardock had gained after returning from the brink of death? Bardock did not know, nor was he interested in finding out. After learning that the other Saiyans scoffed at Frieza's intent to completely annihilate their race, Bardock had become deeply disappointed in his kin. Yet despite his disappointment, his steps towards battle remained resolute. What was the purpose of this fight? Go prove our pride as the warrior race of Saiyans, prove my husband Bardock's pride as a fighter. Indeed, the purpose of his fight was that simple. I'm going now. Without waiting for Gine's response, Bardock stepped out of the door, soaring into the quiet night. Gine understood very well that if Bardock chose to avoid battle, she might have had the chance to see the man she loved for a few more moments before the countdown to destruction reached its end. But since he was the one she loved, how could she stop him from doing what he wanted? So be it. Even if she couldn't make up for the normal life she had missed over the years due to constant battles, something most Saiyans would never understand, watching her husband fight valiantly was still a blessing. Raditz, Kakarot, I'm sorry that your father and mother cannot watch you grow up, but you must become an excellent, proud, and strong Saiyan, just like your father. And Sarodis, although I still haven't heard from you until the end, I believe that the exceptional you will live well and become stronger. Just remember to take care of yourself after I'm gone. But since she had already seen the end of life, let her temporarily cast aside her identities as a mother and sister and face this together with her husband as a warrior's wife. Gine wiped away the tears that had unknowingly flowed from her eyes and flew off in the direction Bardock had gone. Just as the couple soared into the sky, Frieza's spaceship opened its hatch. Seated in his exclusive chair, Frieza wore an excited smile as he prepared to create fireworks using the planet as material. The advisor with 2 antennae couldn't help but offer a word of caution. Lord Frieza, if you eliminate the Saiyans, our army's strength will be reduced by nearly half. As Frieza gradually ascended, he glanced at the advisor, a cold light flashing in his eyes before it vanished. Oh ho ho ho, we can replenish our forces later. These Saiyans are ultimately a warrior race and won't forever submit to me. It's better to eliminate unstable elements early. The advisor, who had been startled by Frieza's fleeting killing intent, broke into a cold sweat and dared not speak further, nodding while wiping his sweat. "I apologize for my oversight, Lord Frieza. Think before you speak next time, understand?" "Yes, Lord Frieza." "All right, let everyone enjoy the beautiful fireworks that are about to come. This is a rare sight, you know." Frieza's many advisors and high-ranking warriors bowed and complied, their eyes focused on Planet Vegeta through the spaceship's windows, obeying Frieza's command to appreciate the upcoming scene. Leaving the spaceship, Frieza slowly extended a finger, and an energy ball resembling lava rapidly expanded, descending towards Planet Vegeta. However, to Frieza's surprise, this enormous planet-destroying missile, after a long while, did not land on Planet Vegeta and eliminate the Saiyans he despised. It even seemed to be pushed back slightly. What is happening? As Frieza pressed a button with his left hand, a number appeared on the combat power detector attached to his left eye. The number continued to fluctuate. Bang! Frieza quickly closed his left eye, avoiding the explosion of the detector from affecting his vision. Before closing his left eye, the data Frieza saw was astonishing: 3200. Impossible! How could there be such combat power among the Saiyans? 3200 was nothing to Frieza, who possessed 5300 combat power in his first form, but such power appearing among the Saiyans was unexpected. While he lamented that annihilating the Saiyans was indeed the right choice, Frieza stood up from his seat, his expression dark, as he flew toward Planet Vegeta, simultaneously relaying his orders to the spaceship. "Let the soldiers follow me down and kill all the Saiyans, leaving not a single one alive." In the spaceship, the advisors who received the orders, shocked that the seemingly invincible Lord Frieza had his planet-destroying missile blocked, hurriedly relayed the command down, mobilizing the elite soldiers aboard while bringing the spaceship closer to the stratosphere of Planet Vegeta, making it convenient for soldiers who couldn't survive in space to land and fight. Frieza's flying speed was naturally faster than the execution of the orders, soon arriving in the sky above Planet Vegeta. "Bardock, did you block Frieza's attack?" Gine, who had already resigned herself to death, caught up to Bardock after he shattered the planet-destroying missile, her tone filled with surprise. "Does that mean you might defeat Frieza?" Faced with Gine's excitement, Bardock merely shook his head gravely. "It's not that simple. Rumor has it that Frieza possesses transformation abilities. This is just his attack in the normal state. How strong is he after transforming? Who knows? Oh my, it seems you know me a bit, Saiyan. Did you block my planet-destroying missile?" "I'm interested in you. State your name." Facing the Saiyan couple before him, Frieza regained his usual demeanor, unwilling to lose composure in front of the Saiyans he viewed as wild monkeys, even though this particular Saiyan's power did surprise him. Bardock gently pushed Gine, who was clinging to his arm, to a safe position and unleashed his speed, delivering a punch to Frieza's face amid Frieza's astonishment. "Bardock, the Bardock of the warrior race, the Saiyans." This was the phrase that reached Frieza's ears only after the punch landed. This punch did not inflict any damage on Frieza, but it left him feeling deeply insulted. "I can't believe I've been hit by a wild monkey." In disbelief, Frieza looked at Bardock, who was preparing for battle, his lips twitching. "What a rude wild monkey." Bardock did not respond, merely maintaining his stance. Although Gine wanted to face life and death alongside her husband, she would not interfere with his battle and descended towards the ground. Frieza glanced at Gine, who was slowly descending, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Oh ho ho, Bardock, I've remembered your name. As a reward for blocking my planet-destroying missile, let me play with you a bit." With that, Frieza erupted with scorching white energy, shooting a crimson beam toward Bardock from his fingertips. Bardock's expression remained unchanged. Although he could not gauge Frieza's combat power, having easily blocked the planet-destroying missile, he did not feel threatened by this crimson beam. As expected, Bardock merely concentrated his power in his hand and easily swatted away the beam. The beam passed through a small mountain, causing a violent explosion, demonstrating that this was not a casual attack from Frieza. Seeing Bardock effortlessly repel his death beam, Frieza nodded in satisfaction. "It seems you qualify to let me stretch my body after a long time. Let this wild monkey witness my transformation." With Frieza's roar, his form rapidly changed as he entered his stockier second form. Although he couldn't sense the energy, Bardock could still feel the immense pressure emanating from Frieza, honed by years of combat. However, he felt that even after Frieza transformed, he might not necessarily lose. Was this merely an illusion? "Now it's time to begin, wild monkey." The speed of Frieza in his second form was significantly greater than in his first, appearing before Bardock in the blink of an eye, swinging a punch at Bardock, just like Bardock had attacked him earlier. Strangely, why did Frieza's movements feel different? Bardock, unable to focus on his feelings, quickly dodged Frieza's punch, causing a look of astonishment to appear on Frieza's face once more. This wild monkey actually dodged his attack. Sensing a gust of wind from behind, Frieza ignored the urge to look back and lashed out with his tail towards Bardock, who was preparing to attack from behind. Bardock shifted his form to avoid the tail strike and moved to Frieza's side. Seeing Bardock dodge his attack twice in a row, Frieza slightly retracted his contempt, vanishing into thin air to evade Bardock's kick. Huh. With both hands together, Frieza appeared above Bardock and unleashed a ki blast. How quick was Bardock's reaction? The moment he caught sight of Frieza's hands coming together out of the corner of his eye, he crossed his arms in front of him. But as soon as he felt the force of the ki blast, Bardock realized something was wrong. Sure enough, Frieza's ki blast was merely a feint. The real attack came from behind. Ugh. Caught off guard by a heavy blow from Frieza's hands, Bardock fell to the ground, grunting as he pushed off the rubble that landed on him. As Bardock stood up, Frieza also descended slowly to the ground. A wild monkey is just a wild monkey lacking brains. Bardock had no intention of responding, only taking a deep breath. In this rapid exchange of blows, although he had taken some damage and been knocked to the ground by Frieza, the attacks had not inflicted significant harm. Could it be that the power he had gained after returning from the brink of death was already enough to fight Frieza? It seemed that way. If Frieza's level after transforming was merely this, then this battle was not just for proving the pride of the Saiyans, perhaps. After taking several deep breaths to stabilize himself, Bardock glanced at Gine's position, confirming that his wife had moved away from the battlefield. He then faced Frieza and resolutely spoke. "Frieza, I will defeat you." Frieza froze. Then he clutched his stomach and burst into wild laughter. "Ha! Wild monkey, you've just told a hilarious joke. Defeat me? It seems I haven't shown my full power yet to give you such an illusion." Ignoring Frieza's theatrics, Bardock placed his fists at his waist. The power that had surged back after his return from the brink of death erupted fully for the first time. The skyward energy rapidly expanded, even overpowering Frieza's energy. Not good, this wild monkey's power. Although Frieza couldn't sense energy, he was certainly not a fool. If his energy was being suppressed by Bardock, how could he not realize that in terms of absolute power, his second form was no match for Bardock? It seems I can't use my second form to fight. If the third form is insufficient, then I might as well transform into my final form during battle. As long as I can slightly enjoy tormenting this wild monkey, I can compensate for my earlier embarrassment. Frieza contemplated this, making no noise as his body trembled, emitting a pale light, as he directly unleashed his suppressed power to its final form. Strictly speaking, Frieza's final form was his original appearance. His first form, which had 530 combat power, was a suppressed transformation. Meanwhile, Bardock's movements created a significant disturbance. As he unleashed all his power, the ground beneath him buckled, and the rapidly released energy created arcs of electricity amidst the scorching flames. Looking at Frieza, fully powered Bardock couldn't help but express surprise on his face. Is this Frieza's further transformation? While he appeared less imposing than before, the pressure he exuded was undeniable. But there was no time to dwell on that. Although his thoughts were fluctuating, Bardock's face showed no hint of surprise as he launched an attack on Frieza. Having completed his final transformation, Frieza felt no longer worried about being defeated. His movements carried the elegance of a cosmic emperor, barely shifting his body to dodge Bardock's attack, moving with a speed incomparable to before, swinging his tail to strike at Bardock. Bardock's first strike missed, so he quickly utilized his momentum to flip forward, creating distance, then crouched down to sweep kick at Frieza's ankle. Frieza frowned slightly and gently floated into the air. Bardock's second strike also missed, and he rolled to dodge the death beam shot from Frieza's fingertip. With newfound confidence, Frieza showed no signs of panic, relishing in the opportunity to toy with his opponent. "Oh ho ho ho, how many times do you think you can dodge such attacks?" As he continued to point and shoot, multiple death beams were unleashed. Bardock's combat experience was extensive. As soon as Frieza made his move, Bardock understood that he couldn't rely on minor movements to evade. He gathered a ki blast and slammed it down a short distance ahead, scattering dust everywhere. The dust obscured Frieza's vision, prompting him to swivel his neck and survey his surroundings. Among the swirling dust, ki blasts surged from all directions. Annoying little tricks. Frieza's arms swept through the air, creating afterimages as he complained, and swatted away the incoming ki blasts, only making the dust even thicker. Yeah. With a piercing scream, Frieza activated his telekinesis, whipping up a fierce wind to disperse the dust, exposing Bardock, who was charging in from the front. What? Unprepared for Frieza's sudden ability, Bardock was caught off guard and kicked into the air by Frieza's swiftly moving foot. With his power exploding, Bardock stabilized himself midair, ceasing to maintain his flight, gearing up to return a kick to Frieza. Frieza certainly would not allow a filthy wild monkey to kick him. Aiming both hands at Bardock, he activated his telekinesis again, trapping Bardock in midair. Bardock struggled twice, but frowned, realizing he was trapped. Frieza looked at Bardock, caught in his telekinesis, nodding in satisfaction. "Then let this wild monkey know, mister. Bardock, play a little game of kicking with me, shall we?" Although it was phrased as a question and sounded polite, it was clear that Frieza had no intention of seeking Bardock's consent as he kicked the trapped Bardock away. Frieza's form vanished from sight as he kicked Bardock away, swiftly appearing at his landing point to deliver another kick, sending Bardock flying in another direction. This repetitive action clearly demonstrated that Frieza was venting his frustration over being suppressed in terms of absolute power in his second form. Oh ho, oh ho ho ho. With a burst of laughter, Frieza's signature sound echoed. Bardock's expression hardened. Now, with a surge of power, Bardock took advantage of Frieza's laughter and the gaps in his telekinesis to break free, quickly gathering a ki blast and slamming it toward Frieza's face with the fury of being toyed with. Frieza, upon seeing Bardock break free, immediately launched an attack, a hint of displeasure on his face, gathering a ki blast of his own. Boom. The ki blast collided with the ki ball, the violent explosion forcing both of them back slightly. However, Frieza only took a small step back before stabilizing himself, while Bardock was pushed back a considerable distance. Panting heavily, Bardock found it laughable that he had thought he could defeat Frieza just a few minutes ago. What kind of power is this? What? Not coming to attack because you sense the gap in our powers? That would be too boring. By the way, what I'm currently using isn't even half of my power. Bardock felt uncertain, but his expression remained unchanged as he began to provoke Frieza. If you're not just bluffing, Frieza, then try to take my next attack. Without waiting for Frieza to respond, Bardock extended his right hand toward Frieza. After briefly gathering power, a massive ki blast with arcs of electricity surged toward Frieza. This was Bardock's ultimate move, the ultimate destruction ball. Frieza watched Bardock, who launched the attack while talking to himself, clicked his tongue, and then he stretched out both hands. Such an attack. Watch me casually push it back. Frieza confidently attempted to block Bardock's ultimate move with the power he could muster at this moment. But Frieza clearly underestimated the power of Bardock's attack. Even though the power he displayed was enough to suppress Bardock in physical combat, coupled with telekinesis, he could toy with Bardock. Yet Bardock's attack was far from an ordinary ki blast. The scorching energy made Frieza feel as if his hands were being burned. In a fit of rage, Frieza let out another piercing scream, the energy around him transforming into a blood-red light. Once the blood-red light appeared, Bardock's ultimate destruction ball could no longer harm Frieza. As Frieza exerted force, the ultimate destruction ball slowly retreated. Yeah. With a third piercing scream, Frieza pushed the ultimate destruction ball aside, his body tracing a shape in the air as he unleashed a speed that Bardock struggled to react to, landing a punch on Bardock's abdomen. Ugh. Bardock hit hard, clutched his abdomen, nearly losing control of his flight. Despite the intense pain, Bardock forced himself to stabilize his form and looked at Frieza. It seems Frieza was telling the truth. From challenging Frieza with the intent to prove the pride of the Saiyans, to believing he might surpass Frieza, to confirming that Frieza's power exceeded his own, revealing a level beyond his reach. Bardock's mindset fluctuated, rising and falling dramatically. He gritted his teeth. It's just death. I initially came prepared to fight to the death, didn't I? But it was a pity that Gine's hope for survival had already. Oh, are you afraid to attack? What a shame. This brief moment isn't even worth warming up. Frieza's voice snapped Bardock back to reality. He sneered and charged toward Frieza. Don't underestimate us, Saiyans. Oma, you've still got spirit. That's great. Frieza sneered, easily blocking Bardock's attack with just one hand. It seems ki blast won't work, so are you planning to challenge me with hand-to-hand combat? After dodging Bardock's punches by shaking his head, Frieza casually provoked Bardock. Faster, please. Such attacks hardly get my blood pumping. The battle still raged. No, calling it a battle was generous. It was Felicia toying with Bardock in a thoroughly one-sided display. For the first time, Bardock felt how exhausting combat could be. Not a fatigue of the flesh, but of the spirit. He had poured out every ounce of his strength, yet neither fists nor energy blasts left any mark on Felicia, while Felicia's casual strikes hurled him helplessly away. Indeed, this was a fight whose outcome had been foreseen long ago, an act of defiance born of Saiyan pride rather than a contest of equals. But merely being toyed with could not be called proof. No matter what, he had to find a way to carve a wound into Felicia that would be remembered forever. Panting, Bardock clenched his fists, nursing that thought. Perhaps out of habit, expecting Bardock to be flung back into view immediately, Felicia did not pursue, and Bardock took the chance to look around. Had Felicia's forces launched a full assault? Flames engulfed the Saiyan city. Non-combatants had been the first to fall, but Bardock's interception of Felicia's planet-destroying sphere had shaken the complacent warriors from their luxury, and resistance began to stir among Felicia's troops. The resistance, however, came too late. The hastily rallying Saiyan fighters were already retreating. Those who tried to create an artificial moon were blocked by Felicia's forces. Artificial moon, giant ape. Bardock's eyes lit up. Yeah, Felicia, this is what you get for underestimating the Saiyan. Bounding several times, Bardock fixed on a Saiyan attempting to make the artificial moon and charged. Noticing another Saya preparing the artificial moon, a few swift soldiers among Fulish's ranks opened fire with their beam rifles to stop him. But since Bardock was coming that way, those men failed, and were dispatched by him as he passed. Bardock, the Saya who had been making the artificial moon, recognized his rescuer and cried out, "Are you the one fighting Fulisha?" "Yes, but Fulisha is too strong. I'm no match." "You're making the artificial moon, right?" "Heh, hurry. Let me give Fulisha a surprise." Fulisha, having waited a long while, grew impatient. Strange, where is that wild monkey? Has he finally seen the gap in strength and fled? Oh ho ho. Muttering to himself, he ceased concern for Bardock's whereabouts and moved toward the Saya city. He wanted to see how thoroughly his soldiers had slaughtered the Saya. Although he had planned to personally reduce Vegeta to fireworks, his advisors had nevertheless prepared backup plans. With the planet-destroying sphere thwarted and a new toy discovered, the contingency proved useful. When the battle ended, he would reward those advisors. With that thought, Fulisha drifted slowly toward the city. But what met his gaze was not the slaughter he had imagined. Instead, a vast number of giant apes roared and surged toward his men. Several giant apes, spotting Fulisha, slapped away the soldiers who had approached them and launched mouth blasts at Fulisha himself. Oomph! Irritated, Fulisha casually fired a death beam and shattered the mouth blast of one ape. The beam continued slicing through the ape's skull. As that attacking ape fell, more apes noticed the commotion. Upon seeing Fulisha, they mirrored the fallen ape's action and fired mouth blasts at him. Annoying pests. Fulisha's anger flared. A purple glow flickered at his fingertips. Earth-splitting slash. In Fulisha's mind, that strike would cleave the ground and split those apes and their mouth blasts cleanly in two. Indeed, almost all the mouth blasts were sliced apart, except for one that stubbornly held firm against the attack. A roar that shook Vegeta filled the air. The mouth blast that resisted the earth-splitting slash swelled, and shattering the slash hurtled toward Fulisha. What? Before the question could fully form, the mouth blast slammed into Fulisha. He had no choice but to put up his hands to block it. With both hands braced against the mouth blast, Fulisha realized the truth. Did that toy transform into a giant ape? His guess was correct. The mouth blast had been unleashed by Bardock in his ape form. "You insolent wild monkey, don't get cocky." Under a tenfold amplification of power, Bardock's attack, pressed against Fulisha's hands to shatter it outright, would risk leaving marks on Fulisha's body. Those scars would be superficial and of little consequence to Fulisha, but to be wounded by a wild monkey, even merely scratched, was an affront to his pride. With that thought, Fulisha stifled his playfulness and instead slowly increased his force, intending to push the mouth blast back with an energy wave rather than obliterate it. Feeling his attack impeded the giant ape, Bardock roared again. Though the transformed Bardock lacked rational thought, the idea that had haunted him before transformation, to give Fulisha an unforgettable wound, had not vanished. If anything, it had grown more vivid. If he could not hit Fulisha's body directly, then he would detonate in front of him. Guided by instinct and the accumulated experience of battle, the giant ape Bardock increased the mouth blast's power and detonated it at once. Boom! A violent explosion rocked Fulisha's hands. A dust and wind scattered from the blast. Fulisha, who had not moved an inch, looked down at his trembling hands, then raised his head and stared at the giant ape Bardock with cold eyes. You dare leave a wound on my noble body." On Vegeta, a fury long suppressed at last ignited in Fulisha. Scanning the area, he locked onto the artificial moon and casually blasted it to ruin, the very thing that had aided the wound on his body. He formed a rotating disk of energy in his hand, which, guided by telekinesis, appeared behind the giant ape Bardock faster than the ape could react, and severed Bardock's tail. With his tail cut, Bardock could no longer maintain his ape form. He crashed to the ground and slowly reverted to human shape. "Die, you obstructive wild monkeys." Fulisha flicked his death beam repeatedly, cutting down the Saya, who had also reverted to human form. For a time, only Bardock remained alive among those who had attacked Fulisha. Exhausted after leaving ape state, Bardock had little strength left. He could only watch as Fulisha killed his kinsman, then picked him up by the tail and lifted him to stand before him. "Wild monkey, as a reward for leaving a wound on my body." Fulisha's voice was heavy and dark. "I will make your life worse than death." Bardock only chuckled. "This is what happens when you underestimate the Saya." Fulisha's expression darkened further. Bardock was right. Had Fulisha used his full strength from the start, no, even 50% would have been enough to kill the Saya before him. But after regaining his final form, he had assumed he could not be harmed and indulged in play, and so his hands had suffered some burns from the mouth blast explosion. Those marks would be mere surface wounds, insignificant to Fulisha, but to be wounded by a wild monkey was shameful. "Kill me if you must, but one day your fate will mirror ours. You will be cut down. At Hell's End I will be waiting for you." Bardock's words, delivered through pain, struck like a blade into Fulisha's heart and fanned his fury. Felicia's facial muscles twitched as he imagined ways to torment the Saya before him. Bardock, a woman's voice called out. Both Felicia and Bardock turned toward it. It was Gine. Even if Bardock believed his mission complete and had accepted death, he had understood from the battle's start the doomed fate of the Saya in this fight. Seeing Gine appear nevertheless pricked at him with worry. Get away from here, Gine cried. Struggling, Bardock somehow drew from what little remained of his body a small energy wave and sent it toward Felicia's eyes. The tiny blast struck Felicia's face. Unprepared for an attack from Bardock, so late Felicia's reflexes overtook his will, and his attention snapped to his closed eyes. His grip on Bardock's tail loosened. Seizing the moment, Bardock surged with speed faster than during his fight with Felicia and shoved himself before Gine, his voice full of gruff concern. Why did you come closer? It's dangerous, Felicia. Gine had followed the battle through its aftermath and perhaps shielded by the chaos had not been struck by Felicia's troops. Dust sullied her clothes, but otherwise she remained intact. Looking at the battered Bardock, his body held together more by will than strength. Tears shimmered in Gine's eyes, yet she stepped forward and stood at his side, speaking with resolute calm. I do not love fighting, but Saya blood runs in me. I once fought beside you as a comrade, did I not? If this is to be the Saya's end, then if we die together as husband and wife, perhaps there is a kind of romance in that. Bardock saw in his mind the days before they were husband and wife, when they were merely comrades standing shoulder to shoulder, and a peaceful smile escaped him. Very well, then let us die together. Felicia sneered as cold as ever and lifted a small sphere of energy. Oh ho ho, what rare love among the Saya. As a reward for enlightening me, I will bury you both with this planet. When Felicia's murderous words fell, the little energy sphere swelled inch by inch. A faint red gleam flickered in his eyes. On the white-hot aura there flowed streaks of purple-black. When the sphere had swollen to its limit, Felicia rose and hurled it at the couple. His mind no longer spared the soldiers still on the planet. He only desired to teach the Saya, who had harmed him, a lesson by pulverizing the world to dust. Bardock and Gine exchanged a glance, and each formed an energy wave in their hands. The two waves merged and struck Felicia's planet-destroying sphere. Bardock was nearly spent. Gine, once a warrior, had no great reserves and could only match an ordinary Saya fighter's power. How could the combined blast of such two possibly affect Felicia's sphere? Die, you wild monkey. Though the blast might be futile, Bardock looked at his wife pouring power into the sphere and drew a long breath. Pushing his body to the utmost, Bardock's energy flared anew. The aura alternated between searing white and gilded gold. His distinctive crab-like hair bristled and took on a tinge of gold as the flame shifted. This is the end, Bardock roared. The energy wave he released expanded in concentric rings and, astonishingly, just as in his first strike against Felicia's first form, broke through the planet-destroying sphere. But after channeling that inexplicable power, his body, already being held together by sheer will, could no longer stand. He collapsed into Gine's arms unconscious. To end in your arms. I'm glad, he murmured. Gine cradled Bardock's limp form. Felicia's own aura, however, flared darker and stronger. The purple-black currents cloaked the light of his ki, and his eyes burned with a red so bright it looked like flame in the night. Time and again, you've done well, wild monkey. Felicia's anger congealed into another planet-destroying sphere in his hand. What will you do now, eh? He bellowed, and another sphere formed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Driven by rage, Felicia cast 5 planet-destroying spheres in succession. As the 5 spheres fell, Felicia's fury eased slightly. The purple-black streaks over his aura faded a little. Just as Felicia was about to turn and leave after seeing the spheres begin their descent, a golden streak flashed down from the sky and struck him hard. Wah! Before he could see what the golden streak was, it had already passed him, pierced the sphere he had thrown, and continued on. The sphere that was pierced did not explode, it simply dispersed into the air. The golden streak landed and revealed a figure wrapped in golden aura, their features obscured by the light. The figure glanced at Gine, stunned by the unfolding scene, and at the unconscious Bardock, then refocused on Felicia, and spoke with a voice brimful of a fury that could burn even flame itself. Felicia, you scum! How dare you harm Gine and Bardock? In the name of Sarodis, I will pulverize you, leaving you neither to live nor to die. Sarodis, having made a fierce declaration, cast a cold glance at Frieza without immediately attacking. Instead, he turned and placed his hands on Bardock, activating his healing ability. Are you really Sarodis? Gine found it hard to believe the identity of the person in front of her. The face was indeed reminiscent of her memories, and the tail that would sway unconsciously was indeed a habit of Sarodis. But the golden hair and the pair of cold green eyes that projected an icy gaze made Gine hesitate in her questioning. As the healing green light from Bardock gradually faded, Sarodis let out a sigh of relief and stood up. Of course it's me, Sister Gine. Isn't it obvious? I've already healed Bardock's injuries. He should wake up once he recovers some strength. Is that true? Gine still found it hard to believe. Frieza, recovering from Sarodis' impact, let out a series of chilling laughs. Sarodis, I remember now. You're the missing scion who said you'd crush me into dust, making it impossible for me to live or die. Haha, that's the second funniest joke I've heard today. Not long ago that crab-headed scion was saying similar things about defeating me. Ha, as a reward I've decided to kill you last. As for that crab-headed scion, I'll leave him second to last. First he'll take care of that female scion, she seems quite important to you, and that crab-headed one, doesn't she? Oh ho. This time Frieza didn't wait for the words to finish before raising his hand and shooting a death beam. Sarodis frowned slightly, his figure flickering as he appeared before the point where the death beam was aimed. He raised his arm and deflected the beam, which pierced through a distant Frieza soldier. Frieza was first surprised by Sarodis' speed, but then he relaxed as he landed on the ground. It seems your speed is quite impressive and your body is resilient. By the way, are you interested in explaining your appearance to me? Generally, scions have black hair and black eyes, but a scion like you with golden hair and green eyes is quite rare. After lightly jumping to shake off the stiffness from long hours of high-speed flight, Sarodis surprisingly reverted from his transformation. This might be good news for you, Frieza. I don't have a habit of letting people die without reason. Sarodis casually observed his slender hands, his tone suggesting that the person before him was not a powerful cosmic emperor, but rather a lifeless cold corpse. Weren't you always worried about the appearance of the Super Saiyan? This is the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Haha, you really are a scion who loves telling jokes. That's just a boring legend. Sarodis didn't even glance at Frieza, simply retracting his hands and lightly jumping to shake off the stiffness from prolonged flight. He turned back to look at Gine, who still seemed confused. Sister Gine, can you recognize me now? Looking at Sarodis, who had returned to his normal state, Gine's tense heart finally relaxed. It really is you, you kid. Bardock, who had regained some strength, had also awakened from his exhaustion. Although his voice was weak, his tone was very certain. Sarodis, since you've returned, you must have become a Super Saiyan, right? Sarodis looked at Bardock, who was staring at him intently, nodded, and then turned back to Frieza, who let them converse. That's right, leave the rest to me. Bardock, supported by Gine, stood up and patted Sarodis on the shoulder. The pride of this scion had just caught a glimpse of the future of the Super Saiyan after he suddenly surged with power far beyond his limits. Although he couldn't gauge how strong his little uncle whom he watched grow up had become, he believed that his power was certainly not below his own earlier explosive state. Even though he had been healed by some unknown method and regained some strength, he knew that without proper rest he absolutely couldn't participate in a world-shaking battle, the battle that would prove their strength. It would be better to leave it to him. That's good, go ahead and prove the strength of our scions to Frieza. Sarodis stood with his back to Bardock, his fists clenched at his waist. Bardock's sister Gine watched closely my transformation. The aura flared up once more, the golden light for a moment outshining even the brilliant star that bestowed light and warmth upon this planet. Golden hair waved gently with the fluctuations of the aura, and the green pupils once again cloaked over with a cold indifference towards all enemies. Are you ready to face the consequences, Frieza? Sarodis' figure traced a zigzag in the air as he launched an attack on Frieza. Although Frieza still considered the Super Saiyan a mere elusive legend, he began to feel a sense of vigilance against Sarodis' seemingly powerful assault, the blazing white aura igniting as he focused on Sarodis and swung his fist. Bang! As the fists collided, two massive forces clashed, sending invisible shockwaves that shattered clouds drifting in the sky and stirred up dust on the ground. Frieza was secretly surprised by Sarodis' strength, while Sarodis had no extra thoughts, slightly changing the direction of his force. As soon as the direction of his force changed, Frieza stumbled due to the lack of time to react. Sarodis seized the opportunity, transforming his fist into an elbow, striking Frieza's chin. Frieza hurriedly shot several crimson beams from his eyes at Sarodis' raised elbow while swinging his thick tail towards him. Although the hastily launched attack stopped Sarodis' elbow strike, it could not affect Sarodis' trajectory. Sensing the fierce wind from the tail's swing, Sarodis accurately judged its landing point, slightly sidestepping to dodge the blow. At the same time, he delivered a whip kick to Frieza's waist, sending Frieza flying a short distance upwards. He then kicked downwards towards Sarodis. However, Sarodis' figure, propelled by incredible speed, left a residual image in place before appearing behind Frieza, reaching out to grab his tail. Frieza, not looking back, unleashed a ki blast behind him. Sarodis' outstretched hand transformed into a knife hand, striking the ki blast and sending it crashing down onto the ruins of the city, creating a massive mushroom cloud. After continuously neutralizing Sarodis' attacks, Frieza created some distance, gathering a peculiar ki blast infused with dark red and arcs of electricity. This was one of Frieza's signature moves, the flame shot. With both hands, he continuously hurled flame shots at Sarodis. Sarodis made no move, allowing Frieza's attacks to hit him. Thick smoke billowed as Frieza's assault continued for nearly half a minute before finally stopping. As the dust settled, Frieza was astonished to find Sarodis' figure no longer at the original spot. Scanning left, right, forward, and backward, he still could not find Sarodis' whereabouts. Where did he go? Right in front of you, you fool. Sarodis' voice echoed almost in Frieza's ear as he appeared like a phantom before Frieza, raising his leg to deliver a knee strike to Frieza's abdomen, causing Frieza to involuntarily arch his back, like a boiled shrimp, taking a moment to recover from the pain of the knee strike. Roar. The golden-haired monkey is quite capable, huh? But I'm still not even using half of my strength. Sarodis floated back, arms crossed with a tone full of mockery. Don't even mention half of my strength. Even if you use that temporary muscular form of yours, what good will doing a few push-ups in place do? Hearing Sarodis' words, Frieza was first surprised by Sarodis' understanding of him, but then he couldn't help but wonder about the meaning of the latter part of the sentence. Sarodis stared at Frieza with cold eyes and slowly continued. Let's not waste time probing each other's strength. Show me your full power, and let me see the might of the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza's facial muscles twitched. Seeing Sarodis maintain his arms crossed without any action, he quietly mocked him, thinking that wild monkeys are all so arrogant, while his body honestly fell onto a tower that had yet to collapse. You want to see my full power? Very well, as a reward for making me laugh twice, let me show you the terror of me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Frieza took a deep breath, veins bulging, awakening the power sleeping within his body. Sarodis, seeing Frieza beginning to gather energy, let out a cold laugh and landed beside Bardock and Gine. Sister Gine, Bardock, the upcoming battle will generate significant shockwaves, you too. Bardock nodded, looking at Gine. I understand, Gine. Let's go to the port and find a spaceship to leave Vegeta. He then turned to Sarodis. This way you can fight without holding back, right? Sarodis retracted his aura and smiled gently. Watching Bardock and Gine leave, Sarodis surveyed the surroundings, looking at the surviving Frieza soldiers, snorted, and casually shot out a ki blast. A bunch of cosmic trash. Living is just a waste of resources. After clearing the obstacles that might affect Bardock and Gine's departure, Sarodis refocused his gaze on Frieza. Almost there, almost there. Sarodis shook his head as he listened to Frieza's muttering. How much longer do I have to wait? Is the great Cosmic Emperor going to starve his opponent by dragging it out? Frieza wanted to say something upon hearing Sarodis' words, but found it difficult to speak in his power-gathering state. You wild monkey, wait a little longer, and he'll show you what despair is. Oh. Sarodis smirked, extending a hand and gathering a ki blast aimed at Frieza. You want me to witness despair? Shouldn't I eliminate you now while you are unable to move to avoid any surprises? Frieza's pupils contracted. The murderous intent radiating from Sarodis made it hard for him to believe that the ki blast would not be fired at him, the threat of death, causing him to accelerate his power gathering. 98, 99, 100. As Frieza's muscles swelled to their limit, the raging aura clashed violently, with the air terrifying arcs of electricity swirling around the energy. The ruined buildings on the ground were completely flattened by this rapidly expanding energy, and even the nearby sea was stirred up into towering waves. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the full power of me, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, that you've been eagerly anticipating. Sarodis raised an eyebrow, his aura swaying like a small boat sailing on a stormy sea, causing Frieza to laugh heartily. Do you see the might generated by my full power, Saiyan? Even if you truly are the legendary Super Saiyan, you will not be my match. Sarodis casually struck a pose. Is your full power just talking to kill me? Frieza's forehead twitched. Wild monkey, just keep talking big while you can. Yeah. With a sharp cry, Frieza charged at Sarodis, launching a frenzied assault, with rapidly moving fists and feet along with the occasionally swinging tail. Sarodis scoffed, his feet firmly planted on the ground, only shifting his upper body slightly to dodge Frieza's storm-like offensive. So the full power of the Cosmic Emperor is just this. Sarodis let out a roar. After dodging Frieza's tail swipe, once more he seemed to condense his aura into solid form, delivering a powerful hook towards Frieza's face. Frieza was too shocked to react to Sarodis' remaining strength to counterattack, hastily moving up into the sky to unleash a ki blast at him. Sarodis squinted, casually swatting away Frieza's ki blast, vanishing from his spot and closing in on Frieza in the sky. Having realized that Sarodis' hook punch could not be easily blocked even at 100 power, Frieza quickly moved again, disappearing from his previous position. In a game of chase, their figures frequently appeared and disappeared across the sky of Vegeta, the shockwaves from their colliding fists and feet continually destroying the protruding buildings and mountains on the surface. However, Sarodis only found it boring. Indeed, Frieza's battle power, having unleashed 100 of his strength, was no different from the setting he had seen before at 120 million. But to Sarodis, such power was merely a grain of sand. As a cosmic emperor who rarely fought at full strength, Frieza was utterly lacking in combat experience and the finesse of close-quarters combat techniques. This kind of melee battle was too dull. Sarodis wished Frieza would listen to him, do some push-ups in place, and see if he could activate any latent potential. Seeing the bored expression on Sarodis' face, Frieza felt a severe blow to his pride. My full power attack as Frieza is actually making a wild monkey feel bored. Just a wild monkey, don't get too carried away. Yeah. Frieza dropped his imperial elegance, letting out a sharp battle cry, and his speed in attacking Sarodis picked up. But the boredom on Sarodis' face did not wane in the slightest. He didn't even attempt to counterattack, merely continuing to dodge. Too slow, this speed can still be called a cosmic emperor. At this pace, even a turtle would be faster than you. Sarodis' words constantly provoked Frieza, making his expression grow increasingly grim. Yeah. Suddenly, during one of Frieza's punches aimed at Sarodis, he changed his attack method, fully opening his clenched fist and launching a ki blast at Sarodis' face. The dazzling ki blast momentarily blinded Sarodis, and seizing the opportunity, Frieza swiftly distanced himself, rising higher into the sky. With his hands forming a flower-like shape pointing at Sarodis, he shouted, "Ha!" A ki cannonball struck Sarodis, blasting him into the ground, yet still maintaining its momentum, carving a fissure and crashing into the depths of the ocean. Ha ha ha. This is the consequence of underestimating me, the great Frieza. A golden ki blast sped towards Frieza from the ocean. Frieza hastily raised his hands, unleashing a ki blast to counter it. As Sarodis emerged from the ocean, he pressed down on Frieza's head, diving towards the ground at high speed, driving Frieza's head into the earth and carving a long crack in the ground. This is a return gift for hitting me. Sarodis pressed Frieza through the city's ruins and the flaming grasslands until he finally released his grip on Frieza's head atop a small hill. Before Frieza could recover from such a humiliating attack, Sarodis' figure appeared above him, once again pushing Frieza into the ground. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Sarodis did not use much strength. Frieza's resilient body could withstand such a stomping attack, but Frieza's heart could absolutely not bear such humiliation. Yeah. The surging waves of fury erupted, trying to throw Sarodis off, but it seemed Sarodis was unaffected, continuing to stomp on Frieza's head. As if he had stomped enough, Sarodis kicked Frieza into the air. Struggling to stabilize his form, Frieza was forced to unleash a ki blast backward, using the recoil and the power surging from within to regain his balance, but his face was marked with fear and confusion. Who on earth are you? Facing Frieza's question, Sarodis twisted his neck, making cracking sounds, and subtly glanced at the spaceship in the distance, departing from Vegeta, slowly answering the question. Who am I? Didn't I already tell you? I am the Super Saiyan you have always worried might appear, the Saiyan who bet his name to kill you, the brother of Bardock and Gine. Sarodis. Gale force winds howled, and lightning rent the sky. Sarodis regarded the floating cosmic emperor before him with a gaze as cold and absolute as a polar glacier. A mere Saiyan, a savage monkey, a lowly creature. Do not glare at me as if you mean anything. I am the invincible cosmic emperor. Fu Sha's veins bulged with furious excitement, but to Sarodis that fury merely reeked of hollow bluster and impotent rage. Then come, mighty emperor. Do yourself the favor and finish me. Fu Sha's facial muscles twitched as his aura darkened to a bruised violet black, his eyes flashing a savage crimson. Sarodis hummed softly. That violet black flame and the subtle scent of energy emanating from Fu Sha. Is it that troublesome woman Tuawa? After having employed Tuawa's power within the domain of the evil god's time-space, Sarodis had memorized the taste of her strength. Fu Sha himself felt nothing unusual. He raised both hands and condensed a crimson energy sphere that swelled and swelled and swelled. Monkey of the lowborn, if you have the guts, take this. The swollen enormous orb was hurled at Sarodis with violent momentum. Sarodis shook his head. Flames of energy licked his form as he clenched his fists at his waist and swept them upward. Golden pillars of light erupted from the ground beneath him, like tangible spears colliding with the thrown energy sphere. Much stronger than before. Indeed, it is Tuawa. Feeling the sphere's pressure, Sarodis became certain that Tuawa had meddled with Fu Sha's limbs. That troublesome woman has finally begun to vex me. Sarodis sighed faintly but quickly set such thoughts aside. His aura swelled further. The golden pillars cleaved the energy sphere like blades, dispelling it and surging inexorably toward Fu Sha. Fu Sha braced forward, his body wrapped in a crimson cluster streaked with violet black, slamming into the column of light and for a time holding it at bay. Iya! Fu Sha's shrill cry erupted, unleashing a violent force that pushed the light column back. Then he twisted and dove towards Sarodis. Sarodis swiftly ceased projecting the pillar and concentrated power into his right fist. At the instant Fu Sha drew near, he struck, Collision. Silence. At the moment of impact, the entire planet seemed to hold its breath. Then the silence shattered into an earth-splitting, sky-rending explosion. The ground trembled, the heavens lamented, the seas screamed. Yet the two combatants had already leapt and collided several times across the void. Gasping, Fu Lisha stood atop a mountain half sundered by their shockwaves, his eyes sweeping the ruins to find Sa Luo DC's position. Here. Before the word left his mouth, something pressed against his back. Sa Luo DC stood, their arms folded back to back with Fu Lisha. Relying on sight alone, you cannot match my speed, Emperor, Sa Luo DC murmured. Enough arrogance, you inferior creature. Fu Lisha roared and condensed a ki blast, pressing it toward Sa Luo DC's face. Sa Luo DC sidestepped and seized Fu Lisha's wrist, applying an irresistible force to twist the attacker's hand toward his own face. Boom. Too slow, Emperor. Aiya. Fu Lisha was struck by his own attack. Veins bulging, he hurled hundreds, no thousands, of energy spheres at Sa Luo DC in a furious barrage. Sa Luo DC sneered as a golden energy blade shimmered with the flick of his right hand. In an instant, the spheres were sliced apart by the blade's light. But when the blade's gleam dispersed, Fu Lisha's figure had vanished from sight. Huh. Sa Luo DC tracked the chi and fixed his gaze once more. Ha ha ha, monkey, you've fallen for it. Fu Lisha laughed wildly from some distance and flung an energy sphere toward the direction of Vegeta. You're too late to stop this. This was a planet-piercing shot, a weapon designed to rupture a planet's heart. A planet struck thus would self-destruct in short order. What a pity, monkey. Though the explosion would envelop us both, you cannot survive in the vacuum of space as I can. Huh. Inferior beings are always inferior. Sa Luo DC regarded Fu Lisha with pity. Shaking his head, his aura flared, and he vanished from Fu Lisha's sight, leaving a single phrase to echo in the other's ears. What a pity. I shall return that line to you. What gave you the illusion that I could not halt your planet-piercing shot so swiftly? Fu Lisha spun to look toward the falling projectile. Sa Luo DC already stood there, holding the planet-piercing sphere between his hands, as if it were a harmless, weightless balloon, sneering down at Fu Lisha. Besides, I can survive even in the vacuum of space. Poor Emperor, you've badly miscalculated. With a casual grasp, the sphere dissolved into motes of light. Any other tricks, Emperor? A harsh violet black flared in Fu Lisha's aura. His fragile pride had been shattered into mute, raging fury. Good. Monkey of the lowborn, try this then. Fu Lisha raised both hands, forming two discs of light. Cutting discs, huh? Sa Luo DC's memory supplied the image. This was the technique that in the tale once severed Fu Lisha himself in two. Even in his Super Saiyan form, Sa Luo DC could not help laughing at the thought. To cleave oneself in two. Fu Lisha, unaware of the amusement, spoke with misplaced confidence. Inferior creature, are you mocking me? When you witness the might of this technique, you will not be laughing. Telekinetic force propelled the cutting discs toward Sa Luo DC. If one disregarded the exaggerated effects of legend and judged the technique on its own merits, the discs were indeed devastating. They boasted slicing power comparable to the famed circular cut and flew faster with telekinetic guidance that tracked the target. Against a foe lacking great regenerative capacity, they left few counters. But the technique carried a fatal flaw. Fu Lisha could not sense energy in the way others did. Under telekinetic control, if his line of sight was obscured, he became like a headless fly. Sa Luo DC could have copied the classic response. Obscure Fu Lisha's vision, force him to evade then strike, but he disliked such tricks. Two cutting discs closed in on Sa Luo DC, and Fu Lisha jeered with wild laughter. Ha ha ha, monkey, are you frozen with fear? Sa Luo DC casually glanced at Fu Lisha as golden energy blades sparked over his hands. To meet an attack heat-in was his way. Even if Tuawa had boosted Fu Lisha's strength, Sa Luo DC's own combat prowess surpassed him. Years of training on Yadalate had refined his use of energy. He did not believe his soul slash would yield to Fu Lisha's discs. Clang. The soul slashes met the cutting discs with the metallic ring of steel. As Sa Luo DC had expected, his soul slash would not be bested. After less than a breath of stalemate, Sa Luo DC's soul slash cleaved the discs. Before Fu Lisha could register the turn of events, Sa Luo DC had vanished from where he stood. The next instant, Sa Luo DC materialized behind Fu Lisha, retracted his extended blades, and flicked his hand. Fu Lisha had no time to speak. He realized in horror that his body had been sliced into several pieces. Yet he remained Fu Lisha. Though his torso above the chest survived, dazed and barely conscious, he clung to life. The fragments that fell to the ground detonated at Sa Luo DC's flick and dissolved into dust. The outcome was decided. Sa Luo DC looked down at Fu Lisha. Save me, save me. Fu Li Sha stammered please inspired no pity. Instead Sa Luo DC's smile turned malicious. Save you? That's not impossible, Sa Luo DC taunted as he hoisted the incapacitated Fu Li Sha and bound him with energy. I will save you now, but to prevent any last-ditch treachery, you must suffer a little humiliation, Emperor. Feeling the malice radiating from Sa Luo DC, Fu Li Sha struggled, but with only a third of his body intact, he could not break free. Helpless he watched as Sa Luo DC carried him into the Saya city. The ruins revealed only broken towns and strewn corpses. While flying, Sa Luo DC had already scanned the planet. He knew the Vegeta world held no survivors. Even without affection for that race, indeed with some disgust, he felt a sliver of sorrow at the desolation. Shaking the feeling off, he picked a headless Saya corpse at random, manifested an energy blade, and severed Fu Li Sha's skull from his remaining body. Oh my, perhaps Cosmic Emperor would be better named Cosmic Cockroach, still alive with only a head. TSK. Reduced to a mere skull, Fu Li Sha could not even lift his eyelids to glare. Sa Luo DC pressed him against the headless Saya body and initiated a healing technique. It had to be said the healing power bestowed by Bolenga was formidable. Sustained by Sa Luo DC's energy, it truly fused Fu Li Sha's skull to the Saya torso, just as Sa Luo DC expected. When the healing finished, Sa Luo DC rose, planted a foot upon Fu Li Sha's skull, and extended his hands toward the now stitched-together body. Solidified energy coalesced like blocks, encasing the Saya body while leaving the skull exposed. Oh my youngster, you even developed sealing techniques. Promising aptitude. Sa Luo DC followed the voice. A violet-black ripple appeared in the void, and Tuawa emerged. You were the hand behind Fu Li Sha's sudden strengthening. Tuawa laughed softly and nodded. Indeed. Yet your growth surpassed my expectations. You trampled even the Fu Li Sha I empowered. I find myself ever more fond of you, little one. Well, thank you for the compliment. Sa Luo DC replied, but not a trace of warmth touched his tone. Tuawa was unperturbed. She twirled her staff, and violet-black streams flowed on Sa Luo DC's seal upon Fu Li Sha. You're welcome, little one. As a reward for the fine performance, let me reinforce that seal. Hee. The violet-black light swirled over the seal until it blanketed the gold. Satisfied, Tuawa faded into the void, leaving one line behind. Until we meet again, little one. May you bring me another pleasant surprise next time. Unable to fathom Tuawa's motives, Sa Luo DC sighed, dispelled his Super Saya form, and regarded Fu Li Sha's furious glare. There, just as you wished, I saved you. Ha. Now languish within the body of the lowly Saya you despise, writhing beneath my seal. You filthy monkey. Ignoring the insults, Sa Luo DC stamped the seal and kicked Fu Li Sha, with the seal around him, into the sea of Vegeta. Shattered and trapped between life and death, Fu Li Sha's fate was sealed. Sa Luo DC fulfilled his promise, and a great lightness filled his spirit. Phew, much better now. He smacked his forehead, remembering Fu Li Sha's ship still hovering above Vegeta. He had indeed seen it when arriving, but sensing Bardock's chi surge and then collapse had distracted him, he had rushed in to confront Fu Li Sha without dispatching the vessel. Now that Fu Li Sha's end had come, the cleanup remained. He rose, pierced the atmosphere, and ascended. Even in normal state, Sa Luo DC's speed was extreme. Within a few breaths, he reached space under full thrust. But once in the void, what he sensed astonished him. Only 2 key signatures remained aboard Fu Li Sha's craft, and they belonged not to any of Fu Li Sha's forces, but to Bardock and Gine. Bardock truly cannot keep still, can he? The dual commission of the City of Time and Tawa. What is happening? Sarodis was about to blast open the tightly shut hatch of the spaceship when he sensed an evil aura manifesting within. In merely a minute, to Sarodis' perception, not only did no battle occur, but the auras of Bardock and Gine also vanished along with this evil presence. Who is it? Sarodis turned around and unhesitatingly transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a wave of ki. The point where the ki wave landed revealed a figure in a black robe with a mist shrouding their face. This was indeed the master of the evil aura that had just been sensed, which caused Bardock and Gine to vanish. Is it an evil god? No, while there are some similarities, I can sense his aura. It's not Tawa either. Although he has a demonic presence similar to Tawa's, there's something different about it. As Sarodis pondered the identity of the visitor, the ki wave he had launched unexpectedly struck the figure in the black robe. However, as the ki wave hit the body of the robed figure, transformed into a swirling distortion, vanishing along with the ki wave, only to reappear in another location. You are quite impatient. I haven't done anything to your dear sister and brother-in-law. In fact, I've taken them to a wonderful place. Why rush to attack me? Sarodis sneered. A sneaky fellow like you, do you think I would believe a word you say? The robed figure let out a low, rumbling laugh. I don't possess the immense power of you Scions, so I can only conceal my form to some extent. Now let me be brief. Your sister and brother-in-law have been invited to participate in a grand brawl gathering powerful beings from various timelines and eras. Bardock has already joined the battle. I wonder if you have any interest in coming along. Oh, and by the way, the victor of this battle will receive the Super Dragon Balls, which when gathered can grant any wish, even to become the strongest in the universe. Upon hearing about the grand brawl gathering powerful beings from various timelines and eras, Sarodis faintly recalled a mobile game he had played before traveling through Time Dragon Ball Legends. Could it be? If it truly follows the storyline of that game. Although he had quit midway and was unaware of the truths hidden behind this death battle, no matter what if powerful beings from various timelines and eras were indeed gathering. Even though Bardock awakened the Super Saiyan within him at the last moment during the battle against Frieza, it would be difficult for even a Super Saiyan to survive in such a chaotic battle. No, it would be impossible. Moreover, this situation seemed to fall within the jurisdiction of some minor demon. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I merely provided a passage for you to traverse to that timeline. Seemingly sensing Sarodis' wariness, the robed figure added a remark. Sarodis' thoughts churned as he wore an expression of contemplation. It seems like an interesting battle. Let me think about it first. The robed figure appeared patient and readily agreed. Then I will invite others first. I will return in 10 minutes from this timeline. With those words, the robed figure transformed into a swirling distortion and vanished from sight. Just as Sarodis was preparing to contact the City of Time, he sensed another aura approaching. Hey little one, it's me. Seeing that the newcomer was Tawa, Sarodis relaxed his tense muscles a bit. After all, compared to the unidentified robed figure, Tawa was at least open about her identity. Tawa appeared unusually serious, her expression unlike her usual demeanor. Little one, I know you have connections with the City of Time. Consider this a favor for the assistance I provided you in the evil god timeline. Could you help me contact the City of Time? Sarodis fell silent. Contact the City of Time. What does Tawa want to do? But soon Tawa cleared his doubts. That robed figure earlier. I have fought against him in the demon realm. Although I don't know his intentions, it is clear that they conflict with mine. Causing a grand brawl that gathers powerful beings from various timelines is not good news for the City of Time, is it? Moreover, with such a grand scheme, the City of Time likely lacks the strength to investigate right. Tawa scanned Sarodis from head to toe, then continued. I am in a similar situation. If I were to participate in this chaotic battle, I would surely be discovered. At the same time, the City of Time and I would not trust each other. Instead, why don't I explain the situation to the God of Time, and you can go into that chaotic battle. We can provide our assistance to you, and you can take care of this matter. What do you think? Sarodis pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, no time to lose. That robed figure said he would return in 10 minutes. Hey, let's act quickly. Thinking of contacting the City of Time, the communicator in my left ear activated and initiated. I'm a video call. After explaining the situation to the girl on the other end, he let the two women communicate with each other. To Sarodis' surprise, the communication between the two women, who should have been mortal enemies, went extremely smoothly. The girl quickly agreed to Tawa's proposal. Winking at Sarodis, the girl smiled brightly as she advised him. In this grand battle gathering powerful beings from various timelines and eras, uncle, you must be careful. Stay in contact at all times, and if the situation gets dire, do not push yourself. Don't rely on this woman. No matter what happens, I'll find a way to support you. Sarodis smiled softly, his tone gentle. Don't worry, I have some understanding of this chaotic battle. I'll be fine. As long as it follows the storyline of the game, there will be a talented Saiyan and the already god-tier Goku on that side, along with the god of destruction and Angel backing me up. Even if the situation differs from my expectations, I should still be alright. Thinking of the latent power hidden within his body which had responded to his desire to grow stronger during training in the Room of Spirit and Time, Sarodis was filled with confidence. Seeing Sarodis' gentle and confident smile, the girl chuckled. Uncle is still the same as ever. I won't say much more. That robed figure will be here soon. I'll hang up now. After bidding farewell to Sarodis, the girl shot a glare at Tawa, who was smirking at the side before ending the call. Looks like your relationship with that god of time is quite interesting, huh? An old woman who has lived for millions of years calling you a little one, ha ha ha, too amusing. Tawa's familiar expression returned to her face, no longer serious as before. Sarodis narrowed his eyes at her. If you say one more bad thing about her, I will unilaterally terminate this cooperation. Seeing Sarodis defend the god of time so fiercely, Tawa could only wave her hand in defeat. All right. It seems your relationship is indeed quite good. The robed figure will be arriving soon, so I won't say much more. Extend your hand. Sarodis wore a skeptical expression. Although Tawa had not acted against him while they were forced to cooperate in the evil god's timeline, given the precedent of system events, he found it hard to believe that this woman wouldn't try something under these unnecessary circumstances. Seeing Sarodis' distrust, Tawa calculated the time and helplessly extended her staff, sending a purple stream of light towards Sarodis' sleeve. The stream of light intertwined with his sleeve, transforming into Tawa's exclusive emblem. Tawa struck her staff, and her figure gradually faded into the void. Really, why doesn't this little one trust me? This is merely a communication spell. But time is tight. I'll just leave it on your clothing for now. Make sure not to damage that outfit when you arrive over there. Otherwise, you won't be able to contact me. Just know that the God of Time cannot provide you with direct support like I can. In an emergency, you know who to contact, right? Tawa chuckled. He'll be going now. Goodbye, little one. Sarodis glanced at the spot where Tawa had left and shook his head. I don't really trust you much, you know. Sarodis crossed his arms and quietly waited in the vastness of space for a moment. The robed figure indeed appeared in his line of sight, right on time. So what have you decided to do? Sarodis put on an expression as if he had hesitated before making a decision. All right, I will join this battle. The robed figure let out a satisfied laugh and waved a hand to open a distorted passage. Sarodis glanced at the robed figure, who raised both hands to show he meant no harm. Okay, I'll go in first. Saying so, the robed figure stepped into the passage. Sarodis maintained his Super Saiyan state, his ki blazing fiercely as he followed the robed figure inside. In the next second, the two appeared in a vast wilderness. This is the battleground I call the Deathmatch Earth. Enjoy the fight here to your heart's content. After saying this, the robed figure vanished from Sarodis' perception. As for why Sarodis didn't immediately engage with this robed figure, both the Saiyan blood flowing in his veins and the spirit of a warrior were excited at the prospect of confronting powerful beings from various eras and timelines. Moreover, this incident involved countless timelines and ages. It's possible that the robed figure wasn't even the real body that came to invite Bardock and him. If he attacked directly and eliminated the real body, that would be one thing, but if it wasn't the real body, that girl must also be very clear about these points, which is why she agreed to Tao's proposal, right? Sarodis took a deep breath. Since he had already made his decision, there was no need to overthink it. He would first see if this so-called death match, as described by the robed figure, was indeed held through threatening the god of destruction with the life of the god of time. However, glancing around the environment, Sarodis' ki did not extinguish. Instead, it burned even more fiercely. It seems there's a troublesome foe to deal with here. Are you a Saiyan as well? The newcomer was Trunks, wearing a Capsule Corporation jacket and carrying a long sword, who scrutinized Sarodis with a questioning look. Sarodis nodded in affirmation. You seem to be in quite a bit of trouble. That restless, expanding aura is constantly chasing you. Trunks looked at Sarodis in surprise. Having participated in this life-and-death battle for a while now, he had encountered many Saiyans, but among them, aside from those familiar faces, there was no one else who could sense ki. This completely unfamiliar Saiyan could actually. But the most important thing now was to deal with the strong enemy pursuing him. Although this Saiyan maintained his Super Saiyan state, the intensity of his ki was not too high. Dealing with that demon would be. That's the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. I don't know if you know about him, but there's no time to explain now. That guy is incredibly powerful. You should escape. Sarodis, however, merely took a step towards the direction of the incoming aura, blocking Trunks' path. It's the first time someone has told me to run away knowing that a strong enemy is coming. As a fellow Saiyan, you should understand a bit of Saiyan pride, right? To retreat without a fight, even those degenerate kin who revel in the joy of slaughter would not stoop to such a level. Besides, that guy has already seen us, hasn't he? The legendary Super Saiyan Broly is arriving just in time. In his line of sight appeared a Saiyan with an enormous frame devoid of pupils, with grass-green hair and bare-chested. Broly. Another bug, huh? Ha, no matter how many people come, they are no match for me. Just as Sarodis was about to strike, he saw a golden stream of light following Broly to their side. Phew, I made it just in time. Trunks, are you alright? Hey, who is this? Broly's ki surged with his agitated emotions upon seeing the newcomer. Kakarot. Broly charged at the newcomer with an uncharacteristic speed for his size. Sarodis let out a barely noticeable sigh. Even if it were Goku from other timelines, Sarodis stepped forward and launched a kick from the side, striking Broly on the head. Broly truly lived up to his legendary reputation. Sarodis had not delivered that kick at full power. Yet Broly, making no attempt to guard himself, absorbed the blow heeded and stood utterly unmoved, prompting Sarodis to silently marvel within. Seeing Sarodis already engaged, Trunks wasted no time. He drew his long sword and transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging toward Broly with a decisive slash. Simultaneously, Son Goku hurled a thunderous fist toward Broly. Yet Broly merely roared with manic laughter, letting both attacks strike him without flinching. Ineffective. Even their combined full-strength assault left Broly unshaken. No bruise, no wound, not even a ripple across his skin. Two insignificant insects. Do not dare interrupt me while I finish off Kakarot. A terrifying aura erupted like a physical shockwave, hurling all three warriors violently backward. Then instead of flying, Broly charged forward in furious strides, his thick forearm locking around Goku's throat as he dragged him across the earth. Whoa! Crushed deep into the mountainside, Goku let out guttural cries before collapsing, limbs slack too weakened to rise. Trunks' body trembled faintly. Uncle Goku fell in a single exchange. This foe is far beyond us. I'll hold him off, you must flee at once. Sarodis glanced at Trunks, expressionless yet inwardly shaking his head in quiet resignation. The cells inherited from their fathers make it easier for them to achieve Super Saiyan transformation. Their hybrid Saiyan heritage also allows them to awaken latent power more readily. In raw talent alone, these half-blood Saiyans surpass even their sires, but spiritually, even Trunks, who had endured the despair of a ruined future, remained unchanged. Just as in the original chronicles, without guidance to glimpse higher realms, they stagnate, unable to advance. Still, his sense of justice and indomitable fighting spirit were worthy of respect. Having assessed this, Trunks, hailing from some unknown timeline, Sarodis turned his gaze toward Broly, who now strode slowly toward them. Unlike ordinary Super Saiyans, whose forms merely amplify power, Broly's aura continues to swell steadily, even accelerating when confronted by opponents. One wonders whether there is any ceiling to his strength. Though he retains intellect and is not a mindless puppet enslaved by power, he has undeniably descended into madness. Musing thus, Sarodis deactivated his Super Saiyan form, closed his eyes, and drew a deep, deliberate breath. Trunks watched bewildered. Why did this unfamiliar Saiyan neither flee nor maintain his Super Saiyan state? Yet he gripped his sword tightly and faced Broly, whose grin grew ever more feral. You still dare resist me? What a tenacious little insect. Trunks' face twitched. He longed to strike, yet hesitated, uncertain where to begin. Eyes shut, teeth clenched, he let out a fierce battle cry and leapt high, bringing his blade down in a devastating overhead slash. Clang! Broly casually swatted Trunks aside with a backhanded slap, bursting into mocking laughter. You cannot even cleave my hair. What pitifully feeble strength. Ha ha! Yet that laughter cut off abruptly, as both Trunks struggling upright and Broly turned their gazes toward Sarodis. Before their astonished eyes, Sarodis' aura and hair had both shifted to a shimmering rose-gold hue. His aura, unlike the ethereal flames of ordinary or Super Saiyan states, flowed like liquid, reminiscent of the divine elegance of a Super Saiyan god. Opening his eyes, those same rose-gold irises gleamed with an icy, unfathomable coldness. Strange. His aura feels nearly imperceptible, elusive and tangible. Trunks murmured, stunned. Such a phenomenon lay entirely beyond his experience. Sarodis flashed a wry smile. My apologies. I'm still refining this transformation. You've waited long enough. Ha ha ha. So you found an even weaker form? Ha ha ha. Broly bellowed, gazing at Sarodis with undisguised scorn. Sarodis' smile never wavered. Only a quiet, sorrowful pity softened his voice. Is that your final utterance? Final words? Ha 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 ha. Has this pitiful insect already lost his wits from sheer terror? Sarodis remained composed, his voice resonating with quiet, unshakable pride. Before I send you to oblivion, remember this well. My name is Sarodis, and this is my unique transformation, Super Saiyan Rose Gold. If your lunacy is finished, then die. Broly ceased laughing, launching a viridian energy sphere straight at Sarodis. Sarodis did not budge, not even a step. He simply raised a hand, palm open, and the devastating blast froze midair like a fragile soap bubble before popping soundlessly into nothingness. Trunks stared dumbfounded. Even Broly uttered a low, incredulous, huh. This Saiyan. Not only had he dispelled Broly's attack with effortless grace, but his aura remained elusive, neither surging nor flaring, just faintly present, impossible to grasp. Interesting. How about this? Broly gathered another glowing green energy sphere and released it towards Sarodis. As it flew, the sphere swelled rapidly, the signature technique known as massive meteor. Like Frieza's death ball, massive meteor contained energy commensurate with its colossal size, not mere illusionary expansion. Yet when unleashed by Ultra Instinct Broly, its destructive potential dwarfed even Frieza's most devastating assault. Dangerous, evaded immediately. Trunks, having witnessed this technique once before, cried out urgently to Sarodis. But Sarodis ignored the warning. As before, he simply extended his hand, palm open, and the massive meteor shattered like glass, dissolving into vapor. Sarodis sighed softly. Legendary Super Saiyan. Shall we test ourselves in close combat instead? Don't get cocky, you wretched insect. Though shouting defiance, Broly obeyed Sarodis' unspoken suggestion, lunging forward, right arm outstretched, aiming to seize Sarodis' throat just as he had done to Goku. From Trunks' vantage point, Broly's arm was inches from Sarodis' throat, when Sarodis vanished without a trace. Suddenly, several fist-shaped indentations appeared across Broly's torso. Then he staggered and crashed to the ground. When Sarodis reappeared before Trunks' eyes, one foot rested firmly atop Broly's spine. What did he just do? Goku, finally recovering from Broly's assault, floated nearby and explained to Trunks. At the instant Broly's arm neared him, he shot skyward, then landed behind Broly, circling him in a blur while landing 7 or 8 rapid punches. He swept Broly's ankles from beneath him, disrupting his balance, then darted behind and planted his foot on Broly's back. His speed is staggering, and he actually wounded Broly despite that monster's impenetrable defense. Who is this man? Trunks shook his head. I don't know. I met him only after being chased here by Broly. He introduced himself as Sarodis. Suddenly Trunks remembered. Uncle Goku, could you follow his movements? Goku watched Sarodis unleash relentless strikes upon Broly, answering absently. I caught glimpses, but barely. I never imagined such a Saiyan existed. If even Cell stood before him, this battle would be truly extraordinary. I can feel my excitement rising. Trunks offered a wry smile. And here I was urging him to run away. With someone like him entering this life-or-death struggle, my hope of obtaining the Super Dragon Balls to save my world seems increasingly futile. As Goku and Trunks exchanged idle remarks, Sarodis' movements paused briefly. This form clearly requires further refinement for evenly matched combat. Already my body strains under its demands. Time to conclude this experiment. Broly blinked, and there directly before him stood Sarodis, motionless at last. Enraged beyond reason by Sarodis' onslaught, Broly slammed both palms against his own chest, activating a luminous green barrier that conformed tightly to his body. Feeling his hands lock onto Sarodis, Broly thrust his massive torso forward, and a colossal energy sphere erupted from his chest, hurtling towards Sarodis. I see. You sought to grapple me at close range, then detonate at maximum power to obliterate me utterly. Is that your plan? Sarodis' expression remained serene as he spoke calmly. Pity. Though you retain fragments of intellect, you remain prone to sudden violent breakdowns. What precisely made you believe you could restrain me? Sarodis reappeared behind Broly, his right hand now holding a shimmering rose-gold energy blade. Ugh. A chilling numbness spread across Broly's neck. He reached up and felt warm blood dripping steadily from a clean, precise incision. He tried to speak, but sound failed him entirely. Perhaps next time I'll meet the version of you from a later era. Assuming the theatrical continuity holds true, where Broly grows progressively stronger across films, then that grotesque Bio Broly would ironically be the most powerful iteration of the original Broly. As the rose-gold blade dissolved from Sarodis' hand, Broly's head rolled free from his shoulders with a dull thud. Sarodis turned and fired 2 precise energy blasts, reducing Broly's severed head and torso alike to cosmic dust. I must admit, you are remarkably durable. Yet Broly, for all his might, remained a Saiyan, not Majin Buu. Without regenerative ability, his life ended irrevocably as his body and head disintegrated across the void. Sensing Broly's aura extinguished completely, Sarodis relaxed, reverting gracefully to his base form. Ignoring Trunks' protests, Goku grinned and raised a hand in friendly greeting towards Sarodis. Hey there, I'm Son Goku. Trunks told me your name is Sarodis, and that dazzling form is called Super Saiyan Rose Gold. Haha, what an electrifying fight. Oh, and thank you for dealing with Broly. Being hunted nonstop wasn't exactly ideal. Sarodis waved dismissively. No thanks needed. Could you point me toward the nearest town? Goku, puzzled but obliging, gestured in a direction. If you follow that way, you'll reach a city. But truthfully, I've spent most of my time here fleeing Broly. I can't guarantee it's accurate. That's quite all right. Until we meet again. With no further exchange, Sarodis lifted gently into the air and soared toward the direction Goku indicated. Sarodis had 2 objectives in visiting the town. First, to satisfy his hunger. He had eaten nothing since disembarking his spacecraft and traversing the void. Second, to determine whether this world aligned with the game's storyline he recalled from before his transmigration. A mysterious cloaked figure had coerced the Supreme Kai into threatening the Destroyer, prompting the Destroyer and his attendant and mentor Whis to host this tournament. Sarodis flew at a measured pace, yet shortly after departing, he sensed something and glanced downward. There lay a Saiyan clad in archaic battle armor, his spiky hair bristling wildly, tail flicking restlessly even in slumber. A Saiyan bearing that appearance and that aura. Could it be? Sarodis recalled Charlotte, the protagonist of Dragon Ball Legends, from his prior existence. He quietly memorized the resonance of that energy signature. Should this sleeping Saiyan truly be Charlotte, he might prove invaluable to Sarodis' mission. For now, however, 2 priorities remained paramount: satisfying his hunger and locating the Destroyer. In a town by the poolside of a rather luxurious villa, the targets that Sarodis was searching for the god of destruction and his disciple, were enjoying the coolness. Tilting his single eye close to the glowing crystal sphere on his staff, the angel Weiss looked with interest at the god of destruction Beerus, who was reclining on a lounge chair, sipping a drink, though his expression was somewhat serious. "Oh ho ho, Lord Beerus, I've discovered an interesting person looking for us." Beerus slightly lifted his eyelid. "It wouldn't be one of that sneaky guy's subordinates, would it? How dare he use the life of the Kaioshin to threaten me? Just let me find the opportunity, and I will." Weiss found Beerus' exasperated expression somewhat amusing. "It's not one of that guy's subordinates, it's Lord Kane's boyfriend." Beerus immediately sat up cross-legged, putting down his drink. "What? When did that old woman, the Kaioshin of time, find a boyfriend? By the way, Weiss, how do you know about this?" Weiss let out a laugh unique to a jester, explaining to Beerus. "Lord Kane's culinary skills are quite remarkable. During the times Lord Beerus was napping, I often visited Lord Kane to indulge in some delicious food. Naturally, I became familiar with Lord Kane, and not long ago, she specifically informed us old friends that she had a boyfriend." Beerus' forehead was faintly throbbing with veins. "Damn it, Weiss, you sneaky guy, you went to eat delicious food behind my back." Weiss pretended to appear worried. "Oh dear, I accidentally let it slip. Hee Lord Beerus, do you want to meet this boyfriend of Lord Kane?" Beerus clicked his tongue. Although he was quite displeased that Weiss had gone behind his back to enjoy delicious food, the serious matter concerning his life was at hand, so he had to temporarily set aside such trivialities. "Since he is that old woman's boyfriend, he must have come to our timeline for this incident, right? I thought that old woman planned to do nothing and leave the matter for us to resolve ourselves." Weiss chuckled, casually responding to Beerus' complaints. "Well, who knows? Perhaps he came to invite me to a gathering." Beerus' forehead veins became more pronounced. "Weiss, just thinking about his current predicament," Beerus sighed helplessly. "Regardless, this matter falls under that old woman's jurisdiction. Since he is her boyfriend, no matter what he has come for, let's take this opportunity to leave the matter to him to resolve. Let's go meet him." "Yes, Lord Beerus." Since Beerus had already given the order, Weiss set aside his teasing thoughts and disappeared with Beerus. Sarodis felt a bit overwhelmed. Just as he arrived in this town to find some food to fill his stomach, he suddenly remembered. He had no Earth currency to buy food. Moreover, after searching the town for quite some time, he had not found any trace of the god of destruction and his disciple. "What a hassle, I've checked all the restaurants and street stalls. Are Beerus and Weiss not in this city? Or is it that this matter is not as I thought? That guy in the black robe did not use the Kaioshin's life to coerce the god of destruction into holding this deadly battle." Perched on the railing of a tall building, Sarodis scratched his head. "Oh Lord Beerus, it seems this Mr. Boyfriend has come not only for this incident, but also knows quite a bit." Sarodis jumped down from the railing and turned around. What came into view was indeed the god of destruction and his disciple he had been searching for. Beerus looked quite displeased. "Damn Kaioshin, how could he have been caught by that sneaky guy to threaten me? This matter will surely reach that old woman Kane, and she will mock me for it." Without needing to ask, Sarodis could confirm that this incident basically followed the plot of the Dragon Ball battle legend. Although he still didn't know the identity of the man in the black robe and the purpose behind this deadly battle, once he had a clue, everything else would become much clearer. However, Sarodis immediately became curious. His girlfriend had said that she had a good relationship with Weiss in a certain timeline. Could it be this timeline? "Hey Weiss, Lord Kane's boyfriend isn't mute, is he?" "Oh dear Lord, Kane hasn't mentioned that." Sarodis twitched his lips. Sure enough, the personality of the god of destruction was as terrible as in the anime, and Weiss was also quite the jester. "I was just pondering. Who's mute? Moreover, that little demon isn't an old woman, is she?" Upon hearing Sarodis speak, Beerus' eyes narrowed. "Since he is that old woman's boyfriend, she must have told you to show respect to the god of destruction, right? For the sake of that old woman, I can overlook the fact that you called my name behind my back, but speaking to me in such a tone when facing me directly. Do I need to correct your attitude?" As he heard Beerus' words and saw Beerus slowly raising his right hand, though unable to sense Beerus' aura, Sarodis' instincts were incessantly warning him. Boom. Suddenly, a rose gold aura erupted, and in an instant Sarodis entered the Super Saiyan rose gold state. "Lord Beerus, if you kill Mr. Boyfriend here, you would have to rely on Gak to investigate this matter, right?" Weiss stepped forward with a smile, mediating the situation. Beerus curled his lips, lowered his raised right hand, and said nothing further. As Weiss had said, if he killed Sarodis here, he would have to rely on Gak, whom he had commissioned not long ago, but that Gak. Beerus thought it was hardly reliable. Seeing Beerus abandon the idea of fighting Sarodis, Weiss turned to Sarodis with a smile. "Mr. Boyfriend came here for this deadly battle, right?" Sarodis nodded. Although Beerus was ready to attack him at any moment, which made Sarodis lose the thought of cooperating with Beerus, at least Weiss was mediating, so exchanging some information was not a problem. However, after the exchange, Sarodis felt somewhat disappointed. The information Weiss possessed was also not much aside from confirming that the man in the black robe held the life of the Kaioshin. He could only confirm that the black-robed man was from the demon realm and that this deadly battle. But Sarodis had already confirmed this from Tawa. This exchange could be said to yield no results. Sighing, Sarodis abandoned the idea of scrounging a meal from Beerus and turned to leave. At this moment, Weiss suddenly blocked Sarodis' path. "Pardon my intrusion, Mr. Boyfriend. Although your strength is quite remarkable among humans, this deadly battle gathers powerful beings from various timelines and histories, including many who surpass you in strength. Trying to investigate the identity and purpose of the man in the black robe under such circumstances might not be easy for you." Sarodis remained silent for a moment. Weiss was indeed correct. Although his victory over Broly was an easy crush, the flaws of the Super Saiyan Rose Gold had also been exposed. The Super Saiyan Rose Gold was evidently still in incomplete form, and the time he could maintain this state was limited. Moreover, if this deadly battle was indeed as it was in the game, there would be no shortage of stronger beings than Broly. During his battle with Broly, Sarodis had also clarified his strength positioning. He could easily defeat a level like the Lightning Cell from the original work, but when it came to Majin Buu, or even stronger beings he feared, he would be completely unable to cope. "It seems Mr. Boyfriend doesn't oppose what I've said. I actually have a good suggestion." Sarodis looked at Weiss, who had maintained a smile. "Mr. Weiss wouldn't want to suggest taking me for special training, would he?" "Oh ho ho, Mr. Boyfriend guessed right. For so long we've been in Lord Kane's favor, so it's just the right opportunity to train Mr. Boyfriend as a return favor, and it could help with Mr. Boyfriend's investigation. Lord Beerus wouldn't object, would he?" Beerus, who had been standing with a cold face, turned his head away. "TCH, do as you please." "It seems Lord Beerus has no objections. So what do you think, Mr. Boyfriend?" Sarodis shrugged. "I have no reason to refuse." Weiss clapped his hands. "Then before the special training, let's first fill your stomach, Mr. Boyfriend. You look like you're quite hungry." Sarodis twitched his lips. "Mr. Weiss, my name is Sarodis. Could you please stop calling me Mr. Boyfriend?" Thus Sarodis followed Weiss into the luxurious villa. This luxurious villa was provided by Bulma of this timeline and era to host Beerus, and it was always stocked with plenty of delicacies. Since he was there, Sarodis indulged in a meal. After filling his stomach, Beerus went to the poolside to take an afternoon nap. On the other hand, Sarodis followed Weiss to another open area. "So how will you conduct my special training, Mr. Weiss?" Weiss chuckled. "Well then, Mr. Sarodis, could you please demonstrate the transformation you used against Lord Beerus just now?" Sarodis nodded and showcased his transformation into Super Saiyan Rose Gold, being closely examined by Weiss. "I noticed something interesting about your transformation when you changed earlier," Weiss said. Sarodis responded with an "oh," realizing that the hidden power within him was tied to this transformation, although he wasn't entirely certain about the specifics. As an angel, Weiss possessed tremendous power and a high realm with vast experience. Did he perhaps know something? "Mr. Sarodis, do you know about the divine realm?" Weiss posed a question, to which Sarodis nodded. "I know a little. Does my transformation relate to the divine realm?" Weiss chuckled. "You are a Saiyan, right? I initially thought that Saiyans would transform toward the divine realm like Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta, but I never expected that Mr. Sarodis would have a completely different transformation, and although this transformation is still not perfected, it resembles an internal change more than just an external use of divine energy like Mr. Goku and the others." Sarodis thought to himself that it was indeed the case. During his training in the Room of Spirit and Time, he had seen a rose gold great ape in the spiritual world. At that time, the great ape extended its hand towards Sarodis, and afterwards he gained a certain power that was immense yet elusive. When using this power, his training partner Parsley once mentioned that he couldn't feel Sarodis' aura at all. At that time, Sarodis began to suspect whether this power belonged to the divine. Thus, combining the Super Saiyan transformation with the great ape transformation along with this power, the Super Saiyan Rose Gold was born. "So how will you commence the special training, Mr. Weiss?" Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled, pointing at the staff. "Since it's an urgent special training, we'll need to use this. This staff contains a space filled with divine energy. If you can't master the divine power well, it will be quite difficult to move around inside it." Sarodis realized. This space had also appeared in the original work where Vegeta and Goku had trained. "By the way, before starting the special training, would you like to contact Lord Kane?" Sarodis nodded and initiated contact with the Time City. After explaining the situation to the girl, Weiss also leaned into her line of sight. "Lord Kane, don't forget to invite me to try new delicacies next time." The girl on the other side smiled and agreed, winking at Sarodis. "Uncle, make sure to train well. Once this incident is resolved, let's bring Mr. Weiss and Lord Beerus to the Time City together. Lord Beerus may seem grumpy, but he's actually quite easy to get along with." Sarodis pursed his lips. "All right, I understand." After ending the communication with the girl, Sarodis thought for a moment and vaguely stated that there were others he needed to contact before stepping aside to initiate contact with Tawa. Little one, make sure to carry out Weiss special training well. This is a rare opportunity for rapid improvement. TCH for you, my strength increasing may not be a good thing. Let's talk about that later. Upon entering the space within the staff of Weiss, Sarodis felt an overwhelming pressure. It was difficult to move, but it was definitely not the oppression caused by gravity. According to what Weiss said before entering, there are only two ways to move freely here. The first is to raise one's foundational strength to a level that can resist this pressure. The second, as suggested by Weiss, is to enhance and maximize the use of divine energy, using it to withstand this pressure. The duration of this special training was not too long, and Sarodis complied readily, following Weiss' advice to begin his practice. Unlike the situation of Congo and Bay in the original text, Sarodis' divine energy was neither obtained through a ritual to transform into a Super Saiyan god, like Sun Wukong, nor was it mastered through training, like Vegeta. This divine energy is a power he was born with. He could feel it when he touched the giant ape that lay dormant deep within his spiritual world. That giant ape represented the strength hidden within him. Even if he did not engage in any profound training, as long as he could continue living like this, he would eventually master this power completely. Therefore, compared to Congo and Bay, this kind of training was much simpler. Sarodis only had two things to do. The first task is to leverage the pressure here to return to the state where he had exhausted all his power in the House of Spirit and Time, and once again enter the spiritual world to meet that giant ape. The second task is also to use the pressure here to compensate for the defect of the Super Saiyan Rose form, which cannot be sustained for long. While Sarodis was training, Weiss cheerfully connected to the communication from the Kaishin of Time. Mr. Weiss, I must thank you for your assistance. No need to thank me for helping this young man with his special training. I mentioned before that this is a return favor for Lord Kane, who treated me to many delicacies. No, I am well aware of that. I want to thank you, Mr. Weiss, for easing the atmosphere and preventing the old man and Lord Beerus from coming to blows. The girl whose face appeared at the end of the staff looked somewhat troubled. Mr. Weiss, you must have noticed that deep down the old man carries a pride that would prevent him from lowering his head and calling Lord Beerus master, even if it cost him his life. Weiss still wore a smile. Lady Kane is worrying too much. Even without my easing the atmosphere, Lord Beerus would not truly engage in a fight with this young man over such matters. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to let me assist him, would he? Meanwhile, Beerus lay on a lounge chair, sucking on a straw, gazing at the brilliant sun hanging in the sky as Sun Wukong's figure appeared beside him. Wukong, let me ask you, have you ever seen a Saiyan whose hair turns rose gold? Sun Wukong's expression suddenly became one of puzzlement. Rose gold? What color is that? Beerus paused, his mouth twitching. You, Weiss. Oh dear, sorry, Lady Kane, but I must take my leave now. Oh, Lord Beerus is calling for me. Then I leave it to you, Mr. Weiss. After this situation is resolved, I will treat you and Lord Beerus to a lavish meal. Weiss smiled as he ended the communication with the Kaishin of Time, appearing beside Beerus, as if teleporting. What is it that you need, Lord Beerus? Beerus pointed at Sun Wukong, his tone impatient. Show this fool what rose gold looks like. Honestly. Weiss chuckled. Lord Beerus wants to ask Mr. Sun Wukong about the transformation of this young man, right? Oh ho ho ho, I think Mr. Sun Wukong wouldn't recognize this transformation either, but it wouldn't hurt to take a look. The young man is currently training in my staff space. Let me show you. He is maintaining that transformation right now, Mr. Sun Wukong, come and take a look. Hearing Weiss' words, Sun Wukong curiously leaned in. What he saw was Sarodis maintaining the Super Saiyan Rose form, slowly moving his body. Sun Wukong had certainly never seen such a transformation. Super Saiyan's golden hair, Ultra Instinct's red hair, and ultra blue hair. Even Zamasu, who had stolen his body, had pink hair rather than this color. Who is this? What kind of transformation is this? Does Lord Beerus know? Beerus could no longer tolerate Sun Wukong's disconnection and shouted at him. If I knew what I need to ask you, oh dear, why is Lord Beerus suddenly angry? Weiss chuckled, trying to smooth things over. Lord Beerus doesn't need to be angry. I have some understanding of this young man's current state. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Weiss' words, no longer paying attention to Sun Wukong, hurriedly asking Weiss. Quickly tell me, what is this? Clearly so weak in normal form, yet upon entering that transformation, it surprisingly feels somewhat divine. As expected of Lord Beerus, you could see it at a glance. It seems that this young man is naturally endowed with divine power. Is there really such a Saiyan? Although Beerus no longer paid attention to Sun Wukong, he still curiously leaned in to ask. Weiss explained with a smile. Our angel race and the Kaishin race also possess divine energy by nature, so it is not strange for such individuals to emerge among the Saiyans. I see. Sun Wukong, naturally carefree, easily accepted this explanation, smiling and rubbing his hands. I really want to spar with him. Weiss' laughter grew louder, teasing Beerus. Then Mr. Sun Wukong may be disappointed. This young man's current power likely cannot match full-strength Mr. Sun Wukong, but perhaps one day this young man could surpass Lord Beerus. Beerus snorted and turned his head away. To surpass me? Even after a few million years, that's impossible. Weiss looked at Beerus meaningfully. If Lord Beerus remains so lazy, it may not take that long. It was just a short nap, and perhaps this young man could exchange a few moves with Lord Beerus. Beerus simply closed his eyes, refusing to respond. As the strongest among the gods of destruction, he did not believe Weiss' words. I'm hungry. Weiss, go get me something to eat. Ah, but didn't Lord Beerus just eat? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Yes, Lord Beerus. In the staff space, under the pressure of divine energy, Sarodis found it difficult to maintain the Super Saiyan Rose form, reverting to his normal state. After returning to normal, it became even more difficult to move. Initially, while maintaining the rose gold state, he could walk a few steps with great difficulty, but now reverting to normal, even moving a finger required considerable effort. Soon Sarodis felt somewhat exhausted. In a daze, he entered the spiritual world once more, meeting the giant ape of rose gold. Compared to the first time he was in the House of Spirit and Time, the giant ape was no longer in a dormant state. The giant ape did not speak. He was Sarodis and Sarodis was him. Without needing to ask, the giant ape knew what Sarodis was seeking. Do we need to get involved in these troubles? If you find a place to focus on training, even without Weiss's help, you could quickly master this power. Why waste time on such matters? Sarodis, however, did not leave the spiritual space immediately after bumping fists with the giant ape and gaining more divine energy. Although the giant ape and Sarodis were originally one, there are still some differences. Sarodis had already realized this the first time he met the giant ape. The giant ape possessed all of Sarodis' memories, but to the giant ape those memories were like a movie. Although it had intelligence, that intelligence could not help the giant ape understand Sarodis' emotions. This is precisely why the giant ape asked this question. Leaning against the giant ape's sturdy legs, Sarodis smiled and responded to the giant ape. How could this be called trouble? Being able to spar with many strong individuals here is precisely the reason for this power's existence. I cannot comprehend. Even if you want to spar with strong individuals, once you fully master me, you can battle against gods of destruction and even angels. Why waste time on these weaklings who are born inferior to you? That would be quite boring. Moreover, the events here are also significant troubles for the little demons. But you probably cannot understand my feelings towards the little demons, right? You are correct, though I still cannot comprehend. But in the end, I am merely your power. Everything is decided by you. You can walk your path however you wish. Since you will completely master me, my consciousness will also fade, merging completely with you. That is true, but I think I will miss you then. Cannot comprehend. The spiritual space fell silent. Feeling sufficiently rested, Sarodis got up. Then I will continue my training you. I think I will frequently come here in the next few days, so you might not sleep well. You know, my deep sleep was only because my body could not withstand the power. Now I won't fall asleep again. TCH, don't talk so boringly, I'm leaving. Sarodis waved his hand and left the spiritual space, leaving the giant ape in silence within the pitch-black spiritual realm. After exiting the spiritual space, Sarodis felt his body once again brimming with power, and this power was stronger than at the beginning. After entering the rose gold state, moving became somewhat easier. This also proved that Sarodis' thoughts were indeed effective. Weiss, Mr. Weiss, are you there? Sarodis shouted for a while before Weiss' voice finally appeared in the staff space. What is it, Mr. Sarodis? I didn't bring any food in. I'm so hungry. Ahaha, Mr. Sarodis seems a bit off, like Mr. Sun Wukong. Please wait a moment, I'll toss some food in for you. Weiss' voice faded, and after a while a pile of snacks like cookies and chips were tossed in. Sarodis didn't mind the taste, grabbing some randomly to satisfy his hunger. After filling his stomach, he resumed his training. From being able to move with great difficulty, he progressed to throwing a complete set of punches. From only being able to act while maintaining the rose gold form to being able to run in normal form as well. Sarodis made rapid progress in his training within the staff space. By the third day here, Sarodis could move in normal form just like he does in the outside world. Thus his training with divine energy came to a close. Clearly Weiss was also keeping an eye on the situation within the staff space from time to time. After Sarodis completed his training, it wasn't long before Weiss opened the exit for him without him even needing to call out. Upon arriving in the outside world, Sarodis quickly retracted the rose gold state. At this time, Weiss was enjoying a large bowl of ice cream by the poolside. After finishing the special training with Mr. Sarodis liked to have some ice cream as well. Bulma's ice cream is quite delicious. Weiss asked, and Sarodis did not hold back. Then I won't be polite, and we'll have some too. After enjoying the large ice cream, Sarodis stretched and stood up. It seems that Mr. Sarodis has adapted to the outside environment once again, so I wish him success in his investigations this time. Weiss said to Sarodis, "By the way, Mr. Sun Wukong asked me to convey a message to you. Once this incident is resolved and you become stronger, he wants to spar with you." Sarodis was first taken aback, then nodded in realization. Of course the Sun Wukong here must be at least at the level achieved during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, wanting to spar with his current self. For the Sun Wukong here, it probably wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. "No problem, I also want to see the strength of Lord Weiss' disciple." "Then I take my leave, Mr. Weiss." Sarodis waved his hand and soared into the sky. Once Sarodis' figure vanished from sight, Beerus slowly emerged, stretching. "This guy is getting stronger so quickly." Weiss turned his head, smiling as he once again advised Beerus. "That's why I said if Lord Beerus continues to be lazy." "Oh ho ho ho. TCH. Beerus scoffed disdainfully. "No matter how fast he gets stronger, he can't compare to me. Weiss, come spar with me." Sarodis slowly descended, his face grim. "Are even these guys invited to participate in this battle?" Sarodis found it hard to understand the criteria by which the figure in the black robe selected warriors. What greeted his eyes were the thugs in Frieza's army clad in battle gear and wielding firearms, rampaging and slaughtering in the city. Even such trash could be summoned to partake in this deadly battle. Not far away, the Frieza army thugs reveling in destruction and killing spotted Sarodis. After whispering a few words to each other, they aimed their firearms at him. Sarodis shook his head. "Why not cherish the little life you have left? Why rush to death?" Faced with these thugs who couldn't even muster a ki blast, Sarodis felt no desire to raise a hand, merely glancing over at them. With that glance, the energy bullets fired from the firearms abruptly changed direction, accurately striking the thugs and turning their blood and flesh into the material for fireworks, which then erupted. Actually, how is their behavior any different from that of the Saiyans? Sarodis walked slowly through the ruined city. Indeed, what difference was there? It's just that the targets of harm differ. He allowed the Saiyans to rampage on other planets without taking any action, yet today, seeing such a scene couldn't help but make him act against the thugs. Ultimately, despite the brutality of the Saiyans in Sarodis' eyes, they seemed foolish. Yet they were still his kin, sharing the same blood, hence the inclination to protect their own. Having scolded others for being double standards before crossing over, how could he not be a double standard himself? With a self-mocking smile, Sarodis casually unleashed a ki blast. Along with the crumbling walls serving as cover, the thugs who attempted to ambush Sarodis were turned to dust. With this ki blast, the city was left devoid of life. No, there was still a presence. "Friend, why hide?" There was no response. Sarodis sighed deeply and shifted into his Super Saiyan state with a thought. "Your concealment is commendable, and the divine aura is indeed not something just anyone can perceive. Nonetheless, unfortunately for you, I am not just anyone. That guy has summoned such troublesome foes." A figure cloaked in red robes entered Sarodis' line of sight. "But that's fine. No matter how troublesome, they are still Saiyans. Saiyans, disappear from my sight." Sarodis sidestepped the attack from the figure in red robes, delivering a kick to their back, using the momentum to flip backward and ready himself. "Before we fight, let's clarify a few things. You are a Saiyan, right? What do you mean by Saiyans disappearing? Why not eliminate your own kind?" The ground beneath them cracked as the figure in red robes redirected the force of Sarodis' kick into the earth and charged at Sarodis once more. "I am meant to lead the Saiyans forward, while you filthy bloodlines should be eradicated. Die." Sarodis shook his head, his figure flickering with speed. "Looks like you're the type who can't be reasoned with. Then let's fight first and talk later." With a surge of energy, Sarodis stepped forward, dodging the punch from the figure in red robes and lifting his knee into their abdomen. Turning, he brought his hands together like a hammer, striking down on the back of the figure in red robes. Despite the speed of these attacks, it seemed that in his Super Saiyan state, he couldn't inflict much damage on the figure. Though the figure in red robes staggered slightly, they still managed to seize the moment. Sarodis left himself open, retaliating with an elbow strike aimed at Sarodis' ribs. Sarodis twisted his body, evading the elbow strike. However, this dodge also meant that his offensive momentum halted, and the figure in red robes began their counterattack. The figure in red robes regained their footing, feinting a punch, but actually moving swiftly behind Sarodis, gathering a ki blast in their hand and pressing it against him. Sarodis had no time to evade this ki blast, gritting his teeth as he concentrated energy into his right hand, preparing to meet the ki wave with a punch. Boom! The violent explosion forced both parties to retreat several steps. Compared to Sarodis 5 steps back, the figure in red robes retreated less. Sarodis twisted his neck, making cracking sounds. "It seems I can't just rely on being a Super Saiyan to match you." As Sarodis spoke, a rose-gold hue began to envelop him. Though the face of the figure in red robes was obscured, they clearly showed signs of hesitation. "What is this?" Sarodis' lips curled into a smile. This is my unique form, Super Saiyan Rose Gold. Sensing the divine aura mixed within Sarodis' energy, the figure in red robes spoke with mockery. Just a hodgepodge of divine energy, don't get too proud. Ooh. The aura of the black-robed figure took on a hint of red as they charged relentlessly at Sarodis. Sarodis' smile widened slightly. A hodgepodge of divine energy. Ha ha ha, that's laughable. With your energy mixed with demonic essence, how dare you call me a hodgepodge? Shut up. The figure in red robes became even more furious at Sarodis' taunts. After a series of exchanges, they rolled in midair, creating distance. Filthy bloodlines die. Wild cannon. Raising a hand, a violent ki wave surged towards Sarodis. Fairly quick on the draw, but still not a match for me. Sarodis raised both hands high, then pulled them back in a flower shape at his chest. Trillion flash. The trillion flashes clashed with the wild cannon in midair, and for a moment it was difficult to determine a victor. You filthy bloodlines. The figure in red robes roared, increasing their energy output. Sarodis' expression remained unchanged as he matched the escalation in strength. Boom. A violent explosion erupted at the point where the two ultimate moves collided. Dense smoke spread and Sarodis waved his hand, stirring up a gust of wind. As the smoke cleared, Sarodis was astonished to find another figure appeared beside the figure in red robes. He narrowed his eyes. Zamas. Looks like you know me, human. Zamas' tone was condescending, making Sarodis feel a surge of irritation, prompting him to mock back. The fool who formulated the idiotic human Project Zero. I've heard a bit about you. Human, don't get too arrogant. Clearly Zamas was more easily provoked than the figure in red robes as Sarodis' casual taunt flushed his skin with a hint of red, clearly signifying his rising anger. Sarodis chuckled lightly. What are you, angry and ready to fight? Feel free to try how long your immortal body can withstand my beatings, you worthless thing. Zamas' expression darkened further, but he ultimately regained his composure. Human, I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Having issued a threat, Zamas waved his hand, opening a rift resembling a starry sky behind him, and retreated with the figure in red robes. Sarodis refrained from attacking. Although he had sealing techniques to deal with Zamas' immortality, he couldn't guarantee that Black Goku wouldn't arrive to assist Zamas. No matter how much he looked down on someone like Black Goku, they had ultimately stolen Son Goku's well-honed body, a master at divine levels, and also possessed the paternal earrings. The strength of the figure in red robes was decent enough to hold their own against him for a while, as long as he bought some time for Black Goku and Zamas to fuse. Since he chose to retreat, Sarodis allowed them to leave. After all, they would eventually have to fight, and by that time his strength would surely surpass his current level. At that time, Sarodis thought no more and turned to leave, only to be startled to see a pink figure descending from afar. Though the force of the descent didn't seem too great, Sarodis clearly didn't want to be a cushion and hurriedly jumped back. As the pink figure landed, a streak of light flashed across the sky, landing nearby. Taking a closer look, Sarodis couldn't help but chuckle. The fallen pink figure was Dodoria, and right behind was Charlotte, whom he had seen during flight. It seemed that Charlotte had taken down Dodoria. After landing, Charlotte glanced at Sarodis, her nose twitching slightly. There's a very familiar scent here. Hey, do you know who has been here? Sarodis recalled the plot of the legendary battle and suddenly realized. This protagonist from the legendary battle possessed a keen sense of smell and intuition, and it wasn't surprising that she detected the scent of the figure in red robes, who happened to be her brother Jeffrey. However, Charlotte was currently in a state of amnesia, so she naturally didn't know whose scent it was. Sarodis shrugged his hands. Before we understand the situation, it's better to deal with the guy in front of you first, right? Charlotte thought for a moment and agreed. Then Charlotte reached out her hand, unleashing a ki blast that ended Dodoria, who had yet to recover from his fainting, and looked back at Sarodis. Now can you tell me? Sarodis continued to shrug his hands, raising an eyebrow. This place isn't suitable for conversation. Let's change locations. Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. After catching her breath, she gestured for Sarodis to follow and took to the skies. Once they left the ruined city, they arrived in a fresh air canyon. How about this place? Sarodis nodded in satisfaction, casually choosing a patch of grass to sit down. Though that wild cannon and the energy emanating from the figure in red robes assured Sarodis that he was indeed the twin brother of the protagonist Charlotte from the game, he ultimately believed that he couldn't completely transpose the game narrative onto the real world, so he only shared the information he genuinely felt. In that ruined city, I encountered a figure in red robes who had a similar aura to yours. Perhaps it might be your brother. Charlotte looked somewhat perplexed. My brother. Sarodis shrugged, indicating that he only knew this much. Charlotte quickly set aside her confusion and continued to converse with Sarodis. You're a Saiyan too, right? I'm Charlotte, what about you? Sarodis plucked a blade of grass and chewed on it, lying down to bask in the sun's warmth. Sarodis also a Saiyan, just like you. As they spoke, two more figures suddenly appeared in Sarodis' line of sight. Hey Charlotte, who are these? These are my friends, I just met Sarodis. Sarodis, this is Bulma and Gak. I am currently protecting them under their employment. Sarodis inwardly scoffed at how Charlotte was a bit too familiar with others. Nonetheless, he still greeted them cheerfully. Hello, I'm Sarodis. The girl among the two figures lit up with excitement, rushing to Sarodis' side, hugging his arm, her tone enthusiastic. What a handsome guy. Hey handsome, I'm Bulma. This is my little brother Gak. How are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Sarodis' lips twitched. So this was Bulma during her youth. He discreetly pried her hand away and shifted back slightly. Gak waved his hand, looking excited. I'm a lead among the Galactic Patrol, not your little brother. Not some little fish, it's Gak. I'm a Saiyan. Sorry, I shouldn't be shouting so loud. Sarodis shrugged. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Gak's name sounded almost identical to little fish in Japanese, making Sarodis want to tease him further. At that moment, Charlotte spoke up again. In any case, did you bring back any food? I just got into a fight and am really hungry. Though there was a handsome guy in front of her, her bodyguard was a guarantee of safety, and she still needed to satisfy his hunger. I have lots of delicious food. Handsome, do you want to eat with me? Sarodis rubbed his stomach, contemplating. Alright, I'm a bit hungry too. So Bulma took out a box from her pocket, sifted through it, and threw a universal capsule on the ground. Boom. As the dust settled, a long table filled with various foods appeared. Charlotte's face brightened as she rushed forward, using her hands to grab grilled meat, and started eating, her words becoming indistinct. I'm digging in. Sarodis could barely make out this sentence. The rest was just muffled sounds. Thanks. Sarodis chose to thank her first before stepping forward to select food and begin eating. After seeing the two Saiyans slumped on the ground looking completely satisfied, Bulma took out a refrigerator from the universal capsule. Here are some drinks. Would you like some? Bulma clearly directed this question at Sarodis. Sarodis was unreserved, opening the refrigerator. Scanning the contents, he finally chose a can of juice to drink. Bulma quickly approached. Handsome, would you mind swapping out your girlfriend? Sarodis felt a headache coming on, though dating a rich girl was indeed appealing. However, his own girlfriend was way more charming. Sorry, I'm not interested in that. Once again rejected, Bulma felt no disappointment as she quietly stepped aside, yet continued to engage in conversation with Sarodis. Hey there handsome, you look like a Saiyan, just like Charlotte, are you strong too? Hearing this question, Sarodis couldn't help but ponder for a moment. If he were to say he was weak. The staff space of Whis was not only filled with divine energy, but also had a different flow of time compared to the outside world, similar to the House of Spirit and Time. Having practiced for what felt like 3 days in the outside world, was he really that weak? Yet to claim he was strong also felt somewhat untrue. Whether it was the angel Whis or the god of destruction Beerus, he could only catch a glimpse of their immense power, let alone engage them in battle. In truth, such figures were not limited to just a few across countless timelines. Could he really call himself a powerhouse? Sarodis could only evaluate his current strength in this manner. I can't say I'm very strong, but I'm not weak either. Bulma was clearly dissatisfied with such a vague answer and pressed on. How do I compare to that guy Charlotte then? Sarodis was about to respond when Gak interrupted. That guy is definitely stronger than Charlotte by more than a bit. If we must compare, Charlotte would likely be defeated in an instant, right? Charlotte, who was nearby expending the excess energy from having eaten, well, felt a bit displeased at this remark and attempted to refute it, but helplessly let her hand drop. Somewhat sullen, she muttered. Alright, Gak is right. If I were to fight Sarodis, I would indeed be taken down in an instant. Just approaching him, my instincts would continuously warn me of great danger, just as if I were facing Lord Beerus. I am absolutely no match for Beerus, at least not now. You know Lord Beerus? Bulma looked at Sarodis in surprise, and Sarodis shrugged. I met him once. It wasn't a pleasant experience, thanks to Mr. Whis for smoothing things over. Before Bulma and Charlotte could speak, Gak chimed in. Anyway, surely you didn't use honorifics when addressing Lord Beerus like Charlotte, right? It's ridiculous how Saiyans show such disrespect towards deities. Sarodis was about to interject when he suddenly sensed a presence nearby, causing him to frown. Even in a relaxed state, he remained aware of his surroundings. If it were someone like Beerus or Whis, sensing their approach might be difficult. But the approaching energy was not particularly strong. Aside from the mixed demonic aura, it carried a familiar wickedness. Oh, it seems you all are enjoying your meal. Would you like some fruit for dessert? Before Sarodis could speak, Bulma boldly approached the figure. Mr. Son Goku, or should I say Lord Son? The figure wore an evil grin and reached out to grab the approaching Bulma. Miss Bulma. So you should see clearly that this is not Gak posing as Son Goku. You should keep an eye on this foolish woman. Bulma felt a flash before her eyes, finding herself back in her original position, while Sarodis had already seized her wrist. Sarodis shook his head, released Bulma after saying this, and turned to face Daleth, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. I thought it was someone capable of approaching me stealthily. I didn't expect it to be you, Daleth. Indeed, the newcomer was Daleth, whom Sarodis had faced in their first official duel, previously mockingly referred to as Fruit Brother. Daleth was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. It seems the other me from a different timeline left a deep impression on this hostile compatriot of mine. I wonder if that version of me caused you any significant injuries. Sarodis scoffed. What a pity you guessed wrong. It's merely your shamelessness and repulsiveness that left a lasting impression on me, you piece of trash, even less worthy than a discarded placenta. Daleth's face twitched. Bulma standing behind Sarodis looked at Gak and Charlotte in shock. Is there really a type like this among Scions who are skilled at insulting others? Charlotte shrugged, indicating she had lost her memory and that others informed her of her Scion heritage. Gak shook his head as well. At least among the Scions I've encountered there isn't this kind. Even if there were, they would only enjoy mocking their opponents. Sarodis ignored the discussion behind him, tilting his head as he looked at Daleth, who was turning slightly red with anger. I wonder how many fruits from the Tree of Might you've consumed. Daleth glanced at the fruit in his hand that emitted a black aura, regaining some composure. Sarodis didn't wait for Daleth to respond and continued. In my timeline, you barely had the chance to consume a few fruits before dying at my hands. If you, like him, didn't have the chance to eat and fill yourself, then you would be just as pitiful as he is. Daleth took a bite of the fruit from the Tree of Might, feeling the surge of power within him, and responded to Sarodis with maniacal laughter. You don't need to worry about that. I've consumed plenty of Tree of Might fruits. Let me avenge that pitiful version of me from that timeline, dear compatriot. Compatriot. Just as this harsh statement was not yet finished, Sarodis' figure had already vanished from Daleth's sight. Where? Fool, even if you can't sense energy, can't you even notice that someone is standing on your head? Sarodis' voice sounded from above Daleth's head. Daleth finally felt the pressure from being stepped on from above, and he was taken aback. Sarodis didn't give Daleth time to react and applied downward force. Just like inserting a chopstick into the sand, Daleth was stomped into the ground. Shaking his head lightly, he said, boring, no matter how many Tree of Might fruits you eat, you're still just trash. In any timeline, you seem to be nothing more than a fool relying on external means, a frog in a well. Don't underestimate me. Take this. Daleth erupted from the ground nearby, launching his ultimate technique, the Death Energy Ring, at Sarodis. Sarodis looked in its direction, filled with pity in his gaze. Wouldn't it be better to just become fertilizer in the soil of this planet? Or do you prefer to become fireworks instead? The Death Energy Ring collided with Sarodis, shattering like glass struck by a hammer. Sarodis continued without a pause. However, I've already seen you turn into fireworks once, and it was quite dirty. Sarodis slowly extended his right hand, gathering an energy ball. No matter how slowly Sarodis gathered the energy ball, Daleth couldn't move an inch. He felt like prey being stared at by an apex predator. The energy ball was released, wobbling slowly towards Daleth. Upon impact, it exploded, turning into fireworks, leaving only Daleth's last words. No, impossible, I should be the strongest. Sarodis looked at the fireworks that were once Daleth, clicking his tongue. You seem even dirtier than the Daleth from my timeline, how boring. Turning around, Gak and Charlotte were relatively fine, but Bulma's expression was not too pleasant. It was understandable. After all, the young Bulma was not as accustomed to such scenes as her mature self, who had experienced countless storms in the future. To directly blow a living person to smithereens was still too cruel for a girl just embarking on an adventure, right? But this was probably for the best. Having witnessed such a brutal version of herself, she would no longer cling to her now, right? Who exactly was that guy? Finally, it was the more straightforward one, the Scion Charlotte, who first asked Sarodis. Sarodis gestured for the three to listen as he explained Daleth's situation. That guy, like the one I killed in my timeline, is no good. He possesses something called Tree of Might fruit, which he held when he appeared. Eating that will cause one's strength to surge, you know. Charlotte gasped in surprise. Such a convenient thing exists. On the contrary, the relatively weaker Gak was calmer and more analytical. This kind of convenient thing must have a price, right? Sarodis snapped his fingers and nodded in acknowledgement. That fruit absorbs the life essence of the planet where its seeds are planted until it withers. The implication from what that guy just revealed is that he has likely destroyed numerous life-bearing planets, right? Finally recovering from the scene where Sarodis had killed Daleth, Bulma now wore a face of disdain. Sounds like a truly vile guy. Sarodis and Charlotte did not respond, both looking in the same direction. Sarodis was the first to speak. This energy feels like Frieza, right? After all, he claims to be the emperor of the universe. Isn't hiding his whereabouts a bit too emperor-like? Frieza? Gak exclaimed. The name of the evil emperor was like thunder to his ears, especially since he had witnessed the terrifying Golden Frieza firsthand. However, after glancing at Sarodis, Gak felt reassured. This guy should be able to withstand Frieza, right? What keen perception, however, I bear no ill will, okay. Sarodis and Charlotte looked in the direction where Frieza, maintaining his first form, walked out from behind the mountain with an emperor's gate. Charlotte glanced at Sarodis and quietly asked, "Hey, this energy is so strong, are you joking?" Sarodis cast a significant glance at Charlotte. "If you could recover your memories and fully unleash your power, Frieza would be nothing but a mere insect." Though Charlotte felt quite curious about Sarodis' words, she ultimately did not raise questions about the guy Sarodis referred to as Frieza, whose intentions were unknown. She instead tensed her muscles, ready for battle at any moment. Sarodis, however, remained relaxed. From the energy he sensed, although this Frieza was much stronger than the one he had easily sealed in his timeline, it was still limited. It seemed he had not yet developed into his golden form, and only slightly improved after arriving at this deadly battle. But even Golden Frieza wouldn't matter, as engaging in combat with the Redrogue Jeffret, who possessed Super Saiyan God power, was not enough to satisfy his desire for challenge. If the opponent mastered the golden form, it would perfectly whet his appetite. "I'm looking for you," Frieza pointed at Sarodis. "Saiyan, I have some matters to discuss. Can I ask the other unrelated personnel to leave?" "We." Charlotte's words were cut off by Sarodis. "Since this esteemed emperor requests it, it's best for you to leave for now." Gak immediately caught on, glancing at Bulma and Charlotte, and hurried them away. Only after Gak felt they had walked far enough did he let out a sigh of relief. "Why do we have to leave? That guy named Frieza has not only strong energy, but also carries a very evil aura, just like the earlier Daleth. Leaving Sarodis to face such a guy alone." Bulma's expression mirrored his annoyance. "That Frieza is known as the invincible emperor of the universe. Even if Sarodis can match him, our presence would only hinder him. Charlotte, you should feel the difference in power too, right? In an instant we would be killed. If Sarodis disregards us, our lives would be in danger. If he considers us, the situation would only worsen. Damn it." Setting aside the regrets of the protagonist of this game, Frieza, after seeing the three leave, wore a smile and extended an invitation to Sarodis. "Would you be interested in collaborating with me, Saiyan?" Originally, he thought the Saiyan who just left was the hooded man he wanted to collaborate with, but upon careful confirmation, he didn't seem like that hooded man, so he chose the seemingly stronger Saiyan instead. He should feel honored. "Oh ho ho ho." Sarodis' laughter carried a hint of disdain. Had it not been for his faint memory that Frieza would seek collaboration with Charlotte in the game's main storyline, wanting to glean some information from Frieza, Sarodis wouldn't have wasted time with this Emperor of the Universe. "Spare me the pleasantries. I'm well aware of your malice towards Saiyans. Let's skip the games. Just tell me why you feel compelled to collaborate with the wild monkeys you despise so much." Frieza frowned, then relaxed. "It seems that in your timeline you and I are from the same era. While I am curious about how you as a Saiyan ended up with me in that timeline, given the current circumstances and the murderous intent you can't hide towards me, asking you seems likely to affect our collaboration." Sarodis raised an eyebrow, wearing a seemingly amused expression. "A wise decision. Now let's skip the boasting about your analytical skills. Just speak plainly. I can't guarantee how much patience I have left." Frieza cast a cold glare at Sarodis, his previously relaxed hands instinctively clenching behind his back, but ultimately, he relaxed again. "I've observed the scene where you took down that Saiyan, so we can skip the testing of your strength. Now, let's discuss the collaboration. I wonder if you would be interested in joining forces with me." Sarodis raised an eyebrow, signaling Frieza to continue. "Of course I'm not referring to teaming up in this deadly battle. Have you encountered my troops operating in this era, Saiyan?" "Those rabble." Frieza chuckled, covering his mouth. "Are my subordinates only worthy of such a description? That's a shame. Returning to the topic, my subordinates have been recklessly destroying cities without my orders. I have not instructed them to act freely, of course, but it's intolerable that they attacked me upon seeing me." Frieza paused, seemingly organizing his words. "After capturing a few alive for interrogation, I confirmed that a person who looks very similar to me is impersonating me and giving orders to my subordinates. That imposter even declared me the fake, first inciting my subordinates to launch an attack on me. I believe you as a king can understand how intolerable this matter is for me, right?" Sarodis maintained a seemingly amused expression, responding with a hint of mockery. "After all, you're a cosmic emperor. Regardless of the imposter's strength, with your power breaking through the defenses of your unruly subordinates and confronting the imposter shouldn't be difficult, should it? Those subordinates have indeed enhanced a bit compared to the past. However, even the enhanced Frieza force could never block my path. I'm merely curious about the method through which their strength was elevated. If I were to brazenly appear, I fear that objective would be unattainable, which is why I'm seeking a qualified partner. To be honest, I originally intended to take advantage of that human female being kidnapped to make a deal with you for her rescue. But now that the Saiyan who appeared has been defeated and the human female is safe, considering your strength, there's a high probability you can prevent me from doing the same thing to coerce you. I decided to change my bargaining chip for collaboration. We can share the method of enhancing strength. What do you think, Saiyan?" Sarodis put away his seemingly amused expression, regardless of whether the game's plot aligns with reality. Even if they are the same due to his habit of skipping through storylines while playing games, he had no memory of many plots, making it impossible to know whether the imposter was related to the man in the black robe. However, Daleth bore the aura of demons. He vaguely recalled that the plot seemed to connect Daleth with Frieza's imposter. Moreover, the Frieza Force minions he had seen in the ruins of the city and that Dodoria, who had been sent flying by Charlotte, bore the same aura, confirming that Sarodis' thoughts were correct. It was clear that Frieza was in control of the movements of the Frieza Force. It would be more convenient to cooperate with Frieza than to roam blindly like a headless fly searching for the imposter. Clearly, there were still some issues to consider. Let me think about it, okay? If it were Charlotte saying such a thing, Frieza would clearly not be polite, but he also couldn't gauge Sarodis' true strength. Though he prided himself on his overwhelming strength, it wouldn't be wise to get into a conflict with someone whose full strength was unclear while having a goal. Frieza thought this way and agreed to Sarodis' request to consider it. How about we meet tomorrow afternoon at that rocky mountain over there? Sarodis nodded. Seeing Sarodis agree, Frieza no longer lingered and left directly. After a moment of contemplation, Sarodis initiated communication with the demon world. It seemed Tawa was busy with something taking a long time to connect. Little one, have you found any new clues? I'm here to ask you if you've placed any other pieces in this timeline. The image clearly conveyed Tawa's actions, feigning a sorrowful expression. Do you not trust little old me? After all, we have had a close collaboration in the timeline of the evil god. Spare me that spiel. I discovered a batch of Frieza Force minions harboring demonic energy and a repulsive creature less worthy than a placenta here. They must have been empowered by demonic magic. If these guys aren't your pawns, then they should be connected to that black-robed man. Give me a serious answer. Sarodis wore an expression of displeasure. Were it not for this kind of matter, he wouldn't be inclined to contact his girlfriend. Previously, during his special training with Whis, he had somehow foolishly revealed his intention to undergo cultivation first to this witch. Since it was a serious matter, Tawa no longer teased Sarodis. Instead, she corrected her demeanor and answered Sarodis' question. My magic cannot transcend timelines to enhance so many people. Moreover, you can sense it yourself. That aura is different from the magic aura I wield, right? Sarodis snorted. Who knows if you're just putting on a facade? A little one, you can rest assured. As for what happens here, you are my only partner and hope. Sarodis clicked his tongue and ended the communication. While he held some credibility in Tawa's words, he still retained reservations about it. However, since Tawa had given a negative answer, and as she had said the aura he sensed was entirely different from Tawa's magical aura he had experienced in the evil god's timeline, he made a decision. For now, let's try teaming up. The Rocky Mountain in the afternoon of the second day. Sarodis arrived here as promised. Sarodis crossed his arms, leaning against a tall, protruding rock with his eyelids drooping. Of course, I'm surprised. It's hard to imagine that the dignified Emperor Frieza would personally come to welcome a wild monkey in his eyes, even if he might be a potential ally. Frieza's facial muscles twitched imperceptibly, yet he still wore a smiling face. It seems this Saiyan gentleman has quite a bit of opinion about me. It looks like you're not planning to accept my invitation. Sarodis shook his head. That's not it. I intend to accept your proposal to join forces. Oh, that's quite unexpected, Frieza said, putting on a look of great honor, bowing slightly as a lackey immediately brought 2 glasses of red wine. Then, in accordance with local customs, how about we toast to celebrate our alliance? Sarodis continued to shake his head, rejecting the proposal. From the 2 glasses of wine you've prepared, I don't think my acceptance was that unexpected for you, but I'll pass on the toast. Frieza did not seem surprised, taking a glass of red wine and waving for the lackey to step back. I must have been rude, or it seems I underestimated the intelligence of this temporary ally, the Saiyan gentleman. Although they were allies, the tone from both sides was filled with veiled hostility, leaving the lackeys still under Frieza's control wondering if these two truly had formed an alliance. Sarodis didn't feel he would lose in this verbal sparring against the Cosmic Emperor. He wanted to retort, but Frieza clearly did not want to waste time on such matters. Recovering his own standing was far more important. So, seizing the moment while Sarodis had yet to speak, Frieza changed the topic. By the way, I still don't know the name of my ally, sir. Sarodis, let's not waste time on trivialities. You tell me what your plan is, please. Frieza raised a finger, signaling a subordinate to come and take the wine glasses away. Yesterday, I already explained our current situation to you, Mr. Sarodis, but it wasn't too detailed, so I still need to clarify some points. However, Sarodis directly interrupted Frieza's lengthy discourse. I already know the general situation. You should know where their headquarters is, right? If we each charge in from different directions and capture the imposter impersonating you, wouldn't that be it? The wild monkey was indeed a wild monkey. The first thought that came to Frieza's mind was this. However, considering he still needed a competent fighter, he chose to endure and patiently explain to Sarodis. At present, aside from knowing that the enemy is my imposter who possesses methods to quickly enhance even Lackey's strength and some helpers not originally part of Frieza's army, we know nothing else. I think even if we are to act, we should at least clarify where these helpers come from and their strength, right? Frieza thought to himself how much easier it would be if Gine were here. He wouldn't need to ally with this damned wild monkey whose brain was filled with muscle. But what was Sarodis thinking in his heart? Besides regaining control of his Frieza force, Frieza had another goal: to obtain methods to enhance his strength, yet he was still being hunted by the current Frieza force. In such a situation, personally obtaining intelligence on methods to enhance strength was clearly very difficult. This was precisely why Frieza needed an ally with sufficient strength to act as a fighter. However, Sarodis had no interest in either of the two matters that Frieza cared about: regaining control of the Frieza force. Not to mention that Frieza wouldn't share his army with Sarodis. Even if he would, what would Sarodis want with these useless pawns? Methods to enhance strength. From the spirit tree fruits in Dale's hands, and the same demonic aura present on the lackeys of the imposter, it could be inferred. The methods to enhance strength over there were likely just the spirit tree fruits and demonic magic. Although it was still unclear how to cultivate spirit tree fruits on this pristine earth, it didn't matter. If Sarodis had the need, he could easily keep the seeds of spirit tree fruits after defeating Dale's twice, or choose to throw himself toward Tawa back in the space of the evil god. Since it didn't matter to Sarodis whether Frieza's two goals could be achieved, he naturally decided to propose a bold response method that suited his own interests. As for whether Frieza would agree, Sarodis thought it unlikely, but what did it matter? After all, from the past, present, and future, Sarodis would never have any good feelings towards Frieza. Although it wasn't suitable to clash with Frieza now, it wouldn't be a bad thing to annoy him, right? But Frieza was unaware of such thoughts. So, Mr. Emperor, you're not suggesting I fight according to your instructions, are you? If that's the case, then our cooperation can be terminated early. I'm not interested in being your subordinate. Frieza still wore a friendly smile. Haha, of course not. I will act as backup and move alongside you, Mr. Sarodis. After all, our fighting force is just the two of us. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to act alone as an ally, ho ho ho. Although Frieza was smiling, Sarodis could clearly tell from Frieza's occasionally clenched fists that he was quite displeased. If he annoys Frieza a few more times, would Frieza turn against him immediately? Although Sarodis was confident that Frieza before him was not his opponent, he was also determined to eventually eliminate him. However, he still needed to rely on Frieza's intelligence to investigate the true nature of his imposter. Then for now, let's act according to Frieza's wishes. With that thought, Sarodis shrugged. You'll reserve my opinion, but let's proceed with your plan for now. Very well, then we can begin our first step of action. But before we proceed, let me confirm something. You possess the ability to sense others' combat power, right? I inferred this from your performance yesterday, as you detected my whereabouts without relying on a detector, didn't you? This wasn't anything extraordinary, Sarodis nodded. Great. Then the first step will be much easier. For now, what we need to do is for me to reappear in the sight of the imposter and enable the soldiers who ceased their pursuit due to my concealment to act again. Of course, to prevent any unforeseen opponents that I might have trouble dealing with, I would appreciate it if Mr. Sarodis could secretly follow and intervene when necessary. Sarodis suddenly burst into laughter. I must ask, Frieza, do you really trust me to protect you? Perhaps I might just let you get half killed before I intervene, or simply allow your opponents to finish you off, you know. Frieza wore a meaningful expression, replying with a question. I don't think Mr. Sarodis is so bored as to have such a dark sense of humor, right? Sarodis remained non-committal, only smiling. Then I'll take my leave. First, do I ask Mr. Sarodis to follow me while keeping as much distance as possible? Without waiting for Sarodis' reply, Frieza transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the outside of the rocky mountain. Casting a glance back at the lackeys, they all turned pale and fled, not daring to provoke the Saiyan who had been at odds with Lord Frieza for some time, but had not yet engaged in battle. Seeing the lackeys scatter like birds, Sarodis shook his head, his gaze following Frieza's departing direction. I truly do apologize, I am quite the one with a dark sense of humor. Leisurely taking off, he followed Frieza's direction. Playing with the clouds and teasing the birds, Sarodis seemed to be on a leisurely trip along the way. Frieza's energy, has he activated his final form? Feeling the change in Frieza's energy, Sarodis released the bird he had been toying with. The energy has suddenly weakened again. How strange, who is he fighting? Curious, Sarodis increased his speed and quickly arrived near Frieza's current location. Lowering his energy to a minimum, Sarodis used pure physical strength to leap several times, diving into the tall trees and using the lush branches and leaves to conceal himself, looking in Frieza's direction. What he saw was that Frieza had indeed entered his final form and was panting heavily. Frieza's opponent made Sarodis chuckle. The Android 19, huh? No, wait, how did Frieza end up fighting this thing? Sarodis had a rather deep impression of this opponent from the original work, who faced Super Saiyan Vegeta for the first time. His evaluation of this thing's performance in the original work was simply 2 words: embarrassing. Confident when it first appeared, it ended up fleeing after having its arms, which housed energy absorption devices, broken by Vegeta. It's hard to believe that a purely mechanical being could even feel fear. One wonders what Dr. Gero was thinking to create such a design. However, since the opponent was an android, it also explained why it could only sense Frieza's energy fluctuations, but completely failed to detect his opponent. Considering Sarodis had sensed Frieza's energy fluctuations multiple times on his way here for fun, he guessed that Frieza was currently out of breath due to using his energy attack against 19, or perhaps due to being grabbed by 19's hands, which absorbed his energy, putting him at a disadvantage. But it seemed that Frieza wasn't injured at the moment, so Sarodis comfortably sat in the tree, enjoying the spectacle. As long as Frieza didn't lose his mind and start throwing planet-destroying attacks at 19, it seemed unlikely that he would get himself into trouble and lose his source of intelligence. While Sarodis was eager to find some snacks and enjoy a live performance, Frieza's gaze was locked on 19's hands. It seems you rely on some device in those hands to absorb my power. You're quite bold to dare absorb the strength of this cosmic emperor. Android 19 gently stroked its earrings, its expression confident, as if it held the whole world in its hands. I have records of you in Dr. Gero's database, Frieza the Cosmic Emperor. I've absorbed quite a bit of your energy just now. You are definitely not my opponent. Frieza sneered, slowing his breathing. No longer half kneeling, he straightened up. While I'm curious about who this doctor you mentioned is, let's put that aside for now. The first thing to correct is your mistake. You are definitely not my opponent. That phrase should be stated by me. Evidently, Frieza was also provoked by Android 19's arrogant tone, and he raised his hands, each supporting a rotating disc of energy, which was none other than the cutting disc. Seeing 19's astonished expression, Frieza's smile shifted from chilly and angry to confident. Oh, by your expression, it seems your doctor's database doesn't have this trick, does it? No matter the technique, as long as it's energy-based, I can absorb it. Android 19 shook off its astonishment and made a bold claim. Frieza threw the cutting disc from his hand, his smile gradually turning cruel. Then let's see. Oh, I look forward to the outcome of you not being able to absorb this move. Ho ho ho. Android 19 extended its hands, focusing intently on the incoming cutting disc, ready to absorb it at any moment. However, just as the cutting disc was about to collide with the absorption device on 19's hands, its expression turned excited. Frieza's hands abruptly raised and then fell, manipulating the cutting disc to halt just in time, and then angled downwards to cut. In a flash, the cutting disc sliced off Android 19's hands, whirling back to Frieza's grasp and slowly dissipating. With a mocking expression, Frieza looked at the panicked Android 19, who was staring at its severed hands, and his taunting words flowed out effortlessly. Oh, it seems you rely heavily on the database provided by your doctor to fight. Once an unpredictable move appears, you are completely at a loss. Ugh, ugh. Finally reacting, Android 19 turned to flee, but was tightly wrapped in Frieza's tail, which had moved rapidly to its front, lifting its overweight body. How interesting. Even a mere robot can be afraid and attempt to escape. But it's too late. It's time to repay the humiliation you just brought me. Frieza extended his hand, delivering a series of slaps to Android 19's face. After finishing the slaps, Frieza released his tail, kicking Android 19's body aside, causing it to impale into the mountain, forming a massive circular indentation. Android 19 attempted to struggle, but was firmly bound by Frieza's telekinesis. Frieza extended a hand, gathering a key blast, crackling with arcs of electricity. So how will you deal with this move without your energy absorption device? Frieza didn't need an answer from Android 19, as the key blast had already descended upon it at great speed, turning both Android 19 and the mountain it impaled into dust. What a spectacular battle, isn't it, Mr. Emperor? Frieza turned around, his smile forced. Oh, is that not my ally, Mr. Sarodis? When did you arrive here? Jumping down from the tree, Sarodis approached Frieza, stopping with his arms crossed, gazing up at the sky at an angle. I probably arrived when you were panting heavily, half kneeling on the ground, right? Frieza maintained this expression, looking at Sarodis, his large tail thrashing the ground ceaselessly. I must have looked a bit disheveled at that time, huh? I didn't expect you, Mr. Sarodis, to be so darkly humorous, not choosing to fulfill your responsibility to intervene, did you, eh? Sarodis stared at Frieza's gradually squinting eyes, the flames of energy surrounding him quietly rising. If Mr. Emperor finds it difficult to deal with such worthless scrap metal that can't absorb energy, feeling a bit disheveled, then our alliance can end here. Should I make a move? Frieza questioned himself internally, but he immediately dismissed the thought. This fragile alliance still had its necessity of existence. A mere third-rate nobody who appeared out of nowhere wasn't worth disrupting his plans. Haha, Mr. Sarodis truly has no sense of humor. I was merely making a small joke. Sarodis scoffed, casting a meaningful glance at Frieza. I just remembered something interesting. Frieza posed with feigned interest. Oh, what is it? The Emperor in my timeline found me quite humorous before battling me. The first phase of the action has come to an end and Mr. Sarodis has worked hard during this time. Frieza's faux smile has been seen many times by Sarodis over the past few days, so he wouldn't pay much attention to it, now waving his hand as he left the rocky mountain that served as Frieza's temporary base. Frieza had invited Sarodis to stay at his temporary base, but Sarodis declined. Although Frieza's temporary base had better living conditions than his own makeshift wooden hut, Sarodis ultimately was unwilling to stay under the same roof as Frieza. At this moment, Sarodis lay on the roof of the wooden hut gazing at the stars and the bright moon that quietly appeared as the night gradually enveloped this planet that was destined to remain unrestful for a long time, his thoughts surging like a tide. In these past few days, Frieza had been executing his first step plan, constantly appearing in the sight of the counterfeit-controlled army, drawing pursuers. In the midst of these countless chases, Frieza had been encountering the same opponent, Android 19. Each appearance of Android 19 showed an increase in basic strength compared to before. Even the last appearance of Android 19 was stronger than the initial one, having absorbed multiple attacks from Frieza. This only indicates that the androids are somehow connected to the counterfeit side. However, the last appearance of Android 19 was unusual for an android, as it could be sensed by Sarodis and carried a feeling of demonic magic. Sarodis didn't care how much stronger Android 19 could become. Scrap metal remains scrap metal no matter how much it is turned over. Yet this situation further convinced Sarodis that the counterfeit side must have a connection with the figure in the black robe who instigated this death battle and continuously fanned the flames of it. What could his true purpose be? His little girlfriend was in the dark, seemingly having some clues, but she always smiled and avoided the topic. Even when Sarodis suggested halting their cooperation, he only received a shrug in response, along with the words, "It's just not the right time to tell you, little one, don't be angry." The other party was a demon with magical prowess comparable to Tao's, and facing such a character, Sarodis might still need Tao's advice. He couldn't completely sever all ties with Tao, so he could only leave it unresolved and rely on known clues to make judgments. By the way, Charlotte and Jeffret. Sarodis slapped his forehead. He had been so focused on the dispute between the counterfeit and Frieza that he nearly fell into a mental stalemate. Although this death battle seemed somewhat different from the game plot, he knew the similar aura of Charlotte and Jeffret, and their connection to the figure in the black robe couldn't be ignored. Surely these two Saiyan brothers must have a significant connection to the purpose of this death battle. However, currently Jeffret's whereabouts were unknown, and while Charlotte occasionally appeared nearby for training, he couldn't gather clues from the current Charlotte. It seemed he could only wait to see if anything interesting could be obtained from Frieza. Sarodis. His thoughts were interrupted by two calls, and Sarodis leaped off the roof. Charlotte. Who's this guy? With blue skin, wearing a helmet, and floating two long swords nearby. Sarodis recalled that in the game plot, Charlotte had a companion named Zaha, who seemed to be this guy. However, despite the weak aura of this guy, he was different from ordinary demons, lacking the evil scent. Yet why did he still feel somewhat uncomfortable? Mr. Sarodis, the situation is urgent. Can we ask for your help? This is my newly acquainted partner, Zaha. We've run into big trouble. Could you help us? Indeed, it was Zaha, but this subtle feeling. Forget it, let's set this matter aside for now. Before seeking help, we should first explain the situation, right? Charlotte hadn't finished her sentence when Zaha interrupted. Let me explain. The reason Mr. Vis brought me, who doesn't know Mr. Sarodis at all, is precisely because you couldn't clarify how things came to be. TCH. Charlotte felt somewhat reluctant, but understood that they were in big trouble and that this wasn't the time for bravado. After Zaha's explanation, Sarodis had a grasp of Charlotte's current situation. Not long after Sarodis and Frieza joined forces, another Daleth appeared and kidnapped Bulma. According to Charlotte's supplementary explanation, that Daleth had a very similar aura to the one Sarodis had encountered. Of course, although Charlotte was initially anxious, it wasn't long before Bulma contacted Charlotte's group, informing them that although she had been captured, the other party's intention seemed merely to have her assist in research with no intention to harm her. With Bulma's suggestion, Charlotte and the others had Gak search for Bulma's location based on the clues she provided, while they continued to seek clues about the figure in the black robe as per Beer's request. However, on the way to search for clues, Charlotte encountered a sorcerer who without any warning summoned a massive monster with only its lower half to attack. The monster's speed and strength were incredibly formidable, and it could even dissolve into nothingness when attacked. This description reminded Sarodis of the illusion demon Hildag in the Dragon Fist Burst movie. However, the appearance of Hildag wasn't particularly surprising, and Sarodis didn't worry. But the next events made Sarodis uneasy. A Scion couple happened to encounter Charlotte, who was being pursued by Hildag. The male Scion transformed into a Super Saiyan and blocked Hildag, giving Charlotte a moment to catch her breath. This male Scion looked exactly like Son Goku, except he had a scar on his face, and his eyes appeared fiercer than Son Goku's. Based on this description, Sarodis was certain this couple must be Bardock and Gine. Hildag was a formidable enemy defeated by Son Goku when he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 using the Dragon Fist in the movie. Even if the opponent was only half a body and far inferior to the complete form, dealing with someone who could only transform into a Super Saiyan would likely be quite challenging for Bardock, especially since Gine was also by his side. However, Sarodis felt relieved that during the entanglement of Charlotte and Bardock, Zaha used magic to create an illusion, deceiving the illusory demon that escaped the sorcerer's sight, allowing them to flee the battlefield. Upon returning to the town and reuniting with Beerus, the two hurriedly sought Sarodis' help under Whis' guidance. Lord Beerus cannot take action due to the need to guard against the figure in the black robe, and Mr. Whis and Son Goku are the same. The only one I know who can help us now is you, Sarodis. Charlotte's expression was one of reluctance, how he wished he could defeat the illusory demon himself. But time was pressing, and the illusory demon's pursuit could arrive at any moment. With their strongest ally unable to act, they could only seek help from the strong ones they knew. In any case, take me to find Bardock first. Charlotte and Zaha exchanged glances, and Zaha spoke up, "All right, Mr. Sarodis, please follow us." During the flight, Sarodis felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, he was the one who first discovered the clues about the figure in the black robe, but investigating the black robe wasn't a matter of 1 or 2 days. Why did he choose to collaborate with Frieza to save effort, instead of seeking Bardock and Gine first? If he had gone to find Bardock's trail from the start, perhaps he would have encountered Bardock and Gine before meeting Hildag, and wouldn't have to let Bardock confront such a formidable enemy. "You silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Are we some babies that need care? Bardock chose to participate in this death battle. He is of course prepared to die here. I came with Bardock, so I too am ready to face death. You have your own life and things to do, so don't feel guilty over such matters." Upon seeing Bardock and Gine joyfully grabbed Sarodis' hand and asked about his experiences after leaving Planet Vegeta all those years ago and how he ended up here. Sarodis had nothing to hide from Bardock and Gine, recounting his journey from crossing to the realm of the evil god and meeting Tawa, until now, his eyes glistening with tears as he apologized for not searching for them sooner. This prompted Gine to say. Bardock snorted in response. "You little brat, with so much trouble on your shoulders, you still have time to worry about us. You should worry more about yourself." Sarodis was momentarily speechless. Gine smiled and got up to pour Sarodis a cup of hot water. "All right, Bardock, don't pick on him. This child is also worried about us." Bardock did not respond to Gine's words. "And as for saying you want to avenge us by defeating that monster Hildag, my opponent must be dealt with by me. And you two, Charlotte and Zaha, are not allowed to intervene. Once I recover, I will take care of that guy myself." However, Sarodis firmly rejected Bardock's request. "I will handle the illusory demon." If it were simply Bardock's own opponent, he could watch him resolve it himself. But that guy dared to hurt Sister Gine, and I will never forgive him. Charlotte and the others may not have noticed, but Gine might have been unwilling to speak, yet how could Sarodis not notice? Although on the surface Gine seemed unharmed, her weak aura suggested she had suffered injuries at the hands of the illusory demon. Sarodis would never believe otherwise. Bardock still wanted to say something, but Sarodis preemptively cut him off. "No one can stop me from avenging my sister, no one." Bardock for a moment didn't know how to stop Sarodis. Indeed, vengeance for his sister was a compelling reason. Bardock sighed, "If you can't defeat that guy, I won't let you off the hook." Gine watched Sarodis with concern. "Little Sarodis, that monster is very strong. Are you really okay?" Sarodis forced a smile. "Don't worry, Sister Gine, I won't overestimate my abilities." Finally, Charlotte found an opportunity to speak. "You can't decide this alone, or I want to fight too." Zaha quickly tugged at Charlotte's sleeve. "It seems Mr. Sarodis is quite resolute. It's probably better not to get involved." Sarodis glanced at the whispering Zaha and the unwilling Charlotte. "If that guy is indeed, as I suspect, the illusory demon Hildag, your interference will only affect my battle." Charlotte was indignant, but Sarodis ignored him. "I will keep watch outside tonight to prevent that guy from barging in. If that guy doesn't come tonight, tomorrow morning, Charlotte, you should find an open area and unleash your energy to the maximum to see if you can draw him out. I don't have time to wait for him." Without waiting for a response, Sarodis left the room and jumped onto the roof. The 4 people in the room exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, and could only disperse. On the roof, Sarodis crossed his arms, leaning against the lightning rod, eyes closed as he spoke. "You can't be here just to look at the stars, can you?" Zaha, who had also arrived on the roof at some point, heard this and responded with a wry smile. "That monster is terrifyingly strong. Although Mr. Whis said Mr. Sarodis is very powerful. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. If Mr. Sarodis' strength isn't enough to handle that monster, I can't let him go alone to his death. He slightly lifted his eyelids. Can I take this as you wanting to test my strength? Zaha felt the heat radiating from the energy blade, and his pupils constricted. When did I? Sarodis sneered, retracting the energy blade, his voice cold. Although you are Charlotte's companion and don't seem to be an evil person, the aura you give off is reminiscent of someone I despise. My mood is not good right now, demon. Do not provoke me. I'm not a good person like Charlotte. Jumping off the roof, Sarodis' voice echoed in the air. If you like staying on the roof, then enjoy it. To be honest, I don't really like you, and I can't guarantee I won't make a move against you. Screams and wails. In the night, the city ignited with towering flames as countless ordinary people fled in all directions. At the top of a tall building, a small figure bent with age exuded dark energy, his expression frenzied. Ha ha, wreak havoc everywhere, harvest despair, and fear to grow stronger, Hildegarde. The half-body of the phantom demon rampaged through the town, guided by magic, continuously destroying everything in sight. The small figure danced with glee, unaware that the tall hat on his head had fallen off, his aged face twisted under the moonlight. So, does this wizard really think that with just a mere half-body of a demon, he can dominate this deadly battle? Influenced by the dark energy, the wizard, deeply immersed in the pleasure of casually controlling the half-body demon, heard the question and answered without a hint of hesitation or thought. Of course, half a body is not enough for that. I still need to find a way to unlock the seal of this music box to unite the upper and lower halves of the phantom demon. At that time, no one will be my opponent, ha ha ha. Only after finishing his words did the mad wizard realize that, let alone his companions who were also dark wizards who had perished thousands of years ago, he was the only one left alive. Even if this deadly battle had traversed 1,000 years bringing them to this era, how could those companions ask such a trivial question? Who are you? Finally alert, the wizard leaped several times, landing on the lightning rod of the tall building, looking in the direction of the voice that had just asked the question. What caught his eye was a young man with his arms crossed, a cold expression, and a monkey tail behind him that swayed uneasily. Battle race, Saiyan Sarodis. Thanks to your beloved half-body demon, my sister and brother-in-law are not lightly injured, are they? While relentlessly pursuing Charlotte, the dark wizard controlling the half-body demon could not remember how many lives he had taken, but he did have some impression of the couple with monkey tails, just like the youth before him. That male with a crab head was certainly no match for the half-body demon, but that golden shining form was clearly something he could not handle alone. Seeing that the young man dared to approach despite the injuries on that couple, he must have some confidence that it was better to be cautious. Regaining some rationality, the dark wizard called the phantom demon to turn around and come to his side, then looked back at the young man with reassurance. Sarodis allowed the phantom demon to approach, but made no move. Before we start, let me give you a piece of advice. I am in a bad mood right now. A mere half-body phantom demon doesn't even qualify to be my punching bag. You'd better stop this pointless destruction quickly and find a way to restore the phantom demon completely. Otherwise, I will unleash the wrath that the phantom demon cannot bear upon you, you worthless bug. With the phantom demon right behind him, the dark wizard felt emboldened. After being insulted and belittled by Sarodis, his rationality was once again driven away by dark energy, and the snapped string urged him to issue commands to the phantom demon. Dare to underestimate me and my Hildegarde. Eliminate him, Hildegarde. As the dark wizard commanded, the half-body demon swung its spiked tail towards the seemingly insignificant Sarodis. Sarodis squinted his eyes, confusion filling his tone. So why do you garbage always refuse to listen to others? As his words fell, the tail of the half-body demon pierced through Sarodis' figure. The dark wizard's face revealed an excited expression. What big talk? You were still taken down with a single move by my Hildegarde, how ridiculous, ha ha. A light sigh floated in the air as Sarodis stood atop another high building, pitying the dark wizard, who could not see the situation. The pierced Sarodis was merely a residual shadow left by his high-speed movement. Then let me show you the power of a Saiyan. Sarodis raised his right hand, clenching it tightly in front of his chest. Hiya. Refugees who had fled the city felt an instinctive urge and looked up. In the center of the city, before the terrifying monster that destroyed their homes and took the lives of their loved ones, a ball of golden light shone like the sun, dispelling the fear that lingered in the night. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sarodis' figure suddenly surrounded the half-body demon. With a powerful punch, the half-body demon instinctively turned into nothingness, escaping the encirclement of countless Sarodis. Too slow. Perhaps only the lower half of the phantom demon could not hear Sarodis' voice. But it didn't matter, as Sarodis still habitually taunted. Following the taunt, Sarodis delivered a kick like a battle axe. The half-body demon, which had not yet fully materialized in midair, crashed down under Sarodis' kick, twisting and writhing, then fell still. Sarodis glanced at the half-body demon, which resembled a dead corpse and floated before the dazed dark wizard. So how about it? Now you should understand that your reliance is as insignificant as mere sand, not even a fraction of me. I will give you one last chance, find the other half, unite the phantom demon, and then come back for revenge. The dark wizard in a daze pounded his chest in despair. Hildergan, how could this be? That damn hero, if I could have captured him back then. Sarodis shook his head upon hearing this. It seems you can't restore the demon to its complete form, can you? Not receiving a response, Sarodis clicked his tongue, raising his hand as the energy ball began to gather. Then I guess you must go to hell to confess to the king of hell why you provoked me, and also apologize to those innocent people who died because of you. Yet Sarodis still felt a pent-up energy in his chest that he could not release. Even if he killed an incomplete enemy, it would not quell the anger within him. If he let go of this useless being before him, just by looking at the shattered scenery around, one could tell that such disasters would continue to descend upon this planet. Sarodis could be indifferent to tragedies that did not happen before his eyes, and could refuse to lend a hand to disasters that were none of his business. But that did not mean he could accept sending disasters to innocent, ordinary people with his own hands. Well, after dealing with this guy, he would go see Frieza and see if there are any enemies that could cause a commotion in the next step of his plan. With this in mind, the energy ball in his hand was about to fall. Yet unexpectedly, the energy ball in Sarodis' hand dissipated, and the expression on the dark wizard's face changed from bleak to furious, then to joy. All of this was due to the sound of a flute that resounded throughout the city. The melody was melodious and lingering, yet filled with a taste of sadness. Sarodis recognized it, and the dark wizard naturally recognized it too. That flute sound was the hero's flute, capable of restraining and sealing the phantom demon. Following the sound of the flute, the one bearing a long sword playing the flute and resembling the East Kaishin was none other than the hero Tapio, who housed the upper half of the phantom demon within himself. Don't you want to see the complete form of Hildergan? Quickly knock that guy out. As long as he faints, Hildergan's upper half will appear immediately. Hurry, hurry. Sarodis gazed at the dark wizard with cold eyes, suddenly laughed, revealing an expression of anticipation. Is it that simple? Yes, yes. The dark wizard's voice was filled with excitement and yearning. It's that simple. As long as you knock that guy out, the seal on Hildergan will weaken. With the upper and lower halves closed, sensing each other's existence, the upper half will break free from the weakened seal, unite with the lower half, and become the strongest true phantom demon Hildergan in the entire universe. Clearly, this excitement and yearning was like a drowning person seeing a floating piece of wood, desperately wanting to seize the chance for survival. However, it was evident that the dark wizard mistook straw for wood. Sarodis retracted his anticipatory expression, revealing a cold smile. Since the phantom demon can automatically merge, what use do you have? What? The energy ball in Sarodis' hand, which had just dissipated, gathered once more and fell unhesitatingly upon the dark wizard. In the instant that death descended, the last thought that spiraled in the dark wizard's mind was, my dream of dominating the universe. Sarodis shook his hand and turned to look in the direction of the hero Tapio, a bemused expression appearing on his face. The hero Tapio was actually attempting to seal the lower half of the phantom demon into his own body, and the lower half, which had already been rendered immobile by Sarodis, was indeed powerless to resist allowing itself to be sealed within. But what about the upper half within his body? Once merged within the seal, both would become one. Sarodis could sense that the energy of this hero was not particularly strong. As a vessel for sealing a half-body was manageable, but sealing an entire phantom demon. Golden flames ignited, and Sarodis instantly arrived beside the hero, snatching the flute that was still being played. What are you doing? The key item was taken, and the hero immediately reacted, drawing his long sword and demanding to know. Sarodis glanced at the flute he had just snatched, examined it, then threw it back to Tapio, spreading his hands. Don't worry, I mean no harm. I just want to stop you from throwing your life away. What do you mean? The hero caught the returned flute, relaxing his guard slightly, but still frowned. Sarodis was never one to want to be a hero, but that did not stop him from having a great fondness for heroes. Evidently, the hero before him was indeed a hero. Thus, Sarodis patiently began to explain to the hero. You should be most aware of your own situation. The other half of the phantom demon sealed within you has been restless, wanting to break free from its restraints, hasn't it? Tapio's expression became even more tense. So you also intend to acquire Hildergan's power? Don't misunderstand, the dark wizard controlling Hildergan's other half was just eliminated by me. This immobile lower half is of course my doing. Although I indeed want you to release the half-demon within you, I have no interest in acquiring Hildergan's power. What I want to do is to completely eliminate this cosmic garbage. Tapio remained skeptical, but slowly extended his long sword. If you want to eliminate Hildergan, all you have to do is seal Hildergan's lower half into my body, then kill me with this sword, and Hildergan will naturally disappear forever with me. Perhaps after enduring the hardships of being a sealing vessel for so long, there was a hint of impatience for liberation in Tapio's voice. Sarodis shook his head, raising 2 fingers. First, this guy hurt my sister and brother-in-law. I won't let this guy die so easily. If I cannot defeat him, I will not be able to quell my anger. After saying this, Sarodis lowered 1 finger. Second, I dislike seeing heroes sacrifice themselves. Coincidentally, I consider you a hero, so even without the first reason, I wouldn't kill you. The 2 pairs of eyes met, and under Sarodis' burning gaze, Tapio ultimately chose to back down. Alright, but as long as you can't defeat Hildergan, I will immediately seal Hildergan into my body. At that time, you must kill me. You can't let Hildergan wreak havoc. Sarodis grinned. Don't worry. But before you release his upper half, we need to change locations. Although this city has been heavily damaged, it can still be repaired. It wouldn't be good if a complete phantom demon were to wreak havoc here. Sarodis raised his hand, golden energy transforming into seemingly tangible ropes that bound the lower half, which had finally calmed down, struggling to stand again. Follow me. On the way out of the city, Sarodis still had the leisure to chat with Tapio. To Sarodis' surprise, Tapio was not invited to participate in this deadly battle. Like in the theatrical version, after sealing the half-body of the demon into his own body to prevent the other half from getting too close and causing resonance, Tapio requested the priest to seal him and his brother in 2 special music boxes, banishing them to different galaxies. When he discovered the music box was damaged and he emerged from the seal, he was already here, and the first one he encountered was the dark wizard controlling the lower half of the phantom demon. When I saw the lower half, I knew my brother might have already. But I could not just die like that. I still had things to do. So I escaped from the dark wizard's grasp, following him from a distance, looking for an opportunity to seal the lower half back into my body and find someone to kill me. I threw the bound phantom demon's lower half into the desolate wilderness, patting Tapio on the shoulder as I slowly descended. This is good. No matter how much chaos ensues, it won't affect the city. Tapio looked at Sarodis, his tone serious. Then please be careful. Along the way, too many humans have fallen victim to Hildergan's evil hands. If possible, I don't want to see anyone sacrificed apart from myself. Sarodis said nothing. Just by talking, this hero probably would never believe that someone could overpower the complete form of Hildergan, would he? Even though he had witnessed himself easily overpowering the half-body Hildergan, didn't he still not completely believe it until now? Then let's give this hero a little Saiyan shock. Are you ready? Sarodis grinned as golden energy erupted. I was ready long ago. After receiving a positive response from Sarodis, Tapio no longer resisted the fatigue, allowing it to flood into his mind as he fell into a deep sleep. The upper body of the illusion demon eagerly broke the seal, glanced at Sarodis, and quickly merged with its lower body before stomping down towards Tapio. Beast, who allowed you to ignore me? Sarodis flickered and appeared in front of the illusion demon. His fist, small compared to the illusion demon's enormous size, struck down. A pained roar erupted, and before the illusion demon's foot could land, it fell backward. After the illusion demon fell, it ceased all movement, leaving Sarodis puzzled. However, sensing the continuously changing aura of the illusion demon, Sarodis began to understand. It seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Well, that's fine. The illusion demon's transformation proceeded rapidly. Sarodis merely moved Tapio to a slightly farther location and witnessed the illusion demon emerge from its chrysalis. Roar! A deafening roar echoed as the illusion demon flapped its wings and charged at Sarodis. Boom! Seeing this, Sarodis couldn't help but grin, his aura taking on a rose gold hue. Super Saiyan Rose Gold, here I come. Kneeling, he pressed his feet against the ground and suddenly exploded forward. Like a cannonball, Sarodis barreled straight into the illusion demon. This time, the illusion demon evaded Sarodis' strike, transforming into a swirling mist at a speed previously unimaginable, then rematerializing behind Sarodis to unleash a torrent of flames. Had Sarodis been in Super Saiyan 1 state, he would have needed to defend passively at this moment. But in Rose Gold state, Sarodis was far stronger than in Super Saiyan 1, turning, raising his hand, and firing a ki blast. The small ki blast only briefly held its ground against the flames before effortlessly shattering them. However, the transformed illusion demon was no mere pushover. Upon the flames shattering, it ceased its ki output and transformed back into mist, floating behind Sarodis to deliver a powerful punch. Sarodis turned to meet the punch. A terrifying wave of energy surged through the wilderness. The rolling hills were obliterated by the force. At a time like this, you can't turn into nothingness, can you? The illusion demon roared, feeling the strength of Sarodis' fist continuously adding to its own power. Sarodis, however, sneered, shifting the force of his fist downward. Swish! The illusion demon's increased force was no longer countered by Sarodis, causing its body to stumble forward. Sarodis appeared overhead, raising one hand. It seems that even after transformation you have nothing that interests me. Without special abilities you are just a beast that can take a beating. Die. A massive ki blast crackling with arcs of electricity descended upon the illusion demon. Boom. Dense dust spread out, but Sarodis did not revert to his normal state. Instead, he carefully sensed the smoke. I thought who it was turns out to be the invincible cockroach god. Humans should show respect to the divine. An angry voice emerged from the smoke. Though he had only seen it once, Sarodis recognized this tone and voice. Breaking through the smoke, the figure was none other than Zama's, who had previously crossed paths with Sarodis. Human, I'm taking this beast away. Oh, as long as you don't interfere, I won't pursue the disrespect you showed to the divine. Sarodis chuckled coldly. Are you kidding? I called you God just for fun, and you took it seriously. Zama's expression twisted in anger. Clearly furious. Human. Sarodis wore a scornful smile. What's wrong? If I want to make a move, can you stop me? Zama's gaze shifted to the side of Sarodis, suddenly changing from anger to ease. Human, you overestimate your power. I, with my immortal body, can take whoever I want. What can you do with your trivial divine energy? Sarodis twisted his neck. Is that so? Then why don't we give it a try? Sarodis flickered and appeared before Zama's, extending his hand. Before Zama's could react, Sarodis grabbed him by the head and lifted him up. An immortal body doesn't mean your strength is enough to fight me. You're a piece of trash, and the last time I didn't fight you was just due to poor timing, not because I was afraid of you, you dog. With a powerful squeeze of his hand around Zama's head, it burst open like a watermelon. Turning around, he delivered a kick. Sarodis' leg sliced through like a blade, brutally cleaving Zama's body in half at the waist. The roaring illusion demon soared upward, clasping its hands together, attempting to seize this opportunity to grab Sarodis. Sarodis stood firm, unleashing a loud shout. Huh! A fierce, invisible shockwave erupted, forcefully knocking the illusion demon's hands away. Relying on his immortal body, Zama's quickly recovered, flying upward. Seizing the moment after Sarodis unleashed the invisible shockwave, he clung tightly to Sarodis. Illusion demon, now obey the will of the divine and attack me and this human. The illusion demon didn't understand, but still recognized the opportunity, swinging its tail to stab towards the seemingly immobile Sarodis. Sarodis laughed coldly, utterly unafraid. You think with your little strength you can restrain my movements? Haha, human, why don't you try to break free from my grasp? Sarodis did not respond. His energy erupted, and with forceful arms he tore Zama's hands apart, then seized Zama's, who was dulled by pain, using his body as a pivot to flip upward, letting Zama's cling to the illusion demon's tail as they sped forward. Gathering strength, he swung his fist, taking advantage of Zama's being unable to materialize, while clinging to the tail, crashing into the illusion demon. This ends now. Sarodis brought his hands together, raising them high before bringing them down. Trillion flash. A violent blue-gold ki wave enveloped in a misty rose-gold hue surged towards the illusion demon. In this move, Sarodis was using all his strength. He had refrained from striking before, but now that he wanted to see if Zama's immortal body could withstand his attack. However, this test clearly could not continue. A figure clad in black appeared before Zama's, and the illusion demon arms spread in a flower-like pose at his waist. Kamehameha. The dark red Kamehameha collided with Sarodis' trillion flash, neutralizing the attack. Sarodis squinted slightly. Oh, that piece of trash who steals mortal power has arrived. Humans starting a battle now would likely be detrimental for both of us, wouldn't it? Black Goku, compared to the original Zama's, seemed much calmer, speaking to interrupt the battle. However, it was clear that his intentions had fallen short. Sarodis did not wish to cease fighting, and the equally irrational illusion demon shared the same sentiment. Roaring, it took flight again and attacked Sarodis, who had dealt it significant damage. Black Goku's expression soured. Before Sarodis could make a move, he unleashed a barrage of ki blasts, all striking the illusion demon at the moment of its attack. Beast as prey, you have no right to act fierce here. The illusion demon cried out in despair as it was struck by Black Goku's attacks, crashing back to the ground. The thing that interrupted his speech was knocked down, and Black Goku nodded in satisfaction, turning again to Sarodis. Human, defeating it here wouldn't be fun for you, would it? It seems this fellow isn't within your Human Zero plan. You who wish to reshape the world would actually protect such a thing. Black Goku's pupils constricted. It seems my partner was right. You are indeed a special human. We've never seen you before. How do you know our plan? Sarodis looked at the serious expression on Black Goku's face, and the Zamas flying towards them, suddenly adopting a cheerful demeanor. Since you can enhance this beast's power, I don't mind you taking it. Very well, human. Black Goku stopped Zamas, who was eager to engage in battle with Sarodis, using a method similar to Sarodis to restrain the wailing herdkin preparing to leave. Human, when we meet again, I will certainly deliver punishment for your disrespect towards the divine. Zama's left with a threat. Sarodis simply smirked in derision before turning to walk in the direction of Tapio. As Sarodis took a step forward, Black Goku waved his hand, opening a shimmering rift like a starry sky, and entered it with Zama's, while slowly retracting the ropes made of ki that bound the illusion demon. However, the two self-important gods had not anticipated that the moment Sarodis turned swiftly upon their entrance into the rift, he raised his hand, unleashing a violent ki wave that surged towards Herdgen. Boom. Unable to transform into nothingness to evade Sarodis' attack, the bound Herdgen exploded into dust. From within the rift, Zama's furious voice echoed. Human, you've gone back on your word. Sarodis sneered. My battle with this beast isn't for fun, oh, it's merely revenge. Besides, I don't like you two pieces of trash. Get lost, you two bastard gods. Zama's head poked out from the rift, preparing to charge at Sarodis. But Black Goku reached out firmly, holding Zama's back and leading him away. Sarodis watched the rift slowly close, scoffing, and no longer paid attention as he walked toward Tapio, leaving the hero to sleep here. In an unguarded state, if any villain were to pass by and participate in this fierce battle, it wouldn't be good. In the ice continent, the rift opened on this side, and Black Goku tightly gripped Zama's as they stepped out. Angrily, Zama's shook off Black Goku's hand, demanding an explanation. Why did you stop me from fighting that human? Black Goku remained calm, countering with a question. Partner, you haven't forgotten our goal, have you? Zama stared at Black Goku, fell silent for a moment, then replied. Of course not. This time we need to obtain secrets and the Super Dragon Balls from that black-robed person. Black Goku nodded. Exactly, so we absolutely cannot engage that human in battle here. His power is formidable, and since you fought him, you should know his fighting style is different from Sun Wukong and the others. It's likely that even together we cannot ensure we can take him down safely. We can only rely on Potara. Then let's use Potara. If we fuse using Potara, our powers will attract the black-robed person's caution. Have you forgotten our goal? Zama's choked on his words, his expression shifting from red to green. Ultimately, he chose to compromise. Fine. Then once we've acquired everything from the black-robed person, the first thing we must do is eliminate that disrespectful human. Humph. Only then did Black Goku breathe a sigh of relief. On the surface, it seemed he had no trouble after negating Sarodis' trillion flash with his Kamehameha in Super Saiyan Rose state, but he knew that was merely a facade. That single Kamehameha had been his all-out effort. Everything would have to wait until the preliminary preparations for the plan were fully in place. Back to Sarodis' side. Sarodis was currently returning to the town where Bardock was carrying the unconscious Tapio. After handing Tapio over to Gine and informing Bardock that the illusion demon had been dealt with, Sarodis was now in communication with his little girlfriend. Is it Zama's? The supreme Kai of time from the time realm furrowed her brow. This is a troublesome character. If that guy really allies with the black-robed person. Sarodis chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I will figure something out. Seeing the confidence on Sarodis' face, the girl relaxed her furrowed brow. Regardless, Uncle must respond cautiously. The situation over there seems to be getting increasingly complicated. All right, I understand. After ending the communication, Sarodis pondered and contacted the demon realm. Little one, judging by your appearance, did you gain something this time? Sarodis did not hold back, explaining to Tawa about Zama's and Black Goku's appearance. Tawa, unlike his little girlfriend, showed no concern for the troublesome alliance between the black-robed person and Zama's. I know that guy. Even if they ally with the black-robed person in the end, they will probably stab each other in the back. That might even be good for us, you know. Hehe. Sarodis couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He had to admit that Tawa's reasoning was quite sound. Emerging from Dr. Gallo's research facility, Sarodis felt an emptiness in his abdomen as hunger surged within him. By the time he calculated, even if he hurried back home, mealtime had already passed. It's better not to trouble Sister Gine for another meal, he muttered to himself casually, selecting a picturesque spot and retrieving a box of universal capsules from his pocket. These capsules were filled to the brim with various foods which Sarodis did not acquire from Bulma. While searching for food in the wild wasn't particularly difficult for him, with such convenient items available, there was no need to waste energy. Essentially, Sarodis was a slacker. Apart from matters of personal interest, he preferred to avoid exertion. Sister Gine, who had cared for Sarodis since childhood, was well aware of this. Likewise, she understood that Sarodis had his own responsibilities in this deadly battle and might not always be by her side. Thus, in those days, she asked Bulma to pack a generous supply of food in capsules for Sarodis to take with him. He tossed a capsule into the air. As the smoke dissipated, a table laden with a sumptuous feast appeared. Rubbing his face, Sarodis eagerly began to indulge. Well, it was considered lunch. However, it seemed that Sarodis had exhausted his luck while searching for clues today. He had barely taken a few bites before misfortune struck. Boom. The falling attack posed no threat to Sarodis, but the scattered dust enveloped the food laid bare in the open air. The corner of Sarodis' mouth twitched. Although there was still plenty of food in the capsules, his pleasant lunch was interrupted. TCH, a bunch of scrap metal robots. No wonder I can't sense any aura. Sarodis scanned the swarm of robots, emerging, his mouth twitching as a brilliant flame ignited within him. The robots, of course, remained indifferent to Sarodis' anger. They only knew that their target Sarodis had not been taken down by their attack, which meant they needed to continue their assault. Raising their mechanical arms, the robots opened fire on Sarodis once again. Sarodis spat out a mouthful of saliva and spread his hands. An invisible shockwave met the energy blast, shooting towards him from all directions, deflecting them all back into the robot swarm. The explosive blasts leveled the nearby woods. However, the robot's armor clearly surpassed their attack power, as the rebounding energy blasts caused no damage to them. With the energy attack failing, the robots immediately changed their tactics. The energy launchers on their mechanical arms retracted, replaced by mechanical claws, which swung towards Sarodis on steel cables. Sarodis sneered. "You rusty scraps think you can dance." In a flash, just as the mechanical claws were about to descend upon him, Sarodis soared into the sky at great speed, causing the robots' attacks to miss entirely. Detecting Sarodis' ascent, several robots that hadn't yet attacked also took to the sky, swinging their mechanical arms in an attempt to slam Sarodis back to the ground. The remaining robots swung their cables, launching their mechanical claws towards Sarodis once more. The robots' countermeasures were indeed commendable, but how could Sarodis' power be something these rusty scraps could handle? He fired 2 energy blasts that exploded in midair. The mechanical claws, having lost sight of their target, not only failed to hit Sarodis, but instead landed on the robots attempting to intercept him, tearing them to shreds. As his lunch hour was interrupted, Sarodis paid no mind to protecting the surrounding environment, unleashing countless energy blasts that fell like raindrops. The violent explosions echoed continuously, scattering mechanical parts everywhere. After the barrage of small energy blasts cleared the ground, Sarodis unleashed a powerful energy wave. Under such a fierce assault, even the ground was stripped away and the vast number of robots was naturally reduced to cosmic dust, vanishing without a trace. Once the dust from the attack settled, Sarodis was finally satisfied to land back on the ground. Monkey's quite capable, A shimmering figure unexpectedly appeared in Sarodis' line of sight. Squinting, Sarodis' tail involuntarily flicked, recognizing the name of the person before him. "Are you Gula? I see those robots are your subordinates." The metallic Gula swung his tail, striking the ground, a smile spreading across his face. "It seems you know my name." "That's right, I am Gula, but a more powerful metallic version." Sarodis sneered, clenching his fists. "Whether you're metallic Gula or some deadhead, your subordinates disturbed my meal, wasting my food, and my anger hasn't subsided yet. Ill use your body to bear this wrath." Sarodis' aura ignited once more, and he stopped wasting time talking to metallic Gula, launching his attack directly. Seeing Sarodis charging at him, metallic Gula's mainframe rapidly calculated Sarodis' attack trajectory, crossing his arms in front of himself to block the incoming strike. However, although metallic Gula predicted Sarodis' attack point accurately, Sarodis' fist ignored Gula's defenses, directly breaking his forearm and continuing through Gula's body. "If you're this weak, don't embarrass yourself by coming out, you worthless piece of junk." Sarodis appeared behind Gula, folding his arms and delivering this remark. A surge of metallic threads erupted from Gula's broken body, reconnecting the shattered parts. Turning to face Sarodis, once more, Gula still wore a confident smile. "Not bad, wild monkey, managing to break through my defenses, but such attacks can't eliminate me." Sarodis glanced at Gula with disdain in his tone. "Just wanted to punch you a few more times to vent my anger. Stop pretending to be tough, you cosmic trash." Though he didn't fully understand what Sarodis meant by pretending to be tough, the term cosmic trash successfully enraged metallic Gula, causing him to vanish from sight. Clang. Sarodis not only did not move his feet, but even neglected to take a defensive stance, allowing metallic Gula to kick him from behind. The sound of metal clashing against flesh echoed, but Sarodis remained unmoved, instead sending metallic Gula flying back from the recoil. Metallic Gula squinted his eyes, wrapping his long tail around Sarodis, turning to face him directly, and conjured a shimmering energy blast to press down upon Sarodis. Faced with such an attack, Sarodis finally took action. The blazing aura expanded, breaking the metallic tail that bound him. With a speed Gula couldn't comprehend, Sarodis reached out and seized Gula's wrist. The energy blast was just a few centimeters from Sarodis' face, but no matter how hard Gula tried, he couldn't free himself from Sarodis' grip to press the blast against Sarodis' face. Sarodis grinned. "We Scions don't like to eat such things, so why don't you try it yourself?" Gradually increasing the pressure, Sarodis turned Gyula's hand, bringing the energy blast into a close encounter with Gyula's own face. Ignoring the impact of the explosion, Sarodis delivered an elbow strike to metallic Gyula's waist, followed by a sweeping kick that knocked Gyula to the ground. As the sweeping kick landed, Sarodis' left foot sent metallic Gyula into the air. At the same time, Sarodis formed an energy blast in his hand. However, before this energy blast could be released, a golden energy wave flew in from the distant horizon, exploding metallic Gyula into pieces. Following this, a voice reached Sarodis' ears. Magic flash. Sarodis furrowed his brow, sensing an aura that rivaled Bardock's. From this aura, Sarodis sensed a steadiness remarkably similar to what he had felt when he first met Trunks. Combined with the name Magic Flash, Sarodis had some guesses about the identity of the newcomer. Are you alright, friend? HM. A Saiyan. The person who appeared in Sarodis' line of sight wore a martial arts uniform similar to Goku's, with several scars on his face that hadn't fully healed. The empty sleeve on his left arm confirmed Sarodis' guess. He was future Gohan from the same timeline as future Trunks. Future Gohan carefully sensed Sarodis' aura. After a moment, he slightly bowed towards Sarodis, even apologizing. Metallic Gyula's instant transmission is truly troublesome. One misstep allowed him to slip from my tracking. I apologize for any inconvenience caused to you. My name is Son Gohan. Are you also a participant in this deadly battle? Sarodis waved his hand. Although he didn't regard the progress of this tragic warrior, who continued to resist against the ravages of the artificial beings in a world of despair, as impressive, Gohan's sense of responsibility was enough to earn Sarodis' respect. Sarodis also a Saiyan. It hasn't been too much trouble, it's just that guy's scrap metal subordinate spoiled my lunch and interrupted my mealtime. Even the composed future Gohan couldn't help but twitch at such a response. To him, metallic Gyula's formidable defenses and regeneration capabilities were extremely troublesome. Not to mention, like his deceased father, Gyula possessed the ability of instantaneous movement. However, Sarodis' nonchalant attitude and the observed battle between him and Gyula made future Gohan want to say something. Oh, another annoying wild monkey has chased me here. It saves me quite a bit of effort. Metallic Gyula, you aren't. Future Gohan turned to follow the voice, only to see the metallic Gyula he had just personally eliminated. Before he could recover from the shock, more Gyulas emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. The leading metallic Gyula wore an evil, confident smile, merely glancing at Son Gohan before shifting his gaze onto Sarodis. I must commend you on your strength. You managed to deal with a metallic Gyula so easily. However, thanks to the mighty scientific prowess of Bigelow Star, creating this number of metallic Gyulas is a piece of cake. So, Wild Monkey, how do you plan to deal with this multitude of metallic Gyulas? Sarodis raised his hand to stop future Gohan stepping forward. You pathetic creature, no matter how many there are, they're just more garbage to clean up. Who gave you the courage to wear that confident smile? You're even more trashy than your worthless brother. No, compared to your worthless brother, you're even trashier. You came here with your useless subordinates disturbing my lunchtime, and now you're boasting in front of me. If you don't want to die, then kneel down and apologize now. I might consider giving you and your counterpart in my timeline the same fate. Sarodis grinned, his expression twisted like Malik from Yu-Gi-Oh! By the way, you still don't know what happened to your brother in my timeline, do you? Let me tell you. Your brother Frieza had his head chopped off and sewn onto a Saiyan corpse. How do you like that fate? Future Gohan discreetly glanced at Sarodis, his mind swirling with thoughts. This Sarodis aura is quite pure, but his demeanor is a bit terrifying. The metallic Gyula's expression had turned from confidence to one resembling someone who had just swallowed a bitter pill. Wild Monkey, I hope you're not all talk. With that, countless metallic Gyulas surged forward like a tide. Future Gohan immediately erupted with golden energy, ready for battle, but was stopped by Sarodis. Let me handle these scrap metals, you just watch from the sidelines. Sarodis' fury was certainly justified. For him, being interrupted during mealtime was already quite aggravating. Wanting to vent his anger on Gyula, but being robbed of the chance by future Gohan only added to his frustration. While future Gohan certainly meant, while Sarodis wouldn't take out his frustration on him. But now a whole bunch of sparkling Gyulas appeared, making self-righteous claims, which understandably irked Sarodis. Moreover, judging from future Gohan's aura, facing 2 or 3 metallic Gyulas was probably his limit. If he had to split his focus to protect Gohan, it would be challenging to vent his anger. Future Gohan looked at Sarodis with curiosity. With this many, can you handle them alone, Mr. Sarodis? Sarodis took a deep breath. Though it's our first meeting, I know a little about you. Without a father's guidance, a Scion's path remains uncertain. Though bearing the weight of protecting the world deserves my respect, as a warrior, well, just watch closely Scion's future paths. What? Sarodis' golden aura ignited, soaring into the sky. This is the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan 2. Watch closely. In fact, these words were mainly meant for Bardock. Charlotte is a reckless fool. Even Sarodis feels inferior in terms of recklessness. Rather than worrying about him becoming despondent after setbacks, it is better to worry about whether he will recklessly put himself in danger, especially since he is currently in a state of amnesia, having heard the term Super Saiyan only from the god of destruction. Gine is still far from the threshold of becoming a Super Saiyan. I do not expect her to fully understand this just as long as she remembers it. Only Bardock. Indeed, Sarodis has a high sense of recognition for Bardock, but that does not mean he thinks Bardock is a flawless person. From the moment Bardock asked whether there was still a future for Super Saiyan, Sarodis sensed the problem. Perhaps what has always trapped Bardock is not anything else but a deeply ingrained blind faith in the legend of Super Saiyans. The legendary Super Saiyan invincible throughout the universe has subconsciously led Bardock to believe that Super Saiyans are unbeatable and unique. Under such psychological influence, even though he might be stronger than the Bardock from the original comic, the more peaceful life allowed his S-cells to reach the standard of a Super Saiyan. But if it weren't for Frieza's planet-destroying attack, perhaps Bardock would have needed even more time to transform into a Super Saiyan. And it is also this psychological factor that makes someone as resolute and decisive as Bardock doubt, even after seeing the future of Super Saiyans. However, with Sarodis praising Bardock so much, it is clear that Bardock is not useless. Sarodis' words quickly made Bardock understand. Yet Bardock still snorted, standing up. "I don't need you, little brat, to remind me." Sarodis didn't mind. Bardock's habit is commonly known as tsundere. He has watched Bardock grow up, and being reminded by himself would make him lose face. This kind of thing has happened more than once or twice on Vegeta. Letting Bardock leave, Sarodis shrugged at Gine with a smile. "Sister Gine, you should go and keep an eye on Bardock. Don't rush to take steps forward right after healing your injuries and hurt yourself again." Gine merely smiled and turned to chase after Bardock. Just as Sarodis was about to instruct Charlotte to begin training, a sound suddenly came from his Dao robe. After a moment of confusion, Sarodis recalled that this was the communicator that Frieza had given him. Gesturing for Charlotte to wait, Sarodis retrieved the communicator, which was likely modified from a power detector, and established the connection. Frieza's image flickered into view before Sarodis. "Oh, cough, mister. Sarodis, we can begin the next phase of action now." Sarodis raised an eyebrow. He had been contemplating how all leads had been interrupted these past few days, yet now Frieza was sending a communication about the next phase of action. "Everything is ready, just waiting for your arrival, mister." "Sarodis, I trust you are aware that my patience is limited, so don't keep me waiting too long." Without waiting for Sarodis to respond, Frieza hung up the communication. Sarodis clicked his tongue, crushing the communicator in his hand. "Since Frieza has said so, let him wait a little longer. That was the guy I met before. If I remember correctly, his name is Frieza." Charlotte curiously leaned in. Sarodis waved his hand. "It's Frieza. Just a temporary cooperation to track down the clues about that hooded figure. No need to worry, let's help you transform into a Super Saiyan first." "Are you ready?" Charlotte let out a sound of confusion. "For now, just relax and imagine that your important partner is killed by some enemy in the most brutal way. Let that anger rise within you." Charlotte obeyed, closing his eyes and trying hard to visualize such a scene. Sarodis' white aura quietly ignited as he extended his hands towards Charlotte. During his training on the Yadrit star, aside from mainly researching the spirit separation technique, Sarodis also attempted to learn and study many small techniques. Although the instant transmission technique is still in the research and learning phase, he has learned quite a few other moves. Besides the sealing technique he is most skilled at, Sarodis is also very adept at hypnosis, and now is the perfect time to use this technique. Utilizing the transformation of Chi, Sarodis connected to Charlotte's spiritual world. Seeing the scene, he imagined Hild guarding against Zara, slapping Zara to the ground and stepping on him. Does this guy's imagination only extend this far? Let's add a little more spice to it. Sarodis' mischievous side emerged. Although this is Charlotte's imagination, Sarodis could still make some small adjustments. Thus, under the influence of Sarodis' hypnosis, the scene imagined by Charlotte transformed into the demon, using its tail to pierce through Zara, spewing flames from its mouth to roast Zara thoroughly, then eating him. This kind of scene repeatedly played out in Charlotte's spiritual world. Sarodis could feel Charlotte's chi fluctuating rapidly. Once, twice, 3 times. The chi rose and fell back to its original intensity, and Charlotte seemed unable to cross this threshold. Sarodis decided to add more intensity, increasing the power of the hypnosis. Charlotte felt a ringing in his ears, hearing Zara's urgent voice. "Get away! Get away! Get away from what?" Shouldn't he be imagining Zara being killed by the half-demon and trying to get himself angry? What is happening now? Looking around, Charlotte was astonished to find that he seemed to be facing the half-demon again. What is going on? This terrifying pressure. Are all subsequent events just a dream, and am I still being chased by the demon? Charlotte could not determine the current situation for a moment, but the tail of the half-demon did not allow him to think, as it swung rapidly towards him, attempting to pierce him. There's no time, Charlotte, you have to survive. Just as Charlotte was about to dodge, Zara pushed forward with all his might to shove him aside. At that moment, the tail of the half-demon struck Zara, who had replaced Charlotte in that spot. You must survive. Zara pierced tightly held onto the tail of the demon, uttering his last words to Charlotte, as the sword floating beside him fell helplessly to the ground. The dark sorcerer appeared with a sinister grin at the edge of the demon's tail. What a sight! Sacrificing oneself to protect a partner, but it is merely a futile effort. In the end, you are still a worthless being who couldn't protect anything. The trash you wanted to protect is about to be killed by the invincible demon, and unfortunately you, worthless fool, can no longer see it, ha 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 ha. At this moment, Charlotte could no longer afford to think about the current situation. The impact of Zara crashing into him echoed in his mind along with Zara's last words. Everything felt so real. Damn it. Sadness, anger, and unwillingness intertwined, transforming into sharp blades that severed the strings of reason. What Sarodis saw as he ended the hypnosis was Charlotte enveloped in a golden aura roaring. Dark clouds gathered silently and bolts of lightning descended, destroying the rock formations and trees in the courtyard. Aya! The black hedgehog hair stood upright, tinged with gold, and the black pupils disappeared for a moment before reappearing, turning into a cold green. Super Saiyan Charlotte has arrived. However, although the hypnosis had stopped, the newly transformed Charlotte seemed unable to discern the environment he was in, instinctively attacking Sarodis. Sarodis merely shook his head. Looks like I might have overdone the stimulation a bit. Lightly dodging Charlotte's attack, Sarodis formed his hand into a blade and struck the back of Charlotte's neck. Ugh! The gold faded from Charlotte's body and the rapidly expanding chi retreated to its original intensity. Thud! Charlotte lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Sarodis glanced around the environment, spreading his hands. Yar, that was quite a commotion. Next time I help someone transform into a Super Saiyan, I should choose the environment more carefully. As the main culprit behind such a disturbance, you should sleep for a while. After calculating the time, Sarodis realized that helping Charlotte transform had taken several hours. He figured Frieza must be growing impatient and decided it was time to see what the next phase of action was. Estimating that it wouldn't take too long, Sarodis did not say goodbye to anyone and took off straight towards Frieza's hiding place. Damn wild monkey, Sarodis, how dare he! Frieza, growing increasingly impatient within the Rocky Mountain, smashed a protruding rock pillar with an angry punch, causing the minions behind him to tremble. Oh, it seems I came at just the right time, catching you in the act of cursing me. Sarodis' teasing voice rang out, causing Frieza to momentarily pause. But this pause lasted only a moment. Frieza quickly replaced it with a facade of a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Mister. Sarodis must have heard wrong. How could I insult my partner? Sarodis smiled non-committally. So what is the next phase of action? When it came to action, Frieza's smile was no longer a facade, but a genuine one full of confidence. Now that the opponent's strength has been thoroughly investigated, what we need to do next is what Mr. Sarodis originally proposed. Ho ho ho. Sarodis glanced at Frieza. His expression remained unchanged, but his mind was churning with thoughts. His proposal was to directly raid the opponent's base and decapitate them. Given the strength the opponent had displayed, the lackey's assistance was not formidable. Even Frieza alone would be sufficient to handle it. In the first phase of action, he had not exerted much effort. So why did Frieza insist on contacting him for such a simple second phase under these circumstances? Under circumstances where he could manage alone, why was he seeking out a Saiyan he hated the most to act with him? Sarodis felt something was amiss. Oh, was Frieza really such a cautious person? What's the matter, Mr. Sarodis? This should be your specialty, right? Frieza's words brought Sarodis back to his senses from his thoughts. No, it's nothing. So when does Mr. Frieza plan to initiate your second phase plan? Oh ho ho, how about we set it for tomorrow? I have no problem with that, but does the mighty Universe Emperor Frieza need to prepare for such a simple raid? Frieza did not respond immediately, but instead gave Sarodis a meaningful look. After all, we are dealing with trash that has offended my dignity. How can we punish them perfectly without adequate preparation? So Mr. Sarodis, please meet me here at 9 o'clock according to Earth time tomorrow. How about it? Although Frieza's final words and gaze made him feel there was something more to it. But his goal was simply to trace the clues of the hooded figure from Frieza's imposter, and no matter what trick Frieza wanted to play, as long as he could achieve his objective, it wouldn't be a big deal to humor him a little. After all, even if Frieza suddenly transformed into Golden Frieza while doing push-ups right in front of him, it wouldn't matter. His rose gold form, although not a match for the god of destruction or angels, could still contend with Golden Frieza. The outcome is still uncertain. With this mindset, Sarodis agreed to Frieza's proposed meeting time and then departed from Frieza's hiding place. Returning to his temporary residence, it was already dinner time. To be fair, 4 Saiyans gathered in this small villa. Thanks to Charlotte and Bardock going out hunting and Gine cooking, otherwise Bulma's supplies would have surely been insufficient to feed 4 ravenous Saiyans. While the four Scions, including Gine, were devouring their food, the conversation between Gak and Bulma, with Zara left Sarodis both amused and exasperated, while Gine's face turned a bit red. Even Bardock's usually cold expression had trouble maintaining its composure. It seems we won't be able to stay here for long before needing to find another temporary residence. Why is that? Look at the appetite of these four Scions. It won't be long before the nearby animals are eaten clean, right? Thus the three Scions awkwardly finished their dinner quickly, while only Charlotte, the carefree Scion, remained oblivious and devoured the remaining food, wiping his mouth before standing up. After thanking Sarodis, Charlotte inquired about training after becoming a Super Saiyan. Sarodis pointed at Bardock. Train with Bardock. Bardock, who was preparing to leave the dining room for training, snorted. What a hassle you are. Listen up, brat, if you can't keep up with me, I won't be responsible for you. Charlotte, undeterred, continued his carefree demeanor and followed Bardock to train after their meal. Zara was muttering something and also joined them, while Bulma and Gak began tinkering with some new machine. Like the previous days spent living here, Sarodis helped Gine clean up the dining area, which was in disarray. Little Sarodis, I heard from Charlotte that you are cooperating with Frieza. After washing the dishes, Gine dried her hands and asked Sarodis with concern. There might be clues about that hooded figure with Frieza, so I'm using him to investigate. Do you think it's inappropriate, Sister Gine? It's not that I think it's inappropriate, just that a guy like Frieza. Little Sarodis, you must be careful. Sarodis maintained his usual confident smile in response to Gine's concerns. Don't worry, Sister Gine, Frieza, it's just a trivial matter. Didn't I handle him easily in our time and space? It will be fine. After adjusting his robe and putting on his boots, Sarodis jumped down from the tree in the courtyard that had been urgently repaired. Gine, who had already learned of Sarodis' actions today, had prepared breakfast early. No matter what, be careful. Gine urged Sarodis like a mother reminding her child before going out. Sarodis waved his hand with a smile. Got it. He'll be off now, no need to prepare lunch or dinner for me. Sarodis' figure soared through the sky, heading straight for Frieza. Amidst the Rocky Mountains, the many lackeys had vanished, leaving only Frieza standing at the windward point, his smile carrying a chilling warmth. Oh, Mr. Sarodis has actually arrived here ahead of time. Frieza slowly turned around, and Sarodis was seen floating in midair. Since you've come early, let's start our action ahead of time. I am quite looking forward to the scene of fighting alongside Mr. Sarodis. Without receiving an answer from Sarodis, Frieza's brow slightly furrowed. It's quite odd that Mr. Sarodis, who usually never holds back his words, is so quiet today, but it doesn't matter. A white aura erupted and Frieza flew off into the distance, while Sarodis remained silent, closely following Frieza's trajectory. After flying for a while, they reached a hilly area. At a glance, one could see a massive spaceship parked prominently on the hills. This is the base of that imposter. Mr. Sarodis, please be careful not to accidentally kill the soldiers, okay? Although these soldiers belong to various times and spaces, they are still my subordinates. It would trouble me greatly if they were to die for such a reason. Sarodis, however, remained silent, merely glancing at Frieza. Frieza, feeling unamused again, stopped talking to Sarodis, and with telekinesis, he caused a hill to collapse into rubble, sending debris down towards the patrolling lackeys around the spaceship. It'll attract their attention. Mr. Sarodis, please charge into the spaceship to fight. Rest assured I will follow shortly. Seeing Frieza make his move, Sarodis asked no questions and directly bypassed the area of falling debris, heading straight towards the spaceship from above. Boom. Without any intention of finding a door, Sarodis casually chose a direction and crashed through the spaceship's outer shell, penetrating deep inside. Such a violent breakthrough naturally triggered the spaceship's alarm system. Even though Frieza was drawing fire outside, several lackeys appeared in Sarodis' path, weapons in hand. Who dares to attack Frieza's army? Before the lackeys could finish their words, Sarodis' figure vanished from their sight. The lackeys were stunned, and some began to turn their heads while others reached for the buttons on their scanners, trying to locate Sarodis. But inevitably, after applying a little pressure to their heads, all that remained in their minds was one last thought. My head. Why did it fall off? The sounds of thuds continued as every lackey that appeared in Sarodis' line of sight had their heads severed. However, after advancing a short distance, the enemies Sarodis faced were no longer lackeys, but a group of Android 19s, all resembling a certain rotund character and radiating black energy, clearly enhanced in strength. But, so what? With a golden aura enveloping him, Sarodis' energy blade sliced through the advancing Android 19s as easily as cutting tofu. Oh, it seems Mr. Sarodis has taken my words lightly. At some point, the presence of Android 19s vanished from Sarodis' view and Frieza approached leisurely from behind. Sarodis turned his head, still silent. Ahead is the control room. Let us see who this imposter truly is. Frieza didn't feel awkward at all and stepped forward. The tightly shut door slowly opened before he reached it. Frieza glanced back at Sarodis, who shrugged and stepped forward, walking alongside Frieza into the control room. Frieza, you finally made it. A figure in the control room slowly turned around. It was someone who resembled Frieza, but with different colors on his body. Oh, this gentleman who looks quite similar to me, we should not be acquainted, right? Frieza's voice was gentle, but it carried an underlying coldness, a reflection of his anger towards those who had offended his dignity. Sarodis recognized the identity of the other. This blue and white figure must be Frost from Universe 6. As expected, the imposter Frieza's self-introduction confirmed Sarodis' thoughts. Oh, it seems Mr. Frieza and I did not arrive in this deadly battle from the same era. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Frost. Mr. Frieza, please remember this name well. Then Mr. Frost, could you tell me why you are impersonating me and controlling my army? Listening to their polite, yet palpable dialogue laden with hatred, Sarodis felt uncomfortable, but endured. This is your revenge, Mr. Frieza. Revenge. Frieza's face showed curiosity, while Frost's expression turned grim. In my era, a tournament of power was held, and during that tournament, Frieza from my time pretended to ally with me, deceiving and eliminating me to win. Unforgivable. Therefore, upon arriving in this era and discovering that Mr. Frieza's army was not under his command, I decided to take revenge in this way. But now it seems, Mr. Frieza, you are from a past era, so my revenge can proceed further. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, does further mean you intend to kill me? At some point, more Android 19s filled the spaceship corridors, flooding into the control room. Oh ho ho, no matter which era, Mr. Frieza is always so clever. By the way, that Saiyan over there, I advise you this, Mr. Frieza is not someone who will honestly abide by an agreement, and you are his most hated Saiyan. Frieza glanced at Sarodis, and upon seeing that Sarodis showed no unusual behavior, he felt reassured and turned back to face Frost. It seems Mr. Sarodis has not been swayed by you, Mr. Frost. But to speak frankly, that is quite a petty and boring revenge you've concocted. Frost, evidently weaker than Frieza, was easily provoked by those words. Androids attack. The continuously flooding Android 19s charged towards Frieza and Sarodis at Frost's command. Frieza's aura erupted as he rushed towards Frost, shouting to Sarodis. Mr. Sarodis, could I trouble you to block these scrap metal? Sarodis tilted his head, but did not leave the battlefield. His energy blade extended again, stopping the incoming androids. Frieza and Frost clashed once before soaring upwards into the spaceship. Sarodis' energy blade paused for a moment before continuing to swing. After Sarodis launched an attack, the Android 19s seemed to prioritize him as their target, charging at Sarodis in a suicidal manner. So boring. Although there were many Android 19s, even with their black aura enhancement, they were no match for Sarodis. Fortunately, Sarodis soon wouldn't be bored any longer. With Frieza slightly injured returning to the spaceship, the Android 19's attacks halted. Oh ho ho, thank you very much, Mr. Sarodis, for holding off these scrap metals for me. Sarodis retracted his energy blade, but did not return to his normal state. Instead, he tilted his head to look at Frieza. Sarodis could sense that Frieza's energy was still at its peak, not yet lowered. Tilting his head, Sarodis glanced at Frost, who had fainted and was being held by Frieza, pondering. It seems that Mr. Frost's strength is still a bit lacking compared to Mr. Frieza. Oh ho ho, just a minor character who caused me some trouble. Sarodis stretched and leaned against the wall. So did you gain anything from this, Mr. Frost? Frieza smiled as he approached Sarodis, replying to his question. Indeed, the harvest is not small. Frieza casually tossed Frost aside and moved closer to Sarodis. But you won't have the chance to know lower life form. Frieza suddenly erupted with purple-black energy, ruthlessly attacking Sarodis. As if caught off guard, Sarodis widened his eyes, his figure gradually turning to nothingness under the close-range energy blast. After Sarodis' figure disappeared, Frieza squinted his eyes and casually pulled out a scanner from the control room. After pressing the scanner and confirming multiple times that there were no energy readings around, Frieza finally laughed heartily. Oh ho ho ha ha ha, lower life forms are indeed lower life forms, caught off guard without any defenses. Oh, if Lord Frieza says that, it makes it hard for me as a fellow Saiyan to feel good about it. Descending from the gaping hole above the spaceship was Dales, who spoke those words along with Dr. Gero, who had also transformed into an android. Does Mr. Dales care about such things? Dales pulled out a spirit tree fruit and handed it to Frieza. Then, as a formal greeting for our alliance, Mr. Frieza, please accept this spirit tree fruit. Frieza did not hesitate and received the spirit tree fruit. Oh, is this the fruit that enhances the strength of those androids? Dr. Gero began. The fruit that enhances those androids is merely a mass-produced experimental product with side effects that I made. This one is a carefully cultivated fruit that no longer requires draining the energy of planets. Frieza's face was filled with smiles as he took a bite of the spirit tree fruit. I see, then I will try this spirit tree fruit. Crunch. The moment the spirit tree fruit entered his mouth, an explosive, violent energy, mixed with black aura, erupted from Frieza. The raging energy stirred up a wind that blew everything that could not be fixed in the control room, and it took a while to calm down. Oh, this fruit is truly magical. I can feel my power rapidly increasing. It's wonderful. So Lord Frieza, let's confirm our agreement again. I will provide the seeds of the spirit tree fruit Dr. Gero will conduct research, and you, Lord Frieza, will hunt down the strong beings participating in this deadly battle, with the leader of our alliance being Mr. Frieza. Is that all right? Dr. Gero nodded first. I have no objections. Frieza also nodded in satisfaction. Of course I have no objections either. Just at that moment a voice suddenly came through. I have a small problem. The three people present were all surprised and looked towards the direction of the voice. From the shadows, Sarodis' figure slowly emerged. My problem is, after you all die, how will your alliance proceed with what you said? You didn't die, eh? Frieza's shock was particularly evident on his face. Sarodis coldly countered. When did you get the illusion that you had killed me? Was it when your energy blast exploded on me? Or when you scanned for energy readings around? Suddenly, another slightly dazed version of Sarodis appeared beside him. Tisk, my clone can't compare to Elder Pabala's vitality. But fooling you is enough, and I still have a method to conceal my energy which cannot be detected by your boring power scanner. Sarodis' aura erupted, transforming into a flowing substance tinged with rose gold. And one more thing, Mr. Frieza, why did you assume that I, who was not using my full strength in battle, would be caught off guard by you? Sarodis fixed his gaze on Frieza, who trembled with an unknown combination of fear and anger, his eyes filled with disdain. After all, you are a dignified cosmic emperor, yet you ally yourself with two short-sighted wastes using the despicable tactic of ambush that even assassins would scorn against me. This has given me a clearer understanding of your limitations, hasn't it? Sarodis then turned his attention to Dales, revealing a long spear formed from chi in his hand, which he suddenly hurled, pinning Dales against the wall of the spaceship. Among the three of you, the one I despise the most is you, the bastard who has brought shame upon the Saiyans. Relying entirely on external forces to boost your power, and depending on conspiracy and ambush in battle, you dare call yourself a Saiyan. How, with a face just like Bardock's, engaging in such despicable acts that even dogs would not do, how can you have the audacity to call yourself a Saiyan? I think you should stop being human and instead become a pile of dung. Sarodis finally looked at Dr. Gero, who seemed to be making some small movements, and in a flash he appeared before Dr. Gero. Bang! A massive dent appeared in the spaceship's floor. This dent was caused by Sarodis kicking Dr. Gero onto the spaceship's floor after getting close to him. You might not recognize me, but I know a bit about you. You're Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, right? Do you think your scientific creations are worthy of plotting against me? Having abandoned your humanity to turn yourself into a heap of scrap metal since I've encountered you, I happen to want to try something out. Sarodis stepped off Dr. Gero and without looking back raised his hand to shoot a key blast at Frieza, who was trying to ambush him from behind, sending Frieza crashing into a group of androids number 19. It's not your turn yet, you cosmic trash, in this pile of scrap metal. Just wait for me. The exploding key blast transformed into countless light spears resembling Dallas, pinning Frieza and the significantly reduced number of androids number 19 to the ground. Sarodis lifted Dr. Gero by the neck with one hand. With a flash of sword light, the glass dome on Dr. Gero's head was precisely sliced off. Sarodis, disregarding the disgust, retracted the energy blade and grabbed the exposed brain. Releasing his grip, Sarodis looked at the collapsed Dr. Gero and clicked his tongue in amazement. So you really do rely on your brain to control your body. I thought there would be other parts involved. Gathering intense energy in his hand, Sarodis burned the brain clean, dismissively brushing off his hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Dales, who seemed to be struggling to break free. Sarodis raised his hand and shot 4 light spears, pinning them to Dallas' ankle and wrist. Next is Frieza. It's not yet time to deal with you. Just sit tight and wait to die without causing me any trouble. Thinking for a moment, Sarodis approached Dales. Slap, slap. Before Dales could say anything, Sarodis slapped his face twice, and with a forceful push to Dallas' chin, he finally walked towards Frieza with satisfaction. I almost forgot you, you filthy bastard have a lot to say. Just chew on your teeth quietly for now. As he approached Frieza, pinned to the ground, Sarodis reached out and patted Frieza's face, his smile resembling that of a hero while he appeared to be the villain. I remember you asked me a question before about what your fate was in my timeline. Let me tell you now, you the bastard born of a dog with no mother. In my timeline, I cut off your head and attached it to the Saiyan that you loathe so much, the so-called inferior creature, the wild monkey, and then sealed you on Planet Vegeta. How does that outcome sit with you? You bastard wild monkey. Frieza even forgot to struggle, cursing in rage. Sarodis merely maintained his villainous smile as he pressed his hand against Frieza's head. I initially wanted to play house with you a bit longer to see if I could track down more information about the mastermind behind this deadly battle. But now it seems your value has reached its limit. By the way, let me tell you one more thing. I trained on Planet Rat and learned many interesting techniques, one of which allows me to read others' memories, which I call the soul search technique, you know. Sarodis cruelly activated his soul search technique, roughly reading Frieza's memories before ignoring the Frieza, who had fainted from mental trauma. So that's how it is. After reading Frieza's memories, Sarodis learned many things. The Frieza in front of him did not have Sarodis' presence in his timeline, easily annihilating Planet Vegeta, leaving behind only Goku and Vegeta along with 3 other Saiyans. The only divergence from the original plot lies here. In that timeline on Namek, when Goku faced off against Frieza in his Super Saiyan form, and at full power, he was unable to maintain the Super Saiyan transformation due to the immense injuries he suffered and was ultimately defeated by Frieza. After that, once Frieza healed, he received an invitation from the Hooded Man and came to this timeline to participate in this deadly battle. Not long after Frieza's impersonation of Frieza to lead the Frieza army occurred. Upon learning of this and discovering that a certain re-drobed figure, namely Jeffret, was slaughtering Saiyans everywhere, he harbored the idea of teaming up with Jeffret against Frieza. After searching extensively, Frieza found Charlotte, who looked almost identical to Jeffret. After observing, he realized Charlotte's strength was not formidable, and at that moment Sarodis appeared in Frieza's line of sight, prompting Frieza to consider joining forces with Sarodis. The subsequent events were quite clear. At the beginning, even until Frieza's plan reached its first step, he had no other thoughts. It was only after completing the first phase of the plan that Frieza, while organizing the information he had gathered to prepare for the next step, was approached by Dales and Dr. Gero, who offered him an olive branch. The terms they proposed were quite appealing to Frieza: the modified spirit tree fruit and Frieza's life. And all Frieza had to do was the same as Frost: to fight freely and capture strong opponents. Given these conditions and demands, Frieza naturally began to contemplate betrayal, setting up this extremely clumsy ambush against Sarodis. However, in Frieza's memories, although there were scenes of him consuming the spirit tree fruit and being tainted by dark energy, the reasons behind it were not present. Sarodis clicked his tongue in amazement. It seemed the source of the dark energy from the Frieza army could only be found from Dales. After all, Dr. Gero's brain had already been burned out by him. As for the remaining mechanical body, Sarodis had not learned the technique to read memories from machines. With that thought, Sarodis walked up to Dales and forcefully accessed his memories. As expected, a waste. Did the Hooded Man just attach dark energy to the spirit tree fruit and then give it to Dr. Gero for research? Tisk, rather than saying you are a Saiyan, you might as well be called a fruit person. Aside from providing fruit, you have no other function, and with a mind full of paranoid delusions, you relied on Dr. Gero's technology to create your own clones. What a boring fellow. Now that he had clarified the source of the dark energy from Frieza's army, which had no direct connection to the Hooded Man, Sarodis felt somewhat helpless. The only remaining clues were Charlotte and Jeffret. But these 2 brothers, one was missing and was searching the world for weak Saiyans to slaughter, while the other knew nothing, just training, eating, and fighting. Phew. Fortunately, Sarodis learned the location of Dr. Gero's lab from Dallas' memories, and when Dales met Dr. Gero, he had already been researching the dark energy for a long time. Since that is the case, it would be better to check out Dr. Gero's lab. Perhaps there might be new clues. Thinking of this, Sarodis glanced at the chaotic scene inside the spaceship, shook his head, and followed the broken hole outside the spaceship. He extended his hand towards the spaceship. Before going to Dr. Gero's lab, it's better to clear out some cosmic trash first. A massive key blast was casually tossed by Sarodis, and then he floated away from the place, flying towards Dr. Gero's lab. The lab was not too far from this location. Sarodis' speed had not even reached its maximum, and he could already see the sturdy door of the lab. Dallas' memories naturally contained the method to unlock the door. However, Sarodis was too lazy to follow that complex process and simply raised his hand and blasted the door open with a key blast. Breaking through the door and crossing the corridor, Sarodis arrived inside the lab. This is really a headache-inducing place, Sarodis sighed. The lab was naturally filled with various machines and computers. Given that Dr. Gero could be considered an evil scientist, the remnants of severed limbs and discarded prototypes of androids piled up in a corner, which was no surprise to Sarodis. Fortunately, Dr. Gero's style was relatively old-fashioned. Besides storing the data inside computers, he also printed them into physical documents for storage. Otherwise, asking Sarodis to search for information in this vastly different operating system from before his crossing would be too challenging. This isn't about the research on androids, the pros and cons of mechanical and semi-mechanical types. This is about the cultivation method of the spirit tree fruit, but I hate this thing. This is it regarding the research on dark energy. Sarodis collected all the documents he had flipped through and placed them into the universal capsule he had borrowed from Bulma during his leisure time. If Sarodis were to read such lengthy discussions, it would be more straightforward for him to go into battle with Beerus and die, so these materials were naturally left to professionals to review and for them to tell him the conclusions. What's this? Sarodis casually flipped through the remaining documents and picked one out. This document was not long and did not contain many complex technical terms. It was more like a diary. It recorded Dr. Gero's process of re-researching and manufacturing Cell after arriving in this era. One key word among them caught Sarodis' interest. View. Upon seeing this word, Sarodis hurriedly read through the document carefully. Skipping over the parts about Dr. Gero collecting the genes of powerful beings, Sarodis focused on the crucial sections. This gene was obtained from the sorcerer who bestowed dark energy upon me. According to the sorcerer, this gene comes from a pink creature named Bu that has always been by his side. Just this one sentence made Sarodis furrow his brows. The sorcerer who is accompanied by Majin Bu. Could it be Babidi? Bestowing dark energy to Dr. Gero is the mastermind behind this, all Babidi. However, Sarodis quickly dismissed his own thoughts. While Babidi and Bu indeed appeared in the main storyline of the legendary battle, he vaguely remembered that this guy was merely a puppet. Moreover, from Dr. Gero's records, it was clear that Majin Bu was not completely under control. Babidi gave Dr. Gero the gene of Majin Bu, hoping that Dr. Gero could help him develop a device to control Majin Bu. Judging by Babidi's magical skills, he was not capable of traversing time and space like Tawa. Such a person orchestrated this massive, deadly battle. Sarodis could never believe that. At least one thing could be confirmed from here: the one accompanying Majin Bu should be Babidi's sorcerer, and there should be some connection with the hooded man. After putting this diary into the universal capsule, Sarodis found no further clues regarding the hooded man. Not willing to give up, Sarodis bombarded the place in a frenzy, hoping to see if there were any hidden chambers within the lab. Unfortunately, although he blew open a basement, all that remained inside were a shattered incubation chamber with some unknown liquid and a dead computer. Aside from that, there was only a green object that resembled a cracked eggshell. Considering Dr. Gero's diary, it was likely the egg left behind by Dr. Gero's newly researched cell. Dr. Gero collected quite a few strong genes. This cell is probably much stronger than the one in the original storyline. It might even give me a satisfying battle. I'm really looking forward to it. Though he only skimmed through Dr. Gero's diary, Sarodis noticed names like Gula and Broly. Given that in the original storyline Dr. Gero created Cell capable of matching Super Saiyan 2 Gohan merely from the genes of the early Z warriors and Frieza, it was likely that the Cell created from more and stronger warrior genes would be even more powerful. Sarodis looked at the eggshell left behind by Cell with anticipation, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Initially, he came to this deadly battle with the purpose of helping his girlfriend solve trouble and searching for Bardock and his wife, but Sarodis also harbored the thought of enjoying a fierce battle in this deadly conflict. During the brief time he participated in this deadly battle, aside from encountering the Black Goku HI, who no matter how bizarre his thought process was had a disgusting way of gaining strength, but was indeed capable of matching him, he now had another potential opponent in Cell. This made Sarodis increasingly look forward to the powerful beings that might appear in this deadly battle. This is truly exciting. Emerging from Dr. Gallo's research facility, Sarodis felt an emptiness in his abdomen as hunger surged within him. By the time he calculated, even if he hurried back home, mealtime had already passed. It's better not to trouble Sister Gine for another meal, he muttered to himself, casually selecting a picturesque spot and retrieving a box of universal capsules from his pocket. These capsules were filled to the brim with various foods which Sarodis did not acquire from Bulma. While searching for food in the wild wasn't particularly difficult for him, with such convenient items available, there was no need to waste energy. Essentially, Sarodis was a slacker. Apart from matters of personal interest, he preferred to avoid exertion. Sister Gine, who had cared for Sarodis since childhood, was well aware of this. Likewise, she understood that Sarodis had his own responsibilities in this deadly battle and might not always be by her side. Thus, in those days, she asked Bulma to pack a generous supply of food in capsules for Sarodis to take with him. He tossed a capsule into the air. As the smoke dissipated, a table laden with a sumptuous feast appeared. Rubbing his face, Sarodis eagerly began to indulge. Well, it was considered lunch. However, it seemed that Sarodis had exhausted his luck. While searching for clues today, he had barely taken a few bites before misfortune struck. Boom. The falling attack posed no threat to Sarodis, but the scattered dust enveloped the food laid bare in the open air. The corner of Sarodis' mouth twitched. Although there was still plenty of food in the capsules, his pleasant lunch was interrupted. TCH, a bunch of scrap metal robots. No wonder I can't sense any aura. Sarodis scanned the swarm of robots, emerging, his mouth twitching as a brilliant flame ignited within him. The robots, of course, remained indifferent to Sarodis' anger. They only knew that their target Sarodis had not been taken down by their attack, which meant they needed to continue their assault. Raising their mechanical arms, the robots opened fire on Sarodis once again. Sarodis spat out a mouthful of saliva and spread his hands. An invisible shockwave met the energy blast shooting towards him from all directions, deflecting them all back into the robot swarm. The explosive blasts leveled the nearby woods. However, the robot's armor clearly surpassed their attack power, as the rebounding energy blasts caused no damage to them. With the energy attack failing, the robots immediately changed their tactics. The energy launchers on their mechanical arms retracted, replaced by mechanical claws, which swung towards Sarodis on steel cables. Sarodis sneered, "You rusty scraps think you can dance." In a flash, just as the mechanical claws were about to descend upon him, Sarodis soared into the sky at great speed, causing the robots' attacks to miss entirely. Detecting Sarodis' ascent, several robots that hadn't yet attacked also took to the sky, swinging their mechanical arms in an attempt to slam Sarodis back to the ground. The remaining robots swung their cables, launching their mechanical claws towards Sarodis once more. The robots' countermeasures were indeed commendable, but how could Sarodis' power be something these rusty scraps could handle? He fired 2 energy blasts that exploded in midair. The mechanical claws, having lost sight of their target, not only failed to hit Sarodis, but instead landed on the robots attempting to intercept him, tearing them to shreds. As his lunch hour was interrupted, Sarodis paid no mind to protecting the surrounding environment, unleashing countless energy blasts that fell like raindrops. The violent explosions echoed continuously, scattering mechanical parts everywhere. After the barrage of small energy blasts cleared the ground, Sarodis unleashed a powerful energy wave. Under such a fierce assault, even the ground was stripped away and the vast number of robots was naturally reduced to cosmic dust, vanishing without a trace. Once the dust from the attack settled, Sarodis was finally satisfied to land back on the ground. Monkey's quite capable, A shimmering figure unexpectedly appeared in Sarodis' line of sight. Squinting, Sarodis' tail involuntarily flicked, recognizing the name of the person before him. "Are you Gula? I see those robots are your subordinates." The metallic Gula swung his tail, striking the ground, a smile spreading across his face. "It seems you know my name." "That's right, I am Gula, but a more powerful metallic version." Sarodis sneered, clenching his fists. "Whether you're metallic Gula or some deadhead, your subordinates disturbed my meal, wasting my food, and my anger hasn't subsided yet. I'll use your body to bear this wrath." Sarodis' aura ignited once more, and he stopped wasting time talking to metallic Gula, launching his attack directly. Seeing Sarodis charging at him, metallic Gula's mainframe rapidly calculated Sarodis' attack trajectory, crossing his arms in front of himself to block the incoming strike. However, although metallic Gula predicted Sarodis' attack point accurately, Sarodis' fist ignored Gula's defenses, directly breaking his forearm and continuing through Gula's body. "If you're this weak, don't embarrass yourself by coming out, you worthless piece of junk." Sarodis appeared behind Gula, folding his arms and delivering this remark. A surge of metallic threads erupted from Gula's broken body, reconnecting the shattered parts. Turning to face Sarodis, once more, Gula still wore a confident smile. "Not bad, wild monkey, managing to break through my defenses, but such attacks can't eliminate me." Sarodis glanced at Gula with disdain in his tone. "Just wanted to punch you a few more times to vent my anger. Stop pretending to be tough, you cosmic trash." Though he didn't fully understand what Sarodis meant by pretending to be tough, the term cosmic trash successfully enraged metallic Gula, causing him to vanish from sight. Clang! Sarodis not only did not move his feet, but even neglected to take a defensive stance, allowing metallic Gula to kick him from behind. The sound of metal clashing against flesh echoed, but Sarodis remained unmoved, instead sending metallic Gula flying back from the recoil. Metallic Gula squinted his eyes, wrapping his long tail around Sarodis, turning to face him directly, and conjured a shimmering energy blast to press down upon Sarodis. Faced with such an attack, Sarodis finally took action. The blazing aura expanded, breaking the metallic tail that bound him. With a speed Gula couldn't comprehend, Sarodis reached out and seized Gula's wrist. The energy blast was just a few centimeters from Sarodis' face, but no matter how hard Gula tried, he couldn't free himself from Sarodis' grip to press the blast against Sarodis' face. Sarodis grinned. "We Scions don't like to eat such things, why don't you try it yourself?" Gradually increasing the pressure, Sarodis turned Gula's hand, bringing the energy blast into a close encounter with Gula's own face. Ignoring the impact of the explosion, Sarodis delivered an elbow strike to metallic Gula's waist, followed by a sweeping kick that knocked Gula to the ground. As the sweeping kick landed, Sarodis' left foot sent metallic Gula into the air. At the same time, Sarodis formed an energy blast in his hand. However, before this energy blast could be released, a golden energy wave flew in from the distant horizon, exploding metallic Gula into pieces. Following this, a voice reached Sarodis' ears. Magic flash. Sarodis furrowed his brow, sensing an aura that rivaled Bardock's. From this aura, Sarodis sensed a steadiness remarkably similar to what he had felt when he first met Trunks. Combined with the name Magic Flash, Sarodis had some guesses about the identity of the newcomer. "Are you alright, friend?" "HM. A Saiyan." The person who appeared in Sarodis' line of sight wore a martial arts uniform similar to Goku's, with several scars on his face that hadn't fully healed. The empty sleeve on his left arm confirmed Sarodis' guess. He was future Gohan from the same timeline as future Trunks. Future Gohan carefully sensed Sarodis' aura. After a moment, he slightly bowed towards Sarodis, even apologizing. Metallic Gula's instant transmission is truly troublesome. One misstep allowed him to slip from my tracking. I apologize for any inconvenience caused to you. My name is Son Gohan. Are you also a participant in this deadly battle?" Sarodis waved his hand. Although he didn't regard the progress of this tragic warrior, who continued to resist against the ravages of the artificial beings in a world of despair, as impressive Gohan's sense of responsibility was enough to earn Sarodis' respect. Sarodis also a Saiyan. It hasn't been too much trouble, it's just that guy's scrap metal subordinate spoiled my lunch and interrupted my mealtime. Even the composed future Gohan couldn't help but twitch at such a response. To him, Metallic Gula's formidable defenses and regeneration capabilities were extremely troublesome. Not to mention, like his deceased father, Gula possessed the ability of instantaneous movement. However, Sarodis' nonchalant attitude and the observed battle between him and Gula made future Gohan want to say something. "Oh, another annoying wild monkey has chased me here. It saves me quite a bit of effort." "Metallic Gula, you aren't." Future Gohan turned to follow the voice, only to see the Metallic Gula he had just personally eliminated. Before he could recover from the shock, more Gulas emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. The leading Metallic Gula wore an evil, confident smile, merely glancing at Son Gohan before shifting his gaze onto Sarodis. "I must commend you on your strength. You managed to deal with a Metallic Gula so easily. However, thanks to the mighty scientific prowess of Bigelow Star, creating this number of Metallic Gulas is a piece of cake. So, Wild Monkey, how do you plan to deal with this multitude of Metallic Gulas?" Sarodis raised his hand to stop future Gohan stepping forward. "You pathetic creature, no matter how many there are, they're just more garbage to clean up. Who gave you the courage to wear that confident smile? You're even more trashy than your worthless brother. No, compared to your worthless brother, you're even trashier. You came here with your useless subordinates disturbing my lunchtime, and now you're boasting in front of me. If you don't want to die, then kneel down and apologize now. I might consider giving you and your counterpart in my timeline the same fate." Sarodis grinned, his expression twisted like Malik from Yu-Gi-Oh! "By the way, you still don't know what happened to your brother in my timeline, do you? Let me tell you. Your brother Frieza had his head chopped off and sewn onto a Saiyan corpse. How do you like that fate?" Future Gohan discreetly glanced at Sarodis, his mind swirling with thoughts. This Sarodis aura is quite pure, but his demeanor is a bit terrifying. The Metallic Gula's expression had turned from confidence to one resembling someone who had just swallowed a bitter pill. "Wild Monkey, I hope you're not all talk." With that, countless Metallic Gulas surged forward like a tide. Future Gohan immediately erupted with golden energy ready for battle, but was stopped by Sarodis. "Let me handle these scrap metals, you just watch from the sidelines." Sarodis' fury was certainly justified. For him, being interrupted during mealtime was already quite aggravating. Wanting to vent his anger on Gula, but being robbed of the chance by future Gohan only added to his frustration. While future Gohan certainly meant, while Sarodis wouldn't take out his frustration on him. But now a whole bunch of sparkling Gulas appeared, making self-righteous claims, which understandably irked Sarodis. Moreover, judging from future Gohan's aura, facing 2 or 3 Metallic Gulas was probably his limit. If he had to split his focus to protect Gohan, it would be challenging to vent his anger. Future Gohan looked at Sarodis with curiosity. "With this many, can you handle them alone, mister?" Sarodis took a deep breath. "Though it's our first meeting, I know a little about you. Without a father's guidance, a Scion's path remains uncertain. Though bearing the weight of protecting the world deserves my respect, as a warrior, well, just watch closely Scion's future paths." "What?" Sarodis' golden aura ignited, soaring into the sky. "This is the Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 2. Watch closely." Future Gohan looked at Sarodis in astonishment. A Super Saiyan beyond a Super Saiyan. In future Gohan's eyes, he saw Sarodis transform, and with just a glance sent the approaching metal Gulas flying away. "What kind of power is this?" A voice of shock echoed in Sarodis' ears belonging to future Gohan. "Is it still too early to be surprised?" Sarodis' hands extended, releasing a fiery energy blade. With an even more intense expression on his face, Sarodis transformed into a golden stream of light weaving through the metal gulas. With each pass of that golden stream beside a metal gula, the creature was sliced into pieces before being sent flying into the sky, transforming into brilliant fireworks. Is this a battle? Future Gohan questioned himself, but quickly provided an answer. No, this is a one-sided massacre. For him, even capturing a single metal gula would require a fierce battle, yet they were like wheat being harvested by this Saiyan comrade. If such warriors existed in his future, could he achieve his dream of becoming a scholar in a peaceful world without bearing the heavy burden that could crush him at any moment? If his father had not died from illness and had continued to train until now, would he also be able to deal with these metal gulas as easily as Sarodis did? Future Gohan once again gave a positive answer. Surely he could, but unfortunately these are all just hypotheticals. Perhaps in the future Trunks would grow up to possess strength far beyond his own, just like the Saiyan warrior before him. But by that time perhaps he would already have sacrificed himself while trying to stop the androids. Currently Trunks is still young, and by the time he grows up it is possible that he will have perished in some attempt to thwart the androids. However, upon careful reflection, his concern is not about his own demise. He believes that even if this body is destroyed, the will to protect Earth will eventually be inherited by Trunks or someone else. What he worries about is whether after his death, if new warriors do not grow up in time, how many innocent humans will lose their lives at the hands of the androids in the meantime. It is for this reason that he came to this time and space to participate in this life and death battle, hoping to find a solution to the androids. Yet not only did he feel powerless against the androids, but upon entering this time, he also displayed such vulnerability against formidable foes like the Metal Gulas. Fortunately, this Saiyan warrior before him revealed a realm he had never imagined. A Super Saiyan beyond a Super Saiyan 2. As Future Gohan's mind raced with thoughts, Sarodis had already ended the one-sided massacre, retracting his energy blade and resuming his normal demeanor, standing before Future Gohan. Regaining his composure, Future Gohan deeply bowed to the powerful warrior before him. Please, you must teach me how to surpass the Super Saiyan. It is crucial for me. Sarodis smiled and agreed. Although he didn't know the details of this one-armed warrior's past, the heavy yet clear sense of justice conveyed through the empty sleeve made Sarodis firmly believe that he was the warrior who fought alone to the end in a desolate world. Of course, teaching you is no problem, but before that, Future Gohan looked at Sarodis, whose expression had turned serious with some confusion. Before that, let's fill our stomachs first. Looking at Sarodis' radiant smile, Future Gohan recalled a certain silhouette, and tears unconsciously rolled down his weathered face. Father. Sarodis' hand, which was retrieving a capsule, paused momentarily. Honestly, when he saw Future Gohan shed tears, the first thing that flashed through his mind was a question. What kind of expression is that? What kind of tears are those? Can those tears save the Earth? Just a thought. Although it was timely, the lonely warrior before him had endured far too much. He was not a guiding light, like Seven to Leo, for Future Gohan, and this lonely warrior was not like Leo from that time, who still needed to cultivate his inner strength. With that thought, Sarodis lost interest in selecting a capsule and casually tossed one out, patting Future Gohan on the shoulder. Pay attention, oh, I am not your father. Under Sarodis' pat, Future Gohan came back to his senses, wiped away his tears, and forced a smile, apologizing to Sarodis. I'm sorry. Your appearance just now reminded me of my father. Sarodis waved his hand, casually grabbing a steaming bowl of ramen that had appeared from the capsule, slurping it down along with the broth. Oh, this is so much better. It feels uncomfortable to have an empty stomach. Gohan, do you want some too? Having been involved in this life and death battle for only a short while, and continuously tracking the Metal Gulas since they began abducting humans, Future Gohan had already gone several days without proper meals, let alone enjoying delicious food in his own time due to the rampant androids. Although he was of mixed blood, he was still a Saiyan. Now, smelling the aroma of food, he naturally felt his appetite stirring. However, the good habits instilled by his mother since childhood kept him polite, and he did not rush forward. Now, with Sarodis' invitation, it opened a switch that had long been dormant. After expressing his gratitude to Sarodis, Future Gohan stepped forward, and together with Sarodis quickly devoured the hot, delicious food he hadn't tasted in a long time. In the presence of two Saiyans, one of whom had not eaten properly for years, the food from this capsule was quickly wiped clean. After filling their stomachs, Future Gohan wanted to express his gratitude, but Sarodis interrupted him. By the way, your father should be Kakarot, right? Huh. My father is Son Wukong. Future Gohan's immediate response suddenly came to a halt. Since the androids appeared and Uncle Vegeta died in battle, he hadn't heard that name in years, and for a moment, he didn't react. With a self-deprecating smile, Future Gohan changed his answer. Yes, my father's Saiyan name is indeed this. Only Uncle Vegeta would call my father that. Could it be that in Mr. Sarodis time you also know my father. Future Gohan was quite eager, hoping that this powerful warrior before him also knew his father and could share how strong his father would be if he had not died from heart disease. However, what Sarodis said left Future Gohan somewhat perplexed. Well, I do know Kakarot, but not the Kakarot who became Son Wukong, rather the one who was just born not long ago. Huh. Ultimately, Son Gohan called out in astonishment, and Sarodis couldn't help but burst into laughter at Future Gohan's reaction. What an interesting reaction. Ha 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 ha, but what I'm saying is true, right? You should know that the participants in this life and death battle are all from different times and spaces, right? Future Gohan's lips trembled as he replied, yes, I know that. So Mr. Sarodis, are you from an era earlier than mine? Sarodis stood up, revealing a playful smile. When I came to this life and death battle, your father Kakarot had just been placed in a small pod by my brother-in-law, his father Bardock, to be sent to Earth. Future Gohan felt a bit dazed, even though he had become a stable adult through the trials of that tragic experience. The amount of information contained in Sarodis' words still left Future Gohan feeling somewhat at a loss. This powerful warrior before him, who appeared not much older than he was not only a scion from an earlier era, but also a distant relative. His father's father, his grandfather, was the brother-in-law of the person before him. So this means this person should be his. Well, Kakarot's child should call me uncle great-grandfather, right? But since we are not from the same time, you don't have to call me that. Sarodis nodded in satisfaction at Future Gohan's stunned expression before returning to his serious demeanor. Well, it's good to smile and relax. Being tense all the time with a furrowed brow and a deep frown isn't beneficial for improving your strength, you know. Kakarot is after all a disciple of the Turtle School. Didn't he teach you the essence of practicing, while studying, while playing, while eating well, and resting well? In Future Gohan's mind, the words his father had once said during his childhood echoed, but he was too young to understand their meaning, and with later experiences and the heavy burden on his shoulders, he had long forgotten. However, how did this uncle from another time know this? Future Gohan posed his question, and Sarodis shrugged, not answering directly. Well, let's just say it's my secret. Since it was a secret, Future Gohan didn't press further. So when can you? Future Gohan felt somewhat shy about continuing, but Sarodis understood he wanted to know when he could teach him to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Well, that's not urgent. There's one more thing. Sarodis was naturally referring to wanting to know about Future Gohan's experiences. After all, among many times and spaces, many historical events are similar. Perhaps the history of Goku's death and the rampage of the androids is the same, but in different times and spaces, the events leading up to Goku's death and the experiences of the Z warriors during the androids' rampage may differ. Although Future Gohan was reluctant to mention his tragic past, the person before him was in a sense his elder. Thus, Future Gohan slowly began to recount his experiences. The journey of Future Gohan's time was indeed roughly similar to the original storyline, with Son Wukong dying of illness followed by the rampage of androids 17 and 18. However, what was different was that in this timeline, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan and fought against the androids. It was probably a similar situation to what was mentioned in the original story. The androids were weaker than in the timeline Future Trunks reached, which was the timeline depicted in the anime, allowing Vegeta to gain the upper hand in his unknown battle with the androids. But the androids had two members and possessed infinite energy, while the strongest Z warrior Piccolo was unable to join the fight without merging with the Supreme Kai, leading to him being killed one by the androids. In the end, only the young Gohan survived. Without his father's guidance, although Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan after becoming an adult and gained some increase in strength, it was ultimately futile. After over a decade of resistance, Future Gohan lost his left arm. After a fierce battle with the androids, a man in a black cloak found Future Gohan and invited him to participate in this life and death battle. As for the events before the androids, they were no different from the anime storyline. If only I could be as strong as my father. Every time Future Gohan thought of the innocent humans who died in his timeline, his heart ached. Sarodis took out a capsule and produced a refrigerator filled with drinks, taking out a bottle of juice to drink, somewhat reproachfully questioning Future Gohan. You rely too much on Kakarot. Without him, don't you know how to find your way forward? Sarodis shook his head. You need to look further to see the path of a Super Saiyan. Even after surpassing the Super Saiyan, don't become complacent. You must continue to pursue greater strength, understand? Future Gohan wanted to say something, but Sarodis interrupted him again. Are you trying to say your dream is to become a scholar? Yes. Sarodis' inexplicable authority made Gohan feel somewhat hesitant. Crises in this world always follow one after another. If you want to protect your world, well, you must give up your dream and continue on the path of a warrior. Future Gohan listened to this and felt conflicted. Giving up his dream. Sarodis shook his head. It's too difficult to ask you to make a decision right now. For now, just follow me for training to surpass the Super Saiyan. Hearing Sarodis say this, future Gohan temporarily set aside his conflict. Yes. Then for the first step from now on, you must maintain your Super Saiyan state, and then I will take you to see your grandfather in my timeline. However, it seems that the journey back is not going smoothly. Before the words had even left his mouth, Sarodis felt an aura approaching rapidly, closely resembling the future Gohan, but infused with a hint of malevolence. A future Gohan from another timeline. But the intensity of this aura is far greater than that of the future Gohan beside him, to the point where it feels capable of engaging in battle even against himself. Sarodis furrowed his brow slightly, adopting a defensive stance. The future Gohan, noticing Sarodis' movements, hesitated for a moment, but then sensed the approach of this ominous aura. This aura, the newcomer, is incredibly fast. The future Gohan was just a step slower than Sarodis, and before he could assume a defensive position, the opponent had already arrived. Another version of me from a different timeline. The future Gohan thought, bewildered. The figure appearance and even the severed left arm were identical to his own. The only difference is that the opponent's turtle school uniform is black. The black-clad Gohan merely glanced at the future Gohan before ignoring him and focusing directly on Sarodis. Are you the boyfriend of the current King of Time, Kane? Sarodis' frown deepened. Very few beings across the endless timelines know of the King of Time's name, and even fewer are aware of their girlfriend's identity as the King of Time. Logically, no variant of Gohan from any timeline should know this title. Even in the original works, including the Super Universe and Battle Legends, there has never been a Gohan like this. What on earth is this guy? Huh. The black-clad Gohan did not give Sarodis much time to think and immediately unleashed a furious attack. Sarodis scoffed and transformed into a Super Saiyan, boldly swinging his arm to match punches. The future Gohan, seeing the attack directed at Sarodis, was about to transform and assist, but was stopped by Sarodis. This is not a battle you can intervene in. A step back. Even in the form of a Super Saiyan, the future Gohan might not withstand a single move from Sarodis. However, the black-clad Gohan, even with the first strike, was able to engage Sarodis in a punch-for-punch exchange without losing ground, making it clear this was not a battle the future Gohan could interfere in. The future Gohan was not someone oblivious to danger. Upon hearing Sarodis' warning, he promptly distanced himself. The black-clad Gohan withdrew his fist, glancing once more at the direction in which the future Gohan had left. That one over there is another me from a different timeline here to participate in this life-and-death battle, right? Sarodis, still adjusting his body, which felt somewhat sluggish after having just eaten, did not respond directly, but instead posed a question in return. Different you. Indeed, you are also Son Gohan. I'm curious what kind of experiences have led to your aura being tainted with malevolence. The black-clad Gohan fell silent for a moment, but did not directly answer Sarodis' question. All of this is to save my timeline. Come on, Kane's boyfriend, let's have a full-strength battle. Sarodis rotated his neck and shook his hands, joints cracking before taking a stance. Since you seem to be aware of me, I hope you can properly call out my name, Sarodis. Boom. The power surged from Sarodis' feet into the ground, causing a large crater to form. Sarodis transformed into a stream of golden light, appearing before the black-clad Gohan. Hurrah! A deafening sound erupted as Sarodis' elbow struck towards the black-clad Gohan's abdomen. The aura surrounding the black-clad Gohan rapidly expanded, flipping in midair to block Sarodis' attack with his knee against the elbow. The impact of elbow meeting knee caused both fighters to instinctively retreat. Steadying themselves, they again transformed into streaks of light and collided once more. The future Gohan, who had retreated a short distance, watched with wide eyes, utterly shocked. Is that person truly another version of me from a different timeline? The future Gohan did not revert from his Super Saiyan form, yet even so he often struggled to keep up with the speed of their battle. As his gaze followed the two streaks of golden light towards the sky, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Before he could clearly see whether the clash at the mountain peak involved fists, elbows, or knees, the babbling stream was abruptly cut off. Boom. Sarodis sidestepped to evade the black-clad Gohan's straight punch, ignoring the mountain peak destroyed by the shockwave. He accelerated, appearing behind the black-clad Gohan, and swung a fist towards the back of his head. The black-clad Gohan turned and raised his single arm to block Sarodis' hook punch, but silently cursed himself. The force behind Sarodis' punch instinctively prompted him to raise his hand in defense, but he only had one arm to block it. What about Sarodis' other hand? Sarodis quickly provided the black-clad Gohan with an answer. His other hand gathered a ki blast and pressed it against his abdomen. Boom. Smoke scattered, and the violent explosion sent the black-clad Gohan flying. Did I win? The future Gohan asked himself, but quickly denied the thought. No, it wouldn't be that easy. From their exchanges, it seemed that the black-clad version of himself was not far off in strength from Mr. Sarodis, and such a simple attack would likely not suffice. The future Gohan's deduction was not incorrect. From the direction in which the black-clad Gohan had flown, a voice emerged. Demon Flash. A golden ki blast pierced through the lingering smoke, racing towards Sarodis. Sarodis condensed a blade of energy in his hand. Swish. A flash of light. The hastily gathered Demon Flash collided with the slashing ki blade, resulting in an explosion. 2A. Sarodis spat, watching as the black-clad Gohan reappeared before him, having dispelled the smoke. Quite capable for another Super Saiyan to match me evenly. The black-clad Gohan remained silent, clenching his teeth, muscles trembling. His aura shifted, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Upon completing the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, the black-clad Gohan did not halt his movements. The fluctuations of his aura intensified. A roar of pure release erupted from the black-clad Gohan. Sarodis narrowed his eyes. What is this? As layers of dark red enveloped the golden aura, the malevolence emanating from the black-clad Gohan intensified, and his strength surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2. Now fully transformed, the black-clad Gohan made no move, merely looking at Sarodis. You must be more than what you just showed, right? Sarodis' lips curled into a smirk. It seems this transformation is unlike any ordinary Super Saiyan. Making you quite confident, huh? Facing Sarodis' provocation, the black-clad Gohan remained unmoved. Seeing this, Sarodis shrugged. How boring. The aura transformed into a rose gold flowing form as Sarodis entered the state of Super Saiyan Rose Gold. Let's see how much power your stance carries. Bang. Boom. The sounds of colliding attacks and explosions echoed continuously. After a dizzying sequence, the future Gohan reluctantly abandoned the attempt to observe the fight. The current battle levels between the black-clad Gohan and Sarodis had far exceeded his capacity for observation. Let alone keeping up visually with their movements, even sensing their auras was extremely difficult. After several high-speed exchanges, Sarodis and the black-clad Gohan landed on the ground. The black-clad Gohan performed several backflips, his remaining right hand resting on his waist, blue light flickering. Came. Sarodis, seeing the black-clad Gohan's movements, smirked and assumed the starting pose for his signature technique. Trillion. Flash. The pure blue and gold blue waves of ki collided, whipping up winds that forced the future Gohan, who had retreated a little, to raise his arm to shield his face. The Kamehameha and Trillion Flash refused to yield, each side advancing step by step, while increasing their output to push back the other. After several exchanges, the black-clad Gohan and Sarodis raised their ki to the maximum. Ugh! Both roared simultaneously as they unleashed their ultimate moves. The ground, which had only recently been cratered by Sarodis during the slaughter of the metallic Gula, was now once again restored to its flat state. However, the vegetation that once covered this land had entirely vanished. As the smoke dissipated, Sarodis exhaled softly, returning to his normal state, while the black-clad Gohan had already vanished. The future Gohan sensed Sarodis' calming aura and hurriedly flew over. Mr. Sarodis, that black-clad version of me. Sarodis shook his head, as if responding to the unspoken question of the future Gohan, or perhaps speaking to himself. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep him around. The last transformation he took on seemed to recognize my relationship with Xiaoyao. It seems trouble is on the horizon. The future Gohan, not fully understanding Sarodis' latter statement, wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Sarodis. This is not something you can or should be involved in right now. Let's go. Hearing the undeniable tone in Sarodis' voice, the future Gohan ceased his inquiries and followed Sarodis away from the scene. After the battle with the black-clad Gohan, there were finally no more interruptions on the journey home. They returned to the temporary base just as evening fell, right at mealtime. After Sarodis explained the future Gohan's identity, Gine hurriedly stood up and returned to the kitchen. You all eat first, I'll add a few more dishes. With another Saiyan added, Gak felt an even greater sense of worry for the survival of the surrounding animals. After dinner, under Gine's questioning, the future Gohan recounted his experiences once more, having earlier shared them with Sarodis. Upon hearing the future Gohan's story, Gine's eyes nearly brimmed with tears. Poor child. Bardock glanced at Gine before shifting his gaze back to the future Gohan. He snorted, wanting to say something, but after another glance at Gine, chose a different approach. Kid, follow me. The future Gohan looked blankly at Sarodis. Sarodis, however, pointed to Bardock, who had already exited the dining hall, signaling him to hurry and catch up. As the future Gohan followed Bardock out, Gine spoke to Sarodis. Little Sarodis. If we stay here, would Kakarot in our timeline end up like that child's version in his timeline? Sarodis, knowing his sister's worries, wanted to respond with a firm denial, but was suddenly struck by a thought. His girlfriend had once said that due to his existence, even her future as the king of time was unpredictable. If they stayed in this timeline too long, it might not be without complications. Opening his mouth, Sarodis felt the urgency he had temporarily set aside to avoid affecting his emotions resurfacing more intensely. After some thought, Sarodis put on his usual confident smile to reassure Gine. Don't worry, Gine. As long as we wrap up this life and death battle soon, it'll be fine. Taking a deep breath, Sarodis pressed his lips together, and exited the dining hall, seeking a corner to make contact with the demon realm. Hey little guy, why are you contacting me so early today? Haven't you been sweet-talking your old girlfriend? However, Sarodis' mood affected by Gine was not great, so he did not have the energy to retort as he usually did, and instead described the characteristics of the black-clad Gohan's final form to Tawa. Before Sarodis could ask a question, Tawa's expression suddenly grew grave. Are you talking about this kind of aura? Waving her staff, purple light flickered finally, settling in midair before dissipating, leaving behind a mass of aura identical to that surrounding the black-clad Gohan. Without the interference of the black-clad Gohan's own aura, the malevolence exuding from this mass became even more apparent. Even through the magical communication, Sarodis could sense this ominous and strange aura. This is it. This is... Tawa's face grew darker as she waved her staff, using the purple light to once again envelop this aura, erasing it from existence. How could it appear at this moment? Sarodis heard Tawa continuously repeating the same phrase, causing him to grow impatient. What exactly is going on? Tawa, startled by Sarodis' low growl, seemed a bit dazed and took a while to regain her composure. Currently, I'm not entirely clear about the situation, but if it is as I feared, a crisis is about to unfold. Tawa's vague response only heightened Sarodis' anxiety, but no matter how much Sarodis pressed, Tawa did not provide further information, as she merely paced back and forth deep in thought. As if recalling something, Tawa suddenly raised her head. Right, if the King of Time is unharmed, then things shouldn't be that dire. Sarodis transitioned from anxiety to confusion, not understanding the connection between this matter and his girlfriend, but Tawa merely advised him briefly before hastily ending the communication. I need to investigate this matter further to confirm the specifics, but I can assure you of two things. It has nothing to do with this life and death battle, and it poses a shared crisis for both your world and the demon realm. The first targets are me and your girlfriend, the King of Time. If you don't want her to come to harm, resolve this senseless life and death battle quickly and boost your power. Tawa's inquiry did not clarify matters for Sarodis. Instead, it made him more restless. A shared crisis between the two realms. Sarodis' brow furrowed. No clues. Absolutely no clues. Sarodis stood on the rooftop, letting the snowflakes fall upon him, silent. Months had passed since the arrival of the black-clad Gohan. Because of Tawa's words, Sarodis had been restlessly searching everywhere for leads on the cloaked figure. However, whether it was the possibly related Babidi and Majin Buu, or any other clues, Sarodis had encountered none. All he could see were the worthless minions wandering aimlessly around like headless flies, having lost their leader. Irritable, troubled. For these past months, Sarodis' emotions had been dominated by these two feelings. How could he find the cloaked figure to bring this deadly battle to an end? Mr. Sarodis. Hearing Bulma's call from downstairs, Sarodis leaped down from the rooftop. What is it? Over the months, Bulma had gone from being hesitant to speak in front of the irritable Sarodis to being accustomed to his presence, reassured that Sarodis wasn't a madman and wouldn't take his anger out on ordinary people. Well, Gohan has discovered something strange. Strange things. I think it might be related to the cell mentioned in the materials you brought back, Mr. Sarodis. Although she had gotten used to it, seeing Sarodis' frown still instinctively made her take a step back. After contemplating for a moment, Sarodis finally relaxed his furrowed brow. What strange thing? Seeing Sarodis' relaxed expression, Bulma continued. I asked Gohan to go to the nearby town to procure some research materials I needed, but when he arrived there, he found that the entire town was deserted, not a single person in sight, only a pile of clothes, as if all the townspeople had vanished into thin air. By the way, after discovering this situation, Gohan also checked other towns, and many had the same condition. Mr. Sarodis, I've carefully looked over the research materials on Dr. Gero you brought back, which included design blueprints for Cell, noting that Cell possesses the ability to absorb life energy to enhance itself or restore vitality. Moreover, I was also attacked on my way back. Future Gohan arrived in the courtyard, adding further explanation. That monster was shrouded in black energy, making it hard to see its true form, but I could faintly discern a green body, and its aura felt complicated as I sensed the presence of many familiar individuals within it. Based on future Gohan's description, Sarodis could confirm that the being was undoubtedly Cell enveloped in black energy. Charlotte and Zaha have already gone ahead, according to Gohan's standard map, to the town where that monster appeared. That child Charlotte must have noticed your anxiety, little Sarodis, and said she must help out as a return for training, and then rushed out with Zaha. Immediately after, Bardock arms crossed, and a smiling Gine appeared in Sarodis' line of sight. Future Gohan extended the map he was holding towards Sarodis, smiling. Mr. Sarodis has been tracking the whereabouts of the instigator of this deadly battle, that cloaked figure, right? I've heard everyone mention that this black energy is related to that cloaked figure, and everyone is eager to help you, Mr. Sarodis. Wait, they'll go with you. Sarodis silently took the map from future Gohan's hands ready to set off, but Bardock suddenly spoke up. That's Cell. I heard the little girl mention it before. It's a very strong monster, right? After training here for so long, it's about time I got some action. Here I am, a super elite along with Son Gohan to protect you, so you can rest assured to pursue your investigation. Gak, appearing from some corner, hugged future Gohan, cheerfully declaring this. Sarodis pursed his lips. Bardock, let's go. Two beams of white light shot up from the courtyard, piercing the sky. Gine, still holding a kitchen knife, smiled. What an ungracious pair. Charlotte pulled Zaha down to the ground. Once on the ground, Zaha struggled to break free from Charlotte's grip, complaining about her behavior. Why couldn't you just ask me to join you instead of pulling me along? Charlotte scratched her head, saying nothing, only laughing heartily. Zaha sighed helplessly and began to survey the surroundings. It does seem like there's no trace of humanity left. From the scattered clothes all over, it appears these people suddenly vanished, just as Gohan judged. Seeing Zaha start the search, Charlotte also began her own unique method of finding clues using her nose. Sarodis had previously remarked that Charlotte's sense of smell was extraordinarily keen, able to detect many things beyond normal sense. This time, arriving early to track down Cell, she remembered the scent of the cloaked figure from their previous encounter, which is why she hurriedly dragged Zaha, her external brain, along. Charlotte's expression changed. Golden energy erupted from her body as she assumed a defensive stance. What's wrong? Seeing Charlotte adopt a stance of great alertness, Zaha also began to manipulate the sword floating beside him. There are two very dangerous auras approaching. They are coming, be careful. Charlotte performed a role, positioning herself in front of Zaha, preparing her quick special move, the wild cannon, which burst forth from her hand, colliding with two rapidly approaching massive energy blasts. Although Zaha's strength was slightly weaker than Charlotte's, his reflexes were definitely not slow. Magic activated a semicircular protective shield, surrounded the two, blocking the dust and shockwaves. Oh, is this the Charlotte they spoke of? As the dust settled, a male figure among the two appearing smiled at the female beside him. Doesn't look too impressive. Charlotte, being the brute among brutes, naturally could not withstand such provocation and became furious. Stop talking to yourself. If you think you're stronger than me, come and try it. Zaha frowned quietly, reminding Charlotte. You can't sense any energy from these two guys, so you must be careful when dealing with them. Zaha's warning helped Charlotte calm down a bit, but she did not retract the action of rushing out of the protective shield. I know, but I can't smell anything that indicates a life-threatening danger. I'm going in. All right, then I'll assist you in the fight. Seeing Charlotte charge in, the male among the two burst forth with white energy and rushed forward while the female dove towards Zaha. Zaha clicked his tongue, manipulating the sword beside him, and rushed toward the female to engage in battle. Boom, boom, boom. The four engaged in a chaotic brawl, shockwaves scattering everywhere, continuously destroying the surrounding buildings. After just a minute or two of fighting, the unidentified female performed several backflips and arrived next to the male, who had exchanged blows with Charlotte and was knocked back by the shockwave, exchanging glances as they both gathered immense power in their hands. Seeing this, Zaha shouted loudly, Charlotte, I know without being reminded. Charlotte was a brute, but not a fool, and naturally recognized that the opponents intended to combine their strength for a powerful technique. The energy enveloping Charlotte surged upwards with arcs of electricity coiling around it, revealing her transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Furious energy gathered in her hands, clearly indicating that Charlotte was also charging up her ultimate move. Without needing to say a word, Zaha instinctively activated his magic to help Charlotte build her strength. The floating male and female seemed to sense Charlotte's transformation, their energy flaring up even more. They were enveloped in a layer of hazy black energy. Once the black energy appeared, both pairs of eyes flashed with a crimson glow. Super voltage explosion slash. X2. This is my full power wild cannon. Both sides launched their techniques almost simultaneously. The massive green slash, infused with black energy intertwined with electric arcs, surged towards Charlotte's wild cannon. TCH. The two ultimate moves collided relentlessly, devastating the already battered town due to their earlier clash. Charlotte roared, continuing to unleash the surging energy within her, trying to push back the opponent's super voltage explosion slash. However, with Charlotte and Zaha's support, they were only slightly stronger than the combined move of the two opponents. For Charlotte, what was more troubling was that the opponents seemed to have an endless supply of energy continuously fueling the super voltage explosion slash. Zaha, who was slightly weaker, was the first to falter as the two swords beside him could no longer maintain their levitation and fell to the ground. Without Zaha's support, Charlotte began to feel the strain, as well, being pushed back a distance by the super voltage explosion slash, which started to gain the upper hand in the struggle against the wild cannon. Damn it. Boom. Not holding on for long, the force behind the super voltage explosion slash increased, directly penetrating the wild cannon and crashing down to the earth, creating a massive fissure. Did we take them out? Looking at the result of their joint effort, the male spoke as if to himself, or perhaps questioning the female beside him. It shouldn't be that easy. Judging from the power Charlotte displayed earlier, escaping our attack with another person shouldn't be too difficult for her. So were Charlotte and Zaha truly defeated? The answer was no, though it was somewhat different from their expectations. It wasn't that Charlotte had taken Zaha and dodged the super voltage explosion slash, rather at the critical moment Zaha forcefully activated magic to switch their positions. Zaha, are you alright? Gasping for breath, Charlotte supported the collapsed Zaha, asking with concern. Zaha weakly shook his head. I've exhausted all my strength. Ooh, I can't move for now. Charlotte gently set Zaha down, clenching her fists. Oh, have they decided to hide? The male and female figures appeared out of nowhere. You two bastards. Still have some energy left, huh? Without saying another word, Charlotte erupted with energy again, rushing forward to grapple with the two. In her Super Saiyan 2 state, Charlotte could gain the upper hand against either of the two in an unknown fight. But Charlotte was facing two opponents, and she had already expended quite a bit of energy during their energy clash. Moreover, Charlotte's Super Saiyan 2 transformation was still recent. Her body had not yet fully adapted to the increased power. Now, under the fierce assault of the two, she could only passively defend, occasionally managing to retaliate with a few ineffective punches and kicks. Damn it. Just as Charlotte parried a blow from the male, the female's energy blast struck from behind, causing her to stumble. After rolling to stabilize her position, Charlotte fired an energy blast back at the female, but was kicked away by the male. After landing a punch, the female's energy blast struck Charlotte's arm, causing blood to spurt out. At this rate, even as reckless as Charlotte was, she had realized that the opponents seemed to possess endless stamina and energy. At the current rate of her energy consumption, she feared that in a few minutes she would no longer be able to maintain her Super Saiyan 2 state, and then she would likely become an easy target. But if she tried to escape now, Zaha would. Thinking of the exhausted Zaha, a surge of power surged within Charlotte, and she unleashed the energy cannon, blasting back the two attackers, but soon after she began to pant. The two attackers who had been blown away quickly regained their footing, pushing off the ground and charging at Charlotte again, leading to another round of intense fighting. Boom. In her fatigue, Charlotte misjudged the timing, missing her counterattack punch followed by a close-range energy blast from both opponents. My body. Charlotte, struggling to rise, was shocked to find that her body had become heavy and she had reverted from Super Saiyan 2 to a regular Super Saiyan. Looks like you have no strength left to fight. The male slowly floating over mocked Charlotte. Charlotte struggled to make a move, but with her energy flaring, she couldn't even maintain her Super Saiyan form and collapsed to the ground. Then the game is over, die. The female, raising her hand, concentrated an energy blast ready to strike. Huh. A flash of sword light appeared, cutting through the descending energy blast, and a figure stood protectively in front of Charlotte. 17 and 18, I won't let you have your way. The newcomer was none other than Trunks, whom Sarodis had met before. How coincidental it is. This future warrior is also investigating the mysterious disappearance of residents in a nearby town. After sensing the battle here, the future warrior rushed over, leading to the scene where he blocked the attack. However, despite experiencing much in this life-and-death battle and significantly increasing his power, this future warrior is no match for the two artificial beings enhanced by dark energy. Normally, the battle power of the future warrior is already inferior to that of Charlotte. Even in a state where he has not yet completed the full power of a Super Saiyan, he can flexibly switch back and forth between the third and second stages of Super Saiyan. Yet after just 2 or 3 exchanges, he was kicked into a coma beside Charlotte by an artificial being. You must be Trunks, right? What a pitiful display of power. The artificial being, no. 17 mocked Trunks, stepping forward to prepare to end the battle. No. For them, this might not even be considered a battle, but merely a game. You are all so boring, especially you, Charlotte. That person said you were a worthy opponent, yet you are not even a match for me, this ultimate warrior. Just as Charlotte was about to struggle to refute, he saw a flash of rose gold light streak across the sky, landing beside him. It was none other than Sarodis. It takes 2 to subdue an injured Charlotte, and you dare to say such things? Boom. Following Sarodis, another beam of golden light struck violently against No. 17 before Sarodis could finish his words, sending No. 17 flying uncontrollably. This golden light wasn't anyone else but Bardock. Humph. You look really pathetic like this, Charlotte. Seeing his ally arrive, Charlotte finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm sorry. Although he hadn't yet encountered Cell, these two beings shrouded in dark energy were evidently related to the figure in the black robe. This realization eased Sarodis' mood significantly. Calming down, Sarodis bent down and placed his hands on Charlotte, activating his healing ability. After healing Charlotte, Sarodis began treating the future warrior. You were there back then. The future warrior, now awake, recognized Sarodis. Oh, looks like you still remember me. Mr. Sarodis' unique presence is hard to forget. The future warrior smiled wryly. I didn't expect you to have healing abilities. You've saved me once again. Sarodis stood up after completing the healing. Well, no need to say too much and thanks. Back then you were the one urging me to leave quickly to save others. Consider this a return gift. Recalling the situation back then, Trunks couldn't help but feel embarrassed. At that time he hadn't recognized Sarodis' strength and had been persuading him to flee, which now seemed quite awkward. However, Sarodis did not say more to Trunks at this moment, but focused his attention on the two artificial beings who had now returned to their front. Oh, is this the dangerous one mentioned by the figure in the black robe called Sarodis? And over there is Sun Wukong. No, it looks like Bardock. Sarodis suddenly found this interesting. It seems you have some connection to the figure in the black robe. Could you tell me about any clues regarding him? Sarodis didn't care whether the other side knew who was on his side, but since the other party mentioned the 5 words about the figure in the black robe, it suggested that these two artificial beings were not just randomly granted dark energy. Oh, are you also interested in this ultimate power? Artificial being, no. 17 put on a curious expression, causing Sarodis' expression to momentarily freeze, nearly mistaking the artificial being for a neurotic creation. Bardock beside him also snickered. Is this what you call ultimate power? Quit joking around. Upon hearing Bardock's words, no. 17 became furious. It was just a sneak attack, don't get all cocky. With that, no. 17 charged at Bardock. Sarodis, let me handle this guy, don't interfere. Sarodis shrugged. Since his brother-in-law had spoken, there was naturally no objection. Shifting his gaze, Sarodis looked at No. 18, who was still standing in place. What's wrong? Aren't you worried about your brother? No. 18 mimicked Sarodis' gesture and shrugged. That's his game. Sarodis' lips curled up. Then what about your game? No. 18 also raised her lips in a similar manner. My game is of course to use you as a prop. Sarodis nodded knowingly. Looks like I've been underestimated. Boom. No. 18 suddenly erupted with energy, attacking Sarodis. Sarodis calmly raised his hand, catching No. 18's punch. Well, up close you are indeed a beauty, but it's a pity that you are just an empty apple with a pretty exterior. Moreover, I don't have much time to play with you. What? No. 18A, unable to break free from Sarodis' tight grip, was about to unleash a stronger force when Sarodis suddenly released his hold. The unstoppable force caused No. 18 to involuntarily fall back to the ground. Do. For continuous light spears shot out from Sarodis' hand, pinning down No. 18's hands and feet. This move has been improved with sealing techniques. You can no longer connect with the energy core inside you. Just lie down and relax. After easily dealing with No. 18, Sarodis turned his attention to Bardock. Is this your full power? Although Bardock, also a Super Saiyan 2, had slightly higher strength than Charlotte, it wasn't by much. But why was Bardock able to suppress No. 17 during the battle? Taking advantage of the pause in the fight, Charlotte, who had pulled Zara out from hiding, watched Bardock's battle and couldn't help but ask Sarodis. Sarodis chuckled. With the same power you may only be able to exert 80%, but Bardock can unleash a full 100 or even 101%. This is a matter of battle experience and skills. Charlotte seemed to understand, but Sarodis offered no further explanation, shouting to Bardock. Bardock finished this quickly. Hearing Sarodis' voice, Bardock couldn't help but snort. That guy. Although he was a bit annoyed by Sarodis interrupting his battle, Bardock decisively erupted with energy, striking No. 17's thigh before his whip kick could land, cutting off No. 17's attack. Not stopping, Bardock's right fist followed up, smashing into the momentarily stunned No. 17, a dazzling blue light bursting forth. Saiyan Spirit. The full force attack at close range landed squarely on No. 17. Ugh. Bardock didn't strike with all his might, but restrained some of his power, not completely turning No. 17 to ashes, but severely injuring him. Is this what you call ultimate power? Easily defeated. Bardock turned to Sarodis. At this level it's just enough to warm me up. Sarodis subtly glanced at a certain corner of the town's ruins, then responded to Bardock with a smile. These two are merely appetizers, the main course is yet to come. So have you found any traces of that monster? Bardock turned his gaze towards Charlotte. Using the power of magic to recover some stamina, Zara pushed away Charlotte's support, coughed twice, and answered Bardock's question. No, we just arrived in this town not long ago, and were attacked by those two guys. I see. Sarodis elongated his tone. Then he'll take care of this from here. Trunks, do you have anything you need to do? Hearing Sarodis' question, Trunks jolted awake from his contemplation and quickly replied. No, I was also investigating the situation in the surrounding towns when I sensed the battle here and rushed over. Sarodis casually scanned the surrounding environment again and suddenly smiled. While considering this town has been wrecked beyond recognition, due to this battle, finding clues here will likely mean checking other towns again. Charlotte. Moi. When his name was called, Charlotte was momentarily taken aback. Although you've gained strength after recovering from your near-death state, your energy still feels quite empty, right? To continue fighting, you'll need to rest a bit. Trunks and Zara aren't in great shape either. You guys should take Trunks back to the temporary base to replenish your energy. Edge. Trunks was somewhat puzzled as to why his next course of action was being decided for him. Sarodis winked at Trunks. Well, just go with them. There are people you really want to see at our temporary base, you know. Trunks was even more confused, but hesitantly agreed. As Sarodis mentioned, he wasn't in great shape, and Sarodis, who he had some interaction with, seemed somewhat trustworthy. Going to his base to regain some strength was a good choice. Although Charlotte was reckless and didn't think he couldn't participate in battle in a short time, Zara, acting as an external brain, forcefully made the decision for him. Thus, the three temporarily left the town that had already become ruins. After the three completely departed, Bardock finally voiced his confusion. Charlotte's sense of smell is really strong. Even if he can't participate in battle, he should still be helpful in finding clues, right? Sarodis merely smiled. While this matter didn't require Charlotte's involvement, his taking the initiative might just save me some effort, but with their current condition, forcing them to act is meaningless. Then what about these two? Bardock, who was about to say something more, suddenly noticed the cold light flickering in Sarodis' slightly squinted eyes and understood that Sarodis seemed to have a plan, so he stopped asking. Meanwhile, Sarodis, having used the technique of soul searching on the two artificial beings from a distance to read their memories, pulled Bardock away from the broken ruins. In a corner of the town's ruins. Shortly after Sarodis and Bardock left, a figure hidden in the black mist slowly stepped out, rapidly running towards the two artificial beings left behind by Sarodis. You two are really lucky you didn't die at that guy's hands, but have the opportunity to become part of my greatness. No. 17 was gravely injured and unconscious, but no. 18, a merely sealed, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the newcomer. Who are you? The shadow enveloped in black mist, however, said nothing further, instead flicking its green insect-like tail behind it, rapidly piercing towards the two artificial beings, completely swallowing them. Huh. The figure, having absorbed the two artificial beings with its tail, let out a loud shout, golden energy, dispersing the black mist, revealing its true form. It was none other than Dr. Gero's ultimate weapon, an artificial being that combined the genes of countless powerful beings. Cell. After absorbing No. 17 and No. 18, a cell quickly evolved into its complete form. Based on Dr. Gero's data and observations, that Charlotte is definitely no match for this form. Bardock, whom I just saw, might be a bit tricky, but he shouldn't be a big problem. Only that Sarodis. Oh, what about me? Upon hearing a voice from behind, Cell turned around sharply, a look of shock appearing on its nearly human face. You didn't leave? Sarodis stood with arms crossed, leaning against a broken wall, a smile that was neither here nor there. Yeah, didn't I leave? Cell snorted. Looks like I was tricked by you. Sarodis remained leaning against the wall, appearing nonchalant. While your utterly selfless energy is too conspicuous, I can sense it even when suppressed. Is that so? Then you seem quite confident letting me absorb No. 17 and No. 18 to become complete, Sarodis remarked, noncommittal. Whatever you think is fine, but could you please answer me one question? Oh, what do you want to ask? From what you said, it seems Dr. Gero knows of Charlotte's existence and has targeted him. Yes, that's right. Dr. Gero's first target input was Charlotte. Oh, but Dr. Gero's memories contain no information about Charlotte. It seems he has deleted quite a lot of his memories. Who knows? By the way, he'll give you a piece of information. Dr. Gero modified the priority of targets one last time, designating you as the second target to be eliminated. Although I don't intend to follow Dr. Gero's instructions, it seems you are indeed a worthy opponent for a fight. Sarodis looked at Cell, touching his nose. That's quite an honor. While claiming to be honored, a golden aura ignited around Sarodis, who took a bow stance. Watching Sarodis slowly draw back his posture, Shara smirked and pointed at his own head. What about your rose gold form? Just a super scion. Are you underestimating me? In the next moment, Sarodis vanished and appeared right in front of Shara. With more powerful genes and the enhancement of dark energy, Shara's full form was significantly stronger than depicted in the original. Sarodis' sudden explosive strike was deftly defended by Shara. Failing to land a hit, Sarodis quickly repositioned above Shara, aiming to smash down with an elbow. Shara bent down, performing a bridge pose to evade Sarodis' elbow strike, then swiftly propelled himself off the ground, kicking towards Sarodis. As Sarodis' attack missed again, he quickly changed tactics, flipping his body and striking Sheriff's knee with both hands before using Sheriff's body as a pivot to execute a backward somersault onto the ground. After stabilizing his stance, Sarodis' aura burst forth again as he charged at Sheru. But Sheru was no fool standing still. He also performed a backflip to evade Sarodis' sliding attacks, swinging a punch at Sarodis as he stood up. Sarodis stood up, took a bow stance, and threw a punch. The collision of their fists created a violent shockwave, further wrecking the ruins of the small town. After their fists collided, Sheru and Sarodis instinctively began a rapid exchange of strikes. Fist, elbow, knee, leg, headbutt. On one side was Sheru, who combined the cells of various powerful beings, integrating many martial styles. On the other side was Sarodis, who blended martial arts from his previous life with the combat style of the Dragon Ball world. In close combat, both sides pushed their techniques to the limit. In this back-and-forth, Sarodis' fighting spirit grew stronger. This was the most exhilarating confrontation Sarodis had since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. In terms of raw power, the enhanced Sheru had forced Sarodis to unleash his full strength in Super Saiyan form. In this moment of comparable power, Sheru's skills provided Sarodis with immense enjoyment. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. As both released a powerful outburst, they simultaneously pushed each other back, leaping several times to return to their initial stances. Why did you stop? Seeing Sheru suddenly retract his stance, Sarodis appeared puzzled. Is your power really at its limit? Sheru chuckled, seeming to enjoy the battle immensely. No, my power is not limited to this, but before savoring a feast, one must prepare a suitable environment, excellent utensils, and an appetizing appetizer. It doesn't seem appropriate to conclude here. Sarodis squinted, his aura still blazing fiercely. Is that so? I am not so particular. As long as the feast is delicious enough, the rest doesn't matter too much. Sheru frowned slightly, yet the extinguished aura around him did not reignite. It seems we have a difference of opinion. However, the outcome of this battle is destined not to be revealed today. Sheru suddenly jumped into the sky, spreading his arms, placing them beside his temples. Solar Fist. A blazing and radiant white light expanded from Sheru's center. After executing the Solar Fist, Sheru lowered his aura and took advantage of the light to leave the ruined town. In a certain rocky forest, Sheru halted his leaps, exhaling softly. Just the Super Saiyan form made me exert all my strength. Sarodis is indeed formidable. Oh, you exerted all your strength. No wonder you didn't want to continue fighting, huh? With the voice echoing, Sheru felt a strange sensation on his back. Quickly jumping back, Sheru was astonished to find Sarodis leaning against him. You? Sarodis adjusted his posture leisurely, the rose gold aura flowing like water around him. Moreover, your speed is too slow. Based on the trajectory of your aura, I predicted your movement and waited for you here for almost half a minute. Damn it. Sheru could no longer hide his panic, muttering a curse under his breath as he reluctantly flared his aura to prepare for battle. Sarodis maintained a playful smile and also took a fighting stance. However, just as the battle was about to reignite, Sarodis sensed a presence rapidly approaching their location, revealing an irritated expression. Zamas, what are you doing here, you bastard? Human, when will you learn to maintain a humble attitude towards the divine? Sheru couldn't help but feel confused. Although the newcomer had a different appearance and slightly different energy, his looks were unmistakably that of Son Goku, while Zama's was. Sarodis and Black Goku clearly wouldn't bother to alleviate Sheru's confusion. Black Goku glanced at Sheru. Human, could you kindly hand over that bug over there to me? Sarodis' tone was filled with sarcasm. Your energy control is still much better than that immortal guy, isn't it? But why should I hand Sheru over to you? Black Goku cast another glance at Sheru, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. This guy is still useful to us, but we can't let you kill him. Besides, don't you Saiyans pride yourselves on being a warrior race craving strong opponents? He could become even stronger. Who knows, he might reach the level to fight you and me. Sarodis also looked at Sheru, sneering. Isn't the power you've borrowed from this bastard enough for me to have a thrilling battle? Killing Sheru now would mean you could replace him, wouldn't it? It seems we cannot communicate after all. I told you that humans are impossible to communicate with. If I don't teach this disrespectful human a lesson, he won't agree. From afar, Zama's voice came. Along with the voice, naturally, was the immortal Zama's. Sarodis' figure suddenly vanished, and before Zama's could approach Black Goku, he grabbed Zama's head and slammed it onto the rocky mountain, creating a large rock slab. That bug over there has at least borrowed some power and barely qualifies to speak. What gives you mutt the right to boast before me just because of your divine status? Waste garbage, something even less than a placenta. Stay here quietly. Thud, 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 thud. For light spears filled with sealing power pinned Zama's to the rock slab. Black Goku hissed and quickly activated his Super Saiyan Rose form, rushing in to rescue Zama's, while also shouting toward Sheru. Bug, why don't you hurry up and run away while you have the chance? Sheru was no fool. As soon as Sarodis and Black Goku began to fight, he erupted with all his power and left the area. Although Sarodis had gained some strength during this short time, Black Goku clearly was not wasting time, and for a time both sides fell into a stalemate. Sarodis couldn't break free from Black Goku's pursuit to chase Sheru, and Black Goku couldn't shake off Sarodis' entanglement to rescue Zama's. Faced with such a situation, Sarodis simply stopped chasing Sheru and focused on battling Black Goku. Damn humans! Black Goku, enraged, exposed his true nature, placing his hands in a flower shape at his waist, rapidly gathering rose-colored energy. Came. Huh. Unlike last time, when he used Mega Flash to respond, Sarodis manifested an energy blade in his right hand. Have you stolen power only to lose your own techniques? Bastard. Raising the energy blade high, he slashed down hard. Black Goku's rose-colored Kamehameha was split in two. What? Before Black Goku could be shocked, he saw Sarodis' boot aimed at him, flying in for a kick. To defend or evade. Black Goku glanced at the rock slab where Zama's was pinned down and immediately decided that he would rather die than let his friend be hurt. This kick seemed to lack any special power, so he assumed he could withstand it. Boom. The rock column collapsed and Zama's let out a retch, but using the force of this move, he broke free from Sarodis' ceiling light spear and quickly wrapped his arms tightly around Sarodis' leg. Now's the time. Sarodis sneered. You truly are a forgetful waste. Sarodis swung the energy blade, severing Zama's arm, and then the length of the energy blade surged, preparing to counter Black Goku's scythe, formed from energy. However, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on Sarodis' face. Black Goku swiftly zipped past Sarodis, snatching Zama's, and swinging the scythe, creating a starry rift in the void, and quickly diving into it with Zama's. Seeing this scene, Sarodis maintained his astonished expression for a long time before retracting the energy blade and spitting on the ground. Peck, cowardly vermin. By this time, searching for Sheris' energy was already too late. With Sheris' speed, he had long escaped far from the area, while Sarodis and Black Goku were fighting. How annoying those two bastards create chaos and then run off. In the end, Sarodis felt extremely unsatisfied as he couldn't fight properly, nor did anything get accomplished. Shaking his head to dispel the irritation, Sarodis flew back in the direction of the temporary base. Upon returning to the temporary base, the future Trunks, still bearing traces of tears on his face, approached. Thank you, Mr. Sarodis. It's so good to see Gohan again. Sarodis waved his hand dismissively. In this life-and-death battle involving people from various timelines and eras, even without me, you would still see Gohan. Trunks shook his head, his tone serious. But I must thank you regardless. What about that monster? How strong is he? Bardock also came out, interrupting the future Trunks' gratitude. Sarodis shrugged. Well, he's about as strong as me in Super Saiyan form, but someone meddled, allowing that guy to escape. Oomph. Bardock snorted, yet excitement was evident on his face. Next time we meet that guy, let me take the lead. At that moment, Shishi also stepped out, handing Sarodis a bottle of juice. Thank you, Shishi. Sarodis quickly drank the juice, accurately tossing the empty bottle into the trash can in the courtyard, then sat down. Well, maybe next time we meet, that guy's strength will have improved too. As he spoke, Sarodis' cuff glowed with a mysterious purple-black light. My. This was the first time Tawa had actively contacted him since the deadly battle began. Could it be? Sarodis apologized to everyone and walked to a deserted corner to answer Tawa's communication. Why did you suddenly contact me? Tawa appeared much better than during their last communication, smiling brightly. Well, I was too tense last time. After careful investigation, I found that the issue isn't too serious for the moment, just wanted to let you know not to worry too much. Sarodis frowned again. What do you mean? What's going on? Tawa continued to smile. Hee little one, I still stand by what I said. You don't need to know about this for now. But do remind your little girlfriend to be careful of her own people, okay? Without waiting for Sarodis to respond, Tawa hung up the communication. Sarodis furrowed his brow, the line on his forehead becoming even more pronounced. After thinking for a moment, Sarodis decided to contact his girlfriend. You idiot uncle, your call is quite early today. Is there something special going on? Do you remember the black-clad Gohan's appearance? The reaction Tawa had after our communication. The little girlfriend in the Time City immediately caught on. Did Tawa discover anything about that black-clad Gohan? That woman. Her words are still vague. She only mentioned that the problem isn't too serious for now and told me to be careful of my own people. Be careful of my own people. The little girlfriend in the Time City also frowned, but not in confusion like Sarodis. Instead, she seemed contemplative. Actually, I've also noticed some traces of tampering on many historical scrolls. However, there's no sign of the Time City's defense barrier being activated. What? Sarodis was taken aback. Are you okay, little demon? The little girlfriend shook her head on the other end. I'm fine. I've checked those historical scrolls, and there are no changes. It's too strange. Even if Demigro were to awaken, he couldn't silently invade the Time City. Perhaps, as Tawa said, there's a traitor among our own people. Sarodis did not return to the crowd. Instead, he sat quietly with his arms around his knees, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. The moment he laid eyes on Shalu's, Sarodis became overwhelmingly certain that the scattered clothes in the town were the only remnants left by the residents who had been devoured by Shalu, a testament to their existence in this world. Sarodis was well aware of what kind of person he was. He was certainly not a righteous hero who thought of saving the world. If he had to choose a side, he would always prioritize the people and matters he cared about. The brash and headstrong nature of his character might well place him in the realm of chaotic neutrality. Yet he still retained a fundamental humanity, possessing feelings of sympathy and compassion. Even though he had long told himself that weakness was original sin, that sentiment should not serve as a reason to remain indifferent to the innocent lives lost at the hands of Shalu. What was the reason behind the deaths of these ordinary and unremarkable humans? Was it simply because this Earth in this timeline was chosen as the battlefield for this deadly struggle? Was it merely because Shalu happened to need life energy to enhance his power, or because Shalu was nearby? Perhaps these thoughts were the reason he suppressed the urge ignited by the Saiyan blood within him and the warrior's soul to immediately eliminate Shalu, despite knowing that Shalu could grow stronger. Maybe it was also why he acted rashly against Zamasu, who had come to stir trouble, and felt a wave of irritation after Zamasu and Black Goku successfully caused chaos. We the Ultramen are certainly not gods. No matter how hard we try, there are lives we cannot save and ideas we cannot realize. Suddenly a line from a tokusatsu show from his previous life surfaced in Sarodis' mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Not only could he not make Shalu pay the price immediately, but even the potential unknown troubles his girlfriend might face were things he was deemed unqualified to know, according to Tawa. What awaited him and his girlfriend ahead? What hidden goals lay behind Tawa's inexplicable actions? Looking back now, how foolish was it to take pride in a power that still couldn't place him at the pinnacle? As he journeyed to this point, aside from perfectly resolving the battle with Dales, how many other fights had not nearly left him with regrets? Faced with Shrag, if it weren't for the Dragon Balls, then the arrival of Neru to assist him would likely remain an unforgettable regret. Confronting the evil god, what would have been his fate if it hadn't been for Tawa needing to borrow his power to break through the barrier? Facing Frieza, if it weren't for Bardock's sudden breakthrough, how could he now see this couple who were almost like his parents alive and well? In an instant, a strong sense of defeat surged within him. Little Sarodis, why are you here all alone, feeling sad? Sister Gine. Sarodis looked up to see Gine squatting in front of him, smiling gently. You usually don't take this long to communicate with your divine girlfriend. I found it a bit strange, so I came to check on you. Why are you crying? I've never seen you cry since we were young. Sister Gine, has it turned out that I was unable to protect anything on my own? After a pause, Gine's warm hand covered Sarodis' short hair, gently rubbing it. Why are you suddenly stuck in a rut, my child? Gine asked with a smile. Do you remember what you told me when you were little? Without waiting for Sarodis' response, Gine continued, you once told me that among our Saiyan clan, only Bardock deserves the title of a warrior, one who dares to challenge any strong enemy and resolutely moves forward despite the hardships on the path to becoming stronger. But now I can only agree with you halfway on that. Bardock is certainly my proudest husband, but you, my foolish child, are also my proudest brother. In my heart, you are also a Saiyan warrior like Bardock. Although I don't know what has made you show this side of weakness that I've never seen before, believing you can do nothing, that doesn't matter. You just need to become stronger, right? Sarodis gazed at the encouragement in Gine's eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Yes. Why was he so confused and defeated? Really now? Seeing that the disappointment written all over Sarodis' face had disappeared, Gine finally stood up and jumped off the roof. That's more like it. This is the little Sarodis I know, always confident. It's almost dinner time, so I'll go cook now. Meanwhile, as Sarodis' thoughts drifted on a distant island, Shalu finally halted his escape, panting heavily. Damn it. I, the great Shalu, actually. Oh, insect, are you angry at your own powerlessness? What person? Hearing this voice, Shalu involuntarily jumped back, scanning his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. However, soon a shimmering rift reminiscent of a starry sky appeared before Shalu, from which Black Goku and Zamasu jumped out. Be proud of this insect. Now 2 noble gods will enhance your power. This was the voice of the immortal Zamasu, and Shalu felt a wave of discomfort within. Although they had saved his life, their tone was clearly one of superiority, meant to help him increase his strength. That guy beside him, who resembled Son Goku, had a strength comparable to Sarodis in rose gold form, while his own power was still far from that of Sarodis or his opponent. For now, he decided to endure. So you are gods. I wonder how you two intend to enhance my power. Immortal Zamasu glanced at Black Goku beside him, who understood the unspoken message, and began to explain to Shalu. Given your sufficient respect for the gods, I will make an exception and tell you. As Black Goku spoke, a playful smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Insect, your body also contains Saiyan cells, thus inheriting Saiyan traits. Once you recover from a near-death state, your power will increase significantly. That should clarify how we intend to assist you, right? Boom. Before Shalu could react, Black Goku unleashed a rose-colored aura, firing a ki blast that obliterated half of Shalu's body. Partner, it's your turn now. Immortal Zamasu snorted coldly. You don't need me to handle this part of the recovery, do you? Didn't that guy say this insect has decent recovery abilities? Black Goku shrugged, unfazed by Zamasu's dissatisfaction, and turned his attention to Shalu, who was left with only half of his body. Compared to the Shalu in the original story, who only inherited Piccolo's recovery ability, this Shalu before him also possessed the cells of Majin Buu, granting him much greater recovery capabilities. He quickly returned to full form. Immortal Zamasu looked at Black Goku. See, he's recovered perfectly, hasn't he? Black Goku nodded without replying and continued to fire another ki blast. Severe injuries recovery. This cycle repeated an unknown number of times, and Shalu felt not the thrill of increased power, but rather the bitterness and anger of being treated like a mere plaything. However, Shalu was no fool. Although he experienced a significant increase in power, judging by the intensity of the aura released, when the two faced Sarodis, he was still no match for them. Since they were helping him increase his strength, he might as well endure it for now. Thus, he found himself severely injured once more. Suddenly, Black Goku stopped mid-motion, looking at Zamasu with a hint of helplessness. It seems this insect's recovery ability consumes ki. Partner, you still need to take action. Zamasu snorted, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Damn it, I have to touch this filthy insect to get what that guy has in his hands. Sooner or later, that guy will pay the price. Even if you don't need to touch this filthy insect, once everything is over, that guy must pay for treating the gods like pawns. As they spoke, Zamasu landed beside Shalu, disdainfully placing his hands on Shalu's broken body, activating the unique healing ability of a Kaioshin disciple, restoring Shalu's body, while also bringing his ki back to optimal levels. Boom. A torrent of lightning-infused ki enveloped Shalu. In this optimal state, Shalu felt his power had vastly increased compared to when he was in his complete form. Just as he was reveling in his strength, Black Goku fired another ki blast that sent him back to severe injury. A few more hits should do it, right? Zamasu dusted off his clothes and asked. Well, just one more should be enough. Thus, Shalu was struck again just after he had fully recovered. However, only Black Goku and Zamasu knew that this strike was different from the previous casual ones. This time, Black Goku was nearly using his full strength. With this hit, his power should be about equal to mine. Now it's time for that guy to handle the final step himself. Ignoring Shalu, who was slowly recovering from more severe injuries, due to the overwhelming force, the two reopened the rift and vanished from the scene. Soon after, the black-robed figure Sarodis had been investigating appeared amidst a distortion of time and space right after Shalu had fully recovered. Before Shalu could say anything, he felt a surge of power within him that did not belong to him erupting. Consciousness. Before he could fully grasp this thought, Shalu's consciousness vanished. A thick black mist completely enveloped Shalu's golden aura. Watching as Shalu's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, completely erased of self, laughter echoed from beneath the black robe. It seems I may have gone a bit too far. But it doesn't matter. Once you adapt to this brand new power, go on and follow your original plan. Fight to your heart's content. What person? In a vast wilderness, Bardock, future Gohan, future Daz, and Charlotte were training in actual combat, while Zaha was nearby using magic to heal the four. Sensing a strong aura of evil, the five looked towards the source, in unison, their expressions filled with vigilance. However, once they saw the figure approaching, Bardock couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Though he had never seen the newcomer, the resemblance to Frieza was striking, and he inexplicably felt a sense of an inexplicable feeling as if this person were his destined nemesis. Oh ho ho ho, I am Lord Zilder, the cosmic pirate. But don't get me wrong. Even though I would love to take down that crab-headed one among you, I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to deliver an invitation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Scion named Sarodis isn't here, but that's fine. You all are together, right? You can deliver the invitation to Sarodis on my behalf. Suddenly, like magic, 6 cards appeared in Zilder's hands, flying towards the 5, and then vanished into a cloud of mist. The 4 Scions exchanged glances while Zaha sighed helplessly and cast a spell to catch the 6 cards, looking at them with keen interest. Mr. Charlotte, I shall sincerely invite you to participate in the Shala Games taking place 3 days later at coordinates XXXXX. The Shala Games will be an arena battle with me as the champion. The rules are as follows. 1. The participants will challenge me Shala 1 by 1 in a wheel format. 2. Falling off the stage, surrendering, or dying all count as losses. If you lose, I will kill all the ordinary people on this planet. Come and join this delightful battle. The other cards have the same content aside from the names. Upon hearing Zaha read the contents, the reactions of the 4 Scions varied. Charlotte inquired about what the wheel format meant while Bardock snorted, though his battle intent was already rising. As for future Gohan and future Des, they too exuded battle intent, but it was mixed with anger towards Shallow. Damn Shallow, how dare he use the lives of ordinary people as a wager. Returning to the base, Sarodis stared at the invitation Zaha had handed him for a long moment before letting out a snicker. The Shala Games, huh? The venue for the Sharer game. Before Sarodis' eyes lay a massive, orderly arena just like in the original Sharer game. It's Sarodis. Quite a nice venue, isn't it? A signature voice of Sharu came from behind Sarodis. Sarodis slowly turned around, locking eyes with Sherris' openly murderous gaze. Well, it looks decent, but I doubt such an arena can withstand the chaos, right? Until I battle with you, no one will have the chance to destroy this arena. Sharu pointed his thumb at himself. Right now, I am the Super Sharer God. No one can have the strength left to destroy this arena while fighting me. As he spoke, the black and golden aura surrounding Sharu surged, causing a smirk filled with disdain and mockery to form at the corner of Sarodis' mouth. Oh, Super Sharer God. That's quite the boast. I hope you can still maintain this attitude 3 days from now. I'll return that line to you unchanged. Sherris' tone showed no sign of weakness, brimming with near satisfaction. Sarodis' voice turned nonchalant again. Speaking of which, I've been waiting for you here for almost half an hour. Where have you been? Sharu narrowed his eyes slightly. You are the main character of this arena match, a delicious main course. Charlotte and Bardock serve as the appetizer, but some entertainment is always needed before the meal. So, I went to invite more participants. But waiting for me here means you have no confidence and want to test my current strength, right? I'm just curious where you got the nerve to invite me to come kill you after you ran away like a stray dog just a few days ago. Sharu merely scoffed. I am the ultimate artificial being with many excellent genes. With your Saiyan cells, you should be able to guess how I became stronger. Once I deal with you, that black guy who looks like Sun Wukong and the green-skinned one will also be sent to hell to accompany you. Oh really? Then I should thank you for considering me. But it's a pity they will probably be accompanying you in hell instead. Then let's see who prevails in 3 days. Don't be too scared to show up then. Sharu closed his eyes after finishing this statement. Sarodis responded with a cold laugh before turning to leave, saying, In 3 days go inform your parents about your last wishes. Oh, I forgot you're a bastard without parents, a mixed breed of so many genes. The only one you can consider your father, Dr. Jero, has been killed by me, so you might as well give birth to a little Sharu to take care of your affairs and have it hide quickly. 3 days passed swiftly. Having roughly gauged Sherris' current strength, Sarodis did not refuse Bulma and Gine's eager wish to watch the battle. Thus, the battle-ready Charlotte and Bardock took the lead with a relaxed Sarodis following closely behind, while the gravely concerned future duo and the excited family group brought up the rear, dragging the reluctant Jack along toward the venue of the Sharer game. As for Zaha, he had vanished without a trace early that morning. Upon arriving at the Sharer game venue, several participants had already gathered around the arena, many of whom were familiar faces to Sarodis. However, none of those familiar faces were of any good quality. The mechanized Frieza and the cloaked King Cold should have been pulled from some timeline to participate in this deadly battle in retaliation against Sun Wukong. Closest to the Fridge family were the 4-stage Kula, who had not been pushed into the sun, but only had his brain left. It was unclear whether he had not encountered Super Saiyan Sun Wukong or had taken him down before he could transform. As for the rest of the participants, Sarodis' mouth twitched. Although these participants, including the aforementioned, had no strength even to warm up for himself in Sarodis' eyes, they could at least claim dominance in their own separate timeline. What's with this brash, explosion-headed guy with exposed chest hair? Judging from his looks and the not-so-impressive aura compared to ordinary people, along with the reporters carrying rifles and cameras beside him, he should be Satan, right? Sarodis turned to look at future Daz. Clearly, Daz, who had participated in a previous Sharer game, also recognized this individual. The seriousness on his face had long vanished, replaced only by a face filled with dark lines. Seeing Sarodis cast a glance his way, future Daz assumed Sarodis did not recognize him. That's Mr. Satan, the Earth's fighting champion. Sarodis' mouth twitched as well. I know this guy. I'm sure he's not the Satan from this timeline. I didn't expect the black-robed man to have such a boring side, pulling him in to participate in this deadly battle. The reason Sarodis was so certain was that the Sun Wukong of this timeline could at least transform into Super Blue, indicating he had already experienced the events with Majin Buu. If it were the local Satan, how would he have the guts to come to this deadly battle with just a few reporters? On the arena, feeling Sarodis' aura, Sharu opened his tightly shut eyes and glanced at Sarodis. The waiting time ends here, now the Sharer game commences. However, aside from those few special guests I invited, your participation requires a small test. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 little Sherris emerged from the surrounding mountains. These are my children, Sharer Jr. Don't underestimate them just because of their size. Only by defeating them will you qualify to officially participate in this exciting battle. Come on, show off your strength. Without waiting for the participants to respond, the little Sheriffs ignited their auras and each selected a target to begin fighting. Sarodis smirked and spoke to Sheru. So this is what you call entertainment. How dull indeed. As Sarodis said, this entertainment was truly boring. Among the many participants, the strongest were merely Frieza and his family. Among them, the strongest was the fourth-stage Kula. But do not say that even the little Sheriffs birthed by the current Sheru could easily handle the strongest Kula, let alone the other participants. The scene before him was less of a battle and more of a one-sided slaughter and amusement by the little Sheriffs. In just a matter of seconds, the many participants with less than third-rate strength had either turned to cosmic dust or lost limbs. Before long, the weakest member of the Fridge family, King Cold, was wrapped in a little Sheriff's cloak and thrown into the sky, exploding into a cloud of dust. Then the mechanical parts on Frieza were picked up by the little Sheriffs from his broken limbs, playing with them in their hands. The last one standing, Kula, was soon surrounded by several little Sheriffs subjected to a gruesome fate. Sarodis clicked his tongue in admiration. I take back my previous statement. This entertainment is actually quite interesting. Indeed, Sarodis exclaimed in surprise, turning to see Bardock, who rarely smiled, now wearing a hint of amusement. Seeing Frieza's fate is indeed quite amusing. Sarodis looked in the direction of the voice, and even Gine, who was usually kind and did not resemble a Saiyan, had a smile on her face that filled with the words "good death." Just as Sarodis was about to start mocking again, he witnessed another scene that made him twitch. The weakest participant, Satan, managed to dodge the playful attacks of the many little Sheriffs due to some inexplicable luck. Thus, Sarodis' ridicule shifted direction. The comedic character is terrifyingly lucky. While Sarodis was mocking, the two hybrid Scions from the future, filled with a sense of justice, quickly intervened to intercept the little Shara's serious attacks, saving Satan. However, Satan, positioned behind the two, did not express gratitude, but instead shouted loudly, "Hey, you two, don't interfere. I'm about to get serious and take care of these guys. Don't mention future Gohan." Even Daz, who had witnessed Satan's personality during the Sheru game, did not know what to say. Sarodis quietly approached Bulma's side and whispered, "Say, Bulma, did you bring the capsule with self-defense weapons today?" Although unsure why Sarodis suddenly asked, Bulma still answered honestly, "I did. What's up? Lend me some weapons for a bit." Bulma was very curious. Though she did not understand combat, she had been around these Scions long enough to know that firearms were like toys to them. At this moment, wanting weapons. What for? Though confused, Bulma still pulled out a rocket launcher and submachine gun from the capsule and handed them to Sarodis. "Hey, thanks." After expressing his gratitude, Sarodis hoisted the rocket launcher and fired a shot at the small hill near Satan. The violent explosion swallowed all of Satan's discontented words, causing him to crouch down, hugging his head. Sarodis' figure appeared like a ghost beside Satan, firing a burst from his submachine gun into the ground before resting it against Satan's head and whispering, "I say, if you want to show off in front of others, that's fine, but don't be too self-important and meddle in a world you can't reach. Just obediently be your fighting champion, understand?" In the face of the Kamehameha that did not come towards him, Satan managed to insist that it was a trick. But these rocket and machine gun attacks were real. "I'm sorry." Satan slipped down to his knees and started apologizing. Sarodis snorted, finally moving the submachine gun away from Satan's head, and shouted towards Jack. "Jack, take this guy away from here. You really know how to order people around." Jack muttered, but still followed Sarodis' orders, cautiously weaving around the little Sheriffs, confronting the future group, and walking over to Satan, lifting him away from the scene. As for those reporters, they were quite lucky. They had already escaped to their vehicle as soon as the little Sheriffs attacked, driving away from the venue of the Sheru game. While Sarodis was teaching Satan a lesson, Bardock noticed that this entertainment segment was approaching its end and leapt onto the arena after exchanging glances with Gine. "Oh, is Bardock taking the lead?" Charlotte, who also wanted to step onto the stage but was preempted by Bardock, let out an annoyed huff. "Bardock has taken the lead." Bardock struck a pose, his golden aura blazing. "I wanted to fight you since the beginning back in the town." The curve of Sheriff's mouth was filled with confidence as he silently pointed at his head. "Here I come," Bardock shouted explosively as he charged at Sheru. Swish! Sheriff's figure vanished from the spot, dodging Bardock's punch. Sensing that the battle on the arena had begun, Sarodis no longer paid attention to Satan, glanced at the future duo, who were gaining the upper hand against the little Sheriffs, and shifted his gaze to the arena. 3 days ago, Sarodis had felt Sheriff's strength up close. Compared to the time when he was chased like a stray dog, it was a different dimension altogether now. In the arena facing the Super Saiyan Bardock, Sheriff's aura was so powerful that it did not even require a golden tint to be evenly matched. After several rounds of battling, Bardock and Sheru created some distance between them. "At this rate, you probably won't even count as an appetizer, huh?" Bardock only snorted coldly in response to Sheriff's mockery, his aura jetting forth entwined with arcs of electricity. Gine suddenly shouted from the sidelines. Bardock, go for it. Take down this bug. Strangely, both Sheru and Sarodis twitched their mouths in unison. Sheriff's twitching was of course due to being called a bug by Gine. A gust of wind kicked up dust brushing past the still posture of Sheru and Bardock. Perfect shot. Sheru swiftly moved above Bardock, extending a finger towards him as he unleashed his original technique. Bardock's expression hardened, his left hand blocking in front while his right hand gathered energy. Ultimate destruction ball. Onlookers were stunned. I haven't seen Bardock fight for real yet. Is he going all out right from the start? This was certainly not Bardock's usual fighting style. However, Bardock could feel that Sheriff's strikes were always playful, which irritated him, prompting him to use a powerful finishing move right from the outset. Faced with the ultimate destruction ball, Sheru would not foolishly take it heeded. Extending one hand forward, a green barrier appeared before him, blocking the attack that exceeded ordinary energy blasts. Using the dazzling light generated by the collision of the ultimate destruction ball and the barrier as cover, Bardock vanished from his original spot. Behind Sheru, Bardock brought his hands together into a hammering motion. Struck by Bardock's heavy blow, Sheru stumbled, but stabilized himself in an instant, flipping and kicking towards Bardock. Bardock's hands glimmered with blue light, clearly gathering a large amount of energy. Bang! Crack! This punch landed squarely on Sheriff's knee, the charged blow colliding with a regular kick, causing the sound of breaking bones to echo. However, Sheriff's recovery ability was significantly stronger than his original counterpart. As he turned to deliver another whip kick, the broken bone healed back to normal. Bardock let out a click of his tongue, matching Sheriff's whip kick with one of his own, retracting and striking. No matter how Sheru attacked, Bardock always retaliated, first clashing with the same attack. It seems Bardock remembers what I said about Sheriff's remarkable combat skills. After failing to chase Sheru, Sarodis had mentioned that Sheriff's hand-to-hand combat skills were not inferior to his own. Clearly, Bardock took that to heart, employing the fighting techniques he practiced with Sarodis on Vegeta. At that time, Bardock often faced minor setbacks against Sarodis' hand-to-hand techniques, while suppressing his own power during their sparring, leading him to develop a set of counter techniques against more skilled fighters, which he now employed. If your combat skills are exceptional, then I will wait to strike, using experience and intuition to gauge the direction of your attacks, countering with the same moves to neutralize each other. In the world before his transmigration, fighting in such a manner was clearly a suicidal act. Attacking second was only viable if one's physical abilities surpassed the opponent's, allowing for quicker momentum formation, otherwise one would invariably be overpowered. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, with the support of energy, as long as one used more energy to compensate for the inability to unleash full power, this fighting style became feasible for practical use. Yet Sarodis still furrowed his brows slightly. But using this fighting style will exhaust Bardock's energy much faster than Sheriff's. Sarodis could see that Bardock, who was fighting in person, understood this better. Sheriff's punch came crashing in. Bardock dodged the critical hit, allowing Sheriff's fist to land on his left shoulder, ignoring the cracking sound that echoed from his shoulder. An injury to the left shoulder doesn't mean the right hand can't be used right. Sheru, astonished that his punch, which he hadn't put his full strength into, actually hit Bardock, was quickly seized by Bardock's right hand around his wrist. Not good. Before Sheru could kick out, Bardock forcefully threw him towards the sky. With Sheru thrown, Bardock landed back on the ground. Oomph. With a muffled grunt, Bardock reset his dislocated left shoulder. At the same time, the tossed Sheru reappeared within Bardock's line of sight. Bardock, unhurried, raised his hand and launched several energy blasts towards Sheru. Facing the ultimate destruction ball, Sheru was slightly more cautious. However, these ordinary energy blasts were easily batted away by Sheru, who formed a blade with his hand. However, as Sheru approached, Bardock increased the distance, continuing to fire energy blasts. Sheru began to feel puzzled after 2 consecutive failed attempts to close in on Bardock. What was Bardock trying to do? After several energy blasts whizzed past Sheru's body, the answer soon became clear. Unbeknownst to him, Bardock's energy blasts had surrounded Sheru. With Bardock's shout, a multitude of energy blasts were detonated, creating a continuous explosion that engulfed Sheru. Emerging through the smoke. Though not harmed, Sheru appeared somewhat disheveled as he approached Bardock with far greater speed than in hand-to-hand combat. Before Bardock could defend himself, Sheru landed a heavy punch to his abdomen, forcing Bardock to take 2 steps back. Just an appetizer, don't get too cocky. Clearly, Sheru felt annoyed after landing a blow on Bardock, releasing even more power. However, Sheru had clearly underestimated Bardock's fighting spirit. Bardock's energy did not weaken after receiving Sheru's heavy punch. Instead, it burned even more fiercely, with arcs of electricity crackling more violently. Raising his hand, Bardock pressed a close-range energy blast against Sheru's face. A bit too impulsive, Sheru did not evade and countered with an energy blast of his own. Both of them struck in succession, or rather one person and one creature were sent flying out. Once steadied, both sides returned to a standoff. At this moment, Sarodis furrowed his brows slightly, the energy enveloping his body flickering. He could see that the power Sheru was now using had greatly surpassed the level he had at the moment of evolving into his complete form, slightly stronger than Bardock's Super Saiyan 2. As predicted by Sarodis, Sheru soon closed the distance and engaged Bardock in close combat once again. With the release of more power, Sheru's speed and strength surpassed Bardock's, forcing Bardock into a passive defensive stance. A prolonged defense must eventually yield. Amidst the continuous thuds of colliding limbs, Bardock had been unable to fend off Sheru's punches and kicks several times, with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Another 2 heavy thuds. Bardock's high-speed movement was interrupted by Sheru's elbow strike, sending him flying backwards. Meanwhile, at Bardock's landing point, Sheru had already positioned himself, raising his right knee in anticipation of Bardock's impact. Still unable to fully dissipate the force of Sheru's elbow strike, Bardock could only barely flip himself, raising both hands as he approached Sheru, pressing against Sheru's knee. However, Sheru retracted his knee and swiftly turned, positioning himself behind Bardock and pushing him forcefully. "Are you about to fall off the stage?" It was evident not just to Sarodis, but even Charlotte could see that Sheru's push was clearly aimed at making Bardock fall off the stage and touch the ground. The appetizer segment ends here. Sheru declared his victory. However, Sheru's expression froze as he prematurely proclaimed his victory, while Sarodis wore a smile. Bardock placed one hand on the corner pillar of the stage, spun around, and executed a roll in midair, landing back on the stage. "You are indeed strong enough that even Super Saiyan 2 cannot compete with you." "Oh, so are you admitting defeat?" "That would be a bit superfluous. Being thrown down by me yields the same result." Bardock's expression turned calm as he took a deep breath. "Surrender? Such a word has no relation to Saiyans." "So you wish to be killed by me then?" Sheru scoffed. Bardock remained unfazed, merely shifting his gaze to Sarodis below, observing for a moment before locking his eyes back on Sheru. This stance is not yet fully completed. However, it is time to give it a try. Sheru, curious, did not act, watching Bardock gather energy. Sarodis narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be? The energy enveloping Bardock continued to expand, returning to its original form. The rapidly rising energy caused everyone present, including little Sheru, to halt their actions and focus on Bardock, who was gathering energy on the stage. "Ugh, hi!" As Bardock roared, Sarodis even saw a phantom of a giant ape appear behind Bardock, pounding its chest, echoing a thunderous roar alongside him. At the peak of his energy, a remarkable transformation occurred on Bardock's body. His brow bone protruded, covering his eyebrows, and his hair, standing upright, gradually lengthened. Super Saiyan 3. Sarodis looked at Bardock in this form. The flickering energy around him vanished. As expected of Bardock managing to transform into Super Saiyan 3 in such a short time. Super Saiyan 3. In the original story, Son Goku achieved this transformation twice during his 7 years of training in Hell, surpassing Super Saiyan. However, recalling the past months where Bardock dedicated a significant amount of time to training, often returning to the temporary base with severe injuries for Sarodis to treat, Sarodis no longer felt shocked. This form cannot sustain long battles. Sheru, let's settle this with one decisive blow. Alright. Although Sheru was somewhat shocked by Bardock's Super Saiyan 3 form, upon comparing their energies, he had no other thoughts, quietly releasing more power as he and Bardock began to gather energy simultaneously. Haim. Ultimate Destruction Ball. Sheru's Kamehameha collided with Bardock's full-strength Ultimate Destruction Ball, and for a moment the dazzling light nearly overshadowed Sheru's previous solar flare against Sarodis, causing all present to instinctively shield their tightly closed eyes. Only Sarodis remained arms crossed, staring intently at the clash of energy waves. Despite the poor win rate of Super Saiyan 3 in prior animations, comics, and films, and its leaking power flaw, it could not overshadow Super Saiyan 3's might. A fourfold increase in Super Saiyan 2 state. This meant that for a moment Bardock's Ultimate Destruction Ball and Sheru's Kamehameha were at a standstill, neither yielding. "Bardock, I admit you are more than just an appetizer. You are a delicious feast." Sheru's voice echoed, causing a change in Sarodis' expression. Not good. Sheru was getting angry. As Sarodis' words fell, Sheru's Kamehameha suddenly thickened, gradually overpowering Bardock's Ultimate Destruction Ball. Though this battle should belong to Bardock, receiving this attack might not leave him unscathed. Surrounding Sarodis, accompanied by explosive spherical lightning, a golden energy flame appeared. Whoosh. Sarodis. Sheru's fear from days prior surged back as he saw Sarodis stand on the stage, visibly trembling in his hands. However, recalling his current strength, Sheru's confident smile returned. Sarodis cast a glance at Sheru. With a click of his tongue, he stood before Bardock, gathering energy slightly. Boom. The two massive attacks seized by Sarodis detonated simultaneously. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept away the dust. Sarodis helped Bardock, who had returned to his normal state from exhaustion, handing him over to Gine. Bardock, he's just exhausted, Gine, don't worry. Once I deal with Sheru, we'll help Bardock recover. Whoosh. Sarodis' figure returned to the stage. Sarodis, are you already impatient to come to your death? Charlotte also chimed in. Hey Sarodis, shouldn't it be my turn now? Sarodis pointed at little Sheru on the other side. Aren't there still a few opponents over there? Leave Sheru to me. Charlotte clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, but having witnessed even Bardock capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3 being defeated, he wasn't foolish and obediently went to assist the future duo in dealing with little Sheru. Raising an eyebrow, Sarodis then turned back to Sheru. I can't wait to take you down, you bastard. If you can only boast while you can. Aren't you going to reveal your rose gold form? Sarodis looked up at the sky, adjusting his slightly wrinkled clothing from earlier. While I return your words unchanged, are you already impatient to come to your death? Shh. After tidying his clothes, Sarodis slowly took up his stance, the rose gold hue enveloping his energy and hair. If you want to relive the fear of being dominated by me, then I will satisfy you. Come on, Sarodis, let the battle of my revenge begin. Out of character. After Sarodis took his stance, he did not initiate an attack. The divine energy in the world of Dragon Balls is not an absolute symbol of strength. The East Kaishin from the original work is a prime example. However, it was evident that Cell was not one of those types. No matter how much he mocked Cell verbally, Sarodis still regarded the current Cell as an equal. In his rose gold state, Sarodis was not necessarily much stronger than Cell. Aren't you going to attack? Cell's black aura surged as he spoke and began to move rapidly around the arena. Then he'll strike first. Cell's speed was extraordinary, so fast that Sarodis could not keep up. Thus, Sarodis closed his eyes. Huh. Cell's roar echoed behind Sarodis as a powerful punch struck, penetrating Sarodis' body. An afterimage. When Cell felt no physical impact from his strike, shocked as he sensed a gust of wind behind him, which was Sarodis' elbow. Turning back while raising his hand to block, Cell did not forget to extend his other hand to counterattack. Sarodis' elbow collided with Cell's outstretched left hand as Sarodis' upper body swiftly tilted, dodging Cell's counterpunch, using the momentum to leap upwards, flipping behind Cell and kicking out. Cell maintained his tilted posture, leaving an afterimage that vanished in place, while his true self appeared above Sarodis, launching a ki blast downwards. Humph. Sarodis sneered, returning the same ki blast. What's wrong? Afraid to fight me up close? Are those combat techniques you developed from various warriors merely for hiding and using ki blasts? Cell remained silent, continuing to unleash ki blasts towards Sarodis. Sarodis tilted his head and twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds in his cervical vertebrae. He spread his arms wide, his aura swelling. Centered around Sarodis, a violent aura surged, reflecting all of Cell's ki blasts back. After bouncing back the ki blast, Sarodis spread his legs, taking a stance, and charged forward. In the next second, Cell burst out from the smoke of his own ki blast, delivering a diagonal kick that landed in empty air. Sarodis, having dodged Cell's kick, stopped, pushing off with one foot, twisting his waist and hips, turning around to deliver a sweeping kick. Cell, having missed his strike, naturally anticipated that Sarodis would take this opportunity to attack. After performing a back bridge, he pushed off the ground with his hands, executing a series of backflips to create distance. After several exchanges, Sarodis had completed his warm-up and officially entered a combat stance, abandoning the chaotic calculations and thoughts in his mind, and pursued relentlessly. Sarodis' figure shifted continuously, forming a zigzag trajectory, arriving in front of Cell. After testing with a jab to draw out Cell's counterattack, he swiftly changed tactics, leaping off the ground with both feet, driving his right knee towards Cell. Not good. Cell thought inwardly, overlapping his hands to push Sarodis' knee back. However, this was a feint. Sarodis' knee strike did not apply much force. The real attack was a punch aimed at the back of Cell's neck, which was exposed after Cell's hands pushed empty. Bang. Ugh. Cell took the hit squarely, crying out in pain, but his hands remained firmly planted on the ground, performing a Thomas spin kick aimed at Sarodis' landing spot. Screw you. Struck by Cell's Thomas spin kick, Sarodis lost his balance and fell toward the ground. Using the momentum from his fall, Sarodis elbowed down towards Cell, who was about to get up. With his strength surging, Cell charged forward, attacking Sarodis' face. Both combatants were knocked back by the simultaneous attacks, landing on all fours, pushing off the ground, spinning to their feet, and charging at each other. Smack! With their hands locked, Cell and Sarodis began a pure strength contest simultaneously. The aura of both sides swelled rapidly in this clash, colliding fiercely. Ugh! Huh! Sarodis was the first to change tactics, using Cell's strength to fall back, landing a kick to Cell's abdomen, releasing his hands, and sending Cell soaring into the sky. Die for Lin Bei. Sarodis rolled up after gaining momentum, raising his hand to unleash a ki blast at the flying Cell. Boom. Smoke scattered, but Sarodis did not stop his attacks, continuously launching ki blasts from both hands towards Cell's sense direction. This is a return gift. Don't get too cocky. Cell's voice echoed from another direction, extending 2 fingers from his right hand to touch his forehead, then reaching out towards Sarodis. Demonic energy cannon. Sarodis halted his actions, manifesting a ki blade in his hands, raising it to slash downwards. The demonic energy cannon shot out, splitting under Sarodis' ki blade as if made of paper. With a flick of his hand, the ki blade transformed into twinkling starlight and dissipated. What about the original moves you used against Bardock? Don't just use borrowed moves from others. Cell did not answer, immediately raising one hand high as a disc-shaped ki blast formed before he spoke. As long as the technique is effective, right? Ki sphere slash. Sarodis merely smirked while a more solid rose-gold aura coiled around his hands. Buzz. The ki sphere slash thrown by Cell was unexpectedly caught between Sarodis' hands, then tainted with the rose-gold hue. Here you go. Sarodis threw the ki sphere slash, now infused with his color, back to Cell. Cell did not dodge, allowing the ki sphere slash to land on his neck, producing metallic sounds. Then Cell's aura expanded, seemingly shattering the ki sphere slash thrown back by Sarodis. As the ki sphere slash shattered, Cell charged at Sarodis once again. However, this time the clash was no longer a contest of skill, but rather a pure battle of speed and strength. The two fighters exchanged blows in an instant, one moment in a corner of the arena, the next appearing in midair. In such exchanges, neither side could control the spreading aftershocks. Meanwhile, the future duo and Charlotte, having dealt with little Cell, exchanged glances and worked together to raise a protective shield in front of Gine and Bulma. Sarodis caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and then fully immersed himself in the battle. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of continuous body collisions echoed, relentlessly deafening. Huh. Sarodis shouted, bringing his hands together and hammering down behind Cell. Cell left an afterimage flashing behind Sarodis and elbowing down. Sarodis also moved quickly to evade, delivering a kick from the side of Cell. Cell moved again, launching an attack from directly in front of Sarodis. The two exchanged punches and kicks, then separated once more. Sarodis. Cell shouted loudly. You are indeed the most delicious main course. Sarodis' lips curled into a wild arc, his aura swelling once again. Is this really your full strength? Cell also wore a smile on his face. The black aura burned with even more intense momentum, his hands forming a flower-like shape by his waist. Then watch closely, my full power Kamehameha shall determine the victor. Sarodis. Sarodis, upon seeing this, raised his hands high above his head with a golden blue glow shining brightly. It was indeed the Mega Flash. Come on, Cell. Cell's Kamehameha completed its charging first and was unleashed. Sarodis' Mega Flash followed closely, colliding with the Kamehameha mid-path, yet it seemed to be pushed back slightly. Cell could not help but burst into laughter. Sarodis, I return the same words to you. Is your power only capable of this much? Faced with such a scene, the manic smile on Sarodis' face not only did not disappear, but became even more pronounced. It seems you're quite pleased with yourself, Cell. Hearing Sarodis' words, Cell's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. What's going on? But Cell quickly steadied his mind. Indeed, he was in the advantageous position, and the injured Bardock below should not pose any threat, even with Gohan, Trunks, and Charlotte attacking simultaneously. It should just be bravado, right? Die, Sarodis. Cell increased the output of his Kamehameha again, wanting to completely crush Sarodis with one blow. However, what? As Cell's strength increased, Sarodis' Mega Flash also thickened, forming a deadlock against the Kamehameha. Could it be? Could Sarodis' power be even greater? Cell's unease resurfaced. Everyone fly upwards. Just as Cell's anxiety grew, Sarodis suddenly shouted to the crowd below. The one who trusted Sarodis the most, Gine, did not hesitate, scooping up Bardock and flying into the sky. Charlotte and the future duo quickly followed, while Bulma was carried up by future Trunks, ascending together. After this, Sarodis rapidly detonated the Mega Flash. Seeing this, Cell also quickly halted his output and elevated his position. The entire arena vanished in the midst of the violent explosion, leaving behind a massive crater. When the smoke cleared, turbulent lava surged from the depths of the pit. What terrifying power is this? The spectators were left in shock. In the clash of two powerful ultimate moves, both sides poured their strength against each other's techniques. Yet even so, the resulting aftershocks caused tremendous destruction to the Great Land. Where? Ignoring everyone else, Cell scanned the area, searching for Sarodis' figure. Right behind you, you fool. Sarodis' voice sounded from behind Cell. Cell had no time to think and turned around, throwing an elbow. Sarodis' figure shifted again, arriving back in front of Cell. I've had enough fun, Cell. Cell barely had time to speak, merely uttering a puzzled syllable before Sarodis' hands were already pressed against Cell. In the next instant, Cell felt the power within his body gradually fading away. What did you do? Cell's voice was filled with panic. No matter what happened, he could endure it. Even if he was defeated, he could simply hide and continue to grow stronger. But losing his power was something he could never accept. Oh, you don't know? I have a technique I learned from the yard rats called the spirit separation technique, which can expel everything that does not belong to you from your body. Quite an interesting move, isn't it? Weakness coursed through Cell's body, making it difficult for him to express his anger towards Sarodis with his expression. Before long, Sarodis withdrew his hands. At this moment, Cell's aura was already extremely weak. It seems your inherent power hasn't improved much either. Sarodis could feel that after losing the enhancement from the black aura, Cell's strength was no longer enough to contend with him. Sarodis, you. Cell's words were fragmented. Sarodis raised his hand. A key blast crackling with electricity had quietly coalesced. So do you have any last words? You've made a mistake, Sarodis. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from Cell, his form flickering as he took advantage of the shock of the future duo and Charlotte appearing next to Gine. This woman is very important to you, isn't she? Cell grinned sinisterly. Don't hide it. Oh, I know this is your sister. Even if you kill me, I can take her out before you act. So let's make a deal. Let me go. Cell's words had not yet finished when a light spear moving with incredible speed pierced through Cell's forehead, carrying terrifying power and sending Cell flying, embedding him into the ground through the surging lava. Sarodis shifted and arrived next to Cell. Whose cells are causing trouble now? What a boring reaction. I no longer wish to extract information from you, so please die. Sarodis retracted the light spear, kicking Cell into the sky. The key blast shot through Cell's abdomen and soared into the sky. My regeneration. Cell's words were once again interrupted by Sarodis. I've had enough of your nonsense, die. Sarodis assumed the stance for the Mega Flash, once more charging up slightly. The golden blue key wave surged towards Cell again. No, it shouldn't be like this. This was the last word Cell left behind. After uttering this sentence, Cell was consumed entirely by the Mega Flash. The battle, which began with such an earth-shattering clash, came to an abrupt end. After concluding the battle, Sarodis looked up at the sky, giving a thumbs up to the crowd. However, before the thumb was fully raised, Sarodis' eyes caught a strange scene. In the void above, there was a peculiar sight, as if glass had cracked. Sarodis felt a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. Here one must first pose a question. Why has Sarodis not returned to his own time or the City of Time after participating in this life-and-death battle? The answer is simple. In this time and space, there exists a barrier similar to that of the evil god's realm, but one that cannot be exited. If it weren't for the existence of this barrier, while Gine was worried about Kakarot, Sarodis would have long since sent Gine back to Earth in their original time. But the marvelous sight before him. What is this? The onlookers flying in the air followed Sarodis' gaze and discovered this peculiar scene landing beside him. Hearing the crowd's confusion, Sarodis provided an explanation. I mentioned before that in this time and space there exists a one-way barrier specifically targeting us participants of the life-and-death battle, allowing entry but not exit. This rift may have appeared due to the impact of my gigajoules and Shara's Kamehameha. Sarodis' eyes narrowed as he spoke. The effectiveness of a barrier is solely related to the practitioner's skill. Even if the practitioner is not powerful, they can still create a barrier with extraordinary effects. However, the strength of the barrier is related to the practitioner's power. Undoubtedly, this barrier targeting life-and-death battle participants must have been set up by the hooded figure as the organizer. Thus, the impact caused by the collision of myself and Sharu must have resulted in cracks in this barrier. Sarodis had some ideas in his heart, but did not reveal them. After all, it was merely his speculation. Everything would have to wait until they could assess the hooded figure's true identity. At this moment, Bardock had awakened from a state of exhaustion and unconsciousness. After learning the situation from Gine, he was quite displeased. That bastard Sharu. Sarodis stepped forward to treat Bardock's injuries. Well, I don't know why, but I have a premonition that I will have another chance to confront Sharu. By then I shall give that bastard a thorough beating free of his dark energy. Humph. If there is a next time, even with dark energy enhancement, that bastard greenskin creature will not be my opponent. Charlotte was about to say something, but frowned along with Sarodis. Shortly after, Bardock and the future duo could not help but feel puzzled. There are two sources of evil energy approaching. This energy, Zah. Charlotte's face was filled with shock and confusion. Why did Zaha, who had been with him, carry such a strong aura of evil? Sarodis took a deep breath. They are approaching us. Won't we know what's going on when we see them? Charlotte fell silent. Zaha was his companion, who always exerted his utmost effort in battle, assisting him with wisdom and magic to overcome powerful foes, strategizing together and sharing in the anger for the innocents who lost their lives in the life and death battle. No matter what, he could not believe Zaha was a villain. There must be some misunderstanding. What had happened to Zaha, who had vanished since morning? Soon Zaha appeared in everyone's line of sight. You all seem to have enjoyed the battle a bit too much. This is a barrier I painstakingly established. Sarodis noticed that between Zaha and a strong man with orange hair dressed in a trench coat, there was a small figure with a yellowish-brown skin wrinkled all over. Sarodis also noticed the M mark on the foreheads of both the strong man and Zaha. Looks like he has been controlled. Sarodis murmured, his tone filled with endless disappointment. His lack of fondness for Zaha was not because Zaha was a member of the demon race, but rather because Zaha always carried an undefinable aura that instinctively repelled Sarodis. At this moment, upon noticing the M mark on Zaha's forehead and the suspicious figure beside him, Charlotte had many things she wanted to say, but ultimately kept quiet. I suppose you don't know me, do you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am the great demon sorcerer Babidi, the very organizer of this life and death battle. Sarodis stepped forward, his eyes narrowing slightly, the aura surrounding him flickering. So the hooded figure is you? Babidi did not answer directly, but continued. I hope your next battle won't be too intense. Our repairing the cracks in the barrier is quite troublesome. Just as Babidi was about to approach the damaged barrier, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to the crowd. By the way, this demon has been fixated on Charlotte over there before accepting my magic. His appearance this time is to fulfill this guy's last wish. Damn it. Without Zaha to stop him, Charlotte's impulsiveness erupted, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, charging fiercely at Babidi. Give Zaha back to me. No one will harm Lord Babidi in front of me. The strong man known as Bojack was engulfed in a swirling black aura, blocking Babidi from Charlotte's attack. Charlotte, blocked by Bojack, was extremely agitated. Get away. Just as Charlotte was about to throw a punch, he felt his raised arm being restrained. Turning to look, he found it was Sarodis who had stopped him. You want to save Zaha? I'll leave this guy to me. Thanks. Charlotte thanked Sarodis and unleashed his aura, rushing towards Zaha. Just as Bojack was about to move, Sarodis blocked his path. While my friend is going to save his friend, could I ask you not to interfere? Otherwise. Bojack did not respond, but launched an attack at Sarodis. It seems you don't want to give me face. Sarodis' aura turned golden as he swiftly and precisely seized Bojack's wrist. Bojack attempted to pull back his captured hand, but to his astonishment, he found Sarodis' strength to be overwhelming, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. In his anger, Bojack's cloak and the orange-eared hair around him were shattered by the surging energy, and his form inflated under the overwhelming pressure. Oh! Sarodis sensed the power erupting from Bojack, a grin forming on his face as he released his grip and took 2 steps back. Is my power scaring you, kid? Sarodis slowly adopted a stance. Don't get me wrong, Bojack. After Sarodis blocked Bojack, Charlotte successfully reached Babidi. Zaha, why are you stopping me? Charlotte faced Zaha, who was controlling the sword, blocking his path, his voice filled with confusion. Don't you understand? Your comrade has been completely mind, body, and soul. Babidi, having repaired the barrier, twirled his fish-like mustache, a signature villainous smile on his face as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Charlotte's anger flared even higher. Even the sword manipulated by Zaha, enhanced by Babidi, fell to the ground beneath Charlotte's furious fists. Babidi's panic was visibly apparent on his face. However, Zaha had never been good at heating combat. After being struck down by Charlotte's punch, he immediately created distance, muttering an incomprehensible incantation, sending a ball of purple-black energy flying toward Charlotte. Babidi, who was about to brace himself with both hands to withstand Charlotte's furious punch, let out a sigh of relief as he lowered his arms. It turned out that the flow of energy Zaha emitted formed a sphere of light that trapped Charlotte, preventing him from moving. Inside the sphere, Charlotte struggled desperately, but to no avail. Well done, Zaha. Now that we have completed what we needed to do, Bojack, we can leave. With that, Babidi took Zaha and flew off into the distance. As for Sarodis, after Bojack had pushed him away with a punch, he turned to leave. Just as Sarodis was about to step forward, he frowned upon feeling a soft body behind him. Majin View. Stepping back, Sarodis turned to face the pink Majin before him, the color of rose gold subtly in play. You certainly seem like a worthy opponent. Sarodis, right? The Majin scrutinized Sarodis for a moment before turning to leave. Sarodis' mind raced, and after Majin View departed, he reverted to his normal state. Once Babidi and his group had left, Charlotte, who had broken free from Zaha's magic, quickly moved to Sarodis' side, seemingly wanting to interrogate him, but his hands that were prepared to grab Sarodis' collar fell weakly instead. Damn it! Charlotte slammed his fist into the ground in frustration, ignoring the others as his aura flared up, once more pursuing the direction Babidi had left. Zaha, wait for me. I will definitely bring you back. Charlotte's departing figure quickly vanished from sight, leaving only this statement behind. Mr. Sarodis Charlotte. Sarodis shook his head. Although I don't like Zaha, I can somewhat understand Charlotte's feelings. Zaha must be more important to him than anyone else. Seeing his important companion being controlled, it's only natural for him to be in such a hurry. Handling a Zaha that is merely controlled will be troublesome for Charlotte, not to mention that Bojack and the Majin Buu who appeared last. Sarodis shook his head. That fellow Charlotte is no child, but if you are worried about him you can go after him. The future duo exchanged glances and nodded. Then we will go after him first, Mr. Sarodis. They bowed to Sarodis and prepared to turn and leave. But Bulma, who had been hiding behind Gine, suddenly spoke up. Gohan, Trunks, take this with you. Receiving the item from Bulma, Trunks examined it closely and asked uncertainly, is this a communicator? Bulma nodded. Yes, a communicator. It seems that Babidi is indeed the mastermind behind this life and death battle. Not only is Lord Beerus on the case, but Mr. Sarodis is also investigating that guy. With this communicator you can contact us promptly if you discover anything while pursuing him. Sarodis nodded. Even if Bulma hadn't mentioned it, I would have wanted her to provide the communicator for easy contact. Future Gohan was now somewhat curious. Since Babidi is likely the mastermind, why doesn't Mr. Sarodis pursue him together? Sarodis looked at the position of the repaired barrier, revealing a meaningful smile. My judgment differs slightly from Bulma's. Although I cannot use magic, I can see a few clues just by looking. Although the barrier appears to have been repaired, there are still some underlying issues. Huh. The crowd was puzzled. Sarodis continued to explain his reasoning. If the person who set up this barrier came to repair it, such a situation shouldn't have occurred, meaning Babidi is not the one who set up this barrier. Bardock interjected. So if we assume that the one who set up the barrier is the hooded figure, then Babidi should not be the hooded figure, right? Sarodis nodded. As expected of Bardock, but I believe Babidi is also likely connected to the hooded figure, so I will leave that side to you. As for me, I intend to explore this barrier and see if I can uncover something. The future duo also nodded, indicating their understanding. Then we shall go after Charlotte first, excuse us. After bidding farewell, the future duo followed the direction Charlotte had left. Little Sarodis, please be careful. Gine smiled gently as she advised while Bulma handed over another identical communicator. Well, Mr. Sarodis, do remember to contact us if you discover anything. After finishing, Bardock and his wife also took Bulma and left. They couldn't assist with the barrier issue, so it was better not to linger here. It was more beneficial to return to training. This was Bardock's thought, and Gine could naturally understand which was their reason for leaving. Thus, only Sarodis remained at the ruins of the Sheriff venue. Habitually exhaling a long breath, Sarodis approached the barrier, preparing to contact Tawa. Although his girlfriend, being the Kaioshin of time, was more seasoned than Tawa, regarding time, this barrier was not of the type that relied on her divine powers to create. It was more aligned with the magic Tawa employed. So it would be better to consult Tawa, right? This was Sarodis' thought. Regarding the issue of the temporal barrier, Tova gave a positive answer. In Tova's eyes, such a barrier repair technique was utterly insignificant, a stark contrast to the impressive barrier arrangement techniques that left her in awe, much like the vast gap in power between a 3-year-old child and an adult. By the way, Tova, said Sarodis, his tone revealing obvious hesitation as he struggled to articulate his question. Such hesitation is not like you. Could it be that the little guy has finally fallen in love with me and wants to confess? Tova's teasing made Sarodis' expression change repeatedly, and he finally spoke with annoyance. I just feel that asking such a question might be somewhat insulting to you, which is why I found it hard to ask. Tova maintained her usual smile, playfully teasing Sarodis. I'm not used to such tenderness from you, little guy. Oh dear, could it be? Tova, on the other end of the communication, mimicked a gesture of covering her mouth. Could it be that the little guy is in love with me? Sarodis couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't come at me with that. I would only consider your feelings if I were desperate. The Demon Realm King Dapula is your brother, right? However, what Tova said next left Sarodis somewhat stunned. Dapula is indeed my brother, but although my brother is Dapula, he is not the king of the Demon Realm, but rather the king of the Dark Demon Realm. What does Dark Demon Realm mean? You should know that among the endless time and space, in the only Tova, right? Sarodis nodded, and Tova continued to explain to him. The Dark Demon Realm is different from the Demon Realm. While it is similar, it is not the same. Our Dark Demon Realm exists independently of all time and space, while the Demon Realm is merely one location within the universe. In other words, the so-called Demon Realm King Dapula is similar, yet different from my true brother, the king of the Dark Demon Realm Dapula. Seeing Sarodis' somewhat confused expression, Tova chuckled softly while covering her mouth. Well, that's roughly how it is. So what question do you want to know? It's really convoluted. In any case, whether it's the Demon Realm King or the King of the Dark Demon Realm, your brother's magical prowess shouldn't differ much from yours, right? Well, my brother is a bit more skilled in combat, but his magic isn't too far behind mine. Your brother was once controlled by Babidi, right? Yes. Sarodis narrowed his eyes. From your tone, it seems you don't think highly of Babidi's magic. Since your level is about the same, how did Babidi manage to control your brother? Tova fell silent for a moment, but still provided an answer. My brother was willing to be controlled. Willing? That's right. With Babidi's level of magic, even if my brother had a so-called evil heart, he would not be easily controlled by him. So does that mean that if one's magical prowess is sufficiently high, Babidi's magic cannot forcibly control them? Generally speaking, that's correct. Tova nodded and added, however, there are exceptions. If the evil thoughts are too strong and the self-awareness isn't very vibrant, they might still be manipulated. Also, if one willingly allows themselves to be controlled like my brother, that is possible too. I understand now. Without waiting for Tova to say anything more, Sarodis ended the communication. After contacting Tova, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Sarodis, leading to the earlier question. From Sarodis' perspective, although he didn't like Zaha, and even felt a natural aversion to him, he had to admit that Zaha's magical prowess was definitely not weak. Moreover, judging from Zaha's performance, he shouldn't possess any evil intentions. So why was Zaha controlled by Babidi? Furthermore, he vaguely recalled that in the Legends of the Fierce Battle, there was never a storyline where Zaha was controlled even until Babidi's death. Though as mentioned before, the plot of the game can only serve as a reference. But still, it was too strange. Reflecting on it now, Zaha being controlled seemed rather unnatural. Well, anyway, daydreaming doesn't help. Let's wait for news from Charlotte before making any decisions. Sarodis shook his head and ceased his contemplation. He preferred to solve problems with his fists rather than his brain. Moreover, simply daydreaming held little significance. Let's just leave it at that. Wait, who's there? Sarodis sensed an aura approaching. This aura felt strangely familiar to him. Could it be? He thought as he heard a familiar voice mention a great battle taking place here. That guy wouldn't be deceiving us, would he? A familiar voice came and Sarodis slapped his forehead. Raditz. Hey, uncle. Sarodis, feeling somewhat speechless, saw that it was indeed the young Raditz along with Vegeta and the young Nappa. In the endless time and space, there may be countless Raditz, but only this one could call him uncle. He grabbed Raditz by the ear and pulled him aside. What are you doing here in this deadly battle? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? He sighed and shook his head. In any case, no matter what, you should come back with me to see Bardock and Gine. Raditz looked disgruntled and shook off Sarodis' hand that was holding his ear. Uncle, I'm already a qualified warrior. Pulling my ear in front of the prince and Uncle Nappa is so embarrassing. After saying this, Raditz suddenly seemed to remember something and continued to ask, by the way, is Dad and Mom all right? The Frieza army sent a communication saying that Vegeta encountered a massive meteorite and was destroyed, even Lord Frieza. Sarodis rolled his eyes. Do you believe the nonsense from the Frieza army? After recounting what happened on Planet Vegeta, Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh, Frieza really wants to destroy Planet Vegeta and us Saiyans. And you and Dad have become Super Saiyans. Uncle, don't mess with me. In any case, come with me to see Bardock and Gine. No way. The prince and Nappa are still waiting for me. We heard there was going to be a cell game here, and the prince let me come and see what's going on. I have to go back and report to the prince. Suddenly feeling playful, Sarodis told Raditz to wait and quietly moved to the side to connect with his girlfriend. Silly uncle. Well, there's no time to explain, just help me out with something. Edge. The girl sounded quite confused. After hearing Sarodis' request, she rolled her eyes, just like Sarodis would. Though somewhat unhappy with Sarodis' mischievous idea, she still complied and sent Sarodis a precious video material. Alright, let's go. Receiving the video from his girlfriend, Sarodis headed towards the place where Raditz's group originally was. Who is this guy? Upon seeing Sarodis, Vegeta, who was squatting by the fire eating what seemed to be the leg of some roasted animal, was momentarily stunned. Sarodis casually sat down and grabbed a similarly roasted leg to eat, allowing Raditz to explain things to Vegeta. After Raditz finished explaining the situation, Sarodis finally finished the roasted leg and spoke. Well, the cell game you mentioned is already over. The one hosting this competition cell has already been taken care of by me. You received the news too late. Sarodis, I heard from Dad that he valued you highly and thought you were the best help to take down Frieza. But ever since Dad went missing, his plans have fallen through. I never expected. Sarodis' forehead twitched. The young Vegeta seemed to appear even more arrogant than he did as an adult in the original story. It seemed that obtaining that footage from his girlfriend was indeed the right decision. Sarodis spoke slowly. Prince, do you want to know what your future self is like? The young Vegeta was taken aback, and Nappa and Raditz, who were fighting over food, also came over. Future Prince. Uncle, you know what the future prince is like. Sarodis' lips curled into an evil arc. Well, although I don't know how long you guys have been in this deadly battle, you should know that the contestants in this deadly battle come from different time spaces, right? I know a bit. Vegeta snapped back to reality and answered Sarodis' question. Then it's easier to explain. Sarodis' smile deepened. That would be the Prince Vegeta who grew up in another time and space, right? Before the young Vegeta could speak, Raditz chimed in first. Oh, a prince from another time and space. Uncle, let us see. Sarodis' voice sounded to the young Vegeta like that of an evil demon, making him shiver with goosebumps. But clearly this Saiyan whom his father valued highly did not appear to be someone he could stop. Moreover, he was indeed very curious about how he had grown up in another time and space. What kind of power would his future self possess? Sarodis glanced at Vegeta, activated the communicator in his ear, and followed his girlfriend's instructions to start playing the footage. Now the entertainment program has ended and next is the joyful bingo event. With the music playing, the Vegeta in the footage sang the bingo song while performing a peculiar dance. Smack! Nappa was the first to be unable to hold back, slapping his face. Raditz soon followed suit. As for Vegeta, he trembled all over and rushed forward to turn off the footage that Sarodis was playing. But no matter how the young Vegeta waved his hands, the footage could not be stopped until the song ended and it slowly shut off. Impossible. How could I be like this in the future? The future me must become the legendary Super Saiyan, the strongest in the universe. Suddenly, the young Vegeta's aura erupted fiercely, aiming an attack at Sarodis. You must be making up nonsense about me. Sarodis merely raised an eyebrow and waved his hand lightly. Vegeta's energy blast dissipated like a bubble. Before Vegeta could make any other move, Sarodis suddenly unleashed a golden aura, transforming into a Super Saiyan. A powerful pressure bore down on the young Vegeta. Well, have you thought about the consequences of attacking someone stronger than you? Prince, Your Highness. Sarodis' voice was icy and filled with deadly intent. But given that your father has treated me fairly well, I will spare you this time. Remember, don't show your fangs carelessly when facing someone stronger. Otherwise, it could cost you your life. By the way, I'm taking Raditz back now. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Sarodis didn't say anything more, grabbing Raditz and preparing to fly into the sky, but suddenly stopped. By the way, this roasted meat was made by Nappa, right? It tastes good. Since it's good, if you want to get stronger, feel free to come find me. After saying this, Sarodis pulled Raditz and flew towards their temporary base. At the temporary base, when Gine saw Sarodis return with their eldest son, she appeared quite shocked. Before Gine could say anything, Bardock, with a stern face, took action, first grabbing Raditz by the ear in the same manner as Sarodis and started to lecture him. Watching this scene, Gine couldn't help but smile. Looks like Bardock's usually stoic nature can't hide his concern for Raditz anymore. Sarodis, standing by, smiled and replied, well, that's inevitable. Bardock had personally experienced the dangers of this deadly battle, and Raditz daring to come here with Prince Vegeta was indeed quite reckless. After learning from Raditz how he arrived in this scenario of the deadly battle, Gine nodded as well. But after all, it was Prince Vegeta's decision, so Raditz couldn't really refute it. Sarodis pouted. Vegeta's power is nowhere near Raditz's level. Why not just refute it? I've invested so much effort in this kid. Gine remained smiling. Well, this child will definitely have a personality that resembles you and Bardock after your teachings. In the face of such a major battle, Bardock was the first to decide to join, so I suppose this child will want to participate just like you two. Gine's words caused Sarodis to smile as well. Thinking about it, perhaps his education wasn't a total failure. Watching Bardock drag Raditz off towards the training grounds in the distance, Sarodis' smile deepened. Walking through the wilderness, Sarodis had a sense of foreboding. The unfulfilled fighting desire from Shalu would find satisfaction on this starry night. This premonition prevented him from feeling drowsy after ending his meditation in the deep of night. Thus, Sarodis decided to take a stroll to clear his mind. Tonight was eerily quiet. Sarodis walked through it, letting his thoughts wander. What kind of opponent could it be? Flashes of villains from various anime raced through his mind, and Sarodis unconsciously looked up at the sky. In his line of sight, a streak of light shot through the sky at high speed, but suddenly it seemed to be struck by something and began to fall straight towards him. Not wanting to get dirted, Sarodis quickly stepped back. Boom! The streak of light crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit. After quite a while, Sarodis saw a small figure leap out of the pit. Oh! The figure resembled Vegeta, but was much softer in appearance, equipped with a scouter battlesuit and a monkey tail like his own. Though he had never seen or heard of this character in his own timeline, Sarodis remembered a character named Tabor, who was Vegeta's brother and part of the official history from an OVA he watched before traveling. Saiyan. Upon discovering another possible kin nearby, the short Saiyan, resembling Tabor, pointed his scouter at Sarodis. Your battle power is only 5. Though it was sudden, could you please leave here quickly? I am currently being chased, and they should be arriving soon. It would be bad if you got caught up in this. This kindness, which most Saiyans do not possess, suggests it must be Tabor. Sarodis thought to himself, but isn't Tabor supposed to dislike fighting? How did he get involved in this deadly battle? Not sure, let me observe more. Seeing Sarodis deep in thought, as if he hadn't heard his plea, the figure resembling Tabor grew anxious. If you don't leave soon, it will be too late. Boom. 2 more figures fell into the pit, stirring up dust. However, unlike Tabor's fall, these 2 figures had clearly descended voluntarily. Still concerned about others, Tabor. It seems we've been holding back too much. Alright, Carter, the game of cat and mouse should end now. Let's quickly deal with Tabor, and then take out the other contestants. Accompanied by the voices, 2 bulky figures, 1 red and 1 blue, approached through the dust. ABO Carter. Sarodis could clearly see Tabor's frail body tense up in fear. Yet after shouting this to Sarodis, Tabor turned to face the 2 identified as ABO and Carter, taking on a fighting stance. Their target is me, you should run and not get involved. Sarodis clicked his tongue, then took a step forward, pulling Tabor behind him. How rare it is for a pure-blood Saiyan to protect others against foes they cannot handle. But since he has such a character, he is worth saving, unlike those brainless kin. ABO. Understood, let me see. Hey Carter, this meddling guy has a battle power of only 5, ha. Glancing at the laughing red and blue brothers, Sarodis responded to them and to Tabor. Don't trust things like scouters, battle power can fluctuate in battle just like this. Boom. As Sarodis finished speaking, a blazing aura erupted. Beep, 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 beep. Boom. A rapid sound erupted from the 3 scouters, simultaneously followed by a combined explosion. ABO and Carter's expressions grew slightly serious. Looks like it's a type that can freely manipulate their battle power. Carter, should we use that move directly? Alright. With a glance exchanged, ABO and Carter took a step towards each other, their figures overlapping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 red and 3 blue figures appeared. After the scouters exploded, Tabor finally stopped struggling to break free from Sarodis' grasp. Be careful. That is the signature move of ABO and Carter. After releasing Tabor, Sarodis twitched his lips. Such a boring technique. As he spoke, the 6 figures charged at Sarodis, swinging their fists and feet. Like light cotton drifting in the wind, Sarodis kept dodging their attacks by swaying his upper body. Bang! Bang! He casually threw 2 punches. The 3 red and 3 blue figures reverted back to 1 red and 1 blue. I can assure you that you are not the formidable foes I sensed I would encounter tonight. Sarodis sighed deeply. But it's still something I can play with a little. Before the red and blue brothers could react to what Sarodis meant, they saw his figure split into 2, each appearing in front of them, grabbing their collars and throwing them into the air. Then Tabor saw one of the Sarodis slowly turn into an illusion and disappear. Though he disliked fighting, being from the Saiyan royal family, he quickly understood. The sight of his kin appearing as 2 and simultaneously knocking ABO and Carter away was merely an illusion caused by his speed. His kin was formidable. Even his father and brilliant elder brother were not as strong. Sarodis had not used much strength, so while Tabor was in awe, ABO and Carter had already returned to Sarodis' line of sight. Saiyan, don't get too cocky. If you have the ability, just wait for us there. Sarodis shrugged, indicating that he was unconcerned. ABO and Carter exchanged glances again, and in sync took a step to the sides. Fusion. Pink smoke rose, and purple lightning flickered. This is the fused ABO and Carter. Unlike their round and somewhat comical forms before fusion. The fused ABO and Carter were entirely purple, and their appearance resembled Dodoria, looking extremely ugly. Now they can compare with Frieza's full power. Saiyan, take this attack. ABO and Carter approached Sarodis, swinging their fists. Moi. The fist passed through the afterimage left by Sarodis, leaving ABO and Carter puzzled. Where did he go? Are your speed and reflexes duller after fusing? As the words fell, ABO and Carter felt as if something was stepping on them. Don't underestimate me. While ABO and Carter yelled angrily, they raised their hands in prayer above their heads, wanting to crush Sarodis standing atop them, as if squashing a bug. But still they missed. Sarodis appeared beside ABO and Carter. Now I'm on your right. Left. Behind you. Sarodis continuously circled around ABO and Carter while accelerating. In an attempt to catch Sarodis, ABO and Carter also increased their speed. Soon ABO and Carter's limbs lost conscious control, flailing up and down, back and forth according to Sarodis' rhythm. Plop. As Sarodis distanced himself slightly, ABO and Carter quickly found their limbs entangled, falling comically to the ground, getting up and shaking their heads. Like a wet cat shaking off water after reaching the shore, ABO and Carter expelled the mud they had eaten, looking even angrier. You, keep it down, your voice is too loud. Stepping back a few paces, ABO covered his abdomen where Sarodis had struck him, unable to speak. After a while, ABO recovered from the strike where Sarodis had restrained his power, but soon realized Sarodis' figure had vanished once again. Here, don't ask him behind you, idiot. ABO not only heard Sarodis' voice coming from behind, but also distinctly felt his butt being kicked. Plop. ABO once again fell in a dog-eat-dog manner. Sarodis sighed, shook his head, and flashed, stepping on Abo's back of the head, pushing it into the relatively firm ground, before finally retracting his disdainful expression and jumping back. Phew, phew, phew. This time Abo, upon getting up, not only shook like a cat, but also continuously spat out mud from his mouth. Dare to toy with me? Take this super destruction wave. After cleaning his mouth of mud, Abo shouted while enveloping himself in green light. Soon the green light gathered in front of Abo's mouth. Super Waha wave. As Abo shouted and thrust his head forward, a green energy ball flew towards Sarodis. This move isn't bad, but unfortunately your power is too weak. Sarodis commented, extending his right hand forward. The green energy ball slowed down like a cow sinking into the sea and gradually shrank, eventually becoming formless. Damn, how about this move, Super Waha wave? Abo, seeing his attack had no effect, clapped his hands and slowly pulled apart, creating a green energy mass. Breathing out towards the energy mass, this green energy mass transformed into countless smaller energy balls flying in all directions, ultimately converging towards Sarodis. This move is meaningless, are you guys joking? This time Sarodis didn't even raise a hand, as countless small energy balls fell onto his aura, causing no ripples and vanishing like the previous green energy ball. Seeing this move also ineffective, Abo was momentarily stunned. Sarodis waited a moment, noticing Abo still had not moved, and raised an eyebrow. Looks like there are no tricks left, right? Although it was a question, his tone was filled with certainty. Abo didn't even have time to respond before he saw Sarodis raise his hand again. An invisible shockwave crashed into Abo, sending him flying backwards. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh. Counting silently for 3 seconds, Sarodis' figure vanished from the spot, then appeared behind the still flying Abo, lifting his leg to knee him. The impact on Sarodis' knee altered Abo's trajectory, sending him soaring into the sky. Lowering his leg, Sarodis opened his palm wide and clenched it tightly. Abo's already large figure suddenly expanded in size before exploding in midair. Though in the OVA you were given a break, it's a pity that in this deadly battle you are not facing Kakarot, but me. Shrugging, Sarodis left this remark for Abo, who had turned to cosmic dust, and then turned to Tabor. Thank you very much for saving me. Before Sarodis could speak, Tabor deeply bowed to him. I mistakenly thought you were someone without combat ability. Oh, I am truly sorry. Sarodis waved his hand. No need to thank me, it was merely a way to pass the time. However, I must return a piece of advice. Hurry and leave this place. It will soon become a true battlefield. Edge. Tabor looked puzzled. What do you mean by a true battlefield? I mean 2 people will be fighting from afar to here soon. Hurry and go, or I cannot guarantee you won't get caught in the aftermath. After explaining this, Sarodis saw that Tabor understood. In any case, I am very grateful to you. After another bow, Tabor hurriedly left. This kin seemed to deal with Abo as if he were playing, and such a serious expression from him made Sarodis wonder. The battle that would soon unfold here must be terrifying, right? Although curious about this kin's name, it was better to heed his words and leave for now. Sarodis certainly had no idea what Tabor was thinking. After all, as he mentioned, saving Tabor from Abo and Carter was merely a way to pass the time. If he hadn't sensed the 2 powerful auras continuously clashing and approaching, Sarodis might have had a mood to chat with Tabor. But since he sensed them, these 2 strong auras were more alluring than Tabor. Who could these 2 be? A sense of anticipation emerged in Sarodis' heart. Perhaps the owners of these 2 auras could finally satisfy the battle desire that had yet to extinguish within him. Sarodis' expression involuntarily twisted slightly. He couldn't shake off the feeling that this land was somewhat unlucky. In just one short night, the second person had already crashed down here. Sarodis prepared to hurry over to check. However, soon a plump figure jumped out from the deep pit. The twitching on Sarodis' face became even more pronounced. Based on the opponent's attire and the halo above his head, the name of the person before him was quite apparent. It was Baiko. The fusion that appeared in the theatrical version of Resurrection was the result of Vegeta not extending his index finger during the fusion. No wonder he was so much stronger in terms of energy, yet still so awkwardly defeated. Another one. Hey, that guy over there, hurry up and leave this place. One after another, truly. Same as being smashed into a big pit, the same urgency for Sarodis to leave. You should be the one to hurry and leave, right? That guy is already here. Sarodis pointed at Baiko's side. Colorful blocks gradually gathered. Who else could it be but the evil key wave? Eek, eh. The serious expression from Baiko when trying to persuade Sarodis to leave suddenly vanished, replaced by cold sweat and panic. Crouch down and cover your head. A claw sweeping in mist, and the evil key wave quickly changed tactics to grab downwards. Eesh. Baiko executed a lazy roll, and the evil key wave's attack failed. Sarodis' mouth twitched. The last time he saw such a scene was when Satan faced off against Little Cell. The comedic character truly had a unique aura. Even while thinking this, Sarodis rushed in and grabbed the evil Ki Wave's wrist. Hey evil Ki Wave, let me be your opponent. Ugh. The evil Ki Wave made an unintelligible sound, raising his other fist to punch Sarodis in the face. Sarodis raised his hand to block. He turned his head and shouted at Baiko, who had just gotten up to approach. Don't come and mess things up with a failed fusion. Hurry and hide until the fusion time is over. As he spoke, a golden aura ignited and Sarodis kicked towards the evil Ki Wave, who was in a power contest stance with him. Although he was a comedic character unable to unleash his full power due to a failed fusion, he was still a combination of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's minds. Seeing Sarodis transform into a Super Saiyan, the evil Ki Wave was forced to retreat, while Baiko sensibly made a quick escape. I don't know who you are, but I'm counting on you. Ugh! The dark gray aura surrounding the evil Ki Wave erupted. As the energy clashed, the evil Ki Wave and Sarodis both retreated. The evil Ki Wave leaped upward, waving one hand, unleashing sparkling shards downward. Sarodis frowned slightly, crossing his arms in front of himself. The evil Ki Wave transformed into blocks and disappeared, then silently appeared behind Sarodis' fists, clenched simultaneously, striking heavily at Sarodis' temples. Whoosh! Sarodis' figure vanished, propelled by a violent gust of wind, and then he struck the evil Ki Wave from behind with a heavy kick. The evil Ki Wave leaned forward, twisting his body to face Sarodis, gathering a black-purple energy blast in his hand and aiming it at Sarodis. Transforming the kick into a stomp, Sarodis stepped on the evil Ki Wave's chest, elevating himself to dodge the attack, then, after flipping in the air, landed back on the ground. A flickering energy blast shot out from Sarodis' hand, heading straight for the evil Ki Wave. The evil Ki Wave spread his arms wide, a dazzling mirror appearing in front of his face. Sarodis' energy blast disappeared into the mirror. Almost simultaneously, another mirror appeared beside Sarodis, and an energy blast emerged from it, racing towards Sarodis. With his palm vertical like a blade, Sarodis split his own energy blast, spun his body, and kicked out, colliding with the incoming kick aimed at him. Bang! The force of the impact made Sarodis and the evil Ki Wave lose control of their bodies, both stumbling backward. The corners of Sarodis and the evil Ki Wave's mouths both curled into a smirk, and they once again lunged forward. A rapid exchange of fists and feet. As they fought, both moved fluidly. The residual waves spread out, causing deep pits to form in the previously flat ground, while the thick clouds in the sky were scattered. Bang! The evil Ki Wave's figure transformed into a streak of light, smashed down by Sarodis' joined hands in a heavy strike against the ground. Dark gray energy surged from the deep hole created, shooting into the sky, while 7 colored blocks appeared beside Sarodis, kicking at his side. Sarodis could only manage to turn his body, crossing his arms to block the attack, but was unable to withstand the force, and was also thrown to the ground. Hey Kakarot, isn't fusion supposed to make us weaker? In a nearby forest, Baiko disintegrated. As soon as he disintegrated, Vegeta yelled at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong scratched his head. You made a mistake, Vegeta. You need to extend your index finger during fusion. Let's try again now. What? You want me to do that embarrassing gesture again? Vegeta's face was filled with shock. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta with an indescribably sincere gaze. This is the only way to defeat the evil Ki Wave. Vegeta's expression twitched. After a long while, alright, this is the last time, Kakarot. Thus the fusion dance was once again performed. The battling Sarodis and the evil Ki Wave simultaneously separated, looking towards the direction where the orange and gold energy rose. Leave the rest to me. The successful fusion produced Gogeta, who appeared between Sarodis and the evil Ki Wave, delivering a series of invisible punches that forced the evil Ki Wave to retreat several steps. However, Sarodis flickered and stood in front of Gogeta. I'm on a roll. Oh, I can't let you have the opponent. Gogeta appeared again in front of Sarodis. That guy was originally my opponent, right? No, now he is my opponent. While Sarodis and Gogeta were arguing over who would face the evil Ki Wave, the evil Ki Wave roared, charging at the two. Sarodis and Gogeta's expressions changed simultaneously as they tried to push each other away, swinging their fists at the evil Ki Wave. The evil Ki Wave was once again sent flying by the double strike. Suddenly, while Sarodis and Gogeta were in a tug-of-war, their expressions changed as they looked up at the sky. In the sky, a rift adorned with dim starry lights opened, and the black Wukong, whom Sarodis had seen many times, appeared. The Super Saiyan Rose transformation was completed in an instant, and a scythe formed from energy swung towards Sarodis and Gogeta. You take care of the evil Ki Wave, I'll handle this guy. In Sarodis' astonished expression, Gogeta's aura rapidly expanded, his golden hair lengthened, his brow covering his eyes. Was he transforming into Super Saiyan 3? As Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he raised his hand to disperse the slash, charging towards Black Wukong at a speed that Sarodis in Super Saiyan could not react to. Tisk! Sarodis sighed and charged toward the evil key wave. He certainly had his own plans. As long as the evil key wave didn't have some third form or something, he could transform into rose gold at any time to deal with the evil key wave. Judging by the strength of the energy Super Saiyan 3 Gogeta and Black Wukong shouldn't be too far apart, but fusion had a time limit. No matter what purpose Black Wukong had in the end, he would still have to take action himself, or wasn't that a great deal? With this thought, Sarodis once again engaged the evil key wave. As they clashed once more, the evil key wave's unintelligible shouts grew significantly quieter. He did not understand why, when they fought before, his predictive abilities could effectively anticipate the actions of this golden guy, but now it had failed. The evil key wave, of course, did not realize that Sarodis' combat style was divided into two phases. The first phase belonged to the warm-up state where Sarodis would still rely on thinking to fight. But once he entered the second phase, Sarodis would let go of thinking, allowing his Bodis instincts to launch attacks. The two phases of combat styles were also completely different. In the first phase, Sarodis would observe, intercept, and block the opponent's moves. In the second phase, which was now Sarodis' attacking style, would be completely reckless. As the evil key wave swung a punch, Sarodis merely tilted slightly to avoid a direct hit to his chest, then swung a punch back at the evil key wave's head. Decomposing into blocks and shifting positions, Sarodis was able to deliver a sweeping kick, forcing the recently reformed evil key wave back. Energy blasts were unleashed. The evil key wave spread his arms wide again, using the mirror transfer to redirect the energy blast back at Sarodis. Sarodis manifested an energy blade in his hand, cutting through the energy blast and striking at the evil key wave. The evil key wave's expression changed. Eek! With a roll, the evil key wave casually picked up a piece of metal that had been dislodged by the residual waves. Activating his ability to reshape matter, the metal transformed into a long sword, clashing with Sarodis' energy blade. Hiya! Sarodis let out a battle cry, and before the evil key wave could swing his sword to unleash energy, it snapped in two under the energy blade. Damn it! Although the evil key wave couldn't speak human language, those two words surfaced in his mind. Rolling away to create distance, he picked up another piece of metal, transforming it into a long spear that lunged forward. Sarodis swung his energy blade, continually slicing through the long spear that thrust at him. Unknowingly, Sarodis had approached the evil key wave's front. Bang! A heavy fist smashed down, with the energy blade following closely behind. The evil key wave quickly decomposed itself, narrowly dodging Sarodis' attack. Opening his mouth, a green energy blast gathered and was about to surge from behind towards Sarodis. Sarodis smirked and extended one hand forcefully, pushing the unlaunched energy blast back into the evil key wave's mouth. Boom. Cough, cough, cough. Thick smoke billowed from the corner of the evil key wave's mouth. Above in the sky, Black Wukong's scythe swept across, causing even Gogeta to retreat a few steps to barely dodge it. Big bang. Seeing that he had created some distance, Gogeta did not hesitate. Calculating the time, his fusion should be nearing its end. Below, the evil key wave's energy was gradually weakening. If he didn't quickly deal with this sudden attacker who had a face identical to one of his fusion materials and used similar combat methods, but with a slightly different energy, feeling the chance to defeat the evil key wave would be snatched away by this nameless scion. Kamehameha. Combining the Big Bang attack with the Kamehameha, the ultimate technique launched towards Black Wukong. Black Wukong's expression shifted as he crossed the scythe of energy in front of him, resting his left hand on his right arm, a bright green shield materializing as he prepared to attempt to block this potentially unstoppable attack. However, Gogeta's Big Bang Kamehameha had yet to hit Black Wukong when it abruptly vanished. Gogeta didn't have time to be confused. A hazy glow appeared on his surface, then split in two, transforming into Son Wukong and Vegeta, each with a halo above their heads. Seeing this, Black Wukong smirked. Looks like I can take out another Son Wukong. The shield disappeared, and the scythe was raised, slashing towards Son Wukong. Although Vegeta had many questions for Son Wukong, seeing Black Wukong attacking, he could only exchange a glance in urgency. Both transformed simultaneously, and two energy blasts struck Black Wukong in the face, allowing them to dodge Black Wukong's slash together. Clang! The figure of Sarodis, surrounded by a rose gold aura, appeared, extending his energy blade to block the scythe. It turned out that when Gogeta separated back into Son Wukong and Vegeta, Sarodis had already sensed the change. It's only been about 15 minutes. Has it disintegrated so quickly? Could it be because of Super Saiyan 3? Sarodis knew in his heart that in this hell Gogeta could only match Black Wukong by transforming into Super Saiyan 3. After disintegration, Son Wukong and Vegeta would be no match for Black Wukong, especially since these two were among the humans Black Wukong despised the most. A careless mistake could cost them their lives. Regardless of which timeline Sun Wukong, they were all Kakarot considered his own nephew. It was better not to see him die right before his eyes. With this thought, Sarodis transformed into Super Saiyan Rose Gold, delivering a heavy punch that forced the evil ki wave to decompose and evade. Then he pinned the evil ki wave to the ground with several energy spears rapidly moving to stand in front of Black Wukong, blocking the scythe. I've achieved my goal of goodbye, humans. Surprisingly, Black Wukong said this and retreated into the rift without lingering. Achieved his goal. Sarodis was somewhat puzzled, then quickly understood. Turning to look, another rift opened beside the evil ki wave, and Zamasu had already jumped out, detonating several energy blasts that destroyed the ceiling energy spears Sarodis had hastily thrown. At this moment, he had already grabbed the evil ki wave and entered the rift. TCH. After 2 battles in one night, the opponents were either mere clowns or had been taken away midway. Sarodis was in a very bad mood. He had anticipated a thrilling and exhilarating battle. Instead, after a half night of effort, his desire for combat was not only unmet but intensified. The 2 figures, Congo and Bei, with their ragged clothes and bloodied bodies, had no idea what Sarodis was feeling at the moment. The boisterous Sun Wukong approached Sarodis and greeted him. "Oh, I am Sun Wukong, you are a Saiyan too, right? Was that transformation just now a Super Saiyan?" Sarodis was not in a great mood at that moment, but he was not inclined to take his anger out on those unrelated to him. Moreover, although Sun Wukong was from a different timeline and was significantly older than him in a certain sense, he could be considered his nephew. Sarodis, that transformation should belong solely to me, right? I see, Sun Wukong said, looking as if he had suddenly realized something. He wanted to ask more questions, but was interrupted by Vegeta patting him on the shoulder. "Hey Kakarot, something seems off." "Huh? What's wrong, Vegeta?" Vegeta's forehead twitched as he looked at Sun Wukong's innocent and untainted gaze. "Haven't you noticed? Logically, there shouldn't be so much energy beyond ordinary people on Earth besides us and your companions, but here. Where exactly did that cloaked man take us?" Hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong's round eyes widened as he sensed the energy around. Indeed, there are many powerful energies. Wait, what is that energy? Frieza. No, that can't be. Frieza shouldn't possess this level of power, and the energy feels different. Vegeta, like Sun Wukong, was somewhat puzzled. In their understanding, such unfathomable energy should not belong to Frieza, yet the feeling was undeniably similar to what they had encountered before. What was going on? Sarodis, however, had a different reaction. So far, he had encountered 3 Friezas up close and had fought 2 of them. Sarodis could be certain that this energy, while very similar to Frieza's, was definitely not Frieza, but Gula. The golden shining figure that appeared in the sight of the 3 quickly confirmed Sarodis' thoughts were correct. However, Sarodis was also quite surprised. Gula actually possessed this form. Golden Gula. Sarodis, I have come to take my revenge. Huh, isn't this Super Saiyan Sun Wukong? It seems that I have unexpectedly gained something from my arrival this time. The Gula before them took on a final form that was not too similar to Frieza's and evolved into a golden state. Sun Wukong would certainly not recognize him as Frieza, and because of this, Sun Wukong was even more puzzled upon seeing Gula recognize him. "Who are you? Have we met before?" Sarodis squinted his eyes. "Revenge? Have we met?" Clearly, Gula was more interested in Sarodis than in Sun Wukong, his tone suddenly rising as he prioritized responding to Sarodis. "Stop pretending, Sarodis." After seeming to think of something, Gula paused, and his tone returned to normal. "No wonder at that time I wasn't in this form. Here's a hint, Metal Gula, does it ring a bell?" Sarodis raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with contempt. "I see, so you returned for revenge after being easily taken down by me along with a bunch of other trash." "Humph." Gula let out a cold laugh. "Don't think you can deal with me as easily as last time. I am now on a dimensional level different from then." Black energy surged around Gula, and with a wave of his hand, an invisible shockwave sent Congo and Bei flying. "Annoying bugs, get out of the way." Sarodis prepared to die. In the raging wind, Sarodis' short hair and the edges of his clothing fluttered, yet his body remained steadfast, as if rooted to the ground. "Black energy. It seems the cloaked man has enhanced your power. What exactly is his scheme?" Thoughts raced through Sarodis' mind as he instinctively moved his body, dodging Gula's descending kick. The golden aura surged upwards as he swung his fist. Gula adjusted his stance, and after stabilizing, angled his arm blade downwards towards Sarodis' head. Tilting his head and sidestepping, Sarodis avoided the strike, but Gula followed up with a punch that hit Sarodis squarely in the chest. After landing a hit, Gula immediately followed up with a kick, sending Sarodis soaring into the air, while accelerating to pursue him, shouting, "What about that so-called Super Saiyan 2 from back then? Using just this form against me is underestimating me too much." Sarodis regained his composure, and the aura around him tangled with bright, crackling electricity. Bang! The 2 fists collided with a sharp sound. The massive recoil sent Sarodis flying backward again, while Gula merely swayed slightly before charging at Sarodis once more. This power, it seems the blade of battle I envisioned, is you. Sarodis stabilized his stance, his aura flowing like liquid tinged with a rose gold hue, excitement gleaming in his green eyes. Fists clashed again, this time evenly matched. As Sarodis sensed Gula's energy, he let out a strange cry, condensing a ki blast in his hand aimed at Gula's face. Though I don't know what that sneaky guy did to you to grant you this form, or what he intends to achieve through you, still I should thank him for bringing me such a worthy opponent for these few seconds. As they grappled closely, Gula's black aura surged violently, and his punches and kicks increased in speed, overwhelming Sarodis' offensive and driving him towards the ground. Is this all you've got? Where did that overwhelming aura from back then go? Gula questioned loudly, and the planet destruction ball in his hands expanded rapidly, descending towards Sarodis on the ground. Sarodis performed a quick maneuver to rise, his expression gradually turning frenzied. A golden blazing ki blade appeared on his right hand, swiftly extending as he swung upwards, cleaving the planet destruction ball that had yet to fall into two. Gula scoffed, continuously firing ki blasts from various angles towards Sarodis. Huh. Sarodis roared, dispersing the ki blades slightly, floating in the air, his body forming a large character shape, and an invisible shockwave radiated from him, deflecting all the ki blasts that were about to hit him to the ground, creating countless craters. Gula snorted coldly, his aura erupting as he dove down. Sarodis condensed a small ki blast in his hand and hurled it towards the ground, sending dust rising. Gula passed through the dust only to find Sarodis' figure vanished, leaving behind only a fist-sized ki blast crackling with arcs. Boom. Gula barely had time to cross his arms to shield his face before the ki blast exploded. Where is he? Just as this thought emerged in Gula's mind, he found the answer as Sarodis' heavy fist swung down, striking Gula's back and causing him to stumble. Squatting down, he swept his leg. With both hands on the ground, he kicked upwards. Rolling over, using his limbs to push off the ground, Sarodis arrived above Gula, first clasping his hands together to smash down, burying Gula into the ground. The next second, rubble and dirt floated up, shooting towards Sarodis. Then Gula charged out from the pit created by Sarodis, attacking him amidst the flying stones and dirt, and the two engaged in close combat once more. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous collisions of fists and feet allowed Gula to seize the opportunity, using the blade on his forearm to pin Sarodis, hands whipping his long tail to strike Sarodis. Sarodis endured the blow, flipping his hands to grasp Gula's forearm, yanking down, while thrusting his right knee into Gula's abdomen. Would Gula show weakness? He slammed his head into Sarodis' nose. Ugh. Without needing to raise his hand to wipe the gust from Sarodis' reignited aura, blew away the blood trickling from his nose. Accelerating and charging, taking advantage of Gula still reeling from the pain, Sarodis unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, driving Gula back down into the ground. As the rising dust settled, Gula stood on the ground. However, Sarodis felt somewhat disappointed. Is this all it takes to lose the golden form? You can't even maintain your final form. Unexpectedly, Gula, who had regressed 2 stages, wore a mocking smile. Wild monkey, is this your full power? Hearing Gula's retort, a playful smile crept onto Sarodis' lips. So what if it is? So what if it's not? If this is your full power, then prepare to die. Huh. Sarodis' eyes narrowed as Gula's body gradually emitted a brilliant blue glow. The warm-up is over, Wild Monkey. Watch closely, this is Gula's full power. After transforming into metal Gula's transformation had not yet stopped. A golden sheen covered the blue, and his left eye transformed into a flickering scarlet point. Golden metal Gula, you may refer to this form of mine as such. Before Gula's words fully reached Sarodis' ears, the sensation of pain surfaced first. What? Curved and tense Sarodis discovered that what remained was merely the fading afterimage of Gula, while Gula himself had already arrived in front of him, slowly retracting the fist that had just struck his abdomen. Huh. Gula clasped his hands together like a hammer, smashing down on Sarodis' back, driving him into the ground. The initial scene of battle was quickly replicated, but this time Gula condensed not 1, but 3 planet destruction balls, all enveloped in golden radiance. Boom. The explosion's brilliance momentarily illuminated the wasteland as bright as day. After a while, darkness once again engulfed the land. Gula's eyes scanned the ground, which had been stripped of layers, and he let out a cold laugh. It seems this wild monkey has reached his limit. Next, it'll be the other one, the 2 wild monkeys. The one beside Sun Wukong should also be a scion. Gula muttered to himself as he walked towards Congo and Bay in the distance. Hey Vegeta, that guy seems to have changed his target to us too. Should we fuse again? A rare bitter smile appeared on Vegeta's face. The fusion lasts 30 minutes, right? After we fused and unleashed our full power as Super Saiyan 3, it only lasted a while before we fell apart. That guy's power is not much different from the one who looks just like you. Even if we fuse, it will likely end the same way as before. With that, Vegeta's expression returned to normal. He straightened up, unleashing the considerable power he had regained entering the Super Saiyan 2 state. Since it will yield the same result, there's no need to adopt that form. Fighting to the death without fusion is better. Heh, hee hee. Sun Wukong also stood up with a wry smile, roaring as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. We finally agree on something. Oh, having witnessed that battle just now, do you really want to struggle in vain, wild monkey? Gula had now approached Congo and Bay, mocking them. Vegeta smirked, crossing his arms and assuming the pose to charge the Gallic gun. This is the pride of the Saiyans. Sun Wukong also took the stance for the Kamehameha. No matter how powerful the enemy is, we will never give up resisting. That is what it means to be a warrior. Stupid and boring pride and dignity. Die. Gula was not condensing a planet destruction ball, but merely a large ki blast. The ki blast slowly floated towards Congo, and Bay effortlessly shattering their slower counterattack. Is it ending like this? No, it can't end like this. Congo and Bay roared in unison, squeezing every ounce of power from their bodies. They reached their limits, and then surpassed them. The suddenly thickened Gallic gun and Kamehameha finally cancelled out the large ki blast, but after unleashing such an ultimate attack, Congo and Bay felt a wave of weakness wash over them, collapsing to the ground. Vegeta, what's it like to die and then die again? How would I know? Gula Silent walked up to the two, and once their conversation ended, he slowly spoke. Is that your last words? Vegeta, do you still have the strength to come at me one more time? With their strength exhausted, Kakarot and the other shared a knowing glance, and with that, Son Goku asked this question. Vegeta snorted coldly, turning his head away, his voice laden with immense weakness. How is that possible? Die, you wild monkeys. Gura raised his right hand high, lifting a golden energy ball, his face and voice brimming with uncontainable pride. Don't be in such a hurry, Gura. What? The energy ball in his hand dissipated in astonishment as Gura turned to look in the direction of the voice, where the rarely damaged robes of Sarodis stood behind him, his expression as crazed as ever with a hint of theatricality. The attack just now left me a bit injured, TSK. Sarodis spat out a mix of blood and saliva, brushing off the dust that clung to him. Seeing Sarodis' actions, Gura finally regained his composure from his surprise. It seems that even in the face of me, Lord Gura, you wild monkey still has considerable strength hidden away. How audacious. Sarodis clenched his fists tightly and then relaxed them, cracking his knuckles before rotating his neck, his spine, realigning, green light flashing across every part of his body. Here we go, you bastard. Don't talk to me in that tone. Sarodis' provocative words and the disdainful tone that belied the fact that he had been bested earlier added a twist of anger to Gura's face. Boom. Before their conversation could fully reach the ears of Kakarot and the other, who were still weak and motionless nearby, the shockwave from their collision spread out. Visibly, Sarodis was at a disadvantage in power. Gura added a bit more force to his punch, forcing Sarodis' right elbow down to his chest. Sarodis clicked his tongue, his left hand clawed, tracing golden scratches in the air, slashing towards Gura's head. Clang. Enduring Sarodis' strike, Gura remained unmoving as a tangible golden aura radiated from him, his long tail wrapping around Sarodis' arm. This level of attack is nothing. Bang. Sarodis bled from his nose as Gura slowly retracted his right fist, raising his knee, the terrifying force causing Sarodis' body to arch like a shrimp. With a flick of his tail, Gura used Sarodis as a hammer, repeatedly smashing him into the ground. After several swings, Gura released his tail, floating backward. Looking at Sarodis, who lay motionless like a corpse, Gura's twisted expression finally returned to normal, replaced by a smile befitting an emperor. It seems my assumption was incorrect. You wild monkey had no strength hidden away. Truly pitiful. After a long pause with no response from Sarodis, Gura's brows furrowed tightly again. Wild monkey, is your so-called warrior pride just lying on the ground pretending to be dead to deceive me? Still no answer. Just as Gura began to grow impatient, Sarodis twitched a few times, slowly sitting up. I apologize, your attack made me a bit sleepy, so I lay down for a while. Gura's left eye flickered with a scarlet light, clearly agitated by Sarodis' provocative words, taking a while to calm down. Sleepy. Hee, wild monkey, you tell a good joke. Even I can't help but want to laugh. With your strength and speed below mine, it seems your only asset is a sharp tongue. Sarodis rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and then brushed off the dust from his body to stand up. A joke? No, this is the truth. Look, my body, which was finally warming up, has now cooled down. Could you please exert a little more strength? A spark of electricity flickered. Gura's scarlet light in his left eye flickered wildly again, his figure disappearing. The next moment he appeared before Sarodis, the already tangible aura intensifying around his right fist. Then let this blow wake you up, wild monkey. Slap. The initial earth-shattering shockwaves had vanished. To Gura's eyes, Sarodis' slow and weak movements, however, accurately blocked the point of impact of his punch. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of lightning struck beside them. With a whoosh, the rain went from light to heavy, eventually pouring down as dense clouds covered the sky, though when that happened was unknown. This strike is not bad, although the speed is a bit slow. The power is quite substantial. Don't speak to me in that condescending tone, wild monkey die. Gura's scarlet light surged. Countless shimmering dots materialized from thin air, all landing on Sarodis as intense explosions erupted. Taking advantage of his powerful defensive capabilities from his metallic overlay and golden state, Gura actually launched a powerful close-range attack. Feeling the force controlling his wrist gradually weakening, Gura finally smiled in satisfaction, leaping back a large step. However, as the smoke cleared, looking at the unharmed Sarodis, Gura's smile turned into one of shock. You. Sarodis raised an eyebrow. Don't misunderstand, your attack indeed had an effect. My face was already disfigured, but it seems I'm fine now because I used my healing abilities. Don't lose confidence. Humph. Gura suddenly showed an enlightened expression which instead caused a hint of astonishment on Sarodis' face. What does this guy know? But Gura said nothing, just letting out a fierce roar as he charged at Sarodis. Facing Gura's fierce attack, Sarodis focused his mind, adopting a stance, the rose gold aura no longer enveloping him entirely, but slowly fading. No, it was not fading, it was like water flowing back into the river as it reached the sea, flowing inward into his body. Hiss! Puffs of steam rose from the skin that was not covered by his robes as Sarodis' now heated skin contacted the moisture in the air, generating water vapor. What is happening to this wild monkey? Gura felt uncertain, but he was already in front of Sarodis, leaving him no time to ponder further. No matter what this wild monkey has done, he will crush him with all his strength to wash away the humiliation of his previous defeat. Within the golden aura, strands of black mist reappeared, entwining around it. Gura's fists and feet rained down on Sarodis like a torrential downpour. Huh. Sarodis let out a battle cry, countering Gura with a flurry of attacks like a downpour. Vegeta, can you see their movements? The Kakarot duo, flipped over by the shockwave, had regained some strength and hurried back to the battlefield. Faced with the battle between Sarodis and Gura's son, Goku spoke in a daze, asking Vegeta. Vegeta merely snorted, and Son Goku understood the implication. So there is such a world. Vegeta, our training is still far from enough. Not to mention the two who had just arrived at the battlefield. The fierce exchange between Sarodis and Gura had gradually reached a boiling point. Gura's speed and strength were still above Sarodis, but after each time Sarodis managed to evade Gura's attacks, Gura's counterattacks always fell just short, unable to inflict actual damage on Sarodis. A decisive attack is needed. This thought flashed through Gura's mind, causing his movements to involuntarily slow down a bit. Sarodis, who was fully focused and battling entirely on instinct, keenly noticed the change in Gura's offensive pace, suddenly speeding up his own attacks. With one slowing down and the other speeding up after a back and forth, the sound of metal clashing rang out as Sarodis' heavy punches bypassed Gura's defensive range and landed on him. However, Gura's terrifying defensive power was perfectly displayed here. Sarodis' 2 punches had no ability to even cause Gura to falter. Bang, 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 bang. This was exactly the outcome Gura desired. In the midst of their intense brawl, he had realized he could not match Sarodis in technique. It was a strange style that even the mainframe of high stars could not calculate under overdrive. Rather than competing on his weak ground, he decided to absorb Sarodis' attacks with his superior physical defense, and then retaliate. Thus Sarodis took several punches and kicks from Gura, flying back. He flipped his hands, digging into the ground, creating 10 long grooves, his limbs on the ground slightly bent, gathering power. Colliding and retreating. With the momentum of the dash, Sarodis' charge no longer felt as ineffective as the previous 2 punches did, actually caused Gura to be pushed back a bit. Buzz. In Sarodis' hands, light flickered and countless small energy balls flew towards Gura. Gura sneered, allowing these energy balls to hit him completely unharmed. Hurrah! Looking up just above him, Sarodis let out a loud roar, unleashing his rose gold energy wave at full force, engulfing Gura, the massive impact driving him into the ground. Boom. Gura's figure emerged from the surging and spewing magma, extending a single palm, retaliating against Sarodis with a golden energy wave. Fiery energy blades appeared, flashing like a sword. The energy wave Gura unleashed was sliced apart and shattered. As he passed through the starlight created by the energy wave, Sarodis crossed his arms over his chest, preparing to strike Gura with the energy blades. Yeah. Burning fiercely, the gold flame mixed with black mist expanded, pushing back the still spewing magma as Gura's hands reached out, grabbing Sarodis' wrist just as the energy blades were about to land on him. Leaning backward, Gura kicked Sarodis into the sky in a rabbit-kicking Theagal manner. This is your gift. Golden small energy balls flew out from Gura's hand as he stood up, tracing arcs that surrounded Sarodis from all directions. Sarodis spread his arms wide, dissipating Gura's kick as a green protective shield enveloped his entire body, blocking all the energy balls. Tap! As the dust settled, Sarodis landed on the ground not far from Gura. Gura's left eye flickered with discontent. Taking a deep breath, Sarodis' figure flickered, tracing a zigzag pattern appearing directly in front of Gura. Bending his knees, he jumped up, kneeing Gura. Gura's hands went down to block, intending to push Sarodis' knee strike back. However, the moment he made contact with Sarodis' knee, Gura inwardly cursed. This was just a feint. I've been tricked. Meanwhile, the rose gold aura enveloping Sarodis' raised right hand had inexplicably covered his fist. Crack! The sound echoed as Sarodis' descending fist met Gura's cheek, causing metallic shards bereft of their golden sheen to fall away. Damn, wild monkey! Gura couldn't help but roar in fury, gathering immense strength on his fist and striking Sarodis' chest. Another crack echoed and Sarodis flew backward. Getting up again, there were no visible injuries, his ribcage intact, only the robes bore a fist-sized hole. Huh. After delivering that punch, Gura also exhaled deeply, calming his anger from being struck. Wild monkey, well done. You actually managed to leave a mark on me in this posture, but unfortunately, I can quickly heal from such wounds. As he spoke, the fallen shards floated up, returning to their original positions, regaining their golden sheen. Just like this. Sarodis tilted his head, glancing sideways, nearly reigniting the anger Gura had just suppressed. Other than your techniques being a bit lacking, your speed and strength are not bad, and your defense is commendable along with your healing ability. Heh, gold medal Gura, not bad at all. Gura's rationality snapped a few more strings, but quickly reattached. The reason was simple: Sarodis' peculiar behavior forced him to halt his planned assault. The aura that had fully receded into his body reignited around Sarodis, creating arcs of electricity as it brushed against the atmosphere. Earlier you asked me if this was my full power. So what? Gura frowned, providing an answer. Sarodis grinned, his tone still brimming with condescension that annoyed Gura. No, I just wanted to answer your question. Sarodis slowly closed his eyes, taking a few deep breaths before suddenly opening his eyes wide. I have no habit of letting my opponents die without understanding. Oh, watch closely, this is my full power. Huh. Behind Sarodis, the gigantic shadow of a rose-gold-haired giant ape manifested, pounding its chest, emitting a roar that seemed to echo from ancient times. The arcs of electricity over the aura were replaced by the booming indigo flashes. This is the Super Saiyan Rose Gold at maximum output. Are you ready for this trash? Wild monkey, stop boasting here. What do you know about pushing your limits? Even Gula, who did not understand how to sense chi, could feel the overwhelming power emanating from Sarodis. However, he was unwilling and absolutely could not believe that after such enhancement, he would be unable to wash away the shame of being easily defeated by a mere wild monkey. Thus Gula shouted these words to stabilize his already shaken heart. Sarodis could probably see through Gula's bravado. He merely grinned, revealing his usual, slightly deranged expression. Boom. Ignoring Gula's punch, which was enhanced by his forward momentum, Sarodis took a step back and collided with Gula's chest. The metallic form, shining with golden brilliance, did not shatter, but the terrifying force penetrated its seemingly strong defenses and spread within Gula's body. Taking a slight step back and shifting his stance, Sarodis turned to face the pained Gula. Gula's vision blurred for a moment before he saw the rose gold energy blade piercing through his chest. Ugh, Sarodis' voice reached Gula's ears. This is just an ordinary sword strike. You should be able to break free easily, right? Not bad, wild monkey. Gula replied, his fighting spirit rising as the immense power emanating from his body shattered the energy blade, as if a rope-like metallic structure repaired the gaping wound in his chest. There were no more words, all language transformed into the assault of fists and feet pouring out towards each other. Collision, collision, and more collision. The more they fought, the more Gula's doubts about his ability to win became apparent. In terms of speed and power, Sarodis had fully matched him and even seemed to be subtly improving. As for technique, even with the super high computational ability granted by Gao Xing, Gula still could not accurately predict Sarodis' movements after such a long engagement. The force penetrating his body sent shockwaves through him. In contrast, Gula's attacks on Sarodis had no effect. Sarodis' expression didn't even twitch. This wild monkey. Why does he feel less pain than my metallic form? If Sarodis could hear Gula's thoughts, he would likely respond with something like this. A mere metal form can't compare to my body, which has been forged through countless trials. However, clearly immersed in the battle, Sarodis had no time to consider Gula's thoughts and simply indulged in his thirst for combat. How exhilarating! Sarodis' heart shouted, but there was still a hint of regret. If only Gula's fighting techniques were as refined as Shala's. Though Shala's combat techniques, which he pieced together from others, ultimately lacked individuality, they were still able to keep up with Sarodis. Coupled with Gyula's foundational strength from his golden metallic form. Unfortunately, a sense of regret surged within him, causing Sarodis' movements to hesitate momentarily. Bang! Gyula sensed this opening, gathering a massive amount of chi in his hand and smashing it into Sarodis' face. That was a good hit. Sarodis, stumbling back a few steps, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression becoming even more animated. Recovering from his rigid stance after the full-force strike, Gyula shook his hands, his internal turmoil forcing him to focus entirely on Sarodis, not allowing even a fraction of his attention to stray to speech. Sarodis received no response, pointing forward with his hand, his mouth still moving. Are you so scared that you can't even speak? I'm just starting to feel a bit of excitement. This time Gyula did respond. However, this response was not verbal, but a series of energy blasts fired at Sarodis. Shaking his head, Sarodis casually knocked away the energy blast that had targeted him and stepped forward slowly. Through the rising dust, he looked up to see Gyula leaping toward him. Crossing his arms, he blocked Gyula's massive axe-like leg drop. With a powerful shove, Sarodis used the recoil to flip and kick out. Ugh! Gyula cried out in pain as he was struck in the abdomen. Sarodis stood up, not pursuing the attack, but provocatively waved his hand. Gyula raised his hand, stabilizing himself and preparing to charge at Sarodis, but his body suddenly trembled. Damn it, Gyula muttered to himself. Am I overheating? Covering his left eye, which was emitting surges of electricity, he raised one hand high. The triple planetary destruction bomb reappeared. Wild monkey die. This time the 3 planetary destruction bombs did not fall separately, but fused into one. TCH, not yet satisfied, are we so eager to end this? Well then, let's try this move. Sarodis raised both hands, glowing with gold and blue light. However, this massive energy burst did not fire off, but instead moved to his waist. Gigantic. Kamehameha. Combining the Kamehameha learned from future Gohan with the gigantic flash, he unleashed a more powerful attack. This was Sarodis' new ultimate move. The thick blue energy wave wrapped in golden light collided with the triple planetary destruction bomb, causing Sarodis' hands to tremble. Clearly the combined planetary destruction bomb, even though Sarodis' full power surpassed Gyula's, still exerted some pressure on him. However, zzzzzzzzzzz. The electric light spilling from above Gyula's left eye became more pronounced. Ugh! The prolonged burden of maintaining his metallic and golden state finally overloaded Gyula's body. Struggling, Gyula was acutely aware that he might revert to his normal state at any moment, and his attacks were clearly unable to overwhelm Sarodis. Thus, trembling, Gyula extended his right hand, a small energy blast landing on the triple planetary destruction bomb, intending to detonate his attack. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in midair, scattering even the distant clouds in the sky. Damn it! Sarodis cursed inwardly, instinctively covering his eyes, unwilling to gaze at the blinding light produced by the explosion. After a while, on the devastated ground, only the area beneath Sarodis' feet remained relatively intact. Looking up, Gyula's figure had already vanished. Closing his eyes, Sarodis searched for Gyula's presence. My. Although he was curious why Gyula's energy had suddenly diminished to this level, Sarodis unleashed his maximum speed to pursue. I thought something was amiss, but it turns out such power cannot be maintained for long. Sarodis, positioned along Gyula's escape route, observed Gyula returning to his normal state and shook his head in disbelief. Although I would love to follow the Saiyan nature and let you go, then come back for a rematch once you've adjusted to that state well. In Sarodis' hand, electric sparks flickered and an energy blast materialized. I dislike battles without resolution, so please die. Wobbling slightly, he released the energy blast, sending it flying toward Gyula. Just as Sarodis was about to turn away, his movement halted as a distant energy blast flew in, deflecting his energy blast off course, narrowly missing Gyula and heading toward the distant horizon. What a mess, brother from another timeline. Sarodis squinted at the newcomer. Golden Frieza. Oh, mister. Sarodis, long time no see. Sarodis sensed a familiar energy from Golden Frieza, who had rapidly approached Gyula. Clearly this Frieza was the one from his own timeline. Sarodis couldn't help but furrow his brow as someone had broken his seal. Thanks to that guy in the black robe, I was able to escape the damned seal you set, rid myself of the wild monkey's body, and gained such powerful strength. Although I want to take revenge on you, now is not the time. Can I take this useless brother with me? Frieza clarified before asking, sensing Sarodis' doubts. Sarodis nodded in understanding. If it was that sneaky guy, it wouldn't be surprising. Do you think that's possible, eh? Sarodis' response to Frieza's superficial politeness was filled with disdain, causing Frieza's smile to twist. It seems that's not going to be possible. Resuming his composure, Frieza assumed a fighting stance. Then he'll just have to initiate this revenge battle early. If I can't defeat you in your full form and reclaim my dignity as the ruler of the universe, it would be quite a shame. What? Before Frieza could finish speaking, he was caught off guard as Sarodis' figure had already drifted close. You're not strong enough to fight me now, get lost. Frieza didn't even have time to react before being struck in the jaw by Sarodis' hook. So fast, Frieza could barely utter those two words before feeling the force of Sarodis' sweeping kick. In pain, Frieza struggled to extend his hands, smashing two massive mountains down upon Sarodis under the influence of his psychic powers. Dust soared as the mountains were reduced to rubble beneath Sarodis' energy cannon. With his vision obscured, Sarodis through sensing was shocked to discover that Gula and Frieza's energies were fleeing in two different directions. TCH. After a moment's hesitation, Sarodis chose to prioritize taking down Gula. The reason was quite simple. Pursuing Frieza, who was fully intent on escaping and had not diminished his energy much, was far easier than chasing after Gula. Boom. The terrifying force struck Gula's back as he was flying at high speed, sending him crashing to the ground. Unable to negate the impact, Gula could only watch helplessly as he collided with Sarodis' heavy punch and was propelled into the sky. This shouldn't be happening. Is this your last words? Quite the typical phrase. With a burst of power, Sarodis propelled himself in front of Gula to evaluate Gula's fragmented sentence. Then brilliant light flashed. The energy wave engulfed Gula, igniting the fireworks of a powerful being once more. After the uproar came silence. The heightened battle spirit returned to calm after the fight. Sarodis released his sensing ability, realizing that Frieza's energy was no longer within range, and sighed, reverting to his normal state. Looking into the distance, half a sun had risen above the horizon, casting a dim red glow. It's nearly morning. I seem to have forgotten something. Scratching his head, Sarodis dismissed his thoughts and flew toward the makeshift base. Well, never mind. Let's just go back and get some sleep first, shall we? The sun hung fully in the azure sky, radiating light down to the earth. In the restaurant of the temporary base, Gine, with a gentle smile, looked at Bardock and Raditz, who were devouring their meals, and suddenly rested her chin on her hand. How strange. Why hasn't little Sarodis woken up yet? Normally, he should be up early to eat by now. Bardock swallowed a large bowl of noodles and grunted, clarifying for his wife. That kid ran outside in the middle of the night, fought who knows who, and battled the entire night, only returning just before dawn. So that's how it is. Gine realized, standing up to clear the dishes. Then let little Sarodis rest. Well, Raditz, you can help your uncle wash the dishes for me. Little Raditz, who was about to sneak away, turned stiffly with a crying face. Mom, really? Moi. Bardock shot a dangerous glance at Raditz, who could only trudge forward, taking the dishes from Gine's hands and following her into the kitchen. It seems I initially misjudged that guy's strength. In the sky above the ice continent, the figure in the black robe pondered as he listened to the information from Frieza. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Frieza. Frieza grunted and began to turn away. To deal with that wild monkey and wash away the shame he brought me, I will have to train as well. So don't come looking for me about your plan for the time being. Without waiting for the figure in the black robe to respond, Frieza's body ignited with a blazing white aura, disappearing from the black-robed figure's sight. A cold laugh emerged from beneath the black robe. I look forward to seeing how you, Frieza, will contribute to my plan after your training and take Gula's place to deal with that guy. The black-robed figure gazed at the ground where Charlotte and the future duo were battling alongside Babidi and Majin Buu, with a hint of anticipation in his voice. It's almost time. When you become a Super Saiyan God, I am quite looking forward to it, Charlotte. With that, a vortex appeared behind the black-robed figure, swallowing him up. It seems this desperate battle is also nearing its conclusion. In a natural cave beneath the ice continent, the future duo supporting each other stumbled into the cave with Charlotte. So, Charlotte, are you okay? After hastily wiping the blood from her face, Charlotte slumped to the ground, gasping as she answered future Trunks' question. At least I'm not dead yet. Thinking back to the moment she faced Buu's full force with a Kamehameha, even the thick-skinned Charlotte felt a shiver of fear. If future Trunks hadn't unleashed a power beyond his limits to fend off the ambush from the demonized Bojack. If future Gohan hadn't risked his life to support with a Kamehameha. If it weren't for those two female Super Saiyans who intervened. She might have been completely shattered by now. Thinking of Majin Buu. If she had power like Saladis, Zaha wouldn't have. Charlotte couldn't help but want to punch the ground in frustration over her own weakness. However, ouched. Before she could raise her hand, intense pain caused the little strength she had just gathered to vanish. The future duo exchanged glances. Future Trunks, still able to move, pulled out a capsule from his jacket pocket. Luckily, I have healing medicine on hand. Although it isn't as miraculous as Mr. Saladis' healing techniques, let's use these for now. After applying the medicine, Charlotte and future Gohan finally began to recover a bit. Now that I think about it, Future Gohan, feeling better, recalled their battle with Bu, and a hint of doubt crossed his mind. That Majin Bu, I always felt he was particularly concerned about Charlotte. Charlotte was puzzled, not quite understanding what Future Gohan meant, while Future Trunks appeared deep in thought. Hearing you say that, Gohan, it does seem like that. During the times Charlotte faced Bu alone, the battle was always back and forth. But once Gohan joined the fight, Bu's attacks became sharper. This time Charlotte finally understood their implication. Actually, before you both caught up to me, I had already fought Majin Bu once. I remember he said something to me back then. What was it again? Charlotte struggled to recall. Right. Ouch. That hurts. At that time, Bu seemed to say, I look forward to your growth, Charlotte. Future Gohan, who had proposed the idea, gently shook his head. There's no need to dwell on this matter too much. Our only objective is to reclaim Za. Regardless of Majin Bu's intentions, we have only this one goal. Meanwhile, in Babbidi's secret base. Ugh. A purple energy blade pierced through Babbidi's body. Babbidi turned his neck stiffly and mechanically. What came into Babbidi's view was a green-skinned figure dressed in King Kai's attire, none other than Zamasu. Oomph. Seeing Babbidi still able to move after being hit by his energy blade, Zamasu let out a dissatisfied grunt and withdrew the blade. As the energy blade dissipated, Zamasu looked back to see that unbeknownst to him, Black Goku was already leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. How long are we going to help that guy with his business? In response to Zamasu's dissatisfaction, Black Goku could only smile and reassure him. Well, just be patient. Once that guy's objective is accomplished, we won't have to act like this anymore. So what exactly is that guy's objective? Who knows? But it must be beneficial to our plans. All right, we fulfilled that guy's request. Let's leave for now. Black Goku placed a hand on Zamasu's shoulder. With a swoosh, their figures vanished from the secret base. After a while, Majin Bu returned to this place and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Babbidi lying on the ground, followed swiftly by a surge of joy. Though I don't know who took this guy out, thank you for doing what I wanted, haha. Without Babbidi, Majin Bu completely let loose, dancing joyfully as he flew away. In a corner of the ice continent, Zaha, who was flying at high speed, gradually came to a halt and instinctively reached for his forehead where the M mark should have originally been. Is Babbidi dead? Seemingly in disbelief, Zaha moved his hands. Finally convinced that he had broken free from Babbidi's shackles, Zaha changed direction and flew towards the spot where Majin Bu and Charlotte had battled, in a different part of the ice continent. Feeling the gradually fading power within him, Bojack wore an incredulous expression. Babbidi. Nearby, an iceberg crumbled under Bojack's rage, turning into powder. I will find the killer and avenge you. Back to the cave where Charlotte was hiding. Hey Charlotte, do you feel that? Enduring the pain, the severely injured Charlotte joined the future duo in transforming into Super Saiyans, taking a defensive stance. I can sense it, that's Boo's energy. But then all three of their faces simultaneously displayed expressions of shock. What's going on? Why does Boo's movement pattern feel? The thick-skinned Charlotte took over Future Gohan's hesitant words. Like he's gone insane. Future Trunks couldn't help but nod. It's too strange. The three of them naturally were unaware of Babbidi's death, so they couldn't comprehend Boo's erratic movement patterns. They maintained their defensive postures for a long time until Boo's energy finally faded from their senses, allowing them to relax. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Meanwhile, Bu was flying aimlessly. However, soon Bu came to a stop. First puzzled, then suddenly enlightened. I see now you are the true host of this death match, right? Bu said as he looked at the figure in the black robe. He indeed, Majin Bu. So what business do you have with me? The figure in the black robe remained silent, suddenly raising both hands. Thick black energy enveloped Majin Bu in an instant. What? The energy around Majin Bu ignited the moment the black energy wrapped around him. He wanted to resist the encroachment of the black energy. Though Majin Bu gained wisdom only after absorbing numerous powerful beings, he could inherently sense that this dense black energy entering his body was far from a good thing. However, the flames burning around Majin Bu were quickly suppressed, and the black energy merged into his body at an alarming speed. Moments later, crimson lights flickered in Majin Bu's eyes. Then farewell, Majin Bu. Strive for my goal. With a swirl, the figure in the black robe disappeared, and then... Ugh! The violent black energy expanded outward from Boo's center. In the cave, the three who had relaxed earlier couldn't help but tense up again. Boo's energy suddenly became much stronger. Boom. The ground trembled and countless stones fell. Not good, this place is going to collapse. We need to get out of here quickly. Though the falling rocks posed no significant threat to the powerful trio, Future Gohan and Charlotte were both severely injured, and being struck by debris would hinder their recovery. Thus, supporting each other, the three swiftly exited the cave and emerged onto the surface. Charlotte. Za. As soon as they emerged, they encountered Zaha. While the future duo remained on guard, Charlotte's face lit up with joy, and she rushed forward, disregarding her injuries. Though she didn't yet know that Babidi was dead and Zaha had returned to his normal state, Charlotte's keen senses told her that Zaha posed no danger to them. Zaha, have you freed yourself from Babidi's control? Zaha nodded, then shook his head, leaving Charlotte somewhat confused. I have indeed regained my senses, but not by my own power. Something happened to Babidi and his control over me was automatically lifted. I suspect he must be dead. What? Then what about Bu? After carefully observing Zaha, the future duo stepped forward, and upon hearing Zaha's speculation, their faces displayed astonishment. This explains why Bu has been flying around like a madman. You must have felt it during the battles as well. Bu was very dissatisfied with Babidi's commands. If Babidi is dead, it makes sense for Bu to be this excited. Zaha looked at the three and shook his head again. Let's not dwell on that. You are all seriously injured. Let me heal you. Without waiting for the three to respond, Zaha extended his hands and began to heal them. A vibrant green light enveloped the three, and after a short while, Zaha gasped as he retracted his magic. My magic is limited. I exhausted quite a bit of power under Babidi's control, so I can only restore you to this extent for now. Charlotte patted Zaha's shoulder, unable to bear seeing him so downcast. It's fine. This level of recovery is already enough. I can hardly feel the pain anymore. Yeah, Zaha, this level of recovery is quite impressive. After a moment of silence, future Gohan finally spoke. Since Zaha has returned to normal, let's head back to the base and regroup with Mr. Sarodis before deciding on our next steps. No way, even if Babidi is dead, Majin Buu is still alive. He had a hand in controlling Zaha, and besides, I absolutely cannot let that guy off the hook for what he did to us. Hearing Charlotte's words, Zaha, ignoring his earlier despondency, grasped her arm firmly. Charlotte, don't be impulsive. Having fought with Majin Buu, you should be well aware of Buu's strength, right? Even with my help, we would not be his match. But, Charlotte, Zaha exerted force, holding down Charlotte, whose hair was shifting between black and gold. Calm down. Looking into Zaha's eyes, Charlotte felt reluctant, but ultimately suppressed her agitation. You all felt that energy just now, right? Though I don't know what happened, Buu's power has definitely increased significantly. Not only us, but even if Mr. Bardock were here, we wouldn't be able to defeat him. Our only hope lies with Mr. Sarodis. Future Gohan placed a hand on Charlotte's shoulder, persuading her. Even if you want to defeat Majin Buu yourself to avenge Zaha, we at least need to return and rest properly, allowing Mr. Sarodis to restore our state. Besides, maybe Mr. Sarodis has a way to help us increase our strength. Well, what this Mr. Gohan says is right, isn't it? Mr. Whis? Charlotte turned to the direction of the voice, exclaiming. Whis approached the four wearing a calm smile. If Mr. Charlotte wants to defeat Majin Buu, you must first return to your base and harness Mr. Sarodis' power. What do you mean? Charlotte quickly asked. Whis merely chuckled, covering his mouth. If I tell you now, it won't be fun, will it? All right, while Majin Buu is still motionless, let me take you back. A cascade of colorful light descended. In the blink of an eye, the four found themselves back in their temporary base. All right, before I find you, I've already discussed with Mr. Sarodis about helping you enhance your strength. Now I shall take my leave. I wish you all the best. Without lingering, Whis waved his staff, striking the ground and transforming into a cascade of colorful light as he departed. Hey, are you back? While the four were still dazed in the courtyard, Bulma came out from the house and noticed them shouting into the house. Hey, Mr. Sarodis, Charlotte, and the others are back. I know. With this close distance, I can feel their energy. Stretching lazily as he walked out of the house, Sarodis wore a face that clearly said him not awake yet. I've already heard from Mr. Whis about what happened on the ice continent. First, let's get you all rested. Each of you is either nearly out of power or heavily injured. This is really exhausting me. That doesn't matter. Mr. Whis said you have a way to help me defeat Majin Buu. Is that true? Seeing Charlotte's anxious expression, Sarodis sighed deeply and shook his head. Seeing this, Charlotte's face immediately fell in disappointment. Ha ha, Charlotte, your mood changes so fast. Sarodis laughed heartily, patting Charlotte's shoulder. Well, I was just kidding. Come with me. Actually, when Trunks first arrived, and we had 6 Saions, we could have used this method to help you increase your strength. However, the power gained from that method might not be sustainable, and you would ultimately revert to your original strength. But with Mr. Whis' help, it will be different. Charlotte's expression changed again, this time to one of surprise, and she instinctively grabbed Sarodis' shoulder. What method? Sarodis brushed off Charlotte's grip, which she had tightened out of excitement, and a smirk crept onto his face. Well, since you were so eager to know, then listen closely and don't be shocked. That is to become a god. In the corner of Sarodis' eye, he caught a fleeting smile on Zaha's face. Is it my own prejudice? I can't shake the feeling that Zaha's smile is somewhat unusual. It's as if A great villain who has been plotting behind the scenes for a long time is finally about to achieve his goal, yet must conceal his true identity, struggling to hide a smile that he cannot suppress. Looking again, Zaha now wore a helpless expression, calming Charlotte's excited emotions. Well, perhaps it's indeed the prejudice brought on by first impressions. Charlotte, this guy's sense of justice doesn't seem to fit a scion, and with a perceptive intuition almost akin to a conceptual deity, anyone he can recognize like this must not be a villain, right? With a self-deprecating smile and a shake of his head, Sarodis set aside his thoughts and clapped his hands. All right, stop getting too excited, follow me. Bardock and Sister Gine are already waiting at the training area for your sparring session. In the wilderness marked by traces of training, Sarodis, Bardock, and his wife, the future duo, a total of 6 scions, were all in position. Suddenly, Sarodis smacked his forehead and shouted, startling the other 5 scions preparing for the ritual, including Zaha, who was standing by to observe, and Raditz, who had just received a beating from Bardock under the guise of training, leaving him bruised and battered. What's wrong, little Sarodis? Sarodis twitched his mouth. It's not a big deal. Everyone wait for me a moment, Gohan, come here a bit. Etch. Future Gohan looked a bit confused as he stepped forward. Sarodis extended his hands towards the place where Future Gohan's arm was severed. I've gotten used to Gohan being like this, and it only occurred to me now that Gohan's arm is missing. Let me see if I can heal it. Since obtaining this healing ability after making a wish to the dragon on Namek, Sarodis had never treated such an injury before. To be safe this time, he decided to fully use his rose gold power to activate the healing. A fierce wind surged, and the green light representing healing and restoration flickered continuously at the sight of Future Gohan's severed arm. What's going on? Gasping for breath, Sarodis withdrew his power. It wasn't that he lacked strength. Sarodis just felt something was off. No matter how he tried to heal, there were no signs of the arm regrowing from the wound. Regulating his breathing, Sarodis wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. Is it because my wound had already healed? Future Gohan's rising hopes were dashed, and his voice inevitably carried a hint of disappointment. If only having one arm means we can't perform the ritual. Sarodis directly interrupted Future Gohan's words. That's not the case. I just want to heal your injury. Wait a moment for me. Ignoring the reactions of those he was helping, Sarodis' aura surged again, disappearing from the spot. Shortly after returning alongside Sarodis was Whis, with cream still lingering on his lips. Really, Mr. Sarodis, interrupting someone enjoying their meal is quite an outrageous thing, you know. Sarodis shrugged. Well, Mr. Whis, you already finished that piece of cake, right? Even if I help train Charlotte as a return favor, could you do me a small favor and see if Gohan's arm can be restored? I'll fine. Whis sighed helplessly. Then it's settled, okay? As Whis said this, he approached Future Gohan, and without inspecting the wound, he simply waved his staff that shimmered with 7-colored light. Off. Everyone present had a look of astonishment on their faces. Just moments before, Sarodis had caused such a commotion, yet there were no signs of Future Gohan's arm regenerating, and Whis had done what Sarodis could not with such ease. All right, Mr. Son Gohan, try moving your arm and see how it feels. Future Gohan was somewhat dazed upon hearing Whis' words. He moved the newly regrown arm, while Future Trunks hurriedly ran in front of Whis and bowed deeply. Thank you very much, Mr. Whis. Well, if you're going to express gratitude, then thank Mr. Sarodis. Ho ho ho. Future Trunks turned around to thank Sarodis. Sarodis waved his hand. No need for such formalities, though we come from different timelines, we're still kind of like family. Alright, let's start the ritual. Once we complete the ritual of ascension, Charlotte can follow Mr. Whis for further training. Yes. Different voices echoed. Following Sarodis' initial arrangement, the 6 scions joined hands to form a circle. Now we will begin the ascension ritual. Remember, it's not about transferring your energy to Charlotte, but rather the power of the heart. Hey kid, are you sure I can participate in this kind of ritual? A righteous spirit. I don't have something like that, do I? Don't say that, Bardock. Just try it according to what little Sarodis said. Gine held Bardock's hand a bit tighter, transmitting some warmth. Since his wife said so, Bardock decided to give it a try. Then let's begin. Boom. With Sarodis' gentle shout, 5 golden flames ignited simultaneously, merging into one. Specks of azure starlight floated out sequentially from Sarodis, the future duo, Gine and Bardock, drifting towards Charlotte. The blazing golden light radiated like the aura of Sarodis, transforming into rose gold, almost tangible, shooting up to the sky. As Charlotte felt perplexed, his body began to float uncontrollably. The gathered azure starlight coalesced into a massive light sphere enveloping Charlotte and slowly surging into his body. His strong muscles gradually diminished, his figure becoming leaner, and the bright golden color of his hair was replaced by a deep red. Super Saiyan God Charlotte has arrived. This power. Is this what it means to be a god? As he released the clasped hands, Sarodis' face was filled with satisfaction. Well, this is the Super Saiyan God surpassing all the transformations of Super Saiyans I mentioned before. Such immense power. While Charlotte was still trying to comprehend the unfathomable strength within him, a similar crimson aura flared up around Sarodis. Well, it seems I've forgotten to mention that although I rarely use this form, I can transform into it too. Also, even as a Super Saiyan God, the foundation of strength still determines the differences. Don't forget this fact. In Charlotte's view, Sarodis' figure on the ground gradually faded away, and instinctively his body crossed his hands in front of him. In the next moment, Sarodis' punch struck against Charlotte's defense, and the resulting gust of wind forced the others on the ground to erupt with their own auras to stabilize themselves. Bardock squinted his eyes, entering a Super Saiyan stance, and quickly grabbed Gine, who was somewhat unsteady beside him. As for Raditz, he could only frantically wave his arms and grab Bardock's leg, which was firmly planted on the ground. Hey Dad, don't just focus on Mom. TCH, if you can't even handle this residual force, you're in for double training later. During the struggle, Sarodis still had the spare time to glance at the situation on the ground and saw Bardock glaring at him. Sarodis understood the meaning behind that look. Kid, why make such a commotion? Did you forget that Gine is still on the ground? Feeling increasingly apologetic, Sarodis twisted his waist and sent a powerful kick toward Charlotte. Hiya! Charlotte let out a fierce shout, abruptly halting his backward momentum, grabbing Sarodis' still extended right leg. Under the surge of power, the strength of the Super Saiyan God reached its peak, hurling Sarodis into the distance. As Charlotte was about to pursue, he was astonished to find Sarodis' figure disappearing from his sight, followed by an overwhelming force pressing against his neck. Only at this moment did Charlotte feel Sarodis' aura emerging behind him. His consciousness began to blur. Is Sarodis really that much stronger in the Super Saiyan God state than I am? But I still have things to do. I can't lose like this. Oh. Sarodis looked at the stumbling Charlotte, whose once extinguished fierce crimson aura flared back to life, revealing an expression of approval. Although your strength still falls short, your perseverance compensates for quite a bit. Raising his hand, the bright rose gold replaced the crimson, gripping tightly. Charlotte's swinging fist was thus caught by Sarodis. All right, this is where it ends. Facing the Super Saiyan rose gold, the pressure stemming from bloodline instinctively caused Charlotte, who had thrown that punch with sheer willpower, to regain some clarity and gradually withdraw the power he had been channeling, extinguishing the aura. Mr. Sarodis really reminding Mr. Charlotte not to become lost in this power and to continue seeking progress should be part of my training content, right? If Mr. Son Goku knew you had taken over this role, had caused quite a stir since he hasn't fought in a long time, and it would be quite troublesome for me. Ha ha ha, my apologies, just a moment of excitement. Returning to his normal demeanor, Sarodis laughed off Whis' complaints. Whis shook his head helplessly. Then Mr. Charlotte, while the power of the Super Saiyan God still lingers, come with me for the next training session, shall we? Next training session? The now calm Charlotte asked in confusion. Well, didn't I mention? The power of the Super Saiyan God brought forth by the ritual cannot be maintained. If your body doesn't fully absorb this power before it dissipates, the ritual will be futile, so we need Whis training. It seems there is some truth to that. Sarodis couldn't help but roll his eyes, beginning to doubt his faith in this foolish guy and not questioning whether Zaha was the right choice. Whis grasped Charlotte's arm, lightly tapping his staff on the ground, and they vanished in a flash of light. Until Charlotte's aura completely faded from perception, Bardock finally released Gine from his embrace, patted Raditz's head, signaling him to let go, and stepped forward. Super Saiyan God. Although Bardock's subsequent words remained unspoken, Sarodis understood the faint sigh that accompanied them. After all, ascending from human to God, when I first activated the divine power hidden within my body, I felt the same way. Speaking of which, when Charlotte returns from training, would you like to try feeling what it's like to be a god? Unless absolutely necessary, I'm not interested in growing stronger by relying on others' powers. Bardock's expression suddenly became peculiar. Moreover, during this time I've been dreaming about a Saiyan with a rather strange form. I have a feeling that this similarly red form is definitely not weaker than the Super Saiyan God. Sarodis' expression turned somewhat odd. Speaking of a form that wouldn't be inferior to the Super Saiyan God, it was also red. Is it Super Saiyan 4? My. Hearing Sarodis muttering, Bardock turned his head. Sarodis looked at Bardock's eyes, which were trying to conceal a burning desire for greater strength, and sighed. Honestly, I can't be certain if my guess is correct or not. Is that so? Bardock, hearing Sarodis' response, didn't seem disappointed. He merely asked that one question before turning back to Raditz. You little brat, it's time to train. If you can't evade 10 of my strikes, you won't be having dinner tonight. Edge. Hey. In the sky above, the ice continent, Bu, who had maintained the same posture, finally began to move slowly, turning his head to see the figure of the man in the black robe beside him. Yet Boo's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. What brings you here this time? In contrast, the black-robed man's tone held a hint of surprise. I thought I had overestimated you, yet under such magic you can still maintain yourself, YA. A smile gradually appeared on Boo's face. Why, you ask? I'm looking for a reason too. As his words fell, a swirling aura of black and white began to burn around Bu, intertwined with hints of starlight. The black-robed man took a small step back, opening a vortex ready to depart. Haha, no need to put on a show. Oh, I was just trying to scare you. This is merely a projection, right? I'm not interested in wasting power on a projection. Just speak plainly. Well, isn't it true that you're the Majin Bu who has absorbed so many people? You even saw through this point. Since you saw through that, then I'll speak plainly. I take this. Bu extended his hand, catching a large mass of black-purple light that flew out from the black-robed man's sleeve. Looking closely at what was wrapped in the black-purple light, Bu's expression finally changed slightly. This is a great gift indeed. Then what do you want me to do in exchange for sending such a great gift? Originally, I intended to enhance your strength, which had been suppressed, so you could face Charlotte and help him complete the final step. However, since you still maintain yourself, let's consider it a return gift and see how you fare against Charlotte. Don't be too hasty in refusing. That guy Charlotte will soon gain tremendous power, and I believe he'll be a worthy opponent for you. Bu gazed meaningfully at the black-robed man. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. All right, then I'll look forward to the powerful strength that you say Charlotte will possess. By the way, if Charlotte were to perish at my hands, you wouldn't mind, would you? Seeing Bu agree, the black-robed man's figure, which had been about to leave, hesitated for a moment before diving into the vortex, leaving behind 4 words. As you wish. Until the vortex left by the black-robed man completely dissipated, Bu's lips curled into a chilling smile. Once I absorb that Sarodis, your time of death will come, nameless black-robed man. This great gift you've given me, I will return it to you sooner or later. In a hazy, unknown space, a sphere of golden light approached the figure in the black robe. It seemed that the figure did not hear the voice emanating from the golden light, remaining utterly still. The sound of a heartbeat echoed continuously in this space. Finally, the golden light began to flicker. My patience is limited. Do not pretend not to see me. The anxious words echoed with greater volume. At last, the figure in the black robe slowly lifted his head, as if awakening from a deep dream. Frieza. I'm finally no longer pretending to be deaf and mute. The golden light receded, revealing Frieza, who was transitioning from his golden form back to his final shape. Apologies, I was momentarily distracted. It matters not. I have brought you a multitude of contestants who have lost their ability to resist, and you should now reveal to me the form you mentioned. Of course. By the way, Frieza's voice rose, his expression darkening. Do you intend to back out? I have mentioned before that if you wish to continue our cooperation, what you have done so far is simply insufficient. The figure in the black robe let out a signature villainous laugh, soothing the surging purple aura of Frieza. Of course, not breaking that immature seal is merely a matter of time for Frieza's army. Just providing a convenient training ground is not enough to warrant such labor from a cosmic overlord. I am aware of my limits. Hearing such flattery, Frieza's expression finally softened, calming down slightly. So what do you wish to say? I merely wanted to state beforehand that my abilities can only help imprint that form. Attaining power equivalent to yours in that timeline is impossible. Hence, defeating Sarodis with that form may not suffice. Your alternate universe brother is a fine example of this. I already know that, and no need for you to say more. Just do your part. Frieza's expression had fully returned to normal, though his tone remained impatient. I will find a way to enhance my power as much as possible. Could I say this for the seamless execution of our next phase of the plan? All right, let's begin. The figure in the black robe extended his hands towards Frieza. A dense black mist surged, slowly entering Frieza's body. Under the influence of this black mist, Frieza could not help but let out a roar as his white exterior was gradually covered by a black golden hue. As this black golden hue spread, Frieza's aura continuously surged. If this were on Earth, even with the planet currently wrapped in a barrier, it would likely tremble and display strange phenomena. However, in this space, none of that would occur. After a while, the figure in the black robe ceased to release black mist, and Frieza's aura no longer increased. The space returned to tranquility. Very well, you have not attempted any tricks to control me, so our cooperation can continue. Feeling his newfound power, Frieza finally smiled. Of course not. I am not foolish enough to act against a vigilant cosmic overlord. You are an acceptable partner. I shall take my leave now. I will remain at the place you provided and contact you when the plan officially commences. Turning, Frieza departed from the space. Once Frieza had completely left, the figure in the black robe began to fade, leaving behind a single phrase echoing in the space. Heck, Cosmic Overlord. By the time my plan is completed, you will merely be an insignificant ant. In another space similar to the King Kai's realm, the Black Goku stood with arms crossed, eyes closed, leaning against a sturdy tree trunk. Sensing the distortion in the space beside him, Black Goku slowly opened his eyes. "You have finally arrived, figure in the black robe. I was slightly delayed. How is the matter I entrusted to you?" After this statement, Black Goku's face showed clear displeasure. "Hey, you are quite audacious to ask me to deliver divine energy to a Saiyan and have us train him to adapt to it. My partner is extremely dissatisfied. This is something unavoidable. It must be done for the ultimate goal." Black Goku narrowed his eyes, and the rose-colored aura flickered. "The outcome of your plan's success must satisfy us, otherwise the sin of blaspheming the divine will demand a life for repayment. That Saiyan can already transform into the form you desire. Good. Then the plan is about to enter its final phase." As Zamasu emerged from a nearby room, holding a tray, the figure in the black robe had already vanished. "Has that guy already left?" "Ah, he has departed." Zamasu snorted softly, gently placing the tray on a nearby stone table, and began to brew tea. "As expected of you, the tea brewed is still so clear." Listening to the praise from Black Goku, after tasting the tea, Zamasu also smiled. "After all, the tea brewed by me, you who has great and noble goals, is naturally clear." In the ice continent at this moment, Bu, while still appearing as the bare-chested Majin Bu, was undergoing a transformation. If one focused slightly on him, they would notice that the antenna on Bu's head had nearly reached the ground. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could see that Bu's skin had taken on a slightly reddish hue, and his wristbands and belt were no longer black, but shimmering with a golden luster. If one were to sense Bu's aura, they would discover that his absolute power now surpassed that of the golden metal Gula and was slowly rising. The reason behind Bu's transformation was, of course, the many contestants who had lost their ability to resist, captured by Frieza at the behest of the figure in the black robe. Meanwhile, the black-cloaked figure was in the midst of a strange dream. In this dream, there was nothing but endless darkness. Even though Sarodis brought a flicker of light to this place with the intense aura of a Super Saiyan, it merely illuminated a tiny spot beneath his feet. This darkness, Sarodis couldn't help but recall when he was first brought into the Dragon Ball world by Tao, the scene back, then how similar it was to here. Here, what exactly is this place? Buzz. As a deep sound echoed, a hazy light illuminated far ahead of Sarodis. Sarodis furrowed his brow. Although he couldn't sense any aura emanating from that direction, his intuition kept warning him of a tremendous danger lurking there. This feeling was so clear, as if this place was not a dream, but reality. Sarodis tried to awaken himself like he usually did when he sensed he was dreaming, but it had no effect. "There's no choice, I guess I'll have to move forward and see." Boom. A rose-gold aura enveloped the golden flames, and blue orbs of light flashed and crackled like lightning. Activating the power of Super Saiyan rose to its limit, and feeling the continuous surge of power within him, Sarodis felt a bit more at ease as he stepped toward the hazy light. As he approached the hazy light, Sarodis' brow furrowed even tighter. An old man. Upon closer inspection, Sarodis' confusion deepened. A demon clan. He attempted to reach out, but was obstructed by the hazy light before he could touch the ancient demon before him. Upon contact with the hazy light, Sarodis instantly understood that it was a seal. However, recalling what he knew about the Dragon Ball storyline from the original anime GT Super and Legends of the Battle, among the characters he knew, none matched the ancient demon before him. The only sealed demon he knew of was the demon god Demigra from Super, but the Demigra in his memory did not resemble the figure before him. Moreover, even with the power of Super Saiyan Rose activated to its peak, his intuition still warned him of the immense danger posed by this ancient demon. Who exactly is this guy? Finally, you've arrived here. The ancient demon's lips moved slightly, and his weak voice reached Sarodis' ears. Thump thump, thump thump. Sarodis' heart raced violently, causing him to instinctively leap backward and adopt a defensive stance. Don't be nervous. As you can see, I am sealed and pose no threat to you. Sarodis snorted, calming his racing heart. Who exactly are you? But the ancient demon showed no inclination to answer Sarodis' question, continuing to speak his own thoughts. That woman intercepted you for so many years before your soul reached me. You finally returned here, but sadly. What a pity, you could have gained far greater power from me than what you have now. Though still on guard, Sarodis responded with a cold smirk. You mean the power you bestow? I'd much rather rely on the strength I've cultivated myself than that kind of power. The ancient demon's eyelids lifted slightly, an invisible wave struck the seal, causing the hazy light to quiver gently. Feeling the power represented by this invisible wave, Sarodis couldn't help but ask that question again. Who the hell is this guy? A part of the power within that wave Sarodis recognized as the power of time held by his little girlfriend. A demon possessing the power of time. This guy? Sarodis resolved that once he escaped from here and returned to reality, he would definitely ask Tawa who this person was. From the ancient demon's words, Sarodis was utterly convinced that even if Tawa didn't know him, she was aware of this guy's existence. Moreover, his crossing over seemed not to be solely Tawa's doing. It appeared to be connected to the ancient demon before him. From the very beginning, it seemed he had been caught up in a convoluted conspiracy. His little girlfriend should also know of this guy. What exactly happened in the Dragon Ball world during that time that I was unaware of? Just as Sarodis' heart was in turmoil, the hazy light seemed to dim slightly, and a gray-black stream of light akin to the boundless darkness of the background slowly flew toward Sarodis. Sarodis' instincts screamed in alarm. Stop thinking, unleash his aura. Without a hint of hesitation, a rose-gold light, imbued with sealing power, appeared in Sarodis' hand, enveloping the gray-black stream of light. What do you want to do? A sealing technique. It seems you've learned quite a bit over the years. If you don't want this power, that's up to you, but I believe that one day you'll want to use it. Well, there's only so much I can do. Go back now, young man. I look forward to the day we meet again. What? Before Sarodis could say anything else, he felt the scene before him rapidly changing. In the blink of an eye, the very familiar ceiling appeared in his view again. What was that just now? Looking at the gray-black stream of light sealed in his hand, there was no movement at all. That was definitely not a dream, Sarodis concluded. If it were a dream, that strange sealed power could not possibly be in his hand. But what exactly was all of this? After experiencing such events, Sarodis could no longer feel sleepy. He donned his Taoist robe, opened the window, and jumped into the courtyard to contact Tawa. Little one, you're contacting me at this time. It must be the middle of the night over there, right? Could it be? Before he could finish his teasing, Sarodis' expression turned grave. Look at this. Oh dear little one, what is this? As Tawa attempted to tease Sarodis, her gaze fell upon the gray-black stream of light in his hand, and her expression changed drastically. Squinting his eyes, Sarodis slowly spoke. Indeed. You recognize this thing, don't you? Tell me, what is it? Tawa's lips trembled, her face clearly marked with fear. This is the power of darkness. The power of darkness, also known as the power of the demon god, is a force that is equal to, or even surpasses, the authority of time held by the King of Time. If this power could be fully unleashed, it could even devour endless time and space. After briefly explaining what this power is, Tova, having calmed her mind, slowly began to narrate a story in response to Sarodis' inquiries. This story begins before the birth of the demon realm. In an era before the demon realm existed, there was a genius demon master named Capula, who was sealed away by a powerful realm king due to his malevolent intentions, trapped in a space independent of all time and space, in hopes that he would reflect on his actions and reform. However, that realm king underestimated the darkness within the human heart. Contrary to his expectations, Capula did not repent during the long passage of time. Instead, he honed the power of darkness he had acquired, and one day, after breaking the seal, he transformed that space into the dark demon realm and rebelled against the gods. During this rebellion, Capula, lured by the temptation of being granted the power of darkness, recruited many demon masters, among whom the most outstanding was Demigula. In order to strengthen himself, Capula decided to seize the throne of the King of Time to obtain the power of time. However, during this process, he was interfered with by the gods and was unable to achieve his goal, instead being preemptively sealed away by the realm king of that generation, who summoned an angel to do so. After Capula's defeat, Demigula became the leader of the dark demon realm, and seizing the opportunity, while the King of Time was weakened from the battle against Capula and unable to wield the power of time freely, he emulated Capula by launching a bid for the throne of the King of Time. Naturally, Demigula met a similar fate. At the suggestion of the previous King of Time, in order to prevent Demigula from joining forces with Capula to break the seal, the successor sealed Demigula in the cracks of time and space. This successor was none other than Clonoa, the little girlfriend of the current King of Time, Sarodis, also known as Cain. As for the Dark Demon Realm, after losing its leader, it fell into chaos for tens of millions of years until the emergence of Dapula, who ascended to the position of the Dark Demon King. At this point in the story, Sarodis' expression was somewhat grave, but he did not seem overly concerned. Whether through the body of a scion or the soul of a warrior, he was unafraid of facing such formidable foes in the future. However, the subsequent events that Tova hesitated to discuss caused Sarodis' expression to shift dramatically. One day, Tova was tirelessly working to revive the demon realm and bring her brother back to life. Using a method that combined technology and magic, Tova arrived at the place where Capula was sealed, hoping to trade or steal some power of darkness from him. However, the moment she stepped into this strange space, Tova suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and entered an immersive dream. In the dream, she constantly disturbed the flow of time and space, releasing Demigula, but was defeated by the Time Patrol officers. Afterwards, she attempted to rely on her creation Mira, but was betrayed by Mira. until Micah Capula finally broke the seal and took her under his wing, accepting the power of darkness and becoming the demon god Tova. This time Micah Capula emerged victorious. Yet everything did not unfold as Tova had imagined. Like all the other sacrifices, she did not achieve her wish, and under the influence of the ultimate power of darkness was devoured by Micah Capula, along with countless times and spaces becoming part of his strength. Thus she awoke from her dream. It was hard to discern whether she had truly experienced rebirth or merely witnessed the future. Tova firmly believed that as long as she continued to follow the original plan, everything would ultimately result in a conclusion similar to what she experienced in the dream, where everything was just a fleeting illusion. After contemplating for a long time at the place of Micah Capula's seal, Tova finally made a decision whether it was the demon realm or the many times and spaces. She could not allow them to be destroyed by Micah Capula. Even if Micah Capula created anew after destruction, there would be no place for her and her brother, and she absolutely could not allow the events of that dream to repeat. At that moment, Tova witnessed a strange phenomenon. A soul floated in from outside this strange space and entered within. Looking back, she found that Micah Capula, who was sealed, had opened his glowing eyes at some unknown point. This soul? How interesting. Interesting. Truly fascinating. King of Time along with the angelic race this time, you cannot defeat me again, ha. To this day, Tova still vividly remembers the madness in Micah Capula's expression, which was completely contrary to what was recorded and what she had seen in her dreams. Although she could not discern what made this seemingly ordinary soul so special in Micah Capula's eyes, Tova, with the mindset of preventing whatever Micah Capula intended to do, used magic to thwart his actions, which could only project a small fraction of his power through the seal, and took the soul away. What follows is the beginning of your story. Tova glanced at Sarodis with haunting eyes. Later, I immediately returned to the demon realm, reviewed many materials, and finally discovered from the notes left by Micah Capula why he was so excited upon seeing your soul. Why, oi? Sarodis, still stunned by this shocking revelation, could only instinctively murmur a response. Tova was unfazed and continued with her explanation. It is because your soul possesses a power that, although weak, is by no means inferior to the power of time or darkness, which Micah Capula referred to as the power of transcendence. This power may not be functionally comparable to the powers of time or darkness. It cannot aid you in battle, yet therein lies its terrifying aspect. The power of transcendence. Yes, the power of transcendence. According to Micah Capula's notes, this power enables its bearer to continuously surpass their limits and move forward. I know it may sound like such power isn't anything special. Even the legendary Super Saiyan like Broly can achieve this right. But there is an essential difference. The legendary Super Saiyan merely possesses cells that naturally far exceed the standards for transforming into a Super Saiyan and can continue to grow. Under the influence of cells, their power continuously rises, that's all. The miraculous aspect of the power of transcendence that you possess goes far beyond that. The best evidence is the divine power you inherently hold along with your form, known as Super Saiyan Rose Gold. After the communication with Tova severed, Sarodis' inner world remained turbulent, waves of disbelief crashing against the shores of his long-held convictions. Tova's experiences, the affair of Mechakapura, and his own possession of transcendent power, all coalesced into a maelstrom that overwhelmed Sarodis' already overburdened mind. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had quietly ascended, spilling golden light across the horizon and banishing night's veil. You dolt of an uncle. You've only just hit midnight there, haven't you? Why are you awake? Sarodis bit his lip and recounted everything Tova had told him to his young girlfriend. Even with her crystalline intellect and millennia of accumulated experience, it still took her considerable time to fully absorb the implications. At least regarding Mechakapura and Demigula, Tova's account is indeed accurate. Came the current time king god, who had personally participated in the Demigula incident and heard firsthand of Mechakapura from the former time king god, ultimately affirmed this conclusion. As for my own transmigration, I cannot vouch for its veracity, but the transcendent power, I believe it to be true. They spoke the 6 words in unison. On the other end of the transmission, Kane broke into a radiant, warmly mischievous smile, just as she always did. In any case, I have reinforced Demigula's seal. Given his power, escape seems all but impossible. As for Mechakapura's seal, if Tova's claims about herself hold true, then Mechakapura's confinement should remain secure. After all, the angel who sealed him was none other than Grand Divine Priest himself. Sarodis sighed deeply. Tova may not be entirely trustworthy. In short, little Yao, you must remain vigilant on your end. Once I resolve matters here, I'll return to the City of Time and join you in tracking down Demigula. Huh. Kane blinked, momentarily bewildered by Sarodis' intent. His nostrils flared, his brow knotted tightly, as if twisted into a taut rope. I'm going to kill Demigula. Even across the vast gulf of distance, Kane could feel the surging razor-edged killing intent radiating from him, fierce, unrelenting, and utterly merciless. She had seen this version of Sarodis before, back when she was already dead, her soul lingering only as a fragile echo confronting those who had slain her. Then too he had burned with this same terrifying intensity. I failed to protect you once. This time I will never repeat that failure. A being as perilous as Demigula cannot simply be sealed away. Such a measure is insufficient. Better to eradicate him entirely, and thus eliminate all future danger. You dolt of an uncle. Though her innate compassion hesitated to endorse Sarodis' ruthless resolve, the killing intent born of such profound devotion left Kane neither willing nor able to oppose it. Then hurry and settle this matter, all right. In the end, she offered those words with a gentle, warming smile. Sarodis' murderous aura gradually receded, replaced by a confident, resolute grin. I sense it. The conspiracy here is about to surface. Wait for me. It won't take long. Hey, Brad. You've got quite the mess brewing around you, don't you? Bardock. Sarodis turned startled, having just ended the transmission. When? Arms crossed, Bardock pushed off the wall and stood upright, walking forward slowly. Since the moment your soul arrived in this world, I'd wager. Your emotional fluctuations were so violent. Has your perception dulled? Sarodis fell silent. Bardock placed a firm hand on his shoulder. From what I gathered, Demigula and Mechikapura are formidable foes. You intend to face them alone and savor that battle by yourself. Though his words sounded dismissive, Sarodis could clearly discern the undercurrent of deep concern. If Gine were to translate Bardock's meaning, I would never allow you to confront such overwhelming adversaries alone. Something like that. Sarodis exhaled softly. Such a foe. Bardock's expression hardened, his voice cold and sharp as a honed blade. Enough talk. I will not stand aside from a battle like this. That unshakable conviction extinguished any thought of dissuasion in Sarodis. Yet suddenly another memory surfaced. My origins. A figure appeared before Sarodis' gaze, not tall, clad in battle fatigues, none other than Gine. Fool, you've always been our little Sarodis, no matter who you were before. Sister Gine, you too. Watching Gine approach, Sarodis suddenly understood perhaps it wasn't merely his heightened emotions dulling his senses. Perhaps for him Gine and Bardock had become figures of absolute trust. So much so that he no longer consciously monitored their ki at all. Gine's words resonated with Bardock's quiet nod, even as he let out a low, approving grunt. For now, let's focus on the present. Staying up all night isn't wise. Off to bed now, little Sarodis. As Gine spoke, Sarodis faintly sensed a subtle, yet unmistakable pressure emanating from her. A maternal aura instinctively projected toward a disobedient child. He'd never experienced it before, but he could imagine this was likely the unconscious presence of a mother confronting her wayward son. Yes, ma'am. Without further hesitation, Sarodis snapped to attention and dashed into the house. Once inside, Gine glanced at Bardock and burst into quiet laughter. This child. Bardock's brow furrowed. Gine, what is it? Once this is settled, take Raditz to Earth, to Kakarot. Watch over them. Raise them into outstanding Saiyan warriors. Why say that all of a sudden? No sooner had the words left her lips than understanding dawned. According to that woman Tova, Demigula aside, Mechikapura is no ordinary adversary. We may. Nonsense. Gine's expression flared with indignation. Both you and little Sarodis are the pride of my heart. You will prevail. Their eyes met. For once Bardock allowed a faint, almost imperceptible smile to touch his lips. Indeed. Didn't that boy call me the Saiyan's eternal paragon? We will slay those so-called demon gods, together. Yes. After a brief nap, it was already noon. Having filled his stomach and slightly moved around, Sarodis adjusted his state to its peak, and then shot straight up into the sky. His target was the temple. To be precise, it was the time chamber within the temple. Demigula and Mechikapura were like the Damocles sword hanging over his head, much like the initial impression Frieza had when he first crossed over. What Tawa mentioned in her dream might not be true, Mechikapura might not win, and Demigula might not stir up significant turmoil. If the entire Dragon Ball world faced an impending crisis, even the gods of destruction, angels, and the Grand Minister might not hesitate to intervene. Regardless of the numerous positive possibilities, there was at least one uncertainty that Sarodis dared not gamble on. If Demigula truly broke free, his little girlfriend might not survive to see the crisis resolved. Moreover, no matter what might happen in the future, Mechikapura posed a considerable threat to him. Just as Sarodis could sense the sincerity in Tawa's words, he remained hesitant to fully trust her. He could not believe that someone like Mechikapura, who would go so far as to send a part of his dark power through the seal, was merely trying to gift him strength to become more powerful. Thus all reasons compelled Sarodis to rapidly enhance his power within a short period. Naturally, in the absence of the ability to return to the Time City, to utilize the time chamber, the temple on Earth became the best choice. Tap tap. Sarodis halted his flight and landed on the pristine white tiles of the temple. I am here to borrow the time chamber. Perhaps because they had been observing the battles in the lower realms, the god Dandy and his attendant Mr. Bobo had long been standing at the temple's entrance waiting. Sarodis' understanding of these two was limited to what he had seen in the anime, and he of course did not engage in any small talk, going straight to the point. I see. I'm sorry, but there is someone training in the time chamber at the moment, so it might not be possible. Sarodis' expression became somewhat peculiar. Who would occupy the time chamber here? Soon Sarodis got his answer. Creak. The sound of a door opening was remarkably clear in the quiet temple. Tap tap tap. The heavy footsteps echoed, and before the figure appeared in sight, Sarodis already felt an imposing aura approaching. A scion, the aura of a god, and a feeling of unassailable sharpness and unparalleled pride emanated from him. Vegeta. Upon hearing a strange voice call his name, Vegeta, who had just finished training and had not yet undone his transformation, instinctively looked up, still sporting his blue hair. As he carefully scrutinized the person who had called his name, the little confusion on Vegeta's face slowly faded away. That tail and this appearance. And this aura, you must be Sarodis, as Kakarot mentioned. Oh, you know me. Sarodis suddenly became intrigued. It wouldn't be surprising if Whis had mentioned him, but the fact that Goku would bring him up to Vegeta added a bit of interest. Kakarot said there are some strong Saiyans in other timelines, but they seem to be just as lacking. With a classic crooked grin, Sarodis returned a similar smile, raising a hand to gently touch his nose as a rose gold aura quietly emerged. Is that so? Then what of it? Vegeta's expression changed slightly, clearly shocked by the power Sarodis displayed in this state. Oh, it seems Kakarot truly didn't lie. This power can indeed be deemed strong. Stepping forward, Vegeta moved behind Sarodis, turning his back to him. Just finished my training, and I happen to need someone to test my strength. Sarodis turned around, tilted his head, and narrowed his eyes as their blazing auras clashed fiercely, neither yielding. Mr. Vegeta, and that. Dandy's weak voice broke the tension. The temple cannot withstand your battle. For a moment, the temple fell silent. Both men simultaneously withdrew their auras, and Sarodis pointed towards the temple's large door. How about we go to the time chamber? Without waiting for Sarodis' response, Vegeta stepped back toward the place he had just exited. Sarodis shrugged and followed Vegeta's figure. In a vast blank space, Sarodis began to move his body, the cracking sounds echoing. Vegeta lightly jumped, also moving his body. His desire to spar with Sarodis stemmed from reasons beyond what he had stated. Since starting training under Whis, Vegeta preferred to train in Whis staff space. Compared to the time chamber, the pressure from the divine aura in the staff space was far greater than the tenfold gravity of the time chamber, and it also possessed a different flow of time. However, just as Vegeta was about to ask Whis once more to train in the staff space, he learned that Whis was utilizing it to train Charlotte. Thus, Vegeta had to settle for the time chamber for his training. Naturally, training could not provide an outlet for the frustration he felt. After recognizing Sarodis' identity upon seeing him, the incessant murmurs from the idle Goku about the hidden power within Sarodis reignited Vegeta's restless desire to spar with him. The combination of both motivations was the true reason Vegeta wanted to fight Sarodis. Come on, let me see if you truly possess the power Kakarot spoke of. With his body warmed up, Vegeta's right hand formed a claw and positioned it in front of him, while his left hand mirrored the stance behind him. Sarodis raised an eyebrow, took a deep breath, and set his stance, one hand guarding his face and the other slightly moving. Here we go. Boom. In this vast space, Sarodis no longer needed to worry about whether unleashing his power on the ground would harm the planet. A surging rose gold aura manifested as Sarodis swung his fist. Vegeta scoffed, neither dodging nor evading, and with a burning azure aura, he stepped forward and swung his right fist fiercely. Bang! Without overthinking, their fists collided with full force. Vegeta's legs bent slightly. Huh! The aura expanded as Vegeta exerted more force, pushing Sarodis back. Tap! Sarodis flipped in midair and landed. The azure and rose gold light alternately flickered in this space that was devoid of anything but white. With no distractions, Sarodis and Vegeta unleashed their power freely. In terms of skill, he was superior to Cell. In terms of basic strength, although slightly weaker compared to the golden metal cooler, there was certainly no qualitative gap. Exhilarating. With both hands raised and crossed, Sarodis blocked Vegeta's downward kick. Changing the form of his hands, Sarodis transformed his fist into claws, seizing Vegeta's leg that he hadn't retracted in time, preparing to exert force. However, Vegeta leveraged Sarodis' strength to leap upwards, spinning his body to kick at Sarodis' head with his other leg. Sarodis released his hands, rolled forward, and arrived behind Vegeta. Rising, the energy blast in Sarodis' hand had already coalesced. Vegeta maintained his position in the air, turning around with an energy blast in his hand that crackled with electric light. Boom. Amidst the violent explosion, Sarodis intended to continue close combat with Vegeta. However, Vegeta had already performed several backflips to create distance. Countless small energy blasts flew towards Sarodis at the same speed as Vegeta's words. Prince's fighting style. Sarodis stretched both hands to the sides, presenting his body in a large character shape as an invisible shockwave radiated outward from him. Energy cannon. Countless small energy blasts collided with the energy cannon, exploding in a flurry. Sarodis remained completely unharmed. Such a boring move is unworthy of your royal status, Vegeta 4. Vegeta snorted coldly, no longer using this ineffective royal fighting style, instead pointing a single hand at Sarodis. How about this move? My Lord Vegeta's Big Bang Attack. A blazing aura of energy manifested, cutting through even without needing to charge. This massive explosive attack held immense power. Retracting the energy blade, a light spear appeared, thrown towards Vegeta. Although Vegeta was unaware that this unassuming light spear contained Sarodis' sealing power, his years of battle experience gave him a keen intuition that sensed the threat posed by the spear. The energy erupted, ascending rapidly. Sarodis' light spear was deflected, yet he was undeterred, also soaring upward at high speed, closing in on Vegeta, seemingly to strike with his knee, but it was a feint. Most of his energy was concentrated in his hand. The real attack was his fist. As expected of Vegeta, his combat skills far surpassed those of the merely powerful golden metal cooler, allowing him to read Sarodis' moves. Ignoring the knee strike, he tilted his head to evade Sarodis' punch, then extended his hand, like a claw, grasping Sarodis' hand, turning and using his elbow to throw Sarodis to the ground. Sarodis managed to roll just before hitting the ground, dissipating the immense force Vegeta had exerted, kneeling on one knee. A successful strike, aggression like fire. Is this Vegeta's fighting style? Sarodis thought to himself as Vegeta had already closed in on him, launching an attack. Sarodis supported himself with both hands, executed a Thomas spin, and kicked out with his legs, disrupting Vegeta's balance. Rolling and pushing off, Vegeta was kicked into the sky. Stabilizing his form, Sarodis slightly bent his legs, launching himself as a cannonball, his hands clasped together like a hammer, crashing down. Whoosh. In the moment the hammer fell, Vegeta's figure vanished, reappearing behind Sarodis with a kick. Whoosh. Sarodis' figure also disappeared. With continuous transformations after melee combat and energy battles, Sarodis and Vegeta entered a phase of high-speed combat. Dodging, countering, dodging again, countering again. In this relentless high-speed battle, if someone were watching, their eyes would surely be dazzled. Landing with a backflip. In the next moment, Sarodis' figure appeared in the high sky. As Vegeta's leg kicks afterimage dissipated, he also revealed himself in the high sky. Sarodis' punch fell, penetrating the afterimage left by Vegeta once again, then he also vanished from the original spot. This dazzling battle lasted for several minutes. Finally, bang! The figures of the two appeared on the ground. Sarodis' heavy punch struck Vegeta's face. However, is this all your power? Vegeta's neck flexed as he used his head to gradually push Sarodis' fist back. Retracting his fist and jumping back, Sarodis carefully observed, realizing, this is Super Saiyan Deep Blue Evolution. That is the name of this form. Vegeta revealed a signature dragon-like smile, declaring his victory to Sarodis. If I don't have a stronger power, this battle will be mine. Sarodis narrowed his eyes slightly, returning a manic grin. That truly disappoints you. I haven't yet exerted my full strength. What a... Vegeta was initially shocked, then filled with rage. You dare to hold back against me, Lord Vegeta? You're just as annoying as that Kakarot guy. If you have the ability, take this move. Vegeta spread his hands wide, resembling a chest expansion exercise, as the azure energy blazed fiercely. The final flash, huh? Sarodis murmured. Very well then, let this move decide our victory. Prepare yourself, final SH. Gigantic Kamehameha wave. Boom. Without a prolonged back and forth, the final flash collided with the gigantic Kamehameha wave, and the two nearly equal forces detonated the moment they clashed under the impact of each other's ultimate moves. There's no need to continue fighting, right? If we don't determine life or death, there will be no result in continuing. Humph. Hearing Sarodis' words, Vegeta could only respond with a cold snort, shaking his hand and turning to leave. Karahum. The door to the time chamber opened. Next time it won't be this outcome. After leaving this phrase, Vegeta stepped out of the time chamber. Bang. The door slammed shut. Sarodis shook his head, not particularly caring, simply exhaling deeply and sitting down on the ground. Huh. So be it. Now how should I proceed with my training? Sarodis began to ponder. Should he seek to grasp the power of transcendence that he has yet to understand? Or should he disregard that and simply attempt to surpass the rose gold, completing the envisioned form? Hey, What exactly are you pondering? This isn't nearly as complicated as you're making it out to be. A familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Sarodis paused, then